The novel narrates the story of an ordinary university student, Wang Yang, who was reborn into the Paleolithic era, approximately 1.8 million years ago. At that time, humanity had yet to conquer the world. Wild beasts roamed the forests, and the tail end of the Ice Age ravaged the globe. There were no shelters to inhabit, nor flames to wield, and the living conditions were exceedingly harsh. Wounds went untreated, and a rabid dog's bite left one uncertain of their fate. Wang Yang found himself in a state of inner conflict. He did not wish to mature, for adulthood would bring the dire challenges of survival amidst ferocious creatures. Yet, he yearned to grow quickly to provide aid to his small community. He resolved to meditate daily, hoping that as a time traveler, he would possess unique abilities. Although he eventually relinquished this notion, he discovered that humans in this era matured rapidly. Thus, he began scientific training from a young age, achieving a physique akin to that of a 4-year-old by the age of 2, with explosive strength and endurance far surpassing that of his peers. Through this journey, Wang Yang grappled with primitive life, addressing the essential needs of sustenance and leading his tribe towards gradual advancement. He taught tribe members to fish, create fire by friction, set traps, develop pictographs, cultivate agriculture, establish animal husbandry, impart weaving skills, and organize educational gatherings. Ultimately, he founded a nation, guiding his people towards perpetual growth and laying the foundations of human civilization. Chapter 1. Returning to the Paleolithic era. At the moment Wang Yang felt liberated from a suffocating grip, he went into a frenzy of elation. I have been reborn. I have returned with memories intact. He was overwhelmed with joy, yearning to scream with abandon. He had not forgotten the narratives of rebirth he had previously read, where protagonists invariably rose to immense wealth and power. Even if he were not reborn, but merely transported to another realm, it would still be splendid, be it martial arts, magic, or various continents and dimensions. As long as one could cultivate, they could certainly shatter the heavens and dominate the world. Thus began his audacious life, where his fate was his own, and those who aided him thrived while those who opposed him perished. Even if he were to traverse to ancient times, leveraging knowledge and historical foresight that spanned centuries, attaining titles of nobility should be a trivial endeavor. However, the instant Wang Yang opened his eyes, he came to a profound realization. The tragedy was only beginning. He gazed upon his mother, her sunken eyes and pronounced cheekbones reminiscent of the primitive beings depicted in textbooks. Turning, he beheld a robust man adorned in animal skins, whose deep-set eyes radiated joy and affection, enveloping Wang Yang in a sense of deep care. This was his father. Beside him were others, all bearing the visages of primitive men. Wang Yang felt a twinge of discontent having been reborn with such difficulty. How could his fate be so tragic? As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself within a stone cave devoid of tables, chairs, or ceramic vessels, and utterly lacking fire. Residing in a cave, clad in unsewn animal hides, evoked vivid imagery of the distant stone age, desolate epic, rife with ferocity and devoid of beauty. The stark realities weighed heavily on young Wang Yang's spirit, and he wept. He cried out in despair. At that moment, he grasped why an infant's first act upon entering the world is to wail. His previous lives' memories offered little solace in this harsh environment. He recognized that the historical trajectory indicated a prolonged evolution through the Stone Age, lasting millions of years before humanity would even begin to utilize bronze, followed by iron, and eventually the Cultural Renaissance. Yet, these insights offered him no practical assistance. He could not invent light bulbs or construct automobiles. In his previous life, he was merely a diligent student, laboring into the night with little practical experience, having fallen inexplicably before he could step beyond the confines of academia. He had envisioned that rebirth would lead to a vibrant and adventurous life, yet here he was, thrust into an era of suffering. Was he to engage in the construction of a new socialist countryside? After a moment of melancholy, Wang Yang resolved that he must survive. The early Paleolithic era, particularly in its initial stages devoid of fire, was perilously treacherous. Mammoths with formidable tusks, gigantic lions roaming the plains, tigers claiming dominion over the mountains, and agile leopards all were merciless predators. Even the saber-toothed tiger paled in comparison, merely a lesser creature in the presence of these titans. Humanity could not dominate this world. Merely surviving amongst such beasts was a feat in itself. Furthermore, they contended not only with feral creatures but also with a harsh natural environment, stripped of modern convenience, no smooth roads, no automobiles or airplanes. Relying solely on their feet, that a swift river could halt one's progress, and the frigid climate, influenced by the remnants of the Ice Age, offered no warmth. There were no hospitals. A wound could lead to dire consequences, and an encounter with a rabid dog could spell doom. In summary, survival in this realm posed a formidable challenge, and the prospect of a peaceful existence in old age was utterly unattainable. Coming to terms with these realities felt like plunging into an icy abyss. This was not an adventure, but a trial of endurance. Nevertheless, as a man of resolve, Wang Yang embodied the strength and nonchalance of a true hero. He set forth a grand and noble objective: to avoid being devoured by wild beasts. Admittedly, this goal was neither grand nor noble, but it was exceedingly pragmatic. Given his knowledge, he understood that primitive beings in this era held no significant advantage. Climbing trees was not about speed, or height. Running was not about endurance. Even intelligence was still in its nascent stages, vastly inferior to that of modern humans. Confronted with this utterly alien world, he recognized the necessity of starting from the most fundamental aspects of survival. Only by enduring could he hope to grow stronger. Thus, young Wang Yang embarked on a lifelong quest for survival. In his first year, he experienced growth and affirmation, realizing that this lush region, abundant with primitive forests and greenery, belonged to a mountainous terrain. Through countless frigid nights and days without fire, he confirmed his place in the early Paleolithic period, dating back to between 300,000 to over 170,000 years ago. The cave he inhabited housed 20 individuals, 13 men and 7 women. They donned unsewn animal hides, their bodies covered in thick hair, communicating only through rudimentary gestures. Indeed, they possessed no language. Due to the majority lacking prominent chins or having very short ones, their tongues had limited mobility, and their vocal cords were underdeveloped, resulting in mere guttural sounds. Wang Yang himself was no exception. He could not speak. This lack of effective communication was undoubtedly a source of frustration. Without the ability to convey his knowledge, he could not assist the tribe. Wang Yang was confined within the cave, unable to venture out as the adults could not take him to forage for food. He could only remain inside, peering cautiously at the world beyond the cave entrance. He resided at the foot of a mountain where a small stream flowed. Wang Yang dared not venture outside, fully aware that where there was water, danger lurked. Stepping outside could very well lead to his demise. Chapter 2. The brutal war without smoke. Wang Yang found himself in a state of contradiction. He yearned to remain a child, for adulthood would usher him into a harsh world filled with perilous beasts. Yet, he also longed for maturity, desiring to assist his small community. His heart was heavy with concern, particularly during summer when the adults would engage in shameless acts in plain sight, causing him to blush on their behalf. However, due to their relentless toil, several new lives had graced the tribe. During this period, Wang Yang steadfastly adhered to the dedication he had cultivated over the years. Meditating for 2 hours each day, he firmly believed that those who traversed realms were destined to be protagonists. And every protagonist possessed some unique trait, perhaps the ability to soar through the skies or tread upon clouds, or at the very least, possess immense strength. Alas, disappointment shadowed his aspirations. Over the course of 2 years, he discerned no remarkable changes in his physique and resolutely abandoned that notion. Nevertheless, he observed that humans in this era exhibited rapid growth. At merely 2 years old, he had developed a physique akin to that of a 4-year-old, allowing him to engage in physical training. Each day, he performed push-ups and sit-ups within the confines of the cave, strengthening his chest and waist muscles. He lifted heavy stones repeatedly, akin to using dumbbells, to enhance his arm strength. He engaged in frog jumps to train his leg muscles and practiced shuttle runs to improve his lateral movement, striving for greater agility. It was undeniable that children who began training at a young age exhibited remarkable differences. After rigorous and effective training, 2-year-old Wang Yang already showcased muscle definition, with explosive power and endurance far surpassing his peers. This physical prowess would better equip him to confront the adversities of his environment. Time flew swiftly, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this time, the small community remained relatively tranquil. They continued to eat and drink, though several individuals had perished. There was little sorrow, no dignified funerals, and their bodies were scarcely sought after. The scarcity of meat was troubling, as most of their sustenance comprised fruits and wild vegetables. Wang Yang felt a deep sense of anxiety. In his previous life, he was accustomed to selecting the finest cuts of meat, yet now, procuring any meat at all had become a challenge. The intake of protein was crucial for growth, and only a robust physique would ensure survival. As Wang Yang was in the early stages of development, nutrition was paramount, yet the low productivity of this era, coupled with inferior weaponry and the presence of formidable beasts, hindered humanity's ability to ascend the food chain. When it came to the most critical weapon for hunting, Wang Yang's expression turned grave. The quality of a weapon determined both the success rate and efficiency of hunting. Superior weapons could yield more prey, thereby enhancing their defensive capabilities against wild animal attacks. Thus, weaponry was of utmost importance. Naturally, thoughts of bronze or iron weaponry were futile, as the technology to smelt bronze was still eons away. In this era, the predominant tools were bone and stone implements, with stone weapons accounting for 90% of their arsenal. Most stone tools were fashioned from naturally sharp rocks, featuring points, blades, and even designs resembling small daggers. Although the variety of items was abundant, the most practical daggers and points were relatively scarce. Bone tools, crafted from the bones and tusks of large animals, such as horns, were somewhat effective. Primitive humans, possessing half the brain capacity of modern humans, had already mastered certain polishing techniques by this time. Therefore, most weapons were not merely found but crafted through their own efforts. They utilized a hammer-like stone to carve an edge onto another stone or ground the end of a bone against the earth until it became sharp, forming a bone spear. However, such methods were inadequate for creating longer weapons, rendering the capture of large animals a mere fantasy. Confronting a fierce creature like a tiger was inconceivable, and even a wild boar posed a significant challenge. Typically, with a stroke of luck, they might catch a few rabbits or mice. Yes, mice. During the Paleolithic era, animals were considerably larger, and mice could grow to the size of cats. Wang Yang felt compelled to take action, perhaps by inventing tools or constructing traps. He envisioned the simplest of devices, a net. With a net, he could significantly increase fish catches and set traps for greater food intake. Unfortunately, he possessed nothing and could accomplish nothing. He lamented, "What use is this to me? Am I to emulate a monk striking a wooden fish?" Such matters were best left unspoken, for dwelling on them only brought tears. The adage, "A clever cook cannot make a meal without rice," rang true. The adults were unable to assist him, leaving him to fend for himself. He could no longer endure the days of meager meals. The insufficient nutrition hindered his intense training and bodily development. One fateful day, Wang Yang ventured out of the cave. The adults had departed early that morning, and he donned 2 layers of animal skin as he stepped into the bright light at the cave's entrance. After being deprived of sunlight for so long, he found the brightness quite blinding. Once his eyes adjusted, he finally beheld his surroundings. This was a small gorge, with cliffs towering on 3 sides and a clearing in front of the cave, roughly the size of 2 basketball courts. A small waterfall trickled down from above, forming a tranquil pool, while a creek meandered towards the exit, which spanned about 5 meters in width. Surrounded by mountains, this natural refuge provided excellent protection against beastly attacks. However, should a horde of wild animals besiege them, they would find themselves trapped. Before the creek lay an expansive primeval forest, with towering trees and lush foliage that obscured much of the sunlight, casting the forest into shadow. Wang Yang hesitated to leave the gorge and enter the woods. Surveying the area, he noticed a patch of grass in the clearing, devoid of branches or vines, rendering the creation of a net impossible. To his dismay, the creek yielded very few fish. He gazed upon the crystal-clear waters and sighed. Clear water yields no fish. A person of low worth finds no adversary. The adults, exhilarated, dragged a dead wild boar while making jubilant sounds. Wang Yang's eyes brightened. It seemed there would be meat to eat today. Just as his spirits lifted, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the adults entered the gorge, 7 wolves, drawn by the scent of blood, emerged slowly from the forest, blocking the exit with their cold, menacing gazes. Each wolf was massive, weighing approximately 130 to 140 pounds and standing 80 centimeters tall, dwarfing Wang Yang. A sense of foreboding gripped Wang Yang as he scrutinized the scene. The wolves parted to reveal a particularly large alpha, striding with an air of arrogance. Its pristine white fur glistening as it moved deliberately. Its eyes were devoid of warmth, coldly surveying the gathered crowd. The adults clutched their stone tools tightly, refusing to retreat a single step, pairing off to wield their weapons threateningly, signaling the alpha not to act recklessly. The alpha, seemingly uninterested in conflict, observed the humans and the wild boar, clearly indicating that they should relinquish their prize. The adults' expressions flickered with unease as they emitted low growls of warning, unwilling to budge. Thus, both parties remained locked in a tense standoff. Do not underestimate the intelligence of wolves. Both textbooks and documentaries have extolled their cognitive prowess. Typically, wolves do not attack humans, perhaps recognizing their own cleverness. Yet, exceptions exist. If an opportunity arises to seize food without effort, wolves will not hesitate to take advantage. In the depths of Wang Yang's heart, a profound fear took root. He could hardly fathom how this deadlock would culminate. Would it resort to a bloody confrontation? The prospect of battle was heavily stacked against them, for they were devoid of long-range weaponry and could only engage in close combat. Should a skirmish ensue, even a numerical advantage would yield staggering casualties. In this era, an injury that led to infection was tantamount to a death sentence. At that moment, the alpha wolf fixed its gaze upon Wang Yang, and the chilling emptiness in its eyes ignited an overwhelming sense of dread within him, causing beads of cold sweat to form upon his brow. Inexplicably, Wang Yang grasped the wolf's intent. Should a conflict erupt, it would charge with unrelenting speed, targeting him first before plunging into the den to slaughter the other children. The wolves' advanced intelligence manifested in myriad forms of intimidation, which the adults understood all too well. They were no match for the wolves' swiftness. If one or two of the beasts breached the cave, their children would face certain doom, and they themselves would incur grave consequences. For them, the number of their ranks equated to their chances of survival. They would not allow calamity to befall them. The sound of rough stone blades grazing against flesh resonated softly as a quarter of the wild boar was severed and tossed away. The adults hesitated. These wolves were colossal, weighing as much as they did, and most critically, the wolves were swifter. Once engaged, they would be left with nothing but a futile defense. Clearly, they had once faced the wolves and suffered devastating losses. The alpha wolf, clutching a piece of leg meat, cast a final, expressionless glance at the group before turning away, as if it had long since calculated its course of action. A brisk breeze swept through, causing Wang Yang to shrink his neck in a shiver, only then realizing that his back was slick with cold sweat. Trembling with trepidation, he watched as the 7 wolves departed from the valley's mouth, suddenly acutely aware that in this era, the 8 men were inconsequential, and he was no exception. The wolves, too, hardly constituted formidable adversaries in the grand scheme. Wang Yang gazed toward the forest, a wave of chill creeping up his spine. What creatures dominated that realm, and who truly reigned supreme in this world? An overwhelming sense of existential crisis enveloped Wang Yang. He understood the urgency to mature swiftly, to fortify his community, and to empower himself. Chapter 3. Fishing with immense pressure looming ahead, Wang Yang was invigorated. In addition to his daily exercises, he adorned the wall with a painting of 10 circles, each smaller than the last, culminating in a mere dot. He would then hurl stones at the circles, aspiring to master the art of the legendary flying daggers, akin to the famed Shaoli. Furthermore, he tirelessly polished a large bone, shaping it into a 30-centimeter-long spike. Determined to enhance his diet, he resolved that he could not subsist on vegetarian fare alone. Armed with the bone spike, he ventured to the clear, knee-deep stream where small fish occasionally glided by. The species of these fish was unknown to him, but he was indifferent. As long as they were edible, that sufficed. He plunged the spike into the water, observing its distortion. Utilizing his formidable mathematical skills, he swiftly filtered through several formulas in his mind and quickly deduced the optimal angle. However, he did not succumb to complacency. He continued to stab at a stone beneath the water's surface to refine his technique. For several days, he practiced at a leisurely pace, ensuring his precision was impeccable. At last, he encountered his inaugural fishing opportunity. A small black fish swam leisurely towards him, oblivious to Wang Yang's presence. With its tail swaying playfully, the fish appeared quite pleased, perhaps reveling in some mischief. As it approached within 10 centimeters of his feet, Wang Yang narrowed his eyes and thrust downward with vigor. With a thunderous sound, the bone spike crashed into the water, sending ripples across the surface, cutting through the barriers, and swiftly reaching the small black fish. The fish, possessing remarkable reflexes, sensed the impending danger and, with a flick of its tail, evaded the spike and darted away. Wang Yang furrowed his brow. His speed and calculated angle were sound, yet the fish's agility in the water posed a significant challenge. Undeterred, he spent the entire day practicing his thrusts. But the results were disheartening. He caught not a single fish. It was no surprise. If fishing were that simple, adults would have long since mastered it. Moreover, the adults had to feed numerous mouths, making it impractical for them to dedicate time solely to fishing. The stream, too, was scant in fish. For Wang Yang, this was his only safe hunting ground. Days turned into a relentless pursuit of fish, but he only managed to catch one small specimen, an inefficacy that nearly drove him to despair. He discerned the crux of the challenge. While his timing was right and his accuracy unquestionable, the moment the spike pierced the water's surface, the fish would become startled and swiftly evade. There was no way to predict their escape trajectory unless he could confine their movement. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he began constructing walls within the stream. The creek was narrow, roughly 1 meter wide. He gathered pebbles and erected stone walls every 10 centimeters, akin to a simulated racetrack. This effectively reduced the fish's swimming space to a mere 10 centimeters. With his makeshift barriers in place, he focused on a fish again. As it entered the confined passage, he thrust downwards with fervor. This time, the water was stained crimson. "Got you," he exclaimed, lifting the spike as the small black fish writhed in a futile struggle. Yet, Wang Yang paid no heed to its plight. He discarded it onto the ground and struck it with a stone. Relishing his hard-earned meal and feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. After a brief respite, he resumed his vigil, and another fish slowly approached. He struck again, the bone spike flashing like lightning. The fish sensed the danger and instinctively attempted to flee, but the spike pierced its body before it could escape. That day, Wang Yang caught 5 fish, and he recognized the efficacy of his method. In the following days, his proficiency grew exponentially, allowing him to catch an increasing number of fish, sometimes up to 10. Alas, the stream remained too small, and the fish were few and diminutive. 10 fish yielded only a meager share for each person. Nevertheless, the regular meat consumption brought joy to everyone, who praised Wang Yang for his efforts. As the nutritional intake of meat increased, the health of the tribe improved, particularly among the younger children, who visibly gained weight and greeted Wang Yang with smiles. Soon, another adult took over the fishing, utilizing the pre-established stone barriers to simplify the task. Wang Yang, hesitant to venture deep into the forest, practiced at the base of a grand tree. To be frank, he could not identify the species of this ancient tree, which required 3 people to encircle. Towering high, its trunk stood bare for the first 4 meters, offering little for climbing, while the forest was predominantly filled with thick trees, making it difficult for smaller ones to thrive. Unlike in modern times, where larger trees faced tragic fates at the hands of humans, here, climbing this tree without assistance proved exceedingly difficult. Yet, he had gleaned a few techniques from the adults, who wielded sharpened stone tools resembling small spikes. As he climbed, he would embed a spike into the tree, leveraging his waist and arm strength in conjunction with his footwork to ascend quickly. Initially, he struggled. Before reaching the branches, his arms would tire, and his waist lacked strength. After months of rigorous training, his coordination improved significantly. Thanks to the regular meat consumption, his strength grew rapidly, enabling him to endure the intense physical demands. If only he could consume a bit more meat. With his feet firmly planted against the trunk, he continued to alternate between climbing and embedding spikes. There was a technique to this as well. To climb efficiently, he could not drive the spike too deep, or else removing it would waste precious time. However, if he did not drive it deep enough, it risked slipping out. Striking a balance required extensive practice. As for new tools, such as nets, the absence of resources at the exit meant the adults could not comprehend their necessity, and thus, the idea was temporarily shelved. It was not quite autumn, as it held little significance. The current warm phase of the Ice Age rendered summers a mere 16 to 17 degrees, while spring was shorter than summer, and autumn scarcely lasted a month before winter set in. The winter endured for nearly 5 months, leading to a bleak existence devoid of heating or air conditioning. Perhaps one might not grasp the severity of such conditions in modern times, but here, temperatures often plummeted to below zero. Standing outside for a few hours would earn one the dubious honor of becoming the first human ice sculpture in history. Wang Yang had no intention of sacrificing himself for art. During winter, the tribe huddled closely together, thick animal hides laid upon the ground, and several layers of pelts draped over their bodies. Even so, they trembled with cold, shivering uncontrollably. Each winter, several individuals fell ill, and the weakest among them would succumb to fever. What could one say? Administering fever-reducing injections? My friend, medication was essential. One must never abandon treatment. Coupled with the annual hunting accidents, 2 or 3 companions would invariably perish, hindering the tribe's growth. Population numbers directly correlated with labor capacity, productivity, and combat strength. Thus, to avert threats from the 7 wolves, enhancing survival measures was imperative, ensuring that they could one day confront the wolves with confidence. Chapter 4. This winter is not so cold certainly. On days devoid of heating, warmth becomes paramount. Wang Yang has already begun preparing the tools for fire. Concurrently, he gathers small branches along with dry grass and thorns for kindling, all of which he spreads out to dry. This seemingly simple task consumed a full half-month. Alas, the labor force was limited, as the adults had to venture out in search of food to store, lest they succumb to the harsh winter. Only Wang Yang's mother remained to assist him in felling a tree before she too set out to forage for sustenance. During the day, the cave echoed with the presence of Wang Yang and a group of bewildered children. They yearned to play with him, yet each time they approached, Wang Yang would glare at them with fury. On one occasion, a mischievous child attempted to provoke him, only to incite Wang Yang's wrath, resulting in a severe thrashing. From that moment on, an aura of intimidation surrounded him. Now, Wang Yang was a busy individual, engaged in self-training while contemplating how to navigate their predicament, managing countless tasks that would overwhelm even an emperor. The mere act of creating a fire tool left him in a state of distress. The method of friction fire was the most primitive, and while Wang Yang had numerous innovative ideas, he was left with no tools, forcing him to make do. Thus, he tirelessly excavated within a designated circle, despite the adults expressing their dissatisfaction and urging him to utilize his efforts in fishing instead. Unable to articulate his reasoning, Wang Yang chose to ignore their complaints and continued his labor. Days later, a rough, circular hole emerged. Naturally, he also required a fire pit. So he took a stone axe and began to carve a sizable notch into a wooden stake. Finally, he whittled the rough ends of the branches to ensure they could penetrate deeper. Once these preparations were complete, that night, Wang Yang embarked on his inaugural attempt at creating fire. He placed a handful of dry grass into the fire pit and inserted a branch into the wooden stake, instructing his parents to hold it steady while he spun it rapidly. The tribe had no inkling of Wang Yang's intentions. Not even his parents comprehended what their extraordinary son was attempting. It was not until 2 minutes passed that they detected the scent of something burning, and a spark flickered into existence at the fire pit. The dry grass ignited upon contact with the spark, illuminating the darkness. Elated, Wang Yang clutched the burning grass, erupting into laughter. The onlookers recoiled in shock, fear propelling them to retreat several steps, with adults shielding their children in haste. Fire! Huh! Fire! Yet when the adults saw him approach, they grew frantic, retreating further, their eyes filled with terror. Wang Yang halted, puzzled by their reaction, only to realize that most animals instinctively feared fire, as it could inflict harm upon them. Primitive humans too had shared this trepidation, cowering before nature's wonders, such as thunder and lightning, for they were unaware of their nature. Wang Yang did not intend for them to immediately embrace the concept of fire, choosing instead to disregard their fear. He wandered to the side, gathering the dried firewood and building a small blaze, the warmth of the flames enveloping him like a comforting embrace, instilling a sense of safety. Before long, the others felt the heat emanating from the fire and gradually drew closer. After a while, though still apprehensive, they encircled the small flame, their eyes wide with astonishment. Days later, they had begun to accept the existence of fire, watching Wang Yang ignite it time and again, slowly grasping the method of creation, though they still hesitated to take action themselves, often prompting Wang Yang with timid encouragement. In this era, food preservation posed significant challenges. Without refrigerators, sustaining food for extended periods was arduous, leading them to reserve shelled foods like chestnuts. Fruits were consumed first. As winter arrived, the world lay under a blanket of ice and snow, making the prospect of fresh meat increasingly elusive. Squirrels collected pine nuts for the winter, other mammals hibernated, and streams froze, rendering the environment desolate, while the market economy faltered. Confronted with plummeting stocks, even with Wang Yang's myriad talents and abilities, he found himself helpless. Nonetheless, this winter was not particularly cold for Wang Yang and the tribe. Peering out from the cave, he observed the heavy snowflakes swirling like petals, adorning the world in a silvery cloak. The biting northern wind howled across the land, causing the trees to tremble as countless animals sheltered in their nests, unwilling to venture forth. A few snowflakes landed on Wang Yang's neck, prompting him to shiver and turn back toward the cave. Within the dimly lit cavern, the fire radiated warmth and light as the tribe gathered around, huddling together, enjoying roasted fruit, their faces aglow with joy. Remarkably, not a single soul had fallen ill this winter, let alone suffered a fever, signaling a positive trend. This was undoubtedly thanks to their mastery of fire, which enabled them to stay warm. However, Wang Yang did not permit them to keep the fire burning 24 hours a day. They only ignited it during the frigid nights and mornings. With fire at their disposal, everyone developed a fondness for the taste of roasted meat, the delectable aroma adding a vibrant hue to their otherwise monotonous lives. At this moment, each person skewered a piece of meat onto a bone and placed it over the flames. The sizzling of the oil filled the air with a tantalizing fragrance, tempting everyone to succumb to the urge to indulge, swallowing hard in anticipation. Finally, when one piece of meat was perfectly cooked, rather than consuming it himself, the individual glanced around, spotted Wang Yang, and hurried over to offer it to him. Wang Yang accepted it with a smile, unreservedly taking a bite and savoring the flavors with delight. In a previous life, he had heard experts proclaim that food cooked over fire undergoes over 20 changes in trace elements, significantly aiding evolution. The rapid advancement of early humans owed much to fire. Regrettably, Wang Yang feared he would not have enough time to witness their evolution. The others, unaware of Wang Yang's contemplations, began their meal only after seeing him eat. This gesture was their way of expressing affection, yet Wang Yang sensed a distinct flavor in this act of privilege. First came the method of fishing, then the mastery of fire. His extraordinary feats transformed the living conditions of all, naturally fostering admiration towards him. Such adoration for an individual heralded the nascent formation of tribal organization. Would I allow the tribal model to emerge a million years early? As night fell, the storm raged on outside, while tranquility enveloped the cave. The fire continued to crackle nearby, with everyone nestled together, lying on the ground. Wang Yang and his parents found themselves at the center of warmth, his parents holding him tightly, their bodily heat and emotional care radiating a profound sense of comfort. Wang Yang lay awake, gazing at the shadows cast by the flames on the cave wall, feeling the subtle yet pervasive affection and adoration from those around him, prompting him to chuckle softly. They were so easily content, a flickering fire, a few fish, and they were elated. In that moment, he resolved that even if not for himself, he would strive to secure a brighter future for them. Having arrived in this place, he was determined to change the world. With a sweet smile and dreams of a promising future, Wang Yang surrendered to slumber. Chapter 5. Unexpected joy. 2 years swiftly passed, and Wang Yang was now 5 years old. At this age, he had already grown to the stature of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Although he was uncertain of his exact height, records indicated that individuals of his kind typically ranged from 1.4 to 1.6 meters tall. Given that Wang Yang was nearly reaching his father's shoulder, he must have been around 1 meters tall. This suggested that within a year's time, he would venture into the vast forest beyond the gorge. He was well prepared for this challenge and felt no fear. Through relentless training, his agility had reached unprecedented levels. His physique had grown stronger, with muscles prominently defined and full of explosive power. Over the past 2 years, he had practiced sprinting to enhance his speed in short bursts, as well as long-distance running to build his stamina for pursuits. He had also mastered the skill of throwing small knives, able to gauge the weight of any stone in his hand and determine the precise force needed to strike the target. The ancient wisdom states, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. With thoughts of the impending journey into the forest, where he could gather vines to craft nets, thereby improving the tribe's hunting success and reducing unnecessary casualties, he felt a surge of excitement. Over the past 2 years, the warmth of a fire during winter had eradicated the fevers that once plagued them, and the tribe's population had historically swelled to 30 individuals. Wang Yang also welcomed a little sister into the world. Unable to speak, he affectionately named her Wang Yang. Simple and easy to say, with no profound meaning. As the tribe experienced this influx of new life, the burdens on the adults grew heavier, and Wang Yang felt the weight of responsibility upon himself. An increase in population translated to a heightened demand for food, particularly as the same group of adults continued to gather sustenance. Their daily provisions remained consistent, but the meat was now divided among more mouths, and relying solely on fruit for nutrition proved insufficient. Observing the adults toil while growing increasingly gaunt, Wang Yang felt a pang of anguish. He yearned to enter the forest and find vines to create better tools. However, he understood that he must be patient, waiting another year until he had developed further, gaining strength and speed to ensure his survival. Yet, nature was not benevolent, and misfortune struck prematurely. As winter was drawing to a close and spring was on the horizon, an unforeseen calamity occurred. The stored meat had been consumed, and only a few dozen fruits remained, barely enough to last a few days. Initially, it was believed that spring would arrive as it had in previous years, but it was unexpectedly delayed. The increase in population had led to a depletion of food reserves by the end of winter. Wang Yang needed no further insight to discern that the plight was due to the arrival of cold air from the south. He understood well that in this era, forests only thrived in tropical and subtropical regions, while the north was engulfed in ice and snow. Even in their current location, summer was a mere illusion, with the warmest days barely reaching 16 or 17 degrees. It was not until tens of thousands of years later that the climate would warm, resembling the modern conditions we know today. As winter waned, the adults grew anxious, planning to venture into the desolate forest with torches in search of food. Wang Yang wished to join them but was held back. The available food was insufficient to sustain nearly 30 individuals, and by that day, several adults were already going hungry. The urgency for food became paramount, and Wang Yang could no longer wait. Ignoring the adults' warnings, he joined the search party, believing that every additional person would enhance their chances of finding sustenance. He gathered a handful of small stones, equipped himself with bone spikes, and donned multiple layers of animal skins for warmth. In the cave, only a group of children remained, unattended and unable to care for themselves, so they tended the fire, ensuring it blazed brightly to deter any approaching beasts. Upon stepping outside, a fierce northern wind struck him, a biting chill seeping through the small gaps in his clothing, sending shivers down his spine. Wang Yang trembled involuntarily, his admiration for the picturesque white landscape overshadowed by the urgency to follow the adults into the snow. In this era, shoes did not exist. Wang Yang and his companions fashioned footwear by capturing rabbits, cutting small openings to accommodate their ankles, hollowing out the insides, and allowing the pelts to dry before wearing them. They continued onward, entering the woods at the foot of two towering mountains, where the high trees formed a majestic canopy. Some trees were familiar to Wang Yang, such as the easily recognizable conifers, alongside various other species native to colder climates, untouched by human hands. This forest flourished as a botanical paradise, where competition for sunlight drove each tree to grow taller and stronger. Some trees were so robust that it took 4 or 5 people to encircle their trunks. Following the adults to the forest's edge, Wang Yang squinted to observe the dim depths within. The interior of the forest was shrouded in darkness, with the feeble sunlight failing to penetrate, rendering visibility extremely low. The ground was blanketed in thick snow, with only patches of dark soil and stones peeking through beneath the trees. Suddenly, the adults slowed their movements, letting out a couple of low calls, signaling everyone to adopt a vigilant stance. Gripping their weapons tightly, they cautiously advanced into the woods. Wang Yang's heart raced with apprehension. The forest's periphery was relatively free of underbrush and thorns, marked by a distinct path that had likely been carved out by human hands. Wang Yang trailed closely behind his parents as his father wielded a flat stone tool, kneeling beneath a large tree to clear away the accumulated snow. After digging a few centimeters deeper, his eyes brightened as he uncovered a cache of chestnuts. These nuts, having fallen in autumn and protected by their shells, remained preserved through the long winter, serving as a vital source of nourishment during the harsh season. His mother used a rabbit pelt as a pouch to collect the chestnuts, while Wang Yang remained vigilant, scanning the dim surroundings for any lurking predators. Although he spotted no beasts, he noticed that several trees, both large and small, had their soil disturbed, exposing their roots. Curious about the purpose of this excavation, he soon found out. His father dug beneath one of the trees and quickly unearthed small, yellowish-brown fruits the size of soybeans. Wang Yang plucked one, bit into it, and discovered its pure white flesh, a subtly tangy flavor that nearly made him shout with joy. He recognized the plant as great thistle, whose roots bore fruit, was hardy, and could be found abundantly. Most importantly, this plant possessed medicinal properties, capable of stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. This meant that in the event of an accidental injury, infection could be avoided. Overjoyed, Wang Yang looked around and saw that there were over 30 such plants in the vicinity. His initial inability to recognize them stemmed from having only seen them in textbooks, never having encountered them in person. Its needle-like leaves had misled him into thinking they were merely small conifers. Little did he know, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Seeing his excitement, his parents assumed he had developed a fondness for the fruit and offered him the 10 they had collected. However, Wang Yang was unyielding. This was the only medicinal resource he had discovered, akin to a lifeline, and he could not waste it. He carefully buried each plant, knowing it would prove invaluable in the future. After completing this task, Wang Yang and his parents resumed their expedition. The group decided to delve deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, the shadows thickened, and the trees grew denser, shielding much of the snow and revealing patches of black soil beneath their feet, making their journey somewhat easier. Yet, The group's pace slowed, each member acutely aware of their surroundings. It must be said that in this era, one does not need to spend every waking moment immersed in books. Without the radiation from computers and mobile phones, one's vision remains remarkably sharp. Everything appears vividly clear, and Wang Yang relishes this sensation of having everything within sight. However, this is not a time for merriment. The group came to a halt among several towering trees. After calling out to one another a few times, they resolved to gather any food they could find in this vicinity. Wang Yang, daunted by the shadowy depths of the forest, chose to remain close to his parents. In an instant, the group of over 20 individuals dispersed. Wang Yang dug around aimlessly, only to discover that he lacked the necessary skills, so he opted to observe his parents as they worked. With considerable experience, they first examined the ground nearby for signs of decaying fruit. If none were found, it indicated that the food had either been consumed or hidden away by rodents. At that moment, his father spotted a faint trail, small footprints, not belonging to any large creature, resembling those of a rabbit or perhaps a mouse. Following the trail, they uncovered a thin layer of snow. As they brushed it aside, they discovered an opening. This aperture measured approximately 20 centimeters in width and plunged deep into the earth, leaving them uncertain of what lay within. Chapter 6. The fun begins. Wang Yang was uncertain about the nature of the hole. Was it a mouse's den, a mole's burrow, or perhaps the lair of a snake? If it were a snake, it seemed rather large. Could it be a python? That seemed unlikely. Pythons would not survive in such cold temperatures. Yet, in this distant era, anything was conceivable. Unsure of how to proceed, Wang Yang observed his parents busily engaged in their tasks. His father wielded a sharp stone awl, standing guard at the entrance of the hole, while his mother dug in the soil a couple of meters away. Wang Yang hurried over to assist, quickly joining in the excavation. As he dug deeper, reaching a depth of over 40 centimeters, he encountered no signs of movement. His mother made a few sounds of encouragement before moving to the opposite side of the hole to continue her work. Wang Yang followed suit, digging with renewed vigor. He forced himself to adapt to the current predicament, and under immense pressure and determination, he swiftly grasped the technique of excavation, conserving considerable energy in the process. Suddenly, his shovel broke through the soil, revealing a passage within, and he was met with the startled gaze of a rodent, roughly the size of a rabbit. Indeed, it was a mouse's den. This mouse was entirely black. It was a mole. However, this mole bore some differences from the modern variety. Its size was one factor. More importantly, its eyes were remarkably bright, indicating a level of vision, and its large paws were turned outward, with claws measuring 3 to 4 centimeters in length, exceedingly sharp. Upon discovering that its nest had been invaded, the mole emitted a sharp, cicada-like cry and darted towards the exit. His mother abandoned her spot, rushing to join his father at the entrance, ready to deliver a fatal blow the moment it surfaced. Wang Yang called out to his mother, then drew forth a bone spur, aiming carefully at the mole's body, ready to strike with the precision of a fisherman spearing his catch. Just as he thrust forward, the mole, swift as lightning, evaded the attack with a flick of its body. The bone spur pierced the ground, sinking several centimeters deep and producing a harsh scraping sound against the sand. Wang Yang, caught off balance, nearly stumbled forward but managed to maintain his footing through years of physical conditioning. Seeing an opening, the mole let out 2 mocking cries and leaped. Its sharp claws aimed directly at Wang Yang's abdomen. The thought flashed through his mind. This mole was a ferocious beast. Cold sweat trickled down his face, and still astonished, he instinctively pushed off the ground, narrowly dodging the airborne creature's claws. With a sudden tilt of his body, he reached out and firmly grasped the mole by its neck. The mole squealed in fear and desperation, its claws swiping at Wang Yang's fingers. Anticipating the mole's counterattack, he utilized his momentum to hurl it to the ground. The creature, in pain, bounced twice before regaining its footing, attempting to flee. Realizing he had no time to retrieve the bone spur from the earth, Wang Yang drew a sturdy stick from his back and pursued it. At that moment, a foul stench assaulted his senses, causing him to recoil, pinching his nose and muttering curses. Such was the nature of rodents. They had their own hidden traps. Shaking his head vigorously, he refused to let their dinner escape. Focusing his gaze, he noticed the mole had not gotten far. His mother was in hot pursuit, but would struggle to keep pace. Not so fast, Wang Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening as he pulled a stone from his waist. After a quick assessment of the mole's speed, he hurled the stone with all his strength. The stone arced perfectly through the air, landing ahead of the mole and descending slowly. The unsuspecting rodent, running at full speed, collided headfirst with the descending projectile. With a resounding thud, the mole tumbled over. Appearing dazed, his mother quickly caught up, plunging her sharp stone tool into the mole's head. After a few moments of struggle, the creature fell still. The first hunt had come to an end, and Wang Yang breathed heavily, still slick with the cold sweat from the earlier encounter. He had been too careless, almost becoming a victim of the mole's ferocity. Now, having the opportunity to examine the slain mole, he noted its exquisite fur, dark and glossy, with a vibrant sheen. Its tail resembled that of a cat, thickening at the end, with a head identical to that of a mouse and a body reminiscent of a large field mouse. Its claws were impressively sharp. Wang Yang pondered whether this creature was indeed a mole or perhaps the ancestor of the civet. After some contemplation, he concluded that had a typical wildcat encountered it, the outcome would have been uncertain. At that moment, a whistle caught Wang Yang's attention. It was a call to gather. Stowing the civet away, he and his parents hurried towards the sound. They soon found the adults had congregated, where a young couple animatedly gestured, expressing that they had discovered a dead deer. How fortunate, Wang Yang thought, as they had stumbled upon game during their outing. The group followed the couple to a nearby grove of trees. Indeed, there lay an adult spotted deer, its robust limbs indicating it had lived many years. Its antlers, now hardened, stood tall, a testament to its age. Logically, it should not have ventured deep into the forest, yet the scarcity of food had driven it to stray, resulting in its untimely demise, a true tragedy. Wang Yang felt no sympathy for the creature's plight. They had been out for some time, struggling against the cold, and everyone was rubbing their hands together to generate warmth. Thankfully, this deer could provide sustenance, likely weighing over 200 pounds, enough to sustain them for several days, a veritable lifeline. Just then, a faint rumbling sound echoed through the still forest, akin to thunder. The group instantly grew alert, straining to listen, realizing the noise originated from directly ahead. Suddenly, the rapid sound of hooves approached. First one wild boar, then another, and soon a total of 13 appeared. They stood in a row, facing the group, the deer serving as a dividing line. Wang Yang squinted, scrutinizing the boars. They were not ordinary swine, but fierce adversaries with snarling faces and menacing tusks. Each boar was robust, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length and standing around 80 centimeters tall, only slightly shorter than Wang Yang. Weighing over 300 pounds, they bared their formidable jaws, with tusks extending 20 centimeters upward, their bristly black fur varying in length from several centimeters to over 10. They resembled miniaturized lions, and had it not been for their porcine features, Wang Yang would have doubted their identity as wild boars. Clearly, these 13 formidable beasts had recognized the gathering of 20 or so individuals, sensing they were a band of desperate souls, each with blood on their hands. No innocence here. Their beady eyes glinted with malice as they emitted low, threatening growls, warning the intruders to retreat. The adults, undeterred, brandished their weapons and responded with growls of their own. The deer was vital to their survival. The cave held hungry children waiting to be fed, and none had yet satisfied their own hunger. Faced with scarce provisions, they would not relinquish their prize, even at the cost of blood. Wang Yang gripped the bone spur tightly, his palms clammy with sweat, uncertain whether he would survive the impending clash with the wild boars. His faith in the bone spur's ability to slice through the boar's thick hides was tenuous at best. At this moment, maintaining composure was paramount. Anyone who faltered would relinquish their claim to the prized prey. Suddenly, an unexpected commotion erupted. A thunderous roar reverberated from a nearby thicket, capturing the attention of both the onlookers and the wild boars. A formidable green-eyed beast approached with deliberate grace. Do not be misled by the name. The creature was none other than a tiger. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Yang's brow, for it seemed that the bountiful spring had been severely marred by the encroaching chill, leading to a dire scarcity of food for all creatures. This tiger, too, was restless, having descended from the mountains into the forest below, only to encounter this chaotic scene. Its fur bore a striking resemblance to that of contemporary tigers, a striking blend of black and yellow, with a prominent character for king etched upon its forehead. Its physique was even more imposing than that of the plump tigers found in zoos. It approached with an elegant yet commanding demeanor, fully aware that the current circumstances demanded restraint, eventually pausing to the left of Wang Yang and his companions. Wang Yang swallowed hard, longing for the prowess of Wu Song and the bravery of Guan Yu. The complexity of the situation was beyond his capacity to navigate. Yet, curiously, he felt an inexplicable indifference towards the tiger. After all, how could a mere beast stand against the might of over 20 individuals? Perhaps it had been lurking in the thicket, waiting for the humans to feast before scavenging the leftovers. Or perhaps it intended to pick off a weaker member of the group during their meal. However, it was not until another formidable pack emerged to rival Wang Yang and his companions that this infernal tiger decided to join the fray. Before he could fully process this, a group of uninvited guests arrived, a dozen ghostly, tail-dragging snow wolves. To affirm their northern origins, they howled at the sky. The wolves halted to the right of Wang Yang and his party. The alpha wolf emerged, exuding an air of calm superiority, moving slowly and with an undeniable pride. Its gaze as placid as still water, devoid of any emotion. Wang Yang recognized it instantly. This was the very alpha that had previously threatened them, marked by a distinctive scar across its face. To his astonishment, it had gathered an even larger pack, its power substantially increased, intent on claiming the deer for itself. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The adults spread their arms, signaling for everyone to step back and maintain a distance from the deer. This was not an act of cowardice, but a strategic maneuver to ensure they were not the closest and thus the primary target of an attack. The wild boars mirrored this behavior, retreating slightly as well. One must never underestimate the intelligence of these beasts, particularly the wolves and tigers. One a cunning assassin, the other a stealthy hunter. Even Wang Yang found himself reassessing the wild boars with newfound respect. With all parties now settled and on high alert, the tension escalated as hunger drove them to the brink. Despite the tiger's reputation as the king of beasts, it dared not display aggression in the presence of such formidable adversaries. It is often said that a gathering cannot afford to have one member absent, and indeed, the stakes were high and the atmosphere charged with excitement. Wang Yang could only gaze at the fateful deer, marveling at its allure. What extraordinary charm did it possess to evoke such collective reverence from all four factions? Chapter 7. Desperation. The interests of the four factions align. Their contradictions mirror one another, resembling a modern rendition of the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although Wang Yang prides himself on being an outstanding youth of the 21st century, such claims are mere boastful musings born of ennui. Faced with this merciless assembly of killers, he finds himself utterly powerless. Indeed, a solitary tiger poses little threat. A herd of wild boars may not inflict significant casualties, but when a pack of wolves joins the fray, it becomes a dire predicament. It is evident that the adults have begun to entertain thoughts of retreat, signaling to everyone to withdraw in search of sustenance elsewhere. Confronted with a dozen wild boars, a dozen wolves, and a single tiger, their chances of securing the deer are exceedingly slim. Their weaponry is rudimentary, and even against the pack of wolves, victory is far from assured. The prospect of risking their lives for a dead deer is simply not worthwhile, even if it means enduring hunger for a few days. As the most intellectually advanced yet physically weaker beings, the ape men choose to withdraw. They resolve to conserve their strength and seek food in different locales. However, Wang Yang is unwilling to retreat. He is resolute in his stance. The adults may believe that these wild beasts will vacate in a few days, but he understands all too well that, in the depths of winter, the animals in the forest are limited. If they retreat today, they will be usurped by these predators, leaving them with no ground to stand on. Moreover, who can predict when the cold air will dissipate? With such a significant influx of frigid air descending southward, compounded by the lingering effects of the Ice Age, it may take a month to welcome the arrival of spring. What will they eat and drink during that month? They cannot rely on catching small animals daily. If there were many, the wolves, the tiger, and the wild boars would not be driven to desperation. As for plants, they are an impossibility in this icy wasteland, where not a blade of grass can be found. Though Wang Yang wishes to survive, if pushed to the brink, he would dare to confront a tiger in single combat. Yet the adults are utterly oblivious to the gravity of their situation and unable to communicate. He finds himself powerless to explain. The adults, apprehensive, gradually retreat in the face of the three factions. Wang Yang, anxious but powerless, can only follow suit. As they slowly withdraw, once out of the three gangs' sight, their spirits begin to lighten. They retreat to the periphery, unwilling to separate, forming groups of 5, with 4 teams scouring for food. Nevertheless, Wang Yang remains troubled by the situation, constantly pondering the possibilities of the future. Wild boars are omnivorous creatures. consuming whatever food they can find. Their inability to locate sustenance indicates a scarcity in the region's food supply. Tigers typically inhabit the mountains, and their descent suggests they were either driven down or that food is also scarce above. Even wolves, creatures averse to confrontation, are now engaging in conflict, highlighting the dire lack of resources. Wang Yang cannot fathom why, in such a desperate situation, the ape men are unable to analyze their predicament. Despite possessing nearly half the brain capacity of modern humans, he is engulfed in despair, particularly as a chilling realization strikes him, sending shivers coursing through his body and constricting his breath. If the tiger retreats, or if the wild boars or wolves withdraw, what will happen if no battle ensues? Their numbers will remain unchanged, necessitating an even greater amount of food. If they fail to find sustenance, will they not turn against humanity? Wang Yang firmly believes such an occurrence is inevitable, especially when the group is scattered in search of food. A sudden ambush would surely yield success for the predators. Thus, their small collective would not only face a scarcity of food, but also be perpetually vigilant against the beast's stealthy assaults. Hunger, despair, terror. A life worse than death. Wang Yang is anxious, yet what can he do about it? He lacks an AK-47 to unleash a barrage of fire, unable to even safeguard his own life. He cannot afford to remain passive. He must seize the initiative. Furrowing his brow in concentration, he suddenly devises a plan, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Yet this plan entails considerable risk. Glancing at the speechless group, he resolves to act independently. This is not an act of heroism, but a necessity for the welfare of his comrades and himself. He must implement this strategy. Seizing the moment while the adults are distracted, he darts into the depths of the forest. Wang Yang perceives the greed reflected in their eyes and swiftly ascends a tall tree, ensuring his absolute safety. He follows a thick branch to a leafless treetop, where visibility is excellent. He feels a surge of relief. The three factions remain locked in a standoff, the tiger to his right, the wild boars ahead, and the wolves to his left. His plan is straightforward, to incite a battle among the three factions, forcing them into a lethal confrontation, while he reaps the rewards from the ensuing chaos. Suddenly, he gasps. He notices that the original pack of 15 wolves has dwindled to 13. A brief scan reveals two wolf heads emerging from a nearby tree, their cold, eerie gazes fixated upon him. It appears that his solitary presence has drawn the attention of these two wolves. However, he dismisses the two wolves, refocusing on the scene below. The wolves exhale puffs of vapor to the left, while the tiger emits low growls to the right. The wild boars, directly opposite, root through the snow-covered ground. It is evident that all three parties are ravenous, desperate for the dead deer. The atmosphere is palpably tense. A slight disturbance could shatter the fragile equilibrium, snapping the taut nerves of all involved. Yet, Wang Yang discerns a hint of trepidation in the tiger, which cautiously retreats a step. This development is not surprising. No matter how famished, a solitary tiger lacks the advantage and must withdraw. But Wang Yang is unwilling to allow any animal to retreat. He will not permit it. He retrieves a stone, a few centimeters in diameter, and instead of targeting the resentful wolves or the hesitant tiger, he aims for the irritable wild boar. With a swift motion, he hurls the stone, which soars through the air like a meteor, striking a male wild boar squarely in the eye. The wild boar bellows in rage, howling in pain, its eyes aflame with fury as it charges toward Wang Yang's tree. Its movement incites the other wild boars, who, mistaking it for a rush toward food, follow suit. This provokes the wolves into a frenzy. The wild boars are headed toward the dead deer, and believing the boars aim to seize the prize, the wolves howl in unison and charge at the boars. The tiger, witnessing the unfolding chaos, flickers its dangerous gaze, retreating to a concealed position. The two wolves that had been fixated on Wang Yang can no longer contain themselves, joining the fray against the wild boars. A battle erupts. Wang Yang has succeeded. Chapter 8. Victory through wisdom. A delicate situation was abruptly shattered by a mere pebble, and once it erupted, it unleashed a torrent akin to a flood breaching its dam, spiraling out of control. At the forefront, a wild boar charged ahead. Yet before it could reach the fallen deer, two large wolves pounced upon it, their claws viciously raking across its body, leaving a trail of wounds. Simultaneously, one wolf seized the boar's neck while the other latched onto its throat, causing blood to spurt forth, cascading down their jaws. In a desperate struggle, the boar thrashed about, attempting to pierce the wolves' underbellies with its elongated tusks. However, the seasoned wolves swiftly retreated, evading its attacks. The boar's frantic movements only exacerbated its injuries, resulting in a profuse loss of blood that rendered its survival impossible. A similar fate befell another boar, which, caught off guard, was swiftly brought down and had its throat severed. The wolf pack also sustained losses, as an elder wolf prepared to coordinate an assault on a boar with a companion. It was blindsided by another boar charging from behind. Lowering its head, the boar delivered a powerful thrust, driving its tusks deep into the wolf's abdomen. This was not just a mere injury. The enraged boar hoisted the wolf up and savagely tugged, tearing the wound open, spilling intestines and blood onto the forest floor. This wolf, too, faced its demise. Meanwhile, on another front, after successfully subduing a boar, one wolf, perhaps unfortunate in its timing, lost its footing and was gored through the belly by the boar's wild thrashing. Another boar, disoriented, charged forward and collided with a tree, the impact echoing through the desolate forest. The anguished cries reverberated, painting a gruesome tableau as the pristine white snow became stained with crimson, and the ground was littered with entrails and gore, a sight too horrific to behold. In mere moments, the wild boars had lost 4 of their number, while the wolves mourned the loss of 3 of their hunters. Both factions suffered devastating casualties. Seizing upon this moment of chaos, a third party emerged. The tiger, astutely aware of the unfolding drama, selected a solitary wolf as its target, stealthily approaching within a mere 2 meters before launching a sudden attack. In an instant, it pinned the wolf down, severing its neck and dragging it into the underbrush. The tiger believed its actions to be discreet and flawless, yet it was soon discovered by 4 other wolves, which, enraged, charged after the great cat. The wild boars, unperturbed by the tiger's intentions, mistook their fierce cries for a threat against themselves. 2 highly alert boars charged forward, taking advantage of the wolf's distraction. One gored a wolf to death, while another sustained a broken leg from a fierce collision. The 2 wolves that narrowly escaped the assault recklessly hurled themselves at the much larger tiger. The tiger, as the apex predator, sensed the provocation and, fueled by the scent of blood and the thrill of battle, unleashed its primal instincts. Releasing the nearly lifeless wolf, it charged toward the 2 assailants. With a powerful leap, the tiger aimed for one wolf, which deftly sidestepped and slipped behind the tiger. Observing this from a distance, Wang Yang understood the wolf's fate was sealed. It was said that a tiger possesses 3 formidable techniques, and if the first fails, the second is sure to succeed. And if the second falters, the third is inevitable, as the wolves remained unaware of the tiger's sequential prowess. Indeed, this proved true. The wolf, having sought refuge behind the tiger, prepared to lash out, only to find the tiger's tail whip around like a scythe. The wolf, taken by surprise, ducked just in time. However, the tiger's tail was but a feint. With a swift motion, it turned and pounced directly on the wolf, bringing it down and sinking its teeth into its throat. From a distance, Wang Yang sighed, realizing that the tiger was now in peril as well. In that moment, another wolf, lurking for an opportunity, leapt at the tiger as it seized its companion. Just as the tiger's jaws clamped down, the wolf lunged for the tiger's neck. The tiger, caught off guard, twisted its body, striking the wolf's hindquarters. Yet, the wolf had already latched onto the tiger's throat, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh in a violent display, blood gushing forth. At that moment, 2 more wolves charged in. Facing the deluge of blood and the tiger's frenzied state, the tiger did not retreat. In a fierce melee, it managed to stun one wolf and capture another, but it was ultimately bitten in the neck by yet another wolf, which led to its demise. The wolf pack suffered grievously, losing 10 of their 15 members in such a brief span, leaving only 5 survivors. The wild boars fared little better, reduced from 13 to 7. The remaining few, now driven by bloodlust, refused to relent. Wang Yang recognized that his plan had succeeded. Moments later, the ground was soaked in blood, with several wolves unable to rise, lamenting their fates, while the surviving wild boars echoed their cries. The remaining 3 wolves and 5 wild boars, fatigued or frightened, commenced feeding. Yet, it was not long before they exchanged fierce glares, ready to reignite the conflict. At this juncture, their attention turned towards Wang Yang, who had unwittingly become a third force to be reckoned with. Wang Yang contemplated inciting the 2 factions to clash once more and, seizing a stone, hurled it at a wild boar. Struck, the boar let out a disgruntled cry, but remained motionless. Consequently, they resumed their feeding. Once satiated, the wild boars departed first. The 3 wolves licked their fallen comrade. The lead wolf cast a cold glance at Wang Yang before also retreating. Unsure if they had truly left, Wang Yang hesitated, waiting until the scent of blood might attract more beasts before cautiously descending from his perch, surveying his surroundings with care. As the saying goes, exquisite and understated elegance. However, when he approached the ailing tiger, trepidation held him back, prompting him to ignore it. He observed the adults, who were pointing towards the battleground, emitting distressed calls. The adults, struggling to comprehend, feared an impending beast attack and readied themselves for confrontation. Frustrated, Wang Yang tugged at his parents, urging them to follow him. Concerned for their safety, they had no choice but to comply. Soon, they arrived at the site of the fallen deer, stunned into silence by the sight before them. 11 wolf corpses lay upon the ground, alongside 8 wild boars and 1 tiger. The land was stained crimson, the acrid scent of blood overwhelming their senses. Yet they only caught the aroma of flesh. A cheer erupted from the crowd, as if on cue, resonating through the air. They left behind a single wild boar, hoping to lure other animals to consume it, while the scent would soon be obscured by the falling snow. Upon returning to their cave, the group set to work butchering and roasting meat, preparing for a grand feast. Wang Yang remained uneasy, so he gathered several lit branches and placed them at the narrow entrance, for animals feared fire and generally kept their distance. Having completed his preparations, Wang Yang finally relaxed. Weary from the day's events, he had learned the harsh realities of survival, how perilous life could be, where a single misstep could prove fatal at the hands of smaller creatures. He also faced threats from beasts far superior to himself, with dangers lurking at every turn. Yet, this did not diminish his resolve. Rather, it solidified his determination to craft a net. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and he turned to see the adults cradling their children, tending to the fire with joy radiating from their faces. They remain oblivious to the crises that await them before the completion of their plans, utterly unaware. How blissful ignorance can be at times. At least they are spared the torment of overthinking, unlike myself. Yet, gazing upon the smiles I have earned through relentless effort, safeguarding all that I cherish, it seems that every struggle was worthwhile. Wang Yang chuckled. For now, the food crisis in the tribe has been temporarily alleviated, and there is no longer the looming threat of wolf packs or wild boars. He can finally enjoy a peaceful winter, a semblance of celebration. A grown-up offered him a piece of freshly roasted meat, which Wang Yang gratefully accepted, savoring a delighted bite. Chapter 9. The spring in the city of grass and trees. As the ice and snow gradually melt away, new buds emerge on the branches. The northern swallows return to sing, and spring rain gently falls upon the earth. Wang Yang is now 6 years old. At this age, he surpasses his peers in height, resembling children of 8 or 9, standing at approximately 1 meter and 20 to 30 centimeters, reaching up to his father's shoulder. His physique is robust and muscular, exuding a sense of explosive energy with flowing, well-defined lines. In the eyes of adults, he has already attained the qualifications for survival, and they no longer hinder his aspirations to venture into the forest. After 6 years, particularly following his recent foray into the woods, he has gained a slight understanding of this perilous world. It is time for him to emerge from his sheltered existence and embrace the vastness of life. However, to speak of facing the expanse of life is to confront the harsh realities of existence. The spring forest is exponentially more treacherous than its winter counterpart. While winter may present a scarcity of food, many lethal creatures hibernate, refraining from causing havoc. Yet once spring arrives, life awakens, grasses and trees burgeon, obscuring the ground beneath one's feet, leaving one uncertain whether a step forward may land them upon a venomous snake or a centipede. Wang Yang, in particular, harbors a profound fear of snakes, those repulsive, slimy reptiles that often flaunt themselves before one's eyes. Although snakes generally shy away from humans and do not initiate attacks, this notion of generality and non-aggression is debatable. One can never predict the temperament of a heated, irritable serpent or ascertain if they have inadvertently encroached upon its territory. In this world, where wild beasts roam freely and the animal population far exceeds that of modern times, every step is fraught with peril. Wang Yang's musings arise from having encountered 3 distinct snakes during his recent exploration of the forest. At present, he finds himself locked in a gaze with one such serpent. He stands at the forest's periphery, surrounded by towering trees, with thick underbrush and shrubs at his feet. A meter-wide path, frequently traversed, is the safest route, yet before Wang Yang and his companions lies a vividly patterned snake, coiled in the middle of the path. Flicking its tongue, its fierce eyes glinting with a merciless light. Its rounded head, adorned with bright colors, suggests it may be non-venomous. However, Wang Yang cannot ascertain its toxicity until it strikes. The snake exhibits no fear of humans, hissing as it prepares to defend its ground. The group halts, wary of approaching too closely. In this era, conflicts between humans and snakes are incessant. Due to the widespread distribution of snakes, their potent venom, and their camouflaging abilities, they frequently pose deadly threats. Regardless of whether humans regard them as food, snakes will bite. Thus, a mix of fear and anger towards them has birthed a subsequent reverence for these creatures. Evidence from countless fossils indicates that the struggle between snakes and humans spans millions of years. Wang Yang tugged at the adult standing at the forefront, hoping to urge him back to allow the snake to pass. Yet, in this world where food is scarce, capturing a snake has become an essential skill. The adults possess far greater knowledge regarding snakes than Wang Yang. One adult removed their animal hide, unfurling it as they cautiously approached the serpent, which remained unperturbed, displaying an air of calmness akin to a mountain standing firm against a storm. The adults swayed the hide slowly, inching closer, while their other hand stealthily neared the snake's head. The serpent remained motionless. In an instant, the adult struck with lightning speed, expertly seizing the snake's head. Another adult dashed forward to sever the head, discarding it into the nearby underbrush. Remarkably, throughout this entire operation, the snake did not retaliate. In fact, it hardly reacted at all. Wang Yang, puzzled, quickly realized that snakes are ectothermic animals. When temperatures drop below 18 degrees Celsius, their responsiveness diminishes sharply. At 5 degrees, they become completely immobile, and further declines lead them into a state of hibernation. Although it is spring, the temperature hovers around 10 degrees, rendering the snake sluggish and incapable of swift evasion or offense. Wang Yang glanced at the severed snake head lying amidst the grass, a flicker of concern washing over him. What if he inadvertently got bitten by this half-lifeless head? However, this anxiety dissipated when he noticed a couple of small creatures emerging from the nearby underbrush. These creatures resembled the civet cat he had captured previously, measuring around 80 centimeters in length, with their tails accounting for over 30 centimeters. Their yellow-brown fur and large, round black eyes were unmistakable. Almost instantly, Wang Yang recognized them as mongooses, the natural enemies of snakes, fearless in the face of venomous threats. They exclusively prey on snakes, thriving on the most toxic varieties, and harbor an intense vendetta against them. Upon spotting a snake, they will attack regardless of their hunger. Generally, snakes will avoid these creatures, unwilling to provoke them. Wang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. If only he could tame a few and carry them with him, he would no longer fear snakes. Unfortunately, their speed surpasses that of snakes, making them nearly impossible to capture without the right tools. He also observed some horned frogs by the roadside, ferocious little creatures, small in stature, yet with an insatiable appetite. In their worldview, anything that moves is potential prey. They hopped over to the snake's head, opening their mouths wide to bite down, and once the snake had ceased to show any signs of life, they swallowed it whole. Witnessing this, Wang Yang felt a surge of reassurance. While snakes abound, so too do their predators. Continuing on their path, Wang Yang and the adults foraged for fruit, encountering no particular dangers and refraining from hunting, as the larger creatures of the forest were notoriously fierce. Even so, they did not encounter tigers or wild boars near the forest's edge, likely aware that this territory was inhabited by a group of predators known as humans. Occasionally, small animals would scurry about, startled into flight upon discovering the presence of humans. Wang Yang also joined in the fruit gathering. Climbing trees was a task he found remarkably easy. With a few running steps, he would ascend the trunk, driving a sharp tool into the wood. After climbing 2 meters, a flash of crimson caught his eye. A snake. Startled, he lost his grip and jumped to the ground, heart racing. He looked back to find that it was not a snake after all, but rather a lizard. As the day drew to a close, Wang Yang remained on edge, unable to fathom how, with winter having just passed, the forest could teem with such a multitude of animals. Where had they all come from? Chapter 10. Into the forest days have passed, and life in the tribe continues as usual. The adults tread cautiously through the forest, foraging wild fruits and consuming the scant meat available. Wang Yang is impatient to find vines or similar materials, yet the periphery of the forest yields none. To locate the vines, he must venture deeper into the woods. In the heart of the forest, sunlight is scarce, shrouded by the vast canopy above, resulting in sparse undergrowth. With careful observation, one can easily detect the presence of snakes on the ground, which is a small advantage. However, delving further into the forest also invites greater unknown dangers, as larger wild animals roam more frequently. In this era, many types of leopards can climb trees, making it perilous even in the treetops. Generally, adults refrain from penetrating the forest unless food is critically low, resorting to hunting only when necessary. Out of 10 excursions, they may successfully hunt beasts such as goats, wild boars, and deer 5 times. Yet each foray often results in injuries. Such is the nature of the wild. The more abundant the food, the greater the accompanying dangers. Every creature exists as a predator. If food were plentiful, Wang Yang would not dare to enter. But the current reality is that while spring, summer, and autumn provide sustenance, winter brings a severe scarcity. Moreover, having mastered the art of fishing has alleviated the community's burden, diminishing their willingness to confront formidable beasts and resulting in minimal casualties. With the improvement in food supply, the population has grown stronger, and the presence of fire during winter has reduced illness, leading to a remarkably low mortality rate. However, this increase in numbers has also escalated the demand for food. The younger lives require nourishment to grow, yet they cannot contribute as laborers, leaving the food acquisition at previous levels. Consequently, even without a harsh winter, the impending season promises a crisis of food insufficiency. Wang Yang cannot be certain that fortune will favor them again this year, allowing the beasts to clash. Thus, the necessity to venture deeper into the forest for more sustenance becomes imperative. In the depths of the night, some adults engage in intimate rendezvous, causing Wang Yang considerable distress. His frustration stems not from igniting his own desires, but from their reckless behavior leading to the emergence of new lives. With limited resources and a lack of foresight, they seem oblivious to the increasing demands for sustenance. Wang Yang finds himself with no outlet for his grievances. What infuriates him most is the adults' reluctance to accompany him into the forest. They remain complacent in their current ease, devoid of pressure and, consequently, motivation. On this day, Wang Yang sets out with a bone spike, 2 stone points, a pouch of pebbles, and a sharpened wooden stick. Soon, he arrives at the boundary between the forest's edge and its depths, a region deemed safe by the adults. This delineation is marked by a distinguishable transition zone. As one approaches the forest's interior, the vegetation diminishes, revealing expanses of dark earth. He glances at his father and mother, who share a look of unease, reflecting their lack of understanding. Am I a madman? Wang Yang self-deprecatingly smiles at the thought of risking his life for vines. With no assistance forthcoming, he dismisses the judgment of others and turns to step into the forest, gradually vanishing from sight. The visibility within the forest is low, shrouded in dimness and an eerie silence, the crunch of leaves beneath his feet echoing unnervingly. Although he has traversed this area before, it was in the depths of winter. Now, amidst the lush foliage, he struggles to recognize familiar landmarks. He proceeds slowly, vigilant for any movement and on the lookout for vines, even in their absence. He hopes to discover poplar trees, whose fibrous bark can be fashioned into rope. Reaching a towering tree, he carves a mark upon its trunk to avoid losing his way, and then continues onward. A chill wind whistles through the trees, sending shivers across his skin. The towering trees obscure his vision, often limiting his sight to a mere 20 meters before being blocked again. Approaching another tree, he glances back to ensure safety before hastily carving a second mark. Just as he turns, a shadow darts past him. Instinctively, he lunges with his spear, but it strikes nothing. Focusing on the shadow, he observes it swiftly retreating, its form indistinct, possibly a dark, furry-tailed creature. Phew! Thankfully, it might be a squirrel, he reassures himself, and continues onward. Do not underestimate this distance. In the primordial forest, 400 meters can signify the difference between paradise and peril. Unbeknownst to him, a shiver runs through his body, and an unsettling chill creeps up his spine. An inexplicable fear unsettles him. As he progresses, the scenery remains unchanged. Robust trees, rugged bark, dark soil, and sparse underbrush. He estimates that outside the canyon where he stands lies a forest, with 2 small hills flanking the depths of the woods, placing him between them. Now, he faces 3 choices: ascend the left hill, the right hill, or continue deeper into the forest. Vines are more likely to be found atop the hills, yet the dangers there far exceed those of the primordial forest. Firstly, the hills are home to tigers, who reign over their territory. Secondly, The dense underbrush and grass on the slopes create a high probability of encountering venomous snakes if no path has been cleared. Lastly, the adults have never ventured into the hills, rendering the landscape an enigma. With no other option, he turns to leave, but as he glances to the side, his expression suddenly changes, pressing his hand against his chest, daring not to breathe. Chapter 11. Encounter with the saber-toothed tiger. Behind the towering tree lay a creature, stealthily concealing most of its massive body, yet its considerable size rendered it impossible to entirely hide behind the trunk, revealing a portion of its form. It stood approximately 1.2 meters tall, even taller than Wang Yang, with remarkably robust limbs. Just the visible part suggested a weight that could reach 200 kilograms if proportioned correctly, implying that this beast could weigh as much as 600 kilograms, a colossal entity 6 times Wang Yang's weight. Wang Yang held his breath, cautiously retrieving 2 spikes and grasping them firmly. Rather than preparing a wooden spear for an attack, he contemplated a swift ascent into the tree. He assessed the distance to the tree, estimating it to be about 7 meters, and mused to himself that it was sufficient for a running start to leap and grasp the branches. Once he formulated a strategy for survival, he pondered the identity of the lurking creature. A bear? Its fur and stout physique initially led him to consider the dangerous bear. Common perceptions depict bears as irritable and clumsy. However, in reality, they are often quite docile, preferring to avoid conflict unless their territory is encroached upon or their food is threatened. Wang Yang was certain he had not encroached upon its food, but whether he had entered its territory remained uncertain. Regardless of the creature's identity, it possessed highly developed senses of smell and hearing, a characteristic shared by most carnivorous animals in the forest. It was clear that it had detected his presence. The most perilous aspect was that bears could climb trees. Furthermore, their speed was astonishing, contradicting any notion of clumsiness. Should he encounter a bear, his chances of survival would be grim. Both fleeing and climbing were fraught with danger. Yet, Wang Yang hesitated, uncertain of his adversary's true nature. Could it be a bear, which typically lacks distinctive patterns? The creature's hind limbs displayed a significant disparity in girth between the thighs and calves, suggesting it was not the rounded form of a bear. What could it be then? A deer? That seemed implausible, for he had never heard of a deer of such magnitude. Perhaps a lion dwelling in the forest? Yet, was it not said that lions seldom inhabit wooded areas? A leopard? A tiger? Surely not. Could it truly be so large? He dared not move, fearing that any sudden action could be misconstrued as provocation or aggression. Thus, he remained fixated on the creature's lower half, observing for any signs of movement. Moments later, the creature stirred. It lifted its hind leg and took 2 steps forward, its lower body disappearing behind the tree trunk. Wang Yang quickly peered around the trunk to discern what might emerge. A formidable front paw appeared, thick and powerful, with claws glistening like blades in the dappled sunlight. Then, a head emerged, protruding rather abruptly, resembling a tumor on the tree trunk. The head was large, and from its profile, it bore resemblances to both a leopard and a lion, yet it lacked the characteristic mane. 2 elongated fangs, measuring over 10 centimeters, extended down from its upper jaw. At this moment, if Wang Yang still did not comprehend the creature before him, he might as well have been oblivious to reality. A saber-toothed tiger. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead like beads of jade, trickling down his throat. The saber-toothed tiger was a familiar figure, often mistaken for the saber-toothed cat. It possessed far longer fangs, and its predatory prowess was often debated among scholars. The appearance of the saber-toothed tiger, with its imposing fangs, was certainly striking. Yet its hunting abilities were considered mediocre, leading to skepticism among experts. This was attributed to the length of its fangs, which, even when fully extended, could not tear through flesh like those of other large felines, limiting its capacity to deliver a fatal bite. Moreover, these fangs were remarkably brittle, prone to fracture, making the act of subduing a wild boar quite challenging. Scholars theorized that the saber-toothed tiger relied on its massive size to overpower prey, utilizing brute strength to pin it down and then delivering a lethal stab to the throat with its fangs. Alternatively, it was suggested that the saber-toothed tiger scavenged the remains of other animals after they had fed. In this light, the saber-toothed tiger appeared less terrifying. Yet, Wang Yang felt fear. It resembled a small mountain, capable of crushing him effortlessly. The creature turned its head, and though Wang Yang could not discern the emotions reflected in its eyes, he felt as if he were under the gaze of death itself. A chill creeping down his spine. Suddenly, it let out a fearsome roar, possibly enraged by the realization of being detected by its prey, and charged toward him. The ground trembled with each thunderous step, reverberating like the sound of a mountain crashing down. Wang Yang calculated the distance between them, 20 meters, sufficient for his escape. He swiftly turned and sprinted away, moving with the speed of lightning, reaching the base of the tree. With a powerful push, he launched himself upward. Leaping 3 steps on the trunk, driving the spikes into the wood with all his strength, his arms straining as he pulled himself higher. With every ounce of strength, he pressed upward, continuously withdrawing and reinserting the spikes. A furious roar echoed behind him as he felt the saber-toothed tiger leap onto the tree. It soared so high that even with Wang Yang's rapid ascent, he sensed the beast's hot breath at a height of at least 4 meters. He continued to climb, pausing only at the second fork in the trunk, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he peered down. At that moment, he beheld the full visage of the saber-toothed tiger. It measured approximately 2 meters in length, its size significantly larger than that of an ordinary tiger, with powerful limbs and a coat adorned with faint stripes. It glared at Wang Yang from below, then leapt in frustration, soaring nearly a meter high, its claws sinking deep into the tree. However, its substantial weight hindered its climbing ability, and it reluctantly clawed at the trunk, slowly sliding down and leaving behind deep gouges. Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his quick reflexes and forethought in climbing the tree. Otherwise, he would have met a grim fate at the jaws of the tiger. Chapter 12. The jungle is fraught with perils. Enter with caution, generally speaking. Large felines possess a notable flaw, their lack of patience. They can lie in ambush for extended periods before an attack, yet upon realizing their efforts yield no success, they swiftly abandon the pursuit, demonstrating a keen sense of efficiency and a disdain for time wasted. As he confronted the saber-toothed tiger from his perch in the tree, he suddenly grasped the wooden spear behind him, a bold thought creeping into his mind. With one hand clutching the spear and the other wrapped around a branch, he slowly descended, pausing at approximately 4.5 meters. This notion arose from a desperate necessity. In such a brutal world, one must ensure personal safety while securing a source of sustenance. Indeed, upon witnessing Wang Yang's descent, the saber-toothed tiger became animated, foolishly hiding beneath a nearby tree, exposing its rear, waiting for Wang Yang to descend for an ambush. However, Wang Yang was no fool. He released one leg, allowing it to dangle, thereby enticing the predator. The saber-toothed tiger, sensing an opportunity, roared and lunged forward, leaping into the air. In response, Wang Yang quickly retracted his leg while thrusting the spear toward the tiger's head. The saber-toothed tiger, sensing danger, struck the tree trunk with its massive paw, using the rebound to narrowly evade the attack, rolling on the ground before regaining its stance. Glaring fiercely at Wang Yang, employing the same tactic, let his leg dangle once more. The tiger lunged again, and upon seeing the spear descend, it struck the tree and rolled on the ground several times. After a few such exchanges, the saber-toothed tiger realized the pattern. It glared at Wang Yang with a mix of impatience and caution, clearly understanding that this monkey was not easily subdued. At that moment, the tiger suddenly glanced to the left, crouching down in a comical manner as it stealthily approached. From his vantage point, Wang Yang spotted a wild boar. In his mind, he differentiated between the two by referring to tusked creatures as wild boars and tuskless ones as mountain pigs, a simple classification for clarity. The mountain pig was gray and slightly smaller than a wild boar, concealed within a thicket, munching on something. Wang Yang's eyes brightened. Indeed, the depths of the forest teemed with prey. Although fraught with danger, it was an excellent hunting ground. He lamented the absence of his companions, for together they could surely take down both the mountain pig and the saber-toothed tiger. With a larger group, as long as they avoided venomous snakes and large predators, their harvest would be considerable. The saber-toothed tiger stealthily approached, lowering its center of gravity as it maneuvered between the trees, moving with a surprising silence despite its considerable weight. The mountain pig seemed to sense an approaching presence, lifting its head and glancing around, yet it failed to detect the tiger. The tiger drew closer, halting behind a tree less than 20 meters from the mountain pig, then cautiously peered out, preparing to pounce. However, at that moment, a massive shadow descended from above, striking the mountain pig on the head. Wang Yang gasped, realizing it was a black bear, a creature of considerable size, roughly 2 meters long. Chubby and seemingly endearing in appearance, its actions were anything but charming. Wang Yang had been unaware of the bear's presence, which had likely been stalking the mountain pig, climbing a tree to launch its surprise attack as the pig fed. One could only imagine the tragedy that befell the mountain pig. Crushed under the weight of several hundred pounds, Wang Yang watched in cold sweat, pondering the fate that awaited him had he been struck by such a beast. He began to understand why adults hesitated to venture deep into the forest. Having traveled only 400 meters, the presence of such formidable wildlife was already overwhelming, and further exploration would undoubtedly lead to encounters with even more ferocious creatures. The saber-toothed tiger, infuriated by having its ambush thwarted by the bear, charged forward with a furious roar. The bear, having dealt a blow to the mountain pig, rose to face the tiger, both beasts of comparable size preparing for an inevitable clash. Wang Yang sensed the urgency to vacate the area, for reasons unknown. The ominous atmosphere instilled a profound fear within him, as if unseen eyes were watching. As he ran, the vegetation thickened, and the light grew brighter. Glancing back at the darkened forest, he could hardly contain his trepidation. Just then, Wang Yang let out a pained cry as a sharp pain shot through his ankle. Looking down, he spotted a small snake, patterned like dry leaves, darting away after a brief glance at him. Yet, it did not escape far before a mongoose pounced, biting the snake's head and cautiously observing Wang Yang as it dragged the snake aside. Wang Yang examined his ankle, where droplets of blood had begun to surface, the intense pain radiating from the spot. Alas, he lamented his misfortune, having been reborn only a few years prior. To be attacked by a snake was a cruel twist of fate. He had not clearly seen the snake's head, unsure if it bore a triangular shape. While only 1/5 of snakes are venomous, such odds still posed a significant risk, wiping away the blood near the wound. He discerned 2 rows of fine bite marks, but found no particularly large puncture, suggesting it was not a venomous snake. Nevertheless, uncertainty clouded his mind, leaving him feeling despondent and fearful. Spring heralds the mating season for many animals, and adults too express their affections for their beloved. Wang Yang witnessed a confrontation between 2 adults, eliciting a surge of anger within him. The protagonist himself is still unable to speak. Chapter 13. Helpless Wang Yang. Wherever there are people, there will be strife, and this place is no exception. Disputes over food do not arise here, as the awareness of personal property has yet to take root. However, when it comes to mates, their behavior resembles that of ordinary animals. Conflicts arise, culminating in fights until one party is incapacitated or concedes defeat. This method proves to be the most effective way to resolve all conflicts. Wang Yang is currently overwhelmed by a desire to strike others, yearning to impose his will upon everyone. What he seeks is the reverence of all, believing that such fear would foster greater unity within the group. This predicament weighs heavily on his mind, yet he finds himself lacking in viable solutions. After experiencing his initial foray into the depths of the forest, he no longer harbors great fear of the wild beasts, save for a deep-seated terror of snakes. Other formidable creatures are no match for the sheer number of people he commands. His sense of security, however, hinges upon weaponry. Wang Yang understands well that, without proper arms, they are at a disadvantage against carnivorous foes. Thus, he refrains from rushing into the depths of the forest once more. Instead, he remains near the valley entrance, wielding a stone axe to fell a large tree, intent on crafting a dozen wooden spears. In this era of limited productivity, fashioning a functional spear presents a considerable challenge. The difficulty lies not in sharpening the spearhead, but rather in the shaft itself, specifically, the section that one grasps. It must be smooth to perfection, devoid of any protrusions or roughness. Otherwise, the act of hunting could lead to embarrassing mishaps. Imagine the discomfort when a rough spot on the spear causes one's hand to slip, driving a jagged edge into the palm. Such an injury would be excruciating, akin to a needle piercing one's finger, resulting in self-inflicted harm while attempting to vanquish prey. Thus, ensuring the shaft is polished and even becomes paramount. Wang Yang devoted over half a month to crafting his own spear, yet he is unable to convey the benefits and intricacies of spear-making to the adults, forcing him to toil diligently in isolation. Undeterred by the adults' scorn for his lack of participation in hunting, he perseveres, quietly chopping away at the tree. He successfully cuts a segment of tree trunk measuring 1.6 meters and fashions a rectangular wooden stick, 5 centimeters wide, before his peers. This simple act of imitation took several days of instruction, as he meticulously carved shapes into the trunk with stones, demonstrating repeatedly until they grasped the concept. Moreover, He assigned the task of sharpening spear tips to his 3-year-old companions, marking a circle 5 centimeters from the top of each stick before directing them to whittle it to a point. These little ones, having little else to occupy their time, picked up small stones and began their work with the sharp edges. The progress was painfully slow. At times, they grew disheartened, yet under Wang Yang's stern authority, they pressed on. With resources and tasks allocated, Wang Yang focused on refining the shafts, ensuring every inch was rounded and smooth, thereby minimizing the likelihood of self-injury. Thus, 2 months slipped by, ushering in summer. Through relentless effort and organized teamwork, Wang Yang and his companions ultimately crafted 20 wooden spears, a remarkable feat. Wang Yang felt a swell of pride as he observed the adults wielding the spears, playfully thrusting them about. Exhausted yet elated, he sighed contentedly. At last, they could venture into the forest to hunt, vastly improving their food supply. They would finally have meat to consume daily, and he could also search for vines. Yet, Wang Yang was unprepared for the adults' enduring fear of the forest's depths, which could not be dispelled by mere wooden spears of unknown utility. They remained oblivious to the enhanced combat capabilities the spears provided, enabling them to safely hunt solitary beasts. Their understanding of the spears was woefully limited. They regarded them merely as ordinary tools for prodding at burrows, hoping to dispatch rodents with minimal effort. While they experienced a slight increase in efficiency, their joy was misplaced, and they grew fond of Wang Yang. However, he felt a simmering frustration. This meager improvement could scarcely satisfy the escalating food demands of the population. Must they truly face starvation before finding the courage to delve into the forest's depths? Calculating the time left, he realized that summer would soon wane, leaving only a month and a half before autumn arrived. In other words, in 2.5 months, winter would descend, bringing hibernation for some animals and decay for plants, leaving scant food to be found. Even if they ventured into the forest, the chances of successful hunting were slim. What could Wang Yang possibly accomplish in this brief window? He felt lost, grappling with despair at the obstinacy of his fellow, unenlightened kin. Ultimately, he resolved to re-enter the forest's depths. Regardless of their thoughts, Wang Yang needed to ensure his own survival. Facing the dangers of the forest would serve as vital training in solitary combat, allowing him to cultivate the skills necessary for self-preservation when crises arose. Yet once more, he was met with disappointment. Their expressions remained bewildered, unable to comprehend Wang Yang's urge to take risks. To him, their confusion was a bitter irony. After all he had done, was it not enough? Why could they not understand? Turning away in disappointment, he gave a self-deprecating smile, inhaled deeply, and stepped into the darkened woods once more. The world before him plunged into shadow, the only sounds the chirps of cicadas and the rustling of insects. Chapter 14. Solo Hunting. Wang Yang, having learned from the painful lesson of his previous snake bite, meticulously scrutinized his surroundings and the ground for any camouflaged serpents, occasionally brushing aside fallen leaves. The saying goes that a single encounter with a snake instills a decade of caution, and though he could not see any ropes, he had become considerably more vigilant. That snake had imparted a valuable lesson. He frequently glanced upward to ascertain if any potential threats lurked in the trees above. This time, he moved at a slower pace, taking care to assess his environment each time he passed a large tree, often pausing for a minute every 20 meters. He had also abandoned his stubborn quest for vines. This particular excursion was solely aimed at honing his survival skills, so he felt no urgency, each step taken with utmost caution. Yet, he was plagued by a subtle sensation, as if a pair of hidden eyes had fixated on him the moment he entered the forest. He could not determine whether this feeling was genuine or simply a psychological manifestation, possibly a byproduct of the dim surroundings and the peculiar trees that loomed around him. Nevertheless, he did not dismiss this sensation, for it heightened his alertness and focus. Approximately 100 meters in, he ascended a large tree, gaining a vantage point to survey the area below. From his elevated perch, his field of vision expanded, allowing him to see up to 40 meters ahead, offering a significant advantage in spotting potential dangers. After observing the surroundings for a while, he noted only a few small insects and a single concealed snake, which he memorized the location of before climbing higher. Now able to see as far as 50 meters, he realized that this distance marked the limits of visibility within the forest, as certain trees obstructed his view. At that moment, he spotted a fruit tree, its branches adorned with green fruits. After carefully assessing the path between the two trees for any dangers, he descended swiftly, sprinting 20 meters before pausing to scan the ground and sky around him, then continuing another 20 meters. taking refuge behind a large tree. He reminded himself of the first rule of survival in the jungle: where there is food, there will be conflict. Peering out, he beheld the fruit tree. Standing at approximately 6 meters tall, with broad, sturdy branches ideal for climbing and harvesting, the tree bore countless green fruits, perhaps dozens. On the ground lay a few decayed fruits, swarmed by ants. Once assured of safety, Wang Yang dashed toward the tree, climbed up, and plucked several fruits to eat. While he consumed the fruits, he remained vigilant, observing the tranquil surroundings, devoid of any signs of life. Wang Yang resolved to remain in the tree for a while to study the habits of the forest fauna. Apart from witnessing a fierce battle between a mongoose and a snake, which resulted in a decisive victory for the mongoose, he primarily observed a few wild chickens foraging for insects on the ground. He contemplated capturing 1 or 2 wild chickens, but they would inexplicably take flight before he could descend, as if startled by some unseen threat. This further dissuaded him from making any rash movements. Utilizing the afternoon hours, he took a brief nap in the sturdy branches, securing himself with a belt fashioned from wild boar hide to prevent any accidental falls. This decision came after considerable deliberation and careful observation. The fruit tree stood alone, with no other large trees nearby, and no branches connecting to others, minimizing any risk of danger from above. His primary concern was the area directly beneath him, regardless of whether it was a bear or another creature. He possessed a spear sufficient to deter any threat. As night enveloped the forest, it came alive with activity. Rustling sounds emanated from the underbrush, and distant sounds of pursuit echoed through the trees. In the pitch-black darkness, Wang Yang relied on his ears to discern the source of the sounds. He felt a surge of anxiety when he suspected that a saber-toothed tiger had discovered him, growling beneath the tree and leaping in vain. Fearful yet tense, unable to see anything, he gripped his spear tightly, thrusting it blindly. He believed he had struck the beast, as it emitted a haunting cry before retreating. Feeling the moist warmth of blood on the tip of his spear, he quickly stirred it into a fruit, then tossed the bloodied fruit away. A night passed, and as dawn broke, the first light illuminated the surroundings, allowing Wang Yang to regain clarity. He surveyed the area, not spotting any wild boar or other creatures, and suddenly felt the urge to hunt. Noticing a solitary wild boar, approximately 60 centimeters long and weighing around 160 pounds, still in its youth and surprisingly fearless, he observed several scratches on its body, likely obtained from competing with other boars for mates. Wang Yang assessed his strength against that of the wild boar, concluding that even if he could not overpower it, he was unlikely to be harmed. Resolute in his decision to hunt alone, he descended from the tree. The boar, oblivious to his presence, continued to eat the fruit, turning its back to him. With his spear in hand, he charged forward from 5 meters away, thrusting the spear into the boar's back. The wild boar let out a terrible scream, twisting violently to confront him, its small eyes ablaze with fury as it charged at Wang Yang. To his astonishment, the boar's hide was remarkably tough, the spear barely penetrating 3 centimeters. In haste, he withdrew the spear and, faced with the furious boar, swiftly wedged the spear against his neck and shoulder, racing towards the tree while retrieving 2 cones. The boar moved with astonishing speed, akin to a small vehicle, closing the distance in mere seconds. Wang Yang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he dashed up the tree, driving the cones into the trunk. Pain surged through his calf when he glanced down to discover a gash, a result of the boar's tusk, blood flowing freely. Suddenly, the boar crashed into the tree, its tusks embedding themselves in the trunk, causing the tree to tremble violently. Wang Yang clung tightly to the tree, fearing a fall. Below, the wild boar struggled to free its tusks, and Wang Yang abandoned thoughts of tending to his injury. He seized a bone spur, aiming for the boar's eye. The creature let out a pained scream as the bone, sharper than his spear, pierced through its eye and exited its mouth. Infuriated, the boar shook its head violently, finally dislodging its tusks, blood streaming from its eye and mouth as it fled in terror. Wang Yang, realizing it was about to escape, leapt from the tree. Pain shot through his leg as he collapsed to the ground, glancing at his wound, a 3-centimeter gash inflicted by the boar's tusk. Fearing infection, he hesitated to use his hide for bandaging, intent on pursuing the fleeing boar. In that moment, the boar reached its peak speed, mouth agape, blood gushing forth, its white tusks menacingly sharp, emitting frantic cries. Wang Yang, hindered by his injury and with no avenue for escape, felt the suffocating grip of death closing in. His mind blank as he instinctively leaned against the tree trunk, his spear pressed firmly against it, bracing for the boar's onslaught. Bang! A spray of blood splattered across Wang Yang's face, body, and lips, hot and briny. Am I to perish? Is this the end for me? Wang Yang roared defiantly within his heart, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself nearly face to face with a wild boar, its menacing tusks looming ominously before him. Chapter 15. Heart like Deadish, however, the wild boar did not collide with him. Instead, it struck the spear propped against the tree trunk. The spearhead pierced through its snout and into its brain, wreaking havoc within its body, ultimately leaving it ensnared between the spear's shaft, helplessly watching Wang Yang, who was so close yet beyond its reach to kill. The blood was not Wang Yang's, but rather the crimson liquid that gushed forth from the boar's eyes, mouth, and nostrils. Witnessing this, a ruthless glint flickered in Wang Yang's eyes amidst his despair as he seized the spear and thrust it forcefully forward. The wild boar, unable to endure such excruciating pain, violently flung its body, turning the wooden spear into a club that struck Wang Yang under his arm. He rolled on the ground twice, his entire body racked with pain, his muscles still trembling in shock, pulsating with an agonizing rhythm. He gazed at the boar, which, after being impaled, had nearly swallowed half the spear, devoid of strength, and let out a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground. Wang Yang wiped the blood from his face and examined his body. Fortunately, he bore no new wounds. Seizing the moment while the boar lay motionless, he staggered over and brutally yanked the bone spur embedded in its visage, along with the boar's eye. The boar emitted a painful hiss, and fearing it might attract companions, Wang Yang gripped the bone spur and plunged it into the boar's skull with force. Blood splattered, mingling with fragments of white brain matter. As the boar convulsed and succumbed to death, the wild boar was dead, just like that. Wang Yang felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, collapsing onto the ground, gazing up at the leaves obscuring the sky, and he erupted into laughter. He could not fathom why he felt the urge to laugh. Perhaps it was a subconscious desire to release the tension born from sheer fear. The terror of death was certainly no jest. After barely a minute's respite, he endured the pain in his legs and the tumultuous emotions within him to rise once more. This was not the time to rest, deep within the forest. Relaxation was a luxury he could not afford, especially now that both he and the boar had bled profusely, the scent of blood likely attracting numerous large predators. With injuries on his legs, he was rendered nearly impotent. He felt no desire to remove the wooden spear, but merely extracted the bone spur, fastening it to his waist, and grasped the boar's hooves to drag it backward. However, that endeavor proved futile, though slow. He was fortunate that the distance to the boundary was only 150 meters, a distance he could traverse quickly. He moved at his utmost speed, though it appeared painfully sluggish. The wounds on his legs sent waves of searing heat and tingling sensations, a most uncomfortable plight. Dragging the boar for 100 meters took him an excruciating 10 minutes. At that moment, a disturbance echoed through the forest. He spotted a lynx, a member of the feline family. It bore striking similarities to an ordinary cat, albeit larger in size, an adept climber and swimmer, swift and agile. It was slightly smaller than a leopard, adorned with spots and possessing chilling, downward-facing eyes. This lynx was no less formidable than the wild boar. In fact, confronting it posed a greater challenge for Wang Yang. Anxiously, he continued to drag the boar while calling out for his companions. The dawn had barely broken, and he was uncertain whether the adults had ventured out to hunt, yet in his current predicament, he could only hope for their arrival. Fortunately, the lynx did not seem as clever as he had anticipated. It gazed at him with hesitation and wariness, cautiously following him, advancing a step whenever he retreated, maintaining a distance of 30 meters. This tense standoff persisted for 20 meters until a tree python emerged, an impressive 12 meters in length, inching closer to Wang Yang. Fear gripped him as he realized he was less than 30 meters from the boundary, facing two adversaries evidently more powerful than himself, and he could only emit pitiful cries for help. As he turned around another tree, he caught sight of the boundary's thicket. Yet the scent of blood had lured more ferocious predators. The long-anticipated saber-toothed tiger appeared, its chest stained with remnants of blood. Upon spotting Wang Yang, it glared menacingly, flanked by the lynx and the python, forming a trinity of threats. Wang Yang, terrified, retreated while desperately calling for help, but the surrounding forest remained silent and still. Creatures like mongooses and weasels occasionally emerged, their greedy eyes fixated on Wang Yang, eyeing the boar he had fought for with his life. Wang Yang could only call out repeatedly, beckoning the forest behind him, pleading for his kin, yet no one emerged from the thicket. not a single soul. Was all his effort in vain, merely a gift for the other creatures? His heart burned with indignation. Why had no one chosen to accompany him into the depths of the forest? If only one person had joined him, this predicament might not have unfolded. Anger, fear, terror, and confusion surged within him, leaving his eyes stinging and sore. The saber-toothed tiger, upon realizing Wang Yang was injured, abandoned its caution and lunged forward. The lynx, seizing the moment, followed suit. Only the python, with remarkable intelligence, opted to lie in wait, anticipating other predators drawn by the scent. Wang Yang pressed his lips together, casting one last look at his prey before resolutely releasing his hold and swiftly climbing a nearby tree. Underneath the tree, the saber-toothed tiger roared triumphantly as it tore into the boar's hide, savoring its flesh and swallowing it greedily. Sated, it did not forget to roar a few times at Wang Yang. Next, the lynx approached, consuming quickly but with a modest appetite, soon departing after its fill. Following that, a swarm of smaller creatures pounced upon the remains, but they had barely taken a few bites before a pack of large dogs seized the remaining portions and fled. Thus, the feast of the wild boar came to an abrupt end. Wang Yang sat perched in the tree, lips pressed tight, wholly unaware of any lingering pain in his legs. His hands clung to the trunk, fingernails digging deeply into the bark. He watched helplessly as his hard-fought prey was devoured by other animals, feeling as if his own flesh were being consumed, each bite piercing his very soul. Once all the creatures had departed, he silently descended the tree and retreated to the safety of the forest. The adults emerged one by one, armed with wooden spears, surrounding Wang Yang upon seeing the wounds on his legs, expressing their concern with soft calls. Yet, Wang Yang remained mute, his eyes icy and filled with fury. He brushed past them, limping away under their puzzled gazes. This time, he gathered numerous thistle leaves, applying them to his wounds, and consumed the thistle fruits in hopes of hastening his recovery. He then sat in a cave, silent and brooding. The others sensed his anger, but paid it little mind, still offering him the first serving of roasted meat. Wang Yang was indeed furious. From the moment he decided to venture into the forest's depths to the loss of his hard-won prey, his anger had reached a boiling point. He had sacrificed everything for this collective, contemplated every possibility, and risked his life on numerous occasions. Yet, in his hour of dire need, when he craved support the most, he could not find a single person by his side. That feeling of helplessness plunged him into despair, as if every effort he made was a futile struggle. After days of reflection, he grasped the crux of the matter. While the others respected him, they did not regard him as a leader. In their minds, the concept had yet to take root. This was evident from their hunting escapades. Devoid of any clear command, no one had assumed the role of a leader. This situation is exceedingly passive. Even the wolf pack understands that possessing a capable leader is an indispensable component of any collective and indeed its most crucial element. Without the unifying force of a leader, how can cohesion ever be achieved? At this juncture, everything has become quite apparent. Wang Yang is unwilling to perish from hunger in the biting winter, nor does he wish to meet his end deep within the forest. If he is to survive, he must ensure that everyone adheres to his directives. If necessary, the nascent cult of personality surrounding religious fervor may very well emerge upon the historical stage ahead of time. Yet, the question remains, how shall all of this be accomplished? Chapter 16. The first wooden bucket in history. The following day, Wang Yang did not venture out in search of food, as the injury on his leg rendered him immobile. He remained in the cave, quietly observing his wound, pondering whether the great burdock indeed possessed antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. The hemostatic effect had been confirmed yesterday. The wound had quickly formed a hard scab, and by today, it remained calm and free from signs of inflammation or infection. This was a promising sign, for he had discovered his first medicinal herb. The adults did not insist that Wang Yang seek food. Rather, they felt anxious about his condition. After all that he had demonstrated had surpassed their understanding, and with him around, they could procure more food. Thus, they refrained from pressuring him to hunt, which could be seen as a special consideration. Wang Yang felt their concern, yet it left him utterly speechless. Despite possessing a certain level of intelligence, why could he not comprehend his own thoughts? Why were they unwilling to heed his counsel? The looming crisis, why could they not envision it? Alas, despite the myriad of rapidly evolving ideas within him, they remained buried deep in his heart. He could almost stand before the brook and recite, "How much sorrow can one have? It flows like the endless spring waters heading east." The fundamental challenge in communicating with the primitive humans lay in the absence of language. Physical gestures were inadequate to convey complex thoughts. When hungry, one could open their mouth. When in pain, one could cry out. When disinterested, one could wave their hands. However, to articulate everything that lay ahead, mere gestures were insufficient. He wished to teach them to speak, but alas, even the act of pronunciation posed a challenge for him. His immediate task was to ensure that they listened to him, to unify the scattered fragments into a solid wall. This endeavor was as formidable as ascending to the heavens. It was truly arduous. In the absence of language, he could only express his uniqueness through actions, inspiring awe and reverence among them, elevating himself to a divine status. This required the creation of miracles. However, while he had heard many tales of miracles, he had never witnessed one. How could he conjure such wonders? In distant tales, there was the prophet Moses parting the Red Sea and ancient alchemists ascending into the sky. In more contemporary accounts, there were magicians traversing rivers and masters of qigong summoning serpents from empty bowls. Regardless of whether they were legends or illusions, they evoked astonishment, transforming the impossible into the possible, thus earning the title of miracles. Wang Yang, lacking the skills of immortality, magic, or sleight of hand, found it exceedingly difficult to create miracles in such a resource-scarce era. In truth, his first encounter with fire would have appeared as a genuine miracle to the people of this age. Had he anticipated the current predicament, he would have meticulously planned for it. Now, tasked with creating another miracle, mere brainstorming was insufficient. Unless he could invent an electric light, he was certain that everyone would revere him as a sun god. On this day, he accomplished nothing, remaining in the cave, consumed by thoughts of this matter. This dilemma lingered for over a month, until the arrival of early autumn. In the realm of golden aspirations, his sorrows drifted like flowing waters, reminiscent of a gentle stream flowing eastward. He lacked poetic flair, even with the latent potential of a literary youth. His thoughts remained rooted in the most primitive concerns: a small plot of land, a cow, a warm hearth with a wife and children. Indeed, his immediate goal had become the fulfillment of basic needs: eating well, dressing warmly, and avoiding death. Singing with his companion in the golden glow of sunset, nothing is more beautiful than the setting sun, had transformed into his lifelong aspiration. Concepts of capitalist egalitarianism, fascism, or the ideologies of Marx, Lenin, and Engels were temporarily cast aside. Yet, while ideals were grand, reality was stark. Wang Yang remained perplexed about how to create miracles. He could no longer dwell on such matters, focusing instead on the present. Delving deeper into the forest this year seemed nearly impossible, and Wang Yang did not press the issue, for surviving the winter was paramount. The adults were blissfully unaware of the dire circumstances they were about to face, contentedly leading their lives. They were far too easily satisfied. In the past, they subsisted on fruits and wild vegetables, but now that they often had meat, how could they not be joyful? Wang Yang felt frustrated by their lack of ambition, anger boiling within him. Yet, despite his frustration, Wang Yang did not remain idle. He diligently prepared for the winter. The entire excavation process was rudimentary, slow, and laborious, primarily due to the limited time he had for digging. During the day, he had to accompany the adults in their search for food, only able to pursue this endeavor after meals. Of course, the inadequacy of tools also contributed to the difficulty. Often, he would tire his hands from digging, unable to lift them. Fortunately, a group of children, perhaps out of boredom, frequently assisted him. Among them, one child, particularly enthusiastic or perhaps awestruck, clung to Wang Yang, even trying to snuggle closer to him while he slept, more so than his own sister. Wang Yang praised the child, extolling his potential for greatness. He silently named him Zhang San and thus took special care in training him. Whatever skills he had acquired, he passed on to Zhang San. Climbing trees, doing push-ups, and the like were all naturally included. After all, these activities were beneficial for himself. Remarkably, Zhang San was particularly focused, showing no aversion to the monotonous training. With an additional capable assistant, tasks became exponentially easier, and soon, several other children sought to please Wang Yang, leading to swift progress. Thus, the first man-made wooden bucket in history was born. Wang Yang gazed at his creation, a smile spreading across his face. Do not assume that Wang Yang was merely idle. The purpose of this tool was not solely to fetch water. He had no inclination for that. The wooden bucket held greater significance: hunting. Indeed, hunting. As the saying goes, knowledge is power, but imagination is the key to development. To maximize resources, one must unleash their creativity. Using a wooden bucket to capture food may seem simple. One merely places a fruit on the ground, covers it with the bucket, props one corner with a stick, and ties the stick in place with a rope. Then, one hides nearby, holding the rope. Once a small animal ventures in to eat the fruit, pulling the rope releases the stick, causing the bucket to fall and trap the creature. Surely, this scenario feels familiar. Didn't T1 do this in the past? Wang Yang lacked a rope to pull the stick, but that was hardly an issue. His practice with the small flying dagger was not for show. He picked up a branch, propped the bucket, and stood 20 meters away, weighing a stone in his hand. Narrowing his eyes at the branch, with a swift motion, he hurled the stone. A satisfying crack echoed as the stone struck the target, and the bucket descended with a dull thud, colliding with the ground. Wang Yang grinned widely. Chapter 17. The roar of Wang Yang that evening. Wang Yang consumed only a few morsels of meat and 2 fruits, subsequently placing the remaining 3 fruits into his rabbit skin pouch. He also gathered a generous handful of chestnuts in preparation for the following day. Come morning, he followed the adults into the forest, yet once again ventured alone into its depths. He ventured into the heart of the forest twice in total, each time engulfed by the shadow of death, accompanied by various life-threatening dangers. However, the ancients wisely concluded that men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Although the depths of the forest are fraught with peril, they are also a natural hunting ground, abundant with sustenance. Furthermore, the ancients proclaimed, without entering the tiger's den, how can one capture the tiger cub? In this vast land, the capable shall thrive. As long as one possesses sufficient survival skills, even a hellish battleground may transform into a joyful paradise. Wang Yang, whether willing or not, found himself compelled to enter. With a hefty wooden barrel slung over his shoulder, he arrived beneath the green fruit tree where he had previously lingered. After a month's absence, the green fruits had ripened into red, resembling apples in appearance but tasting akin to red plums. Their exact identity mattered little. Wang Yang set the wooden barrel down. It stood approximately 50 centimeters tall, with a diameter of 50 centimeters, weighing about 40 pounds. Its area was roughly 196 square meters, with a capacity of around 0.97 cubic meters. In ideal circumstances, it could capture a small wild boar, but realistically, it was only suitable for trapping smaller creatures like kittens or puppies. Many animals of this era were larger compared to their modern counterparts. Thus, the intended quarry for this barrel was clear: large rats, squirrels, rabbits, and the like. Wang Yang could have felled larger trees to construct a bigger barrel. Yet such a venture would be cumbersome and impractical, so he dismissed the idea. Admittedly, a barrel of 50 centimeters in height seemed rather excessive, as it could be shortened without compromising its purpose, since rabbits and squirrels do not reach such heights. This consideration led Wang Yang to ponder. What if the barrel were only 30 centimeters tall and weighed 30 pounds? A ferocious large rat could easily enter, and, without Wang Yang being able to descend the tree quickly enough, it could topple the barrel and escape triumphantly with the fruit. After careful calculations and considerations, Wang Yang decisively concluded that a height of 50 centimeters offered the greatest assurance. Thus, even if a rat stood upright, it would be unable to overturn the barrel and would instead be forced to move laboriously beneath its weight. Once prepared, Wang Yang calculated his ambush distance. He certainly needed to ascend the tree for safety, a broader view, and to ensure the smaller animals would not be deterred. He selected a position approximately 8 meters from the fruit tree. This distance was neither too far nor too close, allowing small creatures to approach while remaining within a 10-meter range, which was optimal for Wang Yang's stone-throwing accuracy. He then placed an apple, 2 mulberries, and a pine nut he had collected along the way on the ground. Using a 10-centimeter high branch, he propped the barrel up, aligning it with the tree for better visibility and positioning. Wang Yang then climbed the tree and picked several red fruits, indulging in their sweetness. The waiting was excruciating. Wang Yang remained vigilant for nearly 2 hours without any sign of movement. However, he did not succumb to impatience, instead focusing intently on the rustling grass, exhibiting remarkable patience. Finally, at noon, under the blazing sun, there was a stir about 15 meters away in the underbrush, accompanied by a soft rustling sound. Wang Yang quickly turned to observe, catching sight of a large yellow shape darting between the dry leaves, adorned with faint brown spots, resembling both a lion and a deer. Yet, the head was unmistakably not that of a deer. Damn it, a saber-toothed tiger. Wang Yang gritted his teeth in rage. instantly recognizing the haunting silhouette of the beast. Their enmity was well known. Every outing brought an encounter with this creature, which claimed this territory as its own. It had spotted him, viewing him as prey, lurking in wait for a deadly strike. His predicament was dire. With the tiger nearby, if any other animal approached, it would pounce before he could react. Even if his barrel trap successfully ensnared a small creature, he would be unable to descend and dispatch it. You shameless beast, always plotting against me. If you won't let me be comfortable, then you shall not find peace either. Rage surged within Wang Yang, and he seized a stone the size of an egg from his bag, hurling it toward the saber-toothed tiger. With a thud, it struck the creature, causing it to tremble slightly. Wang Yang felt a wave of exhilaration. He had thrown with all his might, far more forcefully than during his previous encounter with the wild boar. Even if the tiger had tough hide and muscle, it was bound to feel pain from such a blow. Well done, you can endure hardship, withstand blows, and bide your time. If not for your fearsome appearance, I would have thought you were the legendary King Gojian. Wang Yang was taken aback by the tiger's resilience, admiring its tenacity. To express his respect, he retrieved a larger stone, rotating his arm, exerting force from his waist and shoulder before releasing it with a flick of his wrist. The stone flew through the air like a meteor. With another thud, the saber-toothed tiger was struck again, nearly losing its composure, its muscles convulsing at the point of impact. Yet it endured. Incredible. Wang Yang marveled at the tiger's fortitude, envisioning the pain it must be feeling. At that moment, he experienced a sense of intellectual superiority, realizing the tiger likely believed he was merely testing its defenses. Thank goodness you can endure, Wang Yang mused. He stretched his limbs, rolled his head, and flexed his hands, preparing for another throw. He selected one last large stone, stepped upon the tree trunk, and flung it with all his strength. Thud! The stone struck the previously injured area with precision, prompting a furious roar from the saber-toothed tiger as it charged toward Wang Yang, filled with rage. You still dare to roar? Wang Yang retorted, infuriated by the creature's interference on multiple occasions. He secured a spear against the tree trunk to maintain his balance while gripping it tightly, thrusting it toward the tiger below. The beast leaped into the air, evading the spear's tip, and landed gracefully. Roar! 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 It is said that foes meet with heightened animosity, and Wang Yang echoed the tiger's ferocity in his own furious roar. Chapter 18. The cunning chicken. A man and a saber-toothed tiger locked eyes for a moment before the formidable creature departed. Once discovered by Wang Yang, the tiger's patience dissipated, and it left in a huff. Wang Yang, in his frustration, hurled a stream of curses, though even he could barely discern the obscenities he uttered. Nonetheless, the saber-toothed tiger should have grasped the sentiment behind them. After a fit of expletives, he regained a semblance of calm. His spirits slightly lifted as he focused intently on his surroundings, awaiting the arrival of prey. After approximately 2 hours, a mountain chicken finally emerged. This splendid creature measured 70 centimeters in length, with its tail feathers alone extending 30 centimeters, displaying a vibrant array of colors. Its chest was adorned with a tawny hue, speckled with small black dots resembling stars, while its wings had a hint of pink, and its tail boasted a band of pale blue stripes. The base of its tail feathers fanned out in a blend of orange and black. Such resplendent colors rivaled those of a peacock. Peering cautiously from the underbrush, the mountain chicken seemed to wish to conceal itself while observing the activity around it. However, its brilliant plumage betrayed its presence, and Wang Yang spotted it immediately. A neck-collared pheasant, he exclaimed. An avid viewer of Animal Planet, Wang Yang recognized it at a glance. This species is widely distributed and commonly known as the pheasant or the colorful wild chicken. It is an omnivorous creature, reproducing rapidly and often inhabiting low hills and marshy grasslands. Not even the swift lynx could catch it once it was aware of danger, due to its remarkable speed and habits, enabling it to thrive even in perilous jungles. After swiftly processing the information about the pheasant in his mind, Wang Yang adopted a serious demeanor, firmly gripping the tree trunk and remaining as still as possible. This behavior stemmed from the chicken's timid nature. Upon sensing a human presence, it would flee immediately. However, he overestimated humanity's standing in this era. The hominids of this time were not yet the world-destroying beings of the future. The pheasant, much like a certain mole from years past, was not particularly fearful of humans. Spotting Wang Yang motionless atop the tree, it ventured cautiously from the underbrush. After a few tentative steps, it paused, clucking softly while surveying its surroundings. Noticing Wang Yang's continued stillness, it took another couple of steps forward, stopping again to check for danger. It was now merely 10 meters from Wang Yang's wooden barrel trap, close enough, yet it remained vigilant, fixated on him. Suddenly, it broke into a sprint toward the barrel. Wang Yang was taken aback, his eyes widening as the pheasant darted forward like a flash of lightning, positioning itself before the barrel in an instant. The abruptness of its speed nearly compelled him to throw a stone in panic, fearing he might miss the opportunity. Fortunately, he resisted the urge, and the pheasant did not enter the barrel. Instead, it stood alert at the opening, hesitant to make a move. It seemed to realize that if it reached inside to peck at the mulberries, it would expose its back, rendering it vulnerable to Wang Yang's presence. With a small stone clutched in his hand, Wang Yang waited, the sweat beginning to bead on his brow as the pheasant remained motionless. He feared its timidity would prevent it from taking the plunge. Now, he thought, seizing the moment. After waiting so long, the instant the pheasant approached the opening, he hurled the stone he had aimed at for what felt like an eternity. As the stone flew through the air, he leaped from the tree, racing towards the barrel with his bone spur in hand. Almost simultaneously, the stone struck a branch with pinpoint accuracy, causing the barrel to lose its support and crash down, trapping the pheasant's tail feathers beneath it with a resounding thud. Startled and plunged into darkness, the pheasant squawked in alarm, flailing about in a futile attempt to escape. Unable to lift the barrel, Wang Yang quickly closed the distance, applying pressure to secure the barrel, then opened a small gap, waiting for the pheasant to poke its head out before pressing down firmly. Yet the pheasant remained hidden within, thrashing wildly as it sought to fly free. The thumping sounds resonating clearly to Wang Yang's ears. Come out, he urged, leaning over the barrel, using his hands and knees to keep it steady while pressing down to create a 3-centimeter opening. He silently wished for the pheasant to emerge. However, the chicken appeared to be in a state of panic, determined to push the barrel off entirely, showing no inclination to cooperate. Wang Yang dared not linger beneath the tree, fearful that the saber-toothed tiger might return to ambush him. He crouched down, creating an opening, and began to jab inside with his bone spur. The pheasant squawked in terror, unaware of how many times it had been struck in the darkness, the spur becoming stained with vivid blood. Wang Yang thrust again, and the commotion inside subsided, suggesting that the pheasant had succumbed. With anticipation, he lifted the barrel. To his shock, the pheasant was merely playing dead. As soon as the barrel was lifted, it bolted forward. Oh no, the cooked duck is about to fly away, Wang Yang thought, hastily pursuing the wounded creature. Indeed, the pheasant was gravely injured, its body soaked in blood from the spur's piercing strikes, and after a few faltering steps, it collapsed, barely clinging to life. Wang Yang rushed forward, delivering a final thrust to its neck, ensuring it would not escape. Suddenly, a low growl echoed nearby. Damn it, not again, Wang Yang exclaimed as he seized the pheasant by the neck, sprinting toward the fruit tree. He deftly pulled out a stone spike, quickly scaling the tree by driving the spike into the trunk. Once he reached a safe height, he glanced down to see the saber-toothed tiger below, roaring in rage, clearly displeased with Wang Yang's audacity to hunt within its territory. With a triumphant shake of his trophy, Wang Yang laughed heartily. I still owe you for last time's wild boar. Now you dare to steal my chicken. Once safely in the tree, he stashed the pheasant and engaged in a fierce stare-down and exchange of insults with the saber-toothed tiger. Chapter 19. The new problem of barrel hunting. Upon entering the cave, Wang Yang retrieved a pheasant and comfortably reclined upon the pelt of a wolf. The onlookers gathered around in astonishment, eagerly examining the bird, which was a rare find. Capturing a pheasant was an extraordinary occurrence, something they had scarcely imagined, as encountering a particularly dim-witted one was already an exceptional stroke of luck, let alone capturing it. After casting a few glances at Wang Yang, they wasted no time plucking the feathers before immediately commencing a barbecue. The vibrant plumage held no allure for them. Their priority was to satiate their hunger and stay warm. After resting for a while, Wang Yang took the wooden barrel to the stream and washed it thoroughly. This was not out of fear of beasts following the scent of blood to the cave. In fact, he welcomed the idea of the saber-toothed tiger charging in single-handedly, as it would provide him the opportunity to vanquish it with his spear, thereby demonstrating their collective combat prowess and emboldening them to venture deeper into the jungle. His concern in washing the barrel stemmed solely from the possibility that the scent of blood might attract wild animals the following day, jeopardizing his hunting endeavors. To his surprise, he noticed Zhang Sen gazing at him with wide eyes, seemingly having grasped the utility of the barrel, not bothering to dwell on it. Wang Yang oversaw Zhang San's next round of training, enjoyed a chicken leg, and then lay down to rest. That night, outside the cave, silver serpents of lightning intertwined. Torrential rain fell, and thunder split the dark sky. The howling wind echoed like a ghostly wail, and the rhythmic patter of rain reminded Wang Yang of a machine gun. He could not help but lament the absence of a gun with infinite ammunition, though he recognized this as mere fantasy, far from reality. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as everyone adhered to his guidance and understood his intentions, sustenance would be plentiful. Amidst the tumultuous thunder, the group huddled together. Seeking warmth and comfort, the intermittent flashes illuminating their faces, revealing expressions of terror and dread. It was understandable. Animals instinctively feared thunder, much like their apprehension of fire before mastering it. He contemplated the lightning, envisioning miracles. If he could devise a lightning attraction device, showcasing his success in drawing lightning, it would surely be perceived as a divine feat, for in their minds, how could a human summon lightning? If he could withstand a strike and emerge unscathed, he would be regarded as a deity. Indeed, even in modern times, such an act would elevate one to godhood. Then, he pondered whether to perform a magic trick for them, perhaps an escape from a box. This would be simple enough. He would just need to construct a wooden box and set up a mechanism. However, the crux lay in whether they could comprehend it. They lacked even the concept of a box, rendering the trick meaningless to them. It would be akin to a beautiful song that resonates with you, but played for cattle, who would remain utterly unmoved, regardless of the spectacle. If he conjured a bounty of food or dispatched a wild beast with a mere thought, then they would certainly respond. He did not dwell on this conundrum for long before succumbing to slumber. The night passed without incident, and at dawn, Wang Yang set forth once more, delving deep into the heart of the forest. The aftermath of the heavy rain revealed a forest adorned with glistening water droplets on the tender green leaves, vibrant and refreshing. The air felt exceptionally pure, invigorating with each breath, surpassing even the satisfaction of chewing gum. In such a fairy tale setting, one might easily recall stories like The Wizard of Oz. Yet, the reality remained that one would never relish walking through such a dense forest. At this moment, the woods were eerily tranquil, with the occasional drip of water falling onto the moist ground, each step stirring the heavy mud beneath. The forest's humidity was palpable, and the icy droplets trickled down one's neck, creating an unsettling chill. It was easy to feel isolated, as if the entire world had vanished, leaving one utterly alone. Compounding this was the awareness of lurking dangers, rendering the surroundings decidedly insecure. He chose to return to the fruit tree, which he had marked with the inscription Fruit Tree 1 for future identification. Upon arrival, he set traps and climbed the tree, patiently awaiting his quarry. This time, the bothersome saber-toothed tiger made its appearance, and after a courteous exchange of pleasantries regarding each other's ancestors, the encounter concluded with Wang Yang's decisive victory. In the aftermath, while waiting, he pondered how to effectively eliminate the beast. He had considered setting a trap specifically designed to capture large predators, a straightforward concept involving digging a pit. However, he soon realized a critical issue. Due to the presence of the ape-men at the forest's edge, the larger predators had migrated deeper into the woods. This meant there were no large animals in the periphery. If he dug a pit there, it would only serve to ensnare small creatures. Furthermore, animals were not foolish. It was unlikely they would unwittingly leap into a pit awaiting capture. Even the pheasant from the previous day had hesitated, acutely aware of the danger posed by the barrel. Moreover, capturing small animals could be easily achieved with a portable wooden barrel, simple and practical. Digging a pit in the depths of the forest was impractical at best. A pit lacking sufficient depth would allow larger animals to leap free. At least a 2-meter depth was necessary to ensure many creatures could not escape. Yet, Wang Yang himself stood at only 1 meter tall. Digging to a depth of 1 meter would obstruct his view of the surroundings, leaving him vulnerable to the stealthy advance of the saber-toothed tiger. He could envision the beast's sinister grin in that scenario. This was the optimistic situation. He could not fathom why tales and films of this era often revolved around pit digging. True hunters did not waste time digging holes, as they were not grave robbers. In the future, if a group armed with wooden spears entered the forest, pits would be unnecessary. Each person could simply thrust their spear, ensuring the beasts met their demise. Lost in thought, a potential prey entered Wang Yang's line of sight. It was a mole, with grayish-yellow fur, modest in size, measuring approximately 40 centimeters. Just right to be ensconced within the wooden barrel. Truth be told, This mole differed from the one he had previously captured, while he had been uncertain about that one. This mole was unmistakably distinct. Its foreclaws were sharp, and its hind claws equally so, with nails extending up to 2 centimeters, its nose long and round, resembling that of a pig. The mole soon approached the barrel, displaying considerably more courage than the pheasant and a higher intelligence. For it did not simply plunge its head into the barrel, but instead backed cautiously into it, maintaining eye contact with Wang Yang. This was an instinctual behavior. It sought to secure food while ensuring a clear line of sight. Wang Yang observed as its hind legs attempted to hook a piece of fruit, striving to draw it closer. The barrel quivered slightly with its movements. Wang Yang felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain how to handle the situation. If he threw a stone, the mole would undoubtedly flee in panic, yet if he refrained, he would be unwittingly offering it fruit. Chapter 20. The fierce struggle against the lynx. The method employed by the mole to counter the barrel trap left Wang Yang in a state of utter frustration, uncertain whether to act or remain still. In that moment, he longed for the presence of a rope. Had he possessed a length tied to a branch, a gentle pull would have sufficed to ensnare the barrel. Alas, while he had a strip of leather, he lacked the necessary cordage. The leather strip was not of the modern, resilient variety, but rather a crude strip fashioned from dried animal hides, cut into strips. This leather was rigid and brittle, suitable only as a loose belt, easily frayed and incapable of withstanding significant force, rendering knots impractical, even folding at risk to break. Thus, he could only loop it around himself or his legs, securing a pre-prepared 2-centimeter wooden spike to serve as a fastening, or to anchor himself while resting in a tree. Naturally, with a proper rope, one would not need to resort to such rudimentary traps, and the creation of more sophisticated snares would become entirely feasible. At that time, safely capturing large game would no longer be mere fantasy. But where could he procure such a rope now? As Wang Yang pondered his predicament, a small incident unfolded. A lynx appeared seemingly out of nowhere, its gaze fixed intently on the mole, while it cautiously regarded Wang Yang. Sensing the lynx's presence, the mole shuddered, its claws scratching against the barrel, causing the branch to lose balance and, with a resounding thud, the barrel fell into darkness. Wang Yang swallowed hard, feeling parched and deeply conflicted. The lynx was a formidable adversary, akin to a cat magnified several times. Its most distinguishable feature was its towering ears adorned with tufts of fur at the tips. This creature was adept at climbing trees and swimming. Roughly estimated, this lynx weighed around 70 pounds, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and 80 centimeters in height, a quintessential adult specimen. In numerical terms, it may be challenging to grasp the concept. Simply put, it was a top contender, slightly shorter and lighter than Wang Yang, yet possessing speed that far surpassed his own. Confronting it, Wang Yang was acutely aware of the peril he faced. Running away was futile. Not only was it swift, but its endurance was astonishing, capable of pursuing prey for several kilometers without fatigue, making it a worthy competitor in any marathon. Suddenly confronted by this rival coveting his quarry, Wang Yang felt disdain for the saber-toothed beast. How could it allow a lynx to intrude upon its territory? Uncertain if this lynx was the same one that had devoured his wild boar previously, Wang Yang concluded that it was no benign creature. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the lynx, which stood 20 meters to his left, its tufted ears quivering, its elongated black eyes profound, blending seamlessly into the thicket, its gaze unwavering. Inside the barrel, the mole was in a state of panic, acutely aware of 2 looming threats it could not see, surrounded by thick walls. Unable to leap high enough to escape, it could only exert all its strength to inch the barrel. Observing the lynx's lack of movement, Wang Yang quickly calculated the distance between them. Although he had not fully matured, he was agile and fast, and by comparison to most modern humans, he could outrun them. He considered himself a proficient runner. If he charged now, he could strike the mole several times before the lynx reached him. Armed with a spear in one hand and a bone spike in the other, he felt sufficiently defended and saw a chance to secure his prey. Moreover, the lynx's hesitance suggested it was uncertain about making a move. After all, it could go days without food, making a skipped meal inconsequential. In this light, he realized he had a psychological and situational advantage. Although lynxes could climb, he felt confident he could hold his ground, especially with the length of his spear providing ample reach. Resolving to act, Wang Yang leaped down from the tree, spear in hand, bone spike in the other. Racing towards the barrel, he understood he could not afford to be passive. He would not allow another instance of losing his food to occur. He had to take the initiative. Reaching the barrel, He pressed against it, creating a small gap, and began stabbing inside with the bone spike. As he did so, the mole thrashed violently within, causing the barrel to rattle increasingly with each impact. After several strikes, he paused, and silence enveloped the barrel. Throughout the ordeal, his gaze remained fixed on the lynx, which remained motionless among the brush, its black and yellow markings providing excellent camouflage, just as it had since its arrival. Wang Yang dared not make a rash move. He sheathed the bone spike at his waist and readied a stone cone for a swift ascent up the tree. After several minutes of stalemate, he deemed it unnecessary to continue gazing longingly at the lynx, and thus he flipped open the barrel, intending to seize the lifeless mole. To his astonishment, at that very moment, the mole sprang to life, accelerating towards the lynx. What the? Are they all actors? Wang Yang could not help but marvel at the apparent intelligence of the creatures in this era, seeming to play dead. As the lynx leaped to pursue the mole, Wang Yang instinctively shouted, thrusting his spear forward. The mole, realizing its error, swiftly veered right. The lynx, of course, followed suit. Wang Yang, now merely 3 meters from the mole and the lynx 10 meters behind, realized time was not on his side. With this in mind, he surged ahead, thrusting the spear forward with fervor. The strike was executed flawlessly, piercing the mole. However, this success momentarily distracted Wang Yang. In that fleeting second, the lynx, which had been conserving its speed, unleashed its full velocity, leaping towards Wang Yang in a heartbeat. The lynx finally emitted a sound, a deep, thunderous roar that resonated like a lamenting cat suffering from a cold heartbreak. It soared through the air, its profound gaze now glistening with a predatory gleam. Its expression twisted with an unsettling mix of ferocity and triumph. In that instant, Wang Yang comprehended the truth. The lynx was not after the mole at all. It had been fixated on him. It had regarded him as its target, waiting for the moment he revealed his vulnerability while dispatching the mole. Chapter 21. Are you the rescuer sent by the monkey? The lynx possesses the remarkable ability to hunt prey that is 70 to 80% heavier than itself. What does this imply? A lynx weighing 70 pounds can effectively target animals exceeding 120 pounds. This means its prime hunting targets include juvenile wild boars, young horses, dogs, cats, deer, and so forth. In other words, as long as it does not encounter formidable beasts like bears, tigers, leopards, or wolf packs in the forest, it can roam freely. Wang Yang, whose weight is comparable to that of the lynx, finds himself a potential meal. As he contemplates this grim reality, the situation turns dire. The lynx is rapidly approaching, poised to strike with its jaws wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Its claws are aimed directly at Wang Yang's chest. In that fleeting moment, before he can even lament the unfairness of fate, cold sweat pours down his face. He instinctively leans back, seemingly preparing to fall to the ground to evade the lynx's pounce. However, the lynx appears to be well versed in such evasive maneuvers, swiftly leaping above Wang Yang, its claws poised to swipe down. Wang Yang's clothing stands no chance against the lynx's ferocity. Yet, he is not so naive as to expose himself entirely. Instead, he performs a rapid maneuver akin to a backflip, propelling himself upward with a sudden thrust of his legs. This unexpected action catches the lynx off guard, which, just as its claws are about to rend him open, finds itself kicked in the stomach, rolling aside before quickly regaining its footing. Wang Yang, however, does not execute the backflip perfectly and tumbles to the ground. He cannot afford to dwell on the grace of his kick. He pushes against the earth, leveraging the reaction force to spring back to his feet, brandishing his bone spike and wooden spear in preparation. He is drenched in sweat, reflecting on how close he came to disaster. If not for his years of training that have honed his explosive power and flexibility, he would not have reacted in time. As he steadies himself, he notices the lynx has recovered and is charging at him once more. He forces himself to suppress the frantic beating of his heart, squinting as he thrusts the wooden spear forward from a distance of 4 meters, hoping to impale the lynx as it advances. Yet, the lynx's reaction is astonishingly swift. Sensing the spear's approach, it deftly adjusts its momentum, darting to Wang Yang's left side. In an instant, the lynx is within 3 meters of him. With his left hand still extended from the spear thrust, Wang Yang's instincts react faster than his thoughts. He lowers his center of gravity, firmly planting his feet, and pivots his waist with the force of a sweeping gale, flinging the spear toward the lynx. The lynx, however, is quicker than Wang Yang anticipates. It retreats nimbly, evading the spear and, with a spring-like motion, lunges back at him. Wang Yang's pupils constrict as he realizes the danger. At this moment, his left arm, due to the force of his sweeping motion, cannot be redirected in time, and his feet remain firmly planted to maintain balance. Desperation seizes him. He thrusts the 30-centimeter bone spike toward the lynx. As the distance between them diminishes, Wang Yang can see the fine hairs on the lynx's nose and smell its pungent scent. He is gambling. The spike is too short. If he strikes it, the lynx could easily retaliate with its claws. Should he miss and merely wound it, he could find himself gravely injured. Suddenly, an unexpected gust of wind rushes past him. As if a colossal creature has surged by. Is the savior finally here? Has the monkey sent a champion? At that moment, tears of gratitude well up in Wang Yang's eyes, believing he is indeed the protagonist of this tale. But when he hears a thunderous roar, his expression shifts to one of dread. It is that wretched creature, the saber-toothed tiger. The saying goes that misfortunes never come singly. And just as he had offered a wild boar to the duo, they repay him with chaos. Yet, after the storm of wind, a massive, tawny figure appears before him. The tiger crashes down upon the lynx mid-air, delivering a resounding blow. In an instant, it captures the lynx, pinning it down with a claw on its neck and another on its paws, its formidable weight rendering the lynx immobile. The saber-toothed tiger raises its head and lets out a furious roar, then lunges down, its elongated fangs piercing the lynx's throat, blood spraying everywhere. Indeed, the lynx's fate is sealed. Witnessing the sudden turn of events, Wang Yang feels no inclination to express gratitude or offer empty words of devotion. The saber-toothed tiger, enraged, continues to roar, frustrated by the intrusion of two creatures into its territory, particularly resenting the long-time invader that has treated this area as its personal playground. The tiger proceeds to feast, while Wang Yang remains in the tree, wary of descending until it leaves. He speculates on why the tiger chose to eliminate the lynx first. Perhaps the lynx's speed posed a greater threat, making it a more immediate target. Sometimes, being in a weaker position proves advantageous. However, the encounter does not end there. After dispatching the lynx, the saber-toothed tiger takes up a position beneath the tree, resulting in a peculiar scene: a man and a tiger, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun, sharing a moment of intense eye contact, accompanied by the playful banter of an ancient tale. Chapter 22. On Protracted Warfare, Part 1. As dusk approached, the crimson rays of the setting sun stealthily filtered through the dense foliage, playfully illuminating the forest and casting a whimsical glow upon the myriad of creatures, each displaying their own absurd antics and expressions. Beneath a particular tree, a saber-toothed tiger, immense as a small mountain, roared ferociously at the branches above. The cause of its ire was a small gorilla perched there, who in turn blushed with indignation and hurled back a stream of furious exclamations, seemingly in a fit of anxiety. Well, I understand your loneliness and your desire for companionship, but alas, our languages are different and communication is futile. Perhaps you should seek out a female tiger instead? I assure you, there are some on the 2 mountains ahead. I encountered one just last year. Wang Yang struggled to convey his anger, frustration, and despondency. The words he wished to express morphed into unintelligible sounds, even to his own ears. He was uncertain whether the saber-toothed tiger could comprehend him. After all, animals are said to be sensitive to emotions. Nevertheless, it seemed worth a try, requiring no great effort. Truly, this was a tragic turn of events for him. In previous encounters, the saber-toothed tiger had chosen to leave in search of food. However, this time, with a lynx nearby, it could easily remain here for the entire day, snacking whenever hunger struck. Regardless, it had resolutely decided to eliminate the perceived intruder in its territory, remaining vigilant from day until dusk. Wang Yang, perched high in the tree, was reluctant to descend and could not devise an effective strategy to drive the creature away. Thus, he resorted to glaring and shouting in frustration. He glanced upwards through the gaps in the leaves. The sun had descended further, now half hidden behind the mountains, transforming into a semicircle of red. The daylight faded, and a handful of impatient stars began to twinkle in the firmament, resembling jewels suspended in the sky. Meanwhile, the full moon rose quietly, casting its luminous glow. The scene was both peculiar and enchanting, creating the illusion of 2 suns in the heavens. Reflecting on the past, amidst the concrete jungle of desires, few noticed the stunning beauty so close at hand. Regrettably, Wang Yang was devoid of the inclination to appreciate it. He lowered his gaze to the saber-toothed tiger, which lay crouched on the ground like a dog awaiting its master, and felt a surge of frustration. He was naturally apprehensive about the impending nightfall. The forest was no place for frivolity. Many creatures preferred to roam under the cover of darkness, though the reasons remained unclear. If it were merely a matter of stealth, it would be foolish indeed. After all, one could see them as easily as they could see you, and even if sight failed, the scent would betray your presence. Was this not a real-life embodiment of the idiom covering one's ears while stealing a bell? Wang Yang did not dwell on this notion. He merely recognized that the nocturnal forest was fraught with peril. The last time he had spent the night deep within the woods, he was well prepared and brimming with energy. This time, however, he was ill-equipped, facing the potential for numerous unforeseen dangers. Moreover, he had lost his wooden spear and bone spikes. What would he do if a tree leopard ascended from below, or if the lynx returned? He could only pray that the saber-toothed tiger was as formidable in stature as it was in reputation. Night descended swiftly, shrouding the land in darkness. The stars twinkled brighter than grains of sand, and the moon shone more brilliantly than pearls. Wang Yang employed an oddly poetic turn of phrase to describe the splendid weather of the night. Gentle moonlight filtered through the layers of obstruction, casting delicate beams of pale illumination. The areas touched by this light were vividly clear, revealing the dry leaves strewn upon the ground, while the surrounding darkness remained impenetrable. Enveloped in shadow, Wang Yang observed the position of the saber-toothed tiger below. He could vaguely discern its outline, seemingly in a deep slumber. An urge to flee flickered in his mind, but after a moment's contemplation, he dismissed it. He concentrated fully on the sounds around him, straining to listen intently. In the oppressive darkness, the forest appeared eerily tranquil, save for the chill of the wind rustling through the trees, sending a shiver down his spine. He curled inward, pulling out a fruit to nibble on. The fallen leaves danced in the breeze, producing a soft rustling that made it difficult to determine if any creatures were on the move. Suddenly, a louder rustle pierced the stillness, suggesting the presence of an animal moving through the underbrush. The sound was close, no more than 30 meters away. Wang Yang immediately became alert, his senses heightened. He understood that the scent of the lynx's blood, along with the mole's blood in his pouch, would attract various animals, possibly inciting a struggle over the remains. If it were merely a pack of wolves or wild dogs, it would pose little threat. However, the appearance of larger predators, such as leopards or bears, filled him with dread. He could not ascertain whether the saber-toothed tiger possessed the ability to fend them off. The rustling drew nearer, its approach cautious and deliberate. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed tiger continued to slumber undisturbed. Wang Yang's nerves began to fray. Lacking a wooden spear and bone spikes, he resorted to tossing a small stone in that direction. The unknown creature seemed startled and quickly retreated. Wang Yang exhaled in relief, his heart calming slightly. His eyelids grew heavy, his body felt weak, and his limbs were leaden. All he desired was to close his eyes and sleep soundly. Yet, he could not succumb to slumber, for who knew what might transpire in the next moment. He rallied his focus, determined to remain vigilant. Before long, more sounds emerged from the surroundings. There was a sound reminiscent of leaves being crushed, suggestive of a snake or similar creature. Wang Yang harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes, whether venomous or constrictors, both of which could be deadly. Fortunately, the sound approached to within 20 meters before the presence of the saber-toothed tiger prompted the creature to retreat. In subsequent instances, the pattern remained consistent. Those animals that glimpsed the saber-toothed tiger guarding the remnants of the lynx's body would promptly leave. Gradually, Wang Yang's anxiety dissipated, as long as the saber-toothed tiger remained. It served as a protective guardian, deterring most creatures from encroaching. With this thought, his eyelids felt heavier still, and he resolved to rest, replenishing his strength for the following day's confrontation with the saber-toothed tiger. He lowered his head and inadvertently caught sight of a patch of moonlight illuminating the ground. There, he noticed two gleaming points of light, round and green, seemingly floating in midair, resembling small glass orbs, positioned a mere 10 meters away. Wang Yang rubbed his eyes and inched closer, confirming his observation, which struck him as peculiar. Yet suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. Those were eyes. He was gazing at them, and they were quietly observing him in return. Chapter 23, On Protracted Warfare, Part 2. In the moonlight, those eyes reflected an eerie green glow, shrouded in mystery, rendering their pupils indistinguishable. They were not small. If distance were disregarded, they were only slightly smaller than those of a saber-toothed tiger, indicating the presence of a potentially lethal creature. A chill ran down Wang Yang's spine. Despite his vigilance over the surroundings for some time, he had failed to detect any approaching animals until they were within a mere 10 meters. If it were a leopard, It could easily scale the tree in 2 strides and 3 seconds. But could those eyes belong to the saber-toothed tiger? As he shifted his gaze, he vaguely perceived the saber-toothed tiger still lying there, asleep. Damn it! Whose eyes are these? Wang Yang breathed quietly, turning his head towards the moonlit area. Yet, the eyes had vanished, leaving only the moonlight illuminating the yellowed, decaying leaves beneath. Alarmed, he recognized the gravity of the situation and began to climb the tree while tossing a stone downwards. Thud, thud, thud. The stone struck the ground, producing a dull sound, but failed to hit anything. Where could it have gone? Wang Yang looked around, but the darkness obscured everything. Straining his ears in silence, he heard no sounds. Never mind. I must awaken the saber-toothed tiger. He retrieved another stone and hurled it at the indistinct shape below. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger was jolted awake, rolling onto its feet and rushing beneath Wang Yang's perch, roaring upwards in fury. Why are you roaring at me? Check the surroundings. Wang Yang called out in desperation. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to sense the looming threat, suddenly turning to the right and growling deeply, its voice resonating with a power that was no longer arrogant, but rather indicative of impending danger. Wang Yang quickly focused on that direction, yet there remained no signs of movement, only impenetrable darkness. After a tense period of low growling, a faint rustling echoed from the distance, as if some creature was cautiously retreating, its body brushing against the underbrush. The sound gradually faded into silence. Observing the saber-toothed tiger's relaxed demeanor, Wang Yang felt a pang of frustration. Why was it able to rest so peacefully while he remained on edge? With danger encroaching, he had to remind it. Was he merely a sentinel? Yet, circumstances dictated that he had to rely on it for protection. He reached into his stone pouch, discovering 30 small stones remaining. He could rouse it 30 more times. The long night stretched ahead, and he needed to conserve his resources. Wang Yang had pondered earlier whether a confrontation between the saber-toothed tiger and the unknown beast would be advantageous for him. However, he dared not to underestimate the situation. If it turned out to be a creature capable of climbing trees, he could find himself in peril. If only he could ascertain what kind of animal it was and whether it could ascend the tree, his worries would be alleviated. The night passed in silence. After using several stones to fend off danger, the dawn finally broke, casting a pale light across the horizon. With the arrival of daylight, Wang Yang's weariness lifted, and thoughts of escape resurfaced. He glanced at the saber-toothed tiger, which remained sprawled 7 meters away, eyes closed, seemingly still in slumber. Wang Yang embedded a stone spike into the tree trunk and cautiously began to descend, keeping his gaze fixed on the saber-toothed tiger. When he reached a height of 4 to 5 meters above the ground, he paused, feeling secure in this position, as the saber-toothed tiger could not reach him. However, descending further would expose him to its potential attack. He lingered for about 10 seconds, even teasingly dangling his foot to assess if the saber-toothed tiger was merely feigning sleep. Yet, it remained motionless, its belly rising and falling rhythmically. At that moment, fatigue overwhelmed him. He had not slept all night. Despite the dangers, he felt compelled to take the risk, for who knew how long this ordeal might last. He descended 2 more meters, moving as quietly as possible. Just 1 meter from the ground, he noticed the saber-toothed tiger's belly had ceased its rhythmic rise, muscles tightening in preparation for an attack. It was indeed feigning sleep. Wang Yang cursed under his breath and scrambled upwards with all his might. The moment he began to climb, the saber-toothed tiger became agitated, lunging forward with a furious roar. Wang Yang quickly reached the tree branch, sitting atop it and gazing down at the frustrated saber-toothed tiger, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. They say large felines are cunning, and this was no exception. It had likely been awake for some time, patiently pretending to sleep, waiting for him to descend before launching its attack. Wang Yang remained in the tree for over 2 hours, until the light became sufficiently bright. But the saber-toothed tiger remained steadfast beneath him, unwavering in its vigil. With no hope of leaving, weariness engulfed him, and the ache in his knees signaled his body's rebellion after a night without rest. He climbed onto a sturdier branch, binding his legs with leather strips to secure his lower body. Using stone spikes as makeshift nails, he anchored his upper body to the trunk to prevent himself from falling into a deep sleep. Finally, he closed his eyes and drifted off. When Wang Yang awoke, the sun had set, casting a dusky glow over the landscape. Rubbing his eyes to dispel the remnants of sleep, he glanced down, only to find the anticipated scene absent. The saber-toothed tiger remained there, shamelessly gnawing on the last remnants of the lynx meat, its demeanor utterly unrefined. Wang Yang was at a loss for words. It seemed this would be a battle of endurance. He loosened the leather strips and checked his pockets, finding them devoid of fruit. Unperturbed, he consumed the mole he had caught the previous day, though its taste was far from pleasant. As night fell once more, the torment continued. Though his spirits had lifted, anxiety still gripped him. Wang Yang pondered the grim reality of his situation. He could not continue living in this state of constant trepidation while the saber-toothed tiger lounged in comfort. Surely, he would go mad if this persisted, questioning how such a protracted struggle could continue. Furthermore, he faced the pressing concerns of food and water. He reasoned that the saber-toothed tiger had finished the lynx meat today, and it would need to seek sustenance tomorrow. As long as he remained vigilant and refrained from sleep, he would surely seize the opportunity to escape. Thus, he endured another night. By the following morning, Wang Yang felt the overwhelming urge to sleep, but he dared not succumb to it. He steeled himself, waiting for the saber-toothed tiger to venture out in search of food. Yet, the saber-toothed tiger remained in place, and Wang Yang's patience wore thin. He picked up a stone and hurled it downwards. "Stop pretending. I know you're awake. Get up and go find something to eat." Chapter 24. The branch. The saber-toothed tiger, roused from its slumber, expressed its wrath with palpable fury. After reluctantly consuming a few morsels of flesh from the lynx's bones, it chose to remain, steadfastly guarding Wang Yang. Indeed, the contest for territory remains an eternal theme. Faced with such persistent intrusions from Wang Yang, it felt compelled to eliminate the threat entirely, lest its future sustenance be compromised. Wang Yang, witnessing the tiger's determination to defend its territory despite its hunger, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. "How ruthless you are!" Without further contemplation, he began to eat as well. After all, in a protracted struggle, the foremost priority was to satiate hunger and preserve strength. Thus, they remained locked in a standoff until midday. As time passed, and no one came looking for him, Wang Yang resigned himself to his fate, leaning against a tree trunk. In the cool autumn breeze, he listened to the sounds of the forest creatures, experiencing an unexpected sense of relaxation. He understood this was merely an illusion, a trick of his subconscious urging him to rest. Yet, sleeping here would hardly guarantee a peaceful slumber. Beneath the tree, the saber-toothed tiger had taken refuge behind a large trunk, still wary after being struck by Wang Yang, particularly after a blow to its eye that had caused it considerable pain. Yet, it kept its gaze fixed on Wang Yang, feigning sleep with closed eyes. Wang Yang, observing this, recalled the tale of the butcher and the wolf, where the cunning wolf, pretending to slumber, ultimately fell victim to the butcher's wiles. The story concluded with the poignant reflection that while the wolf was indeed clever, it succumbed in an instant, leaving one to ponder the efficacy of such beastly deceit, a mere jest in the end. When Wang Yang had first read this tale, he had been captivated, contemplating the possibility of emulating the butcher one day. However, such actions were fraught with peril. The butcher wielded a knife, while he possessed nothing. Considering that he might become a cautionary tale in a textbook, Wang Yang devised a plan. "I shall pretend to sleep. Perhaps the saber-toothed tiger will be lured away to hunt." With this thought, he closed his eyes, only to soon reopen them to the dim light filtering through the branches, bathing the leaves in a golden hue. A flock of geese flew southward, silhouetted against the crimson sunset, heading toward the horizon. The once gentle light now felt painfully bright. Wang Yang's eyes ached, and tears streamed down his cheeks, an unmistakable sign of sleep deprivation. "I actually fell asleep," Wang Yang sighed, acknowledging the strength of his subconscious that had coaxed him into slumber once more. Lowering his gaze, he spotted the saber-toothed tiger beneath the tree, its prideful growl seemingly taunting him, as if to say, "Do not think that your closed eyes fool me into believing you were truly asleep." Ignoring the tiger, Wang Yang stretched, wincing as he twisted his neck, which was stiff and sore. He glanced at the remaining leg of the mole in his grasp and took a bite. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out a cry, fixated on the last morsel of the mole. It appeared that the creature had indeed endured the pangs of hunger throughout the day. Seeing the tiger's eyes nearly bulging from its head, a wave of satisfaction washed over Wang Yang. The bland meat suddenly became delectable. He savored each bite, chewing loudly and occasionally smacking his lips in delight. "This is a culinary masterpiece. Such meat belongs only in the heavens. I could devour 3 pounds in one sitting," Wang Yang shamelessly exclaimed, his demeanor comically exaggerated. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed tiger was not faring any better, saliva pooling at the corners of its mouth. After finishing the thigh, Wang Yang, feeling less famished, decided to save the shin for later, wary of how long the tiger could withstand hunger. Once his meal was complete, time dragged on in tedium. Not one to remain idle, Wang Yang climbed high into the trees, painstakingly carving a 3-meter-long branch with a stone chisel. He intended to fashion this branch into a fork, collecting wood fibers and bone spurs along the way. This task was laborious, yet with nothing else to occupy his time, he proceeded with meticulous care. Before long, darkness enveloped the forest. Beneath its tranquil facade lay restless hearts, awakening as night fell. Indeed, the forest became lively, with various creatures engaging in a dramatic dance of hunt and flight. Unfortunately, the performance was rather lackluster, marked by prolonged silence, interrupted only by the anguished cries of those facing death. Wang Yang gradually acclimated to the nocturnal chaos, calmly attending to his work. Yet, feeling a twinge of loneliness, he began tossing stones to incite the saber-toothed tiger's ire, hoping to intimidate other creatures. "Hey there, would you care to hear my story? We've grown quite familiar." "There's no need for enmity," he casually remarked, tossing a stone in the tiger's direction. Roar. The only response was a furious growl, indicating the tiger's disinterest. "It seems you are not in the mood," Wang Yang chuckled, wrapping his arms around the tree trunk and snapping off a branch with force. With a rustle, the 3-meter-long branch, adorned with numerous offshoots, was successfully detached. The leaves remained lush despite the autumn chill. Yet maneuvering it proved quite the challenge as it snagged on surrounding branches. After an arduous effort, he finally secured the branch and began to meticulously prune the excess twigs and leaves in the darkness, discarding the cumbersome remnants. Though the task was not overwhelming, it required a great deal of patience, a quality that many would find tedious. However, Wang Yang was undeterred. He labored for several hours and, just before dawn, fashioned the branch into a bare, elongated staff. He then broke off the thinner end, creating a 3-centimeter flat surface, and used the chisel to carve a 4-centimeter slit down the center. Having completed his work, he glanced at the saber-toothed tiger, which, having sustained several blows the previous night, had retreated behind a large tree 10 meters away. Wang Yang began his descent, holding the chisel in one hand and the branch in the other, pausing approximately 3 meters above the ground. Observing the tiger's reaction, he noted that it recognized the distance was insufficient for a lethal strike, remaining still, awaiting his complete descent. Chapter 25. Will-o'-the-wisp. Seeing that the saber-toothed tiger remained motionless, Wang Yang descended another meter and turned to observe. The creature still showed no signs of movement. He then lowered himself by approximately 50 centimeters, extending his arm forward to grasp the wooden spear. The spear lay within a distance of about 3 meters, and at this height, combined with the length of his arm, he could just reach it. He maneuvered the branch to the spear's tip, allowing it to fall to the ground before sweeping it towards himself, causing the spear to roll. Confused by Wang Yang's actions, the saber-toothed tiger stood up, alert and watchful. Wang Yang climbed another 50 centimeters and made another attempt to sweep the spear closer. With each inch the spear drew nearer, he ascended correspondingly. Once the spear was directly beneath the tree, he used the forked end of the branch to stab at its center. As the branch was pushed aside by the spear, it simultaneously clamped onto it. With a swift pull, he hoisted the spear up. Having secured the spear, Wang Yang proceeded to replicate the process with the bone spike. The saber-toothed tiger, puzzled by his antics, remained fixated on waiting for Wang Yang to descend, making no move. Back in the safety of the tree, Wang Yang exhaled in relief. With a weapon in hand, he felt considerably more secure, unconcerned about any large beasts approaching. "Stop glaring at me and go find some food. We are both hungry, why prolong the inevitable?" he shouted casually, expressing his discontent. The saber-toothed tiger, undeterred, was resolute in its intention to engage him. Observing its unwavering focus, Wang Yang resigned himself to slumber, having disturbed the tiger throughout the night. Surely, it too would desire rest. In this dream, he found himself residing in an opulent mansion, seated on a rocking chair on the balcony, basking in the sunlight. On the table to his right sat a steaming cup of coffee accompanied by several cookies. To his left lay a few books. Before him stretched a grassy field where children flew kites, and a little rabbit frolicked nearby. After sipping his tea and nibbling a cookie, he picked up a book with the bold title, On Protracted Warfare. He switched to another, whose cover prominently proclaimed, The Wilderness Survival Guide. Yet another caught his eye, this one titled, The Life of the Saber-Toothed Tiger. Amidst his irate musings, he awoke, reflecting on the dream with a sense of speechlessness. As the saying goes, what one contemplates by day, one dreams by night. Now, both hungry and thirsty, he found himself in an exceedingly harsh environment, yearning for a life of ease. Glancing at the sky, he noted that dusk was approaching, casting a dim, golden light. Remembering the events of his dream, he looked down, only to be taken aback. Where was the saber-toothed tiger? Below him, within a 10-meter radius. There was not a trace of the creature, only fallen leaves and the bones of a lynx. Wang Yang quickly turned his head. Nothing behind him, nothing ahead, nothing to his left or right. No bushes, no large trees. Within a 30-meter line of sight, nothing at all. In that moment, a surge of warmth flooded his mind, and his heart raced with joy. The saber-toothed tiger had gone in search of food. With this thought igniting his excitement, he scanned the surroundings once more to confirm the absence of the tiger and immediately set off. He discarded the branch, gripping the wooden spear in one hand and a stone spike in the other as he descended from the tree. He dashed to a fruit tree, swiftly gathering several fruits, one of which he secured in his mouth, before sprinting forward for about 20 meters. Now he was close to the edge, approximately 200 meters away. However, Wang Yang was cautious not to run recklessly. The dense underbrush and towering trees obscured his view, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Moreover, after his previous encounter with the snake, he understood the perils of haste. In about 2 minutes, he had covered 100 meters. Compared to before, his speed had greatly improved, primarily due to his increased familiarity with the forest. He could swiftly identify potential hazards. Pausing intermittently, he approached within 80 meters. Upon halting this time, he noticed a large tree ahead, behind which lurked a robust and furtive figure, revealing only half of its rear. With a single glance, Wang Yang recognized it unmistakably as the saber-toothed tiger. To his dismay, he had encountered it so soon. Frustration welled up within him as he stowed the wooden spear and drew the stone spike. The beast, crouched behind the tree, had clearly detected him. Wang Yang quickly climbed another tree, extracting a small stone to hurl at the tiger's rear. "Quit hiding. I see you." The saber-toothed tiger, eyes ablaze with ferocity, charged forward. This time, it refrained from roaring, merely fixing its gaze upon Wang Yang. Its stomach emitted a low growl, indicating it had yet to capture any prey. Defeated, it slumped back to the ground, displaying a sense of regret. Fortunately, Wang Yang found himself in a position of advantage, with fruits to eat and no worries about food or water. In stark contrast, the saber-toothed tiger was starved, forced to drink dew from nearby leaves. As twilight settled, Wang Yang called out, "Whoa!" His voice rang loudly, hoping to attract the attention of adults to come find him. However, the results were disheartening. It was still the peak of the hunting season, and the adults would not venture to the edge. Moreover, the dense trees of the forest severely hindered sound propagation. Even if his call reached them, it would be difficult to discern the direction. "Forget it. I'll endure a few more nights with you." Resolutely, Wang Yang ceased his calls, confident that the saber-toothed tiger would eventually depart. After all, experts had surmised that the hunting capabilities of the saber-toothed tiger were not particularly strong. Furthermore, Wang Yang had witnessed firsthand that the tiger's speed was unremarkable compared to other animals. Its advantages lay in its weight and an unwavering patience akin to a vow of perseverance. Thus, the two remained in a stalemate until nightfall once more. This night was anything but tranquil, as Wang Yang witnessed a most peculiar phenomenon: will-o'-the-wisps. This legendary occurrence presented itself just 10 meters away, a ghostly green flame rising mysteriously into the air. Though Wang Yang understood the principles behind the phenomenon, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. The saber-toothed tiger was visibly terrified. Animals possess an innate fear of fire. It let out a low growl, slowly retreating. Yet, with its movement, the will-o'-the-wisp drifted towards it, soon surrounding the creature. In a panic, the tiger roared and rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the ghostly flame. However, will-o'-the-wisps are not tangible flames and cannot be extinguished in such a manner. No matter how it rolled, the flame would not be quelled, enveloping the tiger in green fire, its face shimmering eerily in the darkness. Chapter 26. Surrender. A lack of education is truly frightening. Observing the saber-toothed tiger rolling about in terror, Wang Yang let out a soft sigh. The phenomenon known as will-o'-the-wisps, or phosphorescence, is primarily caused by phosphorus. As for its specific effects, there is little to elaborate on, so it is best left unmentioned. This type of flame ignites at an extraordinarily low temperature, capable of spontaneous combustion at merely 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. and is most prevalent during the oppressive heat of summer, occasionally occurring in spring and autumn. The primary cause of its manifestation lies in the decomposition of animals or plants, wherein the phosphorus content undergoes a chemical reaction, transforming into phosphine, and subsequently igniting as the temperature rises. This flame is a cold fire, devoid of heat, akin to the cool light of a lamp. Thus, no matter how it burns, it fails to inflict genuine harm. Wang Yang understood this, yet the saber-toothed tiger remained oblivious. Convinced it was about to be incinerated, wailing in despair. Wang Yang's vivid recollection of will-o'-the-wisps stemmed from a tale told by his grandmother. In her youth, residing in a rural village near a mountain where the deceased were buried, she once ventured to gather fern shoots before dawn. Following a rain the previous day, the ferns flourished abundantly. Upon reaching the summit, she found herself before an ancient grave, its stone marker long eroded, the inscriptions entirely faded. Unfazed by the darkness, she began to explore the area. Suddenly, a ghostly green flame flickered before the headstone, casting an eerie glow in the night. Overcome with fear, and with the low level of education at the time, she had no understanding of the natural phenomenon. She thought, "It's over. A malevolent spirit has possessed me. Surely, I have angered the mountain's demons and fallen victim to their sorcery." The villagers dared not approach, and as her panic escalated, her father rushed in with a bucket of water, dousing the flame. However, she fell ill with a fever for several days, and the villagers kept their distance, whispering that she had been targeted by a wicked spirit. Eventually, a shaman was summoned, who took 3 days to cure her ailment. Wang Yang was enthralled by this story in his youth, finding it utterly fantastical, which led him to revere the heavens, earth, and spirits. As he grew older and pursued education, he came to embrace reason, knowledge, and science. During his high school years, he encountered a man who claimed to be a celestial master. This figure, clad in Taoist robes with a flowing white beard, exuded an ethereal presence, yet refrained from boasting about his ghost-catching abilities or fortune-telling skills. Instead, he set up a stall where local residents sought blessings. With a frown, he produced a talisman inscribed on yellow paper, muttering that he had taken the wrong one. Just as the crowd expected him to exchange it, he rubbed his hand over the talisman, conjuring a peculiar flame that ignited without burning his hand or the paper. Upon removing his hand, the incantation had vanished. This display was truly remarkable. Scientifically speaking, the original inscription was written in phosphorus powder, and the friction generated heat, creating the extraordinary illusion of burning the spell away. It is said that bizarre occurrences abound each day, yet one may only witness a few in a lifetime. Having heard countless tales of will-o'-the-wisps, Wang Yang had never before seen such a phenomenon with his own eyes, marveling at the vastness of the world. However, at this moment, the will-o'-the-wisps faded away. It reveled in its triumph, roaring with pride, as if to declare to the world, "Fire cannot extinguish me. What can you do? My fate lies in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens." Wang Yang cast a sidelong glance at the creature, deeming it a rather foolish youth. As night gave way to day, the saber-toothed tiger, still brimming with energy from its nocturnal escapades, continued to roar with exuberance. Wang Yang, perched upon a tree, chuckled coldly. "Go ahead and shout. Once you tire yourself out, let us see if you can sleep." Speaking of sleep, Wang Yang indeed desired rest. During the day, he found solace in slumber, especially knowing a fierce beast guarded him below, allowing him to sleep soundly. Since the saber-toothed tiger showed no signs of leaving, it believed itself to be feigning sleep, a clear demonstration of its lack of intellect. With this thought, he took a bite of fruit and succumbed to sleep. This time, he did not dream, nor did he care to ponder. The entire afternoon drifted by without purpose. Eventually, the saber-toothed tiger began to feel drowsy. Resting on the ground with its eyes half closed, Wang Yang, seizing the opportunity, attempted 3 times to descend the tree. On the first attempt, he had barely begun when the tiger awakened. On the second, he was almost down when the tiger rolled over, prompting him to scramble back up. The third attempt, well, there was no third attempt. The tiger lurked only 6 or 7 meters away. Should he descend and awaken it, it would spell disaster. Nevertheless, Wang Yang had no intention of allowing the creature any respite. Since he had committed to this battle of endurance, he would not permit his opponent to find comfort. As the saying goes, if you find comfort while your opponent does not, victory will be yours. Wang Yang refused to relent. Whenever the saber-toothed tiger neared slumber, he would hurl stones at it, forcing it to awaken. The tiger was compelled to seek shelter, nearly digging trenches in its frantic search for refuge. It preferred to hide behind the large tree, yet its massive frame rendered it incapable of concealing itself, resulting in frequent and frustrated roars whenever struck by stones. It was equally unwilling to let Wang Yang out of its sight, resigned to silently endure. As night descended, Wang Yang's excitement surged. He joyfully resumed throwing stones, compelling the saber-toothed tiger to retreat further away from his line of sight. Wang Yang, too cautious to flee in the dark, resolved to gather more stones and stealthily climbed down from the tree, ascending another nearby tree. This maneuver exposed the tiger once more, and Wang Yang continued to gleefully bombard it with stones. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the saber-toothed tiger, with bloodshot eyes, found itself cornered beneath Wang Yang's tree. Wang Yang, now wide awake, observed the weary and bedraggled tiger, sensing the dawn of victory as he relentlessly pelted it with stones. The tigress roars, a mixture of helplessness and defiance, echoed for hundreds of meters, a sound that could be heard throughout the day. Ultimately, as evening approached, the saber-toothed tiger, starved and sleep-deprived for nearly 2 days, succumbed. Chapter 27. Improvement. On this day, it retracted its assault and extinguished its patience. Even it found it hard to believe that after several days and nights of hunger, it had not succeeded in vanquishing Wang Yang. With a symbolic final roar, it turned and, dragging its weary body, ventured into the jungle. It was prudent to rest before embarking on a hunt. Gradually, the adults, fully equipped, emerged from the cave, clutching stone tools and adorned with small animal skin pouches at their waists, gazing in astonishment at Wang Yang at the entrance. Someone called out, and in an instant, they all surrounded him. Wang Yang mumbled a few words in response and made his way into the cave. He had no desire to do anything but savor a good meal, drink some water, and then sleep. Upon returning to the cave, his companions were equally astonished. His sister, Wang Yang, was the first to leap towards him, grabbing his arm and jumping excitedly. Zhang Xin also seized his hand, his expression still dazed, tugging him further inside. "What are you pulling me for? Wait a moment, I want to roast some meat first." Just as Wang Yang picked up a stick to skewer some meat, Zhang San pulled him deeper into the cave. As they entered, Wang Yang was taken aback. On a stone platform, a wooden bucket stood upright. He approached it, comparing it with his own bucket, and found them nearly identical, which made him smile. Turning to Zhang San, he exclaimed, "Well done, good child. You have a bright future." Zhang San, unable to comprehend his mumblings, stared at him blankly, unsure how to express his appreciation. Should he give a thumbs up? Nonsense. After satisfying his hunger, he succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke, the day was still young. It was likely around 3 or 4 o'clock. He washed himself in the stream, gazing at his hairy reflection on the water's surface. He tossed his hair back and, surprisingly, felt like a rock star. Back in the cave, he began to reflect on the experiences gained from this excursion. There were indeed shortcomings, such as the practicality of the wooden bucket, which remained unproven. While it worked well for some less wary animals, it proved inadequate against the more cautious ones. Take, for example, the mole. Had it not been for the lynx's sudden appearance, causing it to fumble and knock over a branch, it would not have been ensnared by the bucket. Furthermore, once the bucket trapped the creature, visibility into its condition was lost, leaving much uncertainty and wasting valuable time. If there were a method to swiftly eliminate prey, it would prevent the lynx from seizing the opportunity to instigate a conflict, and he would not have been entangled with the saber-toothed tiger for so long, nearly exhausting his resources. Therefore, while traps were established, the true improvement lay in swiftly dispatching the ensnared prey. This challenge did not daunt Wang Yang. He compared the thickness of his wooden spear and drew 3 circles at the bottom of the bucket, each about 3 centimeters in diameter, resembling large mineral water bottle caps. He promptly began to excavate. After a day, the 3 circular holes were completed. The wooden bucket was no longer merely a vessel for water. It now had 3 triangularly arranged holes at the bottom, allowing the spear and bone spikes to pass through, facilitating movement. Once inverted, the interior was clearly visible, significantly boosting the efficiency of killing prey. Additionally, Wang Yang improved the branches. Previously, he had thrown stones to dislodge them, but if the animal was cautious, it would easily see his actions and escape. This method was thus unwise. He had long been troubled by the issue of ropes, pondering how it was possible to bind branches without them. However, he had a change of heart. He had intentionally saved some wild boar and wolf skins. The wolf pelts had been taken by others, leaving only the boar skin. Once dried, the boar skin became hard and brittle, making it unsuitable for true rope making. Yet, Wang Yang was not crafting rope. He was creating a measuring tool. He cut the boar skin into strips 2 centimeters wide, then folded one end of a strip over another, securing them with a thin, pointed stick. This transformed 2 short strips into a longer one. He repeated this process, ultimately creating a 10-meter-long strip. These strips were rigid, and when combined, resembled an elongated ruler. The foremost end was connected to a branch supporting the bucket, allowing Wang Yang to simply pull at one end to detach the branch. However, due to their poor elasticity, it was impractical to maneuver such a lengthy object through the forest. Thus, he disassembled them into manageable lengths of 60 to 70 centimeters, easy to carry, and could be reassembled in 2 minutes when needed. With these enhancements, he felt compelled to venture deeper into the forest once more, as autumn was upon them. And winter would soon arrive in less than a month, revealing the inadequacy of their food supplies. He needed to take action to endure the season. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Wang Yang modify the wooden bucket, Zhang San attempted to replicate the process. Wang Yang observed for a moment before intervening. He did not wish for this wooden bucket trap to become widespread. With such a large group, they were more than capable of establishing a foothold deeper in the forest, at least ensuring a better quality of life. Moreover, the wooden bucket trap was only effective for small animals, providing little assurance. Capturing one would hardly suffice for sustenance. In essence, it was a gamble reliant on fate. If fortune smiled, one might receive a snack or two. If not, they would go empty-handed, making it unreliable. Zhang San, having abandoned the idea of digging holes, resorted to chopping trees near the valley, planning to construct more buckets. Wang Yang contemplated this and chose not to intervene. After all, Zhang San was restless following his training. Perhaps through practice, he could evolve into a master carpenter. Besides, a well-crafted wooden bucket had its merits. It could hold considerable water, which might prove useful in the future. Thus, Wang Yang ventured once more into the depths of the forest. This time, his purpose was no longer merely to capture small animals. More importantly, he sought to gather wild fruits. Chapter 28. Conceptual shift. Why is the primary objective this time said to be the gathering of wild fruits? Wang Yang conducted an analysis and made a judgment. The pressing issue at hand is the impending scarcity of food following winter. In such circumstances, the preservation of food becomes paramount. It is nearly impossible for Wang Yang alone to stockpile sufficient provisions. He requires certain supplementary conditions. For instance, a shift in the concept of storage is necessary. It is well known that dried meat can be preserved for an extended period, and sun-dried fruits can also last long, yet these methods can be cumbersome. First, one must procure the food, and then ensure that it is not consumed by others. The simplest approach is to gather nuts. Nuts, including chestnuts and walnuts, are hard-shelled fruits that can be stored for prolonged periods without spoiling. Wang Yang's intention is to preserve as much of this type of food as possible. Therefore, he plans to harvest more fruits, allowing everyone to indulge in them, while he secretly hides the nuts to be retrieved when food becomes scarce. This undertaking is monumental. One person attempting to secure rations for 30 individuals seems utterly insane. Yet he realizes the necessity of this task. Venturing to the outskirts of the forest is futile, as food there is still limited. Even if he gathers it all and stores it carefully, it would only suffice for about 20 people. He must delve deeper into the forest to find more sustenance. Suddenly, Wang Yang becomes acutely aware of a serious issue. Aside from the postmodern desires of humanity in this era, whether it be primitive humans or other creatures, the extent of their territory is determined by the availability of food. For instance, a tiger requires an entire mountain to ensure a steady food supply. Saber-toothed tigers must defend their territory to secure adequate nourishment. Primitive humans also faced mortality due to their inability to stay warm during winter, untreated wounds, and insufficient equipment, leading to a constant population of around 20 individuals. The food available in the forest's periphery suffices for their needs. Thus, they see no need to risk expanding their territory. To persuade them to venture deeper into the forest, it is unnecessary for Wang Yang to exert authority. He merely needs to make them aware that the food within their territory is insufficient. This is far simpler than performing miracles. Wang Yang chuckled to himself, realizing that if they can survive this winter, they will naturally expand their domain into the deeper forest. With this thought, he felt uplifted and ventured further into the woods. He arrived at a fruit tree marked with a carving, picking up numerous fruits from the ground. He estimated around 20, filling his satchel to the brim. There were still dozens of fruits on the tree, so he placed a wooden bucket on the ground, climbed the tree, and began to toss the fruits down one by one. In this manner, he harvested half of the tree's yield, accumulating a bucket and several bags full. Despite the seemingly large quantity, it would only provide one meal for 30 individuals, perhaps even insufficient. Upon returning to the cave, his companions eagerly gathered around. Yearning for a taste, Wang Yang calculated the time. It was not yet noon, so he gently swatted their little hands away and placed the fruits on the stone platform. He summoned Zhang San, pointing at the food, then at his mouth, shaking his head, followed by indicating his eyes and the surrounding companions. Essentially, his message was clear. This food is off limits, and he must oversee them. Zhang San stared blankly at him, then glanced at the ripe fruits, grabbed one, and took a bite. The fruit's aroma rolled over his tongue like waves, tantalizing his taste buds. He beamed with delight, signaling that it was delicious. Wang Yang facepalmed in silence. Never mind, he thought, I won't argue with you. He poured all the fruits onto the stone platform, personally swatting away the outstretched hands and repeatedly gesturing to Zhang San, shaking his head in disapproval. This cycle continued again and again. Then his sister reached out her hand, and Wang Yang ceased to swat, looking at Zhang San. Zhang San hesitated, then stepped forward to swat Wang Yang's hand away. Wang Yang's heart soared. But Zhang San then picked up a fruit for himself. Wang Yang was exasperated. How could he, as the supervisor, indulge in such behavior? He decided to ignore it, considering it as if he had paid him a salary. He then took the wooden bucket and satchel and ventured back into the depths of the forest. Unfortunately, he encountered a saber-toothed tiger. However, it seemed to recognize Wang Yang as a formidable opponent and, after a token roar, departed. One could surmise its message translated into modern vernacular. Kid, don't let me catch you again. Wang Yang refrained from throwing stones at it, fearing it might provoke the creature further. Meanwhile, his companions, having endured Zhang San's ruthless hand-swatting for an entire morning, were ravenous, watching him devour fruit with envy. Seeing a large pile of nuts, they wasted no time and rushed to seize them. Wang Yang, however, was quick to snatch up all the food bags. Dumping the fruits out, he filled several bags with the nuts, hanging them from his waist, regardless of his companions' desperate pleas. His strategy was to consume the perishable fruits first before switching to the more durable nuts. The adults did not object, as they had grown weary of these foods, preferring the taste of meat, thus allowing Wang Yang to carry them away. Yet now, he was uncertain to whom he should entrust the nuts. They were oblivious to his intentions. Although Zhang San would keep an eye on the others, he was too gluttonous to be reliable. Wang Yang mused about the ideal of having a safe to store his bounty, realizing he could not simply wander about with a vast quantity of nuts. After countless thoughts, he found no solution. By afternoon, he ceased gathering fruits, as he had depleted the tree's yield and would need to search elsewhere for more. He remained in the cave, supervising Zhang San's training and guiding him in crafting wooden barrels. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Yang, and he began to carve a piece of wood vigorously. The wood was substantial, with a diameter of 50 centimeters, and he intended to cut a 2-centimeter thick flat surface from it. Thus, he tirelessly chipped and gouged away. He primarily utilized a stone knife, one side sharp and the other blunt, holding the thick end while wielding the sharp end for cutting. Wang Yang, however, opted for a more efficient method. He steadied the stone knife with one hand while using a large, round stone to strike it, akin to hammering in nails, employing the simplest striking technique to enhance efficiency. Even so, it took him an entire day, leaving him exhausted, to finally carve out a 2-centimeter thick, 50-centimeter diameter wooden board. Chapter 29. Further afield, Wang Yang crafted this wooden board primarily as a lid to cover the barrel, preventing others from pilfering the nuts. However, he was not covering his own barrel, which had holes. Instead, he was capping the barrel made by Zhang San. He carved a hole in the center of the lid, matching the size of a wooden spear, and similarly created a hole at the center of the barrel's bottom. Then he took 2 small wooden blocks, each with a hole, and connected the lid to the bottom of the barrel using the wooden spear, firmly securing the 2 blocks at both ends of the barrel. Having completed this task, he called over Zhang San, gesturing for him to learn how to cut the wooden boards and seal the barrel. Zhang San, eager to imitate, began working diligently, perhaps grasping Wang Yang's intent. Wang Yang smiled with satisfaction and, equipped with his tools, ventured back into the forest. The purpose of this expedition was clear: to seek additional sources of food. He arrived at the large tree he had previously marked. On its trunk, he carved 4 arrows pointing in the directions of up, down, left, and right, with down indicating backward, up signifying forward, and left and right being self-explanatory. This was his way of ensuring that the search area was thorough, effectively creating a small map. First, he explored to the left. This region was uncharted territory for him. He had only traversed in a straight line before. Approaching the foot of the left mountain, he found it still blank. Cautiously, he ventured in, remaining vigilant in unfamiliar surroundings. Pausing every 10 steps to ensure no venomous snakes or scorpions lay in ambush. Though his pace was slow, it was undeniably safe. While there were no large animals, he encountered numerous smaller creatures. Snakes hung from branches, vibrantly colored and silent, watching him intently. He also spotted some chameleons, cleverly camouflaged and nearly indistinguishable unless observed closely. Upon reaching the mountain's base, he looked up to behold the small mountain, possibly 50 meters high. The green silhouette against the azure sky, adorned with drifting white clouds, evoked a serene sense of beauty, resembling a still painting. This scene surpassed even the most refined digital images. Wang Yang felt no desire to linger. After a cursory glance revealing no fruit trees nearby, he abandoned the idea of ascending the mountain. The right side also led to a mountain, albeit smaller than the left. Wang Yang soon reached its base, where he discovered a tree housing a beehive, buzzing with large yellow jackets. He licked his lips, but refrained from making a move. His attention was drawn to a robust black bear, drooling and fixated on him from 20 meters away. Wang Yang squinted, calculating the disparity between them. Weighing in at 50 kilograms, he was no match for the 300-kilogram heavyweight opponent. The bear's dark visage suggested it was no timid creature. It seemed rather brazen, almost devoid of shame. Faced with such an adversary, the only course of action was to flee. However, he hesitated to run directly, uncertain whether the bear intended to feast upon him or the honey, or perhaps both. To present the bear with a dilemma, Wang Yang squinted, grasped a stone, and gently shook it. With a resounding crash, the beehive fell to the ground, inciting the yellow jackets into a frenzy, their buzzing echoing like thunder. The bear, undeterred by the swarm, charged forward, seizing the hive and tearing it apart, while the yellow jackets launched a relentless assault, stinging the bear fiercely. Seizing the moment, Wang Yang turned and fled swiftly, realizing the bear had opted for honey. Once back at the tree, he marked an X in the bark and inscribed the character for bear nearby, designating the area as the bear's territory. With no fruit trees to the left or right, only the path ahead remained. Wang Yang was acutely aware of the unknown that lay before him, proceeding with utmost caution. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the more unpredictable it became. Armed with a stone spear in his left hand and a wooden spear in his right, he slowly advanced. The sunlight was increasingly obstructed, limiting his vision, as if a thin veil shrouded his eyes, rendering everything somewhat unclear. The atmosphere had taken on a humid, oppressive quality akin to a tropical rainforest, making it difficult to breathe. The trees here differed from those at the forest's edge. Their bark was smoother and varied in shades of deep green, contrasting with the rough, dark bark typical of modern trees. Wang Yang's eyes brightened with excitement. Could this tree's bark, akin to that of the poplar, be used to make rope? He approached to examine it closely. Crafting rope had long been his aspiration, with the simplest method being to seek out vines. If that proved unfeasible, tree bark could serve as a substitute. However, not all barks were suitable for rope making. Only those with high fiber content and good elasticity would suffice. This realization set a significant parameter for his search. In his youth, Wang Yang, like many, had naively assumed that any tree could yield rope. His early attempts resulted in a granular substance resembling sand, leading him to recognize the idealism of his understanding. Now, however, a sense of exhilaration washed over him. If this tree's bark resembled that of the poplar, crafting rope could indeed be straightforward. The tree stood only 2 meters tall, not densely clustered, with one tree every 10 meters. Its trunk measured 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter, and its leaves resembled mulberry leaves, with serrated edges and a length of 5 centimeters. The entire crown grew oddly, tilting leftward at the 1-meter mark to capture sunlight. Wang Yang marveled at the tree, unaware of its name, yet struck by its remarkable vitality and resilience, bending entirely for a glimpse of sunlight. He reached out to touch the trunk, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "Soft?" Chapter 30. A new source of food. He pressed against the tree trunk, feeling a smooth and soft sensation beneath his hand. After pressing down, it took a moment for it to return to its original state. It was akin to filling a balloon with water and then pressing it, though lacking the same elasticity. Wang Yang's eyes widened in wonder. His knowledge of plants was limited, He only knew that an infant's skin is elastic due to a high protein content. And with more protein comes more moisture, leading to softness. Could it be that the bark of this plant is rich in plant proteins? Gently, he scraped off a piece of bark with his nail, and as he rubbed it between his fingers, it transformed into a green liquid. It was hard to believe that the bark he had just held in his hand had vanished in an instant. Such a supple form must enable it to absorb the few rays of sunlight filtering through the towering trees of the forest. Wang Yang was unfamiliar with the scientific name of this tree. In fact, he had never encountered anything like it before and was unaware of how such plants had evolved. Was it possible that over time, the bark evolved into skin, leading the body to develop like that of an animal? Having never read works on evolution, he casually expressed his thoughts. He did not linger too long, as the tree's extremely low fiber content made it unsuitable for crafting ropes. Shaking off a slight disappointment, he continued his exploration. He had ventured 400 meters into the forest, the farthest he had ever traveled, reaching the exit of 2 small hills. Beyond lay an expanse of primal wilderness, akin to a great river reaching its estuary, leading into an endless sea. Wang Yang was accustomed to life in the forest, but only in the jungle regions. He had never climbed a mountain, and thus knew nothing of the dangers that lurked within the primordial forest. He resolved to pause here and venture left. The leftward area led to the foot of the mountains, the last 2 sections that could be traversed. As he walked over the decaying leaves that emitted a foul odor, they crunched underfoot, while the trees intertwined, fragmenting the scene. From above, an unknown bird chirped incessantly, causing the entire forest to seem restless, with echoes of growls resonating in the air. This territory was unknown, littered with eerie white bones, some thick, some slender, creating an atmosphere overshadowed by death. Wang Yang felt uneasy in this place, certain that it was not the domain of the saber-toothed tiger, which, despite its ferocity and vast appetite, could not possibly dominate all creatures. The abundance of skeletal remains suggested the presence of a particularly formidable foe. As he walked, he swiftly filtered through his knowledge of animals, attempting to ascertain which creature possessed such extraordinary destructive power and appetite. He picked up a bone, examining it. It was about 3 centimeters in diameter, roughly the thickness of his wrist, likely the leg bone of some creature. Strangely, when he compared it to his own lower leg, he found it slightly taller, sending a chill through him. It couldn't be from a Neanderthal, could it? It appeared to belong to an adult. Wang Yang felt at a loss. This wasn't entirely surprising, as their dwelling was not too far from here, and considering the annual fatalities, it seemed normal. After all, the Neanderthals had no concept of burial. The dead were simply discarded over the canyon's edge. Wang Yang had witnessed this a few times in his youth. The first time was heart-wrenching, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. Once, he attempted to dig a grave at the canyon's mouth, but being too young, no one understood his intentions, and he was left to his own devices. By the time he returned the next day, the body had vanished. From then on, he ceased to concern himself with such emotional trivialities, focusing instead on survival and sustenance. The bone appeared aged, darkened, and brittle, breaking with a few taps. Continuing along, he approached a cliff near the mountain's base, just as he had envisioned. The cliff face was remarkably smooth, with a few wild grasses growing in steep areas, resembling the work of a divine blade. At the summit of the cliff, several ancient pines clung precariously, their gnarled branches extending outward, suspended in midair. However, there were no vines of the sort Wang Yang had longed for. Yet, at that moment, he felt no disappointment. Rather, an overwhelming joy surged within him as he discovered, at the base of the cliff, a dozen fruit trees. The trees were laden with vibrant red fruits, glistening temptingly. Wang Yang's heart raced. He quickly climbed the nearest tree to survey his surroundings, ever mindful of the adage that where there is food, there is conflict. Behind him lay the path he had taken. To the left was the area he had already explored, while to the right loomed the primal forest. And directly ahead was a steep incline leading up to the mountaintop. The cliff face faced the primal forest, situated in his right front. It was certain that there were no dangers behind or to the left. The only areas to be cautious of were the mountain above and the ancient woods, where no one could guarantee that a man-eating creature wouldn't emerge from the heights, or that some bizarre entity wouldn't burst forth from the forest. He waited there for 3 hours, reaching midday. Logically, such a long time should have yielded sightings of larger animals. If there were territorial creatures with keen senses, they would likely have detected his presence and come to investigate. Yet, peculiarly, for the entire 3 hours, not a single large animal appeared, the largest being a wildcat. By distinguishing characteristics, one could effectively differentiate a wildcat from a lynx, as the former is notably smaller and lacks the tufted ears. Thus, Wang Yang dismissed the possibility of being in a lynx's territory. Even if he were, he would not be afraid. After careful consideration and upon confirming that there was indeed no danger around, he descended from the tree and ran towards the cluster of fruit trees. As he approached, he was met with the sound of chirping from the trees, prompting him to halt and turn his gaze. Chapter 31. Establishing territory. The incessant chattering was not loud, yet it was quite bothersome, suggesting the presence of a multitude. Wang Yang concealed himself behind a large tree, peering out. With the sunlight filtering through the mountainside, he could distinctly observe a group of small creatures inhabiting the fruit trees. These diminutive beings were adorned with a coat of yellow fur, their bellies white, separated by two dark stripes. Their petite frames, including their tails, measured only a few dozen centimeters in length. Their elongated, pointed snouts bore a resemblance to that of a fox, yet overall, they appeared more akin to African hyenas, with their noses rounded like that of a pig. Do not mistake them for some mythical creature. They were merely a band of civets. These little animals posed no threat to the primitive man. Their only nuisance was the occasional odor they emitted. Wang Yang had previously fallen victim to such antics, having encountered a similar creature that also released gas. So he felt no fear. Brandishing his wooden spear, he charged forward, declaring, "Make way. Make way. I represent the new empire and declare this territory occupied, a new colony." With the exuberance of discovering a new land, Wang Yang energetically drove the civets away. The civets, predictably, retaliated with their noxious gas in an attempt to suffocate him. Yet, they could not fathom that he had developed an immunity to such toxins when food was at stake, and they scurried away in haste. Wang Yang refrained from harvesting the fruits immediately, fearing that the civets would return once he departed. Instead, he marked his territory by urinating at the base of the tree. For creatures that rely on scent to delineate their domains, this method was far more effective than numerous attempts to shoo them away. Having established his claim, he set his wooden bucket down and climbed the tree. Each tree bore hundreds of fruits, resembling oversized cherries, vibrant and enticing. He plucked one, savoring its sweetness as the fragrant juices burst in his mouth. Without hesitation, he began to harvest. Before long, he had filled a bucket and 2 satchels. And prior to leaving, he marked his territory once more with a final spray. He calculated that the fruits from these dozen or so trees, combined with the fish caught by the adults, should sustain them for half a month. In the days to come, any food found could be preserved for future needs. However, in his haste to move on, he inadvertently wandered into the territory of the saber-toothed tiger. Here, Wang Yang proceeded with caution, keenly observing his surroundings. This was not out of cowardice, but rather due to the lingering scent of the gas he had encountered. He was easily detectable. Indeed, before reaching the first fruit tree, the saber-toothed tiger emerged. Wang Yang, disregarding the fruits, abandoned his bucket and swiftly ascended the tree. Upon recognizing Wang Yang, the tiger roared in frustration, unable to confront the little gorilla that seemed to have bested it time and again. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of the fruits, approached curiously, and after sniffing, emitted a low growl, seemingly uninterested in consuming them. However, unable to resist, it took a bite, only to spit it out moments later. Wang Yang, perched in the tree, remained indifferent to the tiger, his thoughts consumed by the civets. Could it be that the civets sought to take revenge on their adversary, enhancing the scent to lead to its downfall and eliminate competition? Wang Yang mused that this tactic of using another's weapon against them was executed with remarkable finesse. Few animals could match their cunning. The saber-toothed tiger did not linger long, soon retreating in search of food to store for the winter, which was fast approaching. Upon returning to the cave, Wang Yang found his companions encircled around a barrel filled with chestnuts, employing tools such as stone chisels, preparing to forcibly break it open. Furious, Wang Yang charged over, delivering a powerful blow to the lid of the barrel, producing a resounding thud. His friends jumped in surprise, turning to see Wang Yang's flushed face and fierce glare. They exchanged bewildered looks, failing to see themselves as the mice caught by a cat for stealing oil, and naturally reached out again. Perhaps seeing their stubbornness, Wang Yang chose not to explain further, forcefully swatting away their outstretched hands and gesturing toward the other barrel brimming with fruits, signaling them to eat from that instead. Though confused, they were not picky eaters. Seeing Wang Yang's resolute demeanor, they dared not defy him and proceeded to consume the fruits. Subsequently, Wang Yang ventured back into the forest. The saber-toothed tiger, perhaps having failed in its hunt, appeared dispirited before him. After another foray to harvest, the tiger roared once more, and Wang Yang, calculating the time, decided to return yet again. "Hey buddy, it's me," he called. The next day, Wang Yang re-entered the forest, and without a doubt, the civets had returned, reclaiming their fruity paradise. This time, Wang Yang was determined to show them their place. He concealed himself behind a large tree, stealthily approaching. Thanks to the lingering odor, he was able to remain undetected within 10 meters of the civets, who were blissfully enjoying their party. Let the revelry continue, Wang Yang thought, focusing on a civet playing unaware at the base of the tree. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. In an instant, he surged forward like a flash of lightning. Grasping a bone spur, he propelled himself with the swiftness of years of practice, covering 5 meters in a heartbeat. At that moment, the civets finally sensed the impending danger, leaping and chattering in alarm to warn their companions. The civet that Wang Yang had targeted instinctively attempted to evade. Yet, Wang Yang was already in full motion, and with a swift movement, he lunged forward, his bone spur plunging downward with lethal precision. The unfortunate civet could not escape its grim fate. The sharp spur pierced through its body and into the ground, staining its fur with blood. Wang Yang did not grant it further opportunity to struggle. Grasping its neck, he twisted forcefully, and with a sickening crack, it breathed its last. Chapter 32. A conflict sparked by a chestnut. Upon witnessing their kin under siege, the other civets fled in panic, resorting to their unique weaponry, an offensive odor. The entire forest was engulfed in a stench, an unpleasant miasma. Wang Yang, well prepared, pinched his nose and swung the bloodied carcass of the civet with fervor, splattering the crimson fluid as he reveled in his ferocity. The civets, in disarray, quickly retreated. Once they were far enough away, he ceased his display of might. Turning to survey the territory he had so diligently claimed, he sighed, reflecting. "I once thought that Emperor Wu of Han's relentless campaigns against the Xiongnu were merely for glory. Now I realize that without instilling fear in these lesser beings, they will continue to transgress." Having collected the civets, Wang Yang commenced gathering fruits. He was undeterred by the lingering stench, which effectively masked his presence. Over the course of several days, he successfully relocated most of the fruit trees, and indeed, the civets did not return, proving the adage that force resolves issues. It seemed that with just a couple more days, he could complete the harvest. In the meantime, the adults had gathered a significant quantity of nuts, which Wang Yang collected, filling 3 wooden barrels to the brim. In truth, the volume within those barrels, once the tough shells were cracked, yielded little sustenance. At best, 1 barrel could serve as a day's rations for the group. At worst, it might provide 1 or 2 meals. The meager quantity was disheartening. Historically, fruits consumed during winter accounted for 1/3 of the total. In those frigid months, the cold preserved the fruits for longer, often requiring them to be warmed in one's arms before consumption. Currently, the situation was not much improved, though the hassle had lessened. The middle third relied on nuts, while later on, dried meats became the staple. These stored provisions constituted about 70 to 80% of the total winter consumption, with the remaining 20 to 30% sourced from foraging during the season. With the increase in population, the same amount of food gathered resulted in a shift in ratios, now only covering 60%. This indicated that he needed to procure an additional 20% of food within a limited time frame, a troubling thought for Wang Yang. By evening, the adults of the tribe appeared to harbor grievances regarding Wang Yang's monopolization of the nuts. They grumbled and encircled the 3 barrels, wielding stone knives in an attempt to pry them open. Wang Yang rushed over, pushing them away one by one, standing protectively before the barrels with resolute determination. The adults seemed unwilling to relent, muttering as they approached once more. "I want to assist you, but why add to my troubles at this time?" Wang Yang was genuinely infuriated, lacking the patience for their antics, pushing them back forcefully, his anger erupting in a fierce shout. This minor altercation ultimately did not escalate further. The adults, both reluctant and puzzled, could not comprehend why they were denied a share of the nuts. Wang Yang, rendered speechless, felt a surge of frustration. It was a struggle for anyone to maintain a positive disposition when beset by worries. That night, he reflected on the events, acknowledging that despite his somewhat privileged position, it was unrealistic to expect constant guardianship over the barrels. He chose not to dwell on it further and retired early. The following morning, Wang Yang ventured out once more. The weather had turned increasingly chilly, with nighttime temperatures hovering around freezing, and the morning air was no warmer. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, chilling him to the bone. Were there brick houses nearby, one would surely witness a frost blanketing the ground. With winter looming, Wang Yang braved the cold and entered the thicket. Upon entering, he encountered the saber-toothed tiger once again. He soon arrived at an area littered with bones. This region appeared quite foreboding. Yet Wang Yang was astonished to discover it was paradoxically the safest place. No other animals dared approach this locale. As the saying goes, where there is food, there is strife. In the absence of food, discord diminishes significantly. Perhaps the ferocity of a past predator had instilled a lasting fear in the local fauna. As Wang Yang traversed this area, he quickened his pace, remaining vigilant. Reaching the foot of the mountain, he wasted no time and began his fruit gathering. Everything proceeded smoothly, devoid of any danger. Some small creatures roamed about, eager for fruit, yet they remained too timid to come close. Wang Yang felt a sense of helplessness. His barrels required filling with fruit, but he could not afford to capture them. He had contemplated abandoning the idea of gathering fruit. But a single small animal could not consume an entire barrel's worth, leaving him with no choice but to persist. Upon his entrance, the small creatures immediately dropped their stone tools and sat quietly to the side, staring at him in a daze, attempting to conceal their transgressions. Wang Yang had no time to dwell on their antics. As long as they did not damage the barrels, he allowed them to fidget freely. He discarded the gathered fruits, hoisted a barrel onto his back, and prepared to leave. Noticing two empty barrels made by Zhang Sanqi nearby, he reconsidered and took one with him. Arriving beneath the tree, he set down the two barrels, carrying the one with a hole to a distance of about 8 meters. He propped it up with a branch and placed 2 fruits inside. Then, he meticulously connected prepared strips of hide, extending them to the tree, striving to optimize every opportunity for securing food. Truthfully, the outcome was less than satisfactory. Despite filling the barrel with fruits, no small creatures took the bait. They either observed from afar or turned tail at the sight of him. Wang Yang sighed, "Am I truly so fearsome?" Upon returning, Wang Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that a civet had taken the bait. It had initially intended to emerge, but upon spotting Wang Yang, it clumsily concealed itself within the barrel, hoping to evade detection. In the face of such a fortuitous opportunity, he wasted no time. A swift motion brought a stone down upon the branch, knocking it aside before he dashed forward. He plunged a wooden spear into the center of the opening, restricting the civet's movement, and with another bone spur, he swiftly ended the encounter. With the civet secured, Wang Yang disregarded the spreading scent of blood and continued his fruit gathering. After all, he had thoroughly scoured this area. He understood the local fauna well and had devised effective strategies for any potential threats, ensuring that, barring unforeseen circumstances, danger would not arise. Chapter 33. The prodigal son. The elation that surged within Wang Yang was palpable. It seemed that only when he was absent did the other small creatures dare to approach. Without uttering a word, he swiftly dispatched the little animal and soon found himself immersed in work once more. Only a few creatures misjudged their safety and sought refuge within the wooden barrel. The day passed quietly without incident as the denizens of the forest busied themselves, each devising their own strategies for braving the winter. As night fell, everyone gathered around the crackling bonfire, skewering meat and savoring fruit, basking in the warmth emanating from the flames, a scene of heartwarming camaraderie. Wang Yang, however, had yet to partake. He sat quietly by the stream, accompanied by several small creatures he had caught that day. The surface of the water mirrored the vast expanse of twinkling stars, rippling gently with each breath of wind. He dipped his hand into the cold water, a shiver coursing through him, awakening his senses. Methodically, he extracted the innards of the small animals, making incisions along their blood vessels, allowing the blood to drain and cleanse them in the water. He then carried them into the cave, presenting the entrails to the adults while he set about skinning the animals. Skinning was indeed a skillful endeavor. Many pelts were difficult to remove as they clung to the flesh, yet rabbits proved quite simple. One could grasp the skin at the wound and, with a firm tug, it would come away with ease. Wang Yang diligently stripped the easier pelts, aiming to preserve them intact for use as bags. The more troublesome skins he left untouched, opting instead to slice the meat into large flat pieces that he hung on the walls to dry, utilizing smoke and air to cure them. He preferred to manage these tasks himself, for he harbored concerns about others succumbing to temptation and consuming the provisions. The entrails had become a common delicacy among them, with no one expressing disdain, as their flavor rivaled that of the meat itself. Wang Yang had a particular fondness for kidneys and hearts. These small morsels could be quickly skewered and grilled, yielding a delightful crispness when bitten into. Today was no exception, as the adults had captured over a dozen small creatures, necessitating the consumption of their innards. As he ate, he cast his gaze around the cave, noticing the vibrant array of animal carcasses pinned to the walls. At the far end of the cave, a stone platform held a well-dried stockpile, nearly a month's worth of provisions. To prevent the meat from being tainted by the fruits, Wang Yang had separated them with a wooden board, though he was uncertain of its effectiveness. As he continued to eat, he suddenly noticed an adult retrieving a chestnut from his belt. Wang Yang glanced over curiously but quickly lost interest, assuming it was merely a few he had neglected to turn in. However, upon tasting the chestnut, others were drawn to him, eagerly requesting some for themselves. True to form, the adult began to distribute them generously, as if they were free. Wang Yang was taken aback. Where had the chestnuts come from? He began to eat as well. Yet, having gained the approval of his peers, he generally allowed them to indulge freely. Come winter, he would delineate what could be consumed immediately and what could not. He did not expect them to grasp his thoughtful intentions, merely hoping to avoid adding to his own troubles. Nevertheless, minor complications frequently arose. They had no inkling of Wang Yang's complex thoughts. They only comprehended that if he withheld food from them, they would simply hide away to eat. Thus, it often resulted in a failure to gather all provisions, leading him to sigh in resignation. Such was the tragedy. Rising to his feet, Wang Yang instinctively approached to retrieve the bag, only to discover it brimming with chestnuts. The others looked on in astonishment, seemingly unperturbed. In their worldview, disputes or courtship could easily be resolved through physical confrontation, a notion that made little sense to Wang Yang. He recognized the absurdity of challenging a robust adult at his tender age, especially since he had never intended to provoke a fight. Furthermore, neither he nor the adult appeared to be in a state of anger. It would be folly to act on such confusion. Lifting his gaze to meet the furrowed brow of the adult, Wang Yang released his grip. The bag of chestnuts slipped from his fingers and fell into the adult's hands, who squealed with delight, clearly exhilarated. Wang Yang chuckled, joining in the merriment while simultaneously reaching into the adult's bag, stealthily filling his own with handfuls of chestnuts, leaving only a few behind. This incident unveiled another trait Wang Yang had observed. The adults lacked foresight, and their thinking was rather rigid. In truth, he had achieved his goal of pilfering the chestnuts, yet the adult remained blissfully unaware, feeling no sense of loss. Wang Yang felt a mix of incredulity and frustration, akin to dealing with a group of naive children, despite the adults' faces being etched with the lines of age and the weight of time reflected in their deep-set eyes. In summation, he could only mutter a phrase, "What a nuisance." He then scurried to the side of other adults, quietly prying open their possessions, only to discover many had secreted away nuts, including his own parents. His discontent swelled. After going to great lengths to gather provisions, he turned to see his companions ravenously devouring their bountiful stash of chestnuts, relishing their post-meal treat. A wave of unease washed over Wang Yang. How had the chestnuts multiplied so swiftly in just one day? He could not afford to collect his friends' after-meal delights, rushing instead to the deepest part of the cave. There, he beheld the 3 wooden barrels, 2 of which remained intact, but the third had been dismantled. Hurrying over, he realized the barrel had not been forcibly broken, but rather opened unknowingly by them, with a small portion of chestnuts pilfered. In an instant, Wang Yang's eyes blazed with fury. He spun around, gesticulating wildly, and berated them, "You wastrels." The sudden outburst startled everyone. They exchanged puzzled glances as they witnessed Wang Yang hopping about in agitation, struggling to understand his reaction. Wang Yang, clutching a handful of chestnuts, approached Wang Yang, her eyes wide with innocence, as if to say, "If you're still hungry, I have more." Wang Yang felt tears prick at his eyes. Chapter 34. Semi-automatic traps. In order to prevent the stored food from being pilfered, Wang Yang resolved to take immediate action and find a suitable hiding place. This idea had been lingering in his mind for some time. He believed that in order for everyone to realize the insufficiency of their food supply, they needed to experience hunger firsthand. If he tirelessly gathered food and stored it in the cave, they would remain oblivious to the scarcity. However, this notion had been postponed due to the lack of a proper location. More importantly, Wang Yang had not managed to accumulate enough food. After hastily collecting some nuts, he guarded the wooden barrel and slept through the night. As dawn broke the next day, he set off with a wooden barrel filled with chestnuts on his back. Another barrel for trapping perched atop it, armed with a bone-spiked spear and a stone knife. Upon reaching the dense forest filled with eerie white bones, he halted, placed the barrel of chestnuts down, and prepared to dig a hole. The choice of this location was deliberate. Firstly, there were no animals nearby, allowing him to dig without concern. Secondly, the scarcity of animals reduced the risk of his food being snatched away. After laying down all his gear, he carried the barrel intended for trapping and approached a spot 8 meters away, securing the leather straps before starting to dig. Opting to dig a hole for concealing the food was a desperate measure, perhaps a bit foolish, but given the current circumstances, he had no other choice. He gripped the stone knife with both hands, cleared away the bones on the ground, and began to excavate. In this era, there were no effective digging tools, nor had Wang Yang ever considered crafting a hoe. The stone knife was the most practical tool available. The so-called stone knife was merely a slightly polished stone slab, one end flat while the other was thicker for gripping. The soil in this area was quite fertile and relatively loose, making it easier to dig. After a half-day's labor, he finally completed a pit 70 centimeters deep. Rather than immediately filling it with soil, he continued to excavate. After digging for about another hour, Wang Yang was exhausted, his limbs sore and drenched in sweat. He glanced at the wooden barrel trap 8 meters away and sighed deeply. No animals had ventured into that trap. The surroundings felt more desolate than a forest. One pit had consumed half a day, and he still needed to dig 2 more, which would take a total of a day and a half. Staying here meant he would collect no food for a day and a half. Even if he consumed stimulants to hastily finish digging, it would still amount to a wasted day. He still needed to forage for fruits, which would take another day, and he had yet to locate a new food source, which could take several more days. Given the plummeting temperatures, snow would likely arrive within a matter of days, leaving him to ponder where to find sustenance then. Time was of the essence. Every moment wasted was detrimental, prompting Wang Yang to think creatively. He gazed towards the cluster of fruit trees. Although there were many small animals there, if he were to dig pits in that area, the creatures would not approach. Behind him lay the mountains, and ahead was the primordial forest, where vigilance was necessary to avoid danger, significantly hindering his digging efficiency. However, the area he was in was even worse, devoid of any birds. He needed a compromise. Wouldn't it be splendid to have an automatic trap, similar to a mouse trap, that would ensnare any creature that ventured near? But such a device would require a spring mechanism. As Wang Yang pondered, inspiration struck him suddenly, and he leaped to his feet. Eureka! It is often said that desperation can lead to remarkable feats. Just as a cornered rabbit may bite, he realized that all creatures, when pressed, could unleash unforeseen abilities. Wang Yang, too, conceived of a dual-purpose solution. It is well known that traps like mouse traps or those seen on television cannot discern living beings. They merely activate upon external force. In essence, a thrown stone would trigger them. So, if external force could be harnessed, why not apply it to the wooden barrel? No one had ever claimed that a mechanism must necessarily involve springs. Released from the confines of conventional thinking, Wang Yang experienced a moment of clarity. He positioned the barrel trap, filled it with fruits, and murmured to himself, "The key components of the barrel are the small branches that support its weight and the fruits within. If other animals attempt to seize the fruit, they would inadvertently knock down the supporting branch, causing the barrel to fall. But how could he design it so that the small creatures would knock down the branch while attempting to grab the fruit? These two elements were not connected. Connect? Wang Yang slapped his forehead, elated. Yes. Just because they weren't connected does not mean I cannot create a connection. With this thought, he picked up a nearby branch, flattened one end and sharpened the other, threading the fruit onto the pointed end. He then placed the flattened end at the junction of the barrel and the supporting branch, using the barrel's weight to suspend the branch horizontally, thus creating a small mechanism. In this manner, the fruit would indeed be linked to the supporting branch. Once the small animals entered, they would inevitably bump into the suspended fruit, triggering the movement of the branch. As the branch shifted, the support would falter, and the barrel would fall. How had he not thought of this before? So foolish, so foolish. In high spirits, Wang Yang quickly crouched to test it, and indeed, upon moving the fruit, the branch toppled. After calculating the time, he realized that within half an hour, he could return. To his delight, he found that a small animal was already ensnared beneath the barrel, struggling within. Observing the surroundings and seeing no other creatures lying in wait, he rushed over, brandishing his bone-spiked spear in a flurry of strikes, quickly dispatching the captive. When the barrel was finally lifted, it revealed a mountain chicken. Wang Yang was quite astonished, having never known that mountain chickens would eat fruit. His initial intent had been to catch moles or civet cats, yet regardless of the creature, capturing any was a victory. After half an hour, another small animal fell victim. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a civet cat. He couldn't help but smile. He had long suspected that the civet cats were reluctant to leave, often lingering nearby. Now, they had become a source of food for him. After securing the catch, he set up once more. Half an hour later, he returned, but this time, no small animals had taken the bait. Looking down at the untouched fruit, he deduced that they had yet to attract the attention of any creatures. With this highly efficient tool in place, the prospect of amassing substantial food seemed no longer daunting. Chapter 35. Accumulation. It is often said that one must have something to look forward to in life, be it a car, a house, a beautiful woman, or a wealthy benefactor. As long as hope is within sight, motivation becomes boundless. Wang Yang exemplified this notion. At that moment, he resembled a valiant warrior plummeting from a precipice. Unexpectedly caught by the gnarled roots of an ancient pine, clinging fiercely to the lifeline. Others had already claimed their prey, gutting it in anticipation of a grand feast. Wang Yang, undeterred, gestured toward their belts, seeking to trade for nuts. He had little inclination to skin and bleed the game himself, delegating that task to others. For he had more pressing matters at hand. He made his way to the platform outside the cave, where two newly crafted wooden barrels awaited him. And Zhang San was diligently working on a third. Fortuitously, he had refrained from hindering Zhang's efforts earlier, as these barrels would now prove useful. After savoring the sweet fruits of his labor that day, he resolved to construct another trap. Observing him, Zhang San took to learning the craft. Mimicking Wang Yang's actions while chiseling away at the wood, Wang Yang contemplated whether to preserve one barrel intact, but after much deliberation, he decided against it. Acquiring more food was paramount. After several hours of toil, the two barrels were finally complete, and Wang Yang entered a realm of sweet dreams, filled with hopeful aspirations. At dawn the following day, he ventured into the bone forest with the nuts he had gathered the previous day. He had explored both sides of the path. The left yielded no fruit trees, nor did the right, which was the territory of black bears. Naturally, he would not provoke the bears, so he opted to venture left. While devoid of fruit trees, the left side surely harbored small creatures, perfect for setting a trap. However, the presence of numerous snakes and lizards made him uneasy. This territory belonged to the saber-toothed tiger, yet Wang Yang had grown fearless, knowing it would not ascend trees. He excavated a shallow pit, placed the nuts inside, and swiftly covered it, having already spent an hour in the forest. An hour had passed. Surely, there would be prey ensnared. He hurried to a cluster of fruit trees and discovered that the barrel had indeed captured a small creature. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, delivering a flurry of strikes, only to uncover a civet cat. Wang Yang marveled at his fortune. It seemed fate had delivered this meal unto him. He secured it and hastened to the left of the fruit tree, where another barrel had successfully ensnared a creature, although a large wildcat prowled around it. This wildcat was impressive in size, comparable to an average lynx, distinctly different from a domestic cat, with exceptionally long fur adorning its mane and tail. Its tail, due to its length, resembled a sweeping broom, and its overall appearance was akin to donning a thick down jacket. The fur transitioned from a tawny hue on its back to a creamy white beneath. Its bright eyes sparkled with curiosity, evoking thoughts of the Siberian forest cat. Indeed, it could well be of that breed. As the wildcat circled the barrel, Wang Yang decided to push it aside, prompting an immediate, displeased growl from the creature. It halted, casting a wary glance at Wang Yang before darting away to conceal itself. Yet, Wang Yang sensed it remained nearby, watching him from the shadows. He dared not underestimate it. Who knew if this large cat would attack like a lynx? He pressed the barrel down, gradually retreating to a grand tree, where he finally lowered his gaze to inspect the captured prey. Inside was a small mountain mouse, its brown fur giving it the appearance of a comically rolling sweet potato. Wang Yang grinned widely, overjoyed, and with a smile, he ended its life. With two creatures in tow, he descended to the base of the fruit tree, where another trap had ensnared a squirrel. The little companions, having grown bored, rushed over to Wang Yang, their bright eyes sparkling with excitement at his haul of 3 small animals. Don't be greedy. Anyone who dares to steal will find themselves with broken legs. Wang Yang warned them sternly before distributing the prey and instructing them to clean the catch by the stream. This task required no special arrangement, as the adults engaged in it daily, often treating it as a game, thus requiring no guidance. Surprisingly, Zhang San abandoned his barrel making to assist with the processing of the catch. After delegating the necessary tasks, Wang Yang approached the stream. Washing the bag that held the 3 creatures several times, applying mud to mask the scent of blood before continuing on his way. However, as he reached the valley's mouth, he paused once more. His intent was to make everyone aware of the food scarcity, encouraging them to seek more sustenance rather than exhausting himself to assist them. Helping them temporarily would not suffice long-term. If they did not comprehend the dire need for food, perhaps they could endure this winter, but what of the following year? Or the year after that? He could not single-handedly resolve every challenge. Upon reaching his destination, he dug away the thin layer of soil, placing the dried meat into the barrel before sealing and burying it once more. He then visited each of his traps to collect more prey. That day, he amassed 13 small animals, including rabbits, mountain chickens, civets, moles, and mountain mice, among others. Combined with the increasing bounty of nuts, he had gathered enough sustenance to sustain the entire group for a day, assuming a frugal approach to consumption. By this calculation, over the forthcoming days, as long as fortune favored him, he could secure provisions for several weeks to come. With a bit more effort during the winter, he might just manage to persevere. Surviving the winter would herald the arrival of spring. Chapter 36. Mutation. For the next 3 days, he engaged in repetitive tasks, setting traps, harvesting prey, and storing nuts and dried meat, doing everything within his capacity. The pit he had dug grew larger, accommodating an increasing number of barrels. By now, there were 6 in total, including 3 brimming with nuts and 3 filled with meat. Each day, he managed to capture a dozen or so animals, achieving remarkable efficiency that astonished even himself. Most importantly, this automated hunting method proved to be quite safe, as no mishaps occurred over the 3 days. The others rejoiced at the bountiful food supply, laughing merrily, unaware that Wang Yang would be storing an equal amount of dried meat. During the day, the adults were out hunting, which drew little attention to his actions. Zhang Sen had also become a skilled barrel maker. Whether out of initial interest or due to recent necessity, the task had inevitably fallen upon him. Thus, it can be said that sometimes one should not be overly clever, lest they fall under the control of a nefarious capitalist like Wang Yang. However, fate is often unpredictable, and fortune does not perpetually favor any individual. On one particular day, Wang Yang encountered a vexing dilemma. True to form, he ventured into the forest with 2 barrels, equipped with a bone-spike spear and small stone tips, taking bold strides. Yet, before he could approach the fruit trees, he heard the menacing roar of a saber-toothed tiger nearby. The sound indicated that the creature was situated below the fruit trees, growling incessantly, seemingly agitated. Wang Yang quickly placed the barrels down and stealthily climbed a large tree. Through the gaps in the branches, he observed the saber-toothed tiger pacing slowly below, drawn by the lingering scent of blood. Clearly, it was in a furious state, its fierce gaze and gaping maw releasing deep, resonant growls of anger. After 3 consecutive days of hunting within its territory, the creature could no longer tolerate the intrusion and appeared ready to confront him in a decisive battle. Should it catch sight of him, the outcome would undoubtedly be grim. What puzzled Wang Yang was that, logically, after allowing him to wreak havoc for 3 days, the tiger would likely disregard him. Yet today, it was in a state of rage. What could have prompted such a reaction? Could it be that the creature had not been within its territory during those days and had instead roamed elsewhere? This explanation seemed plausible, aligning with the tiger's absence over the past 3 days and its sudden fury today. But where had it ventured? What had it been doing? Wang Yang did not intend to dwell on these questions. His primary focus remained on today as hunting endeavor. The area occupied by the saber-toothed tiger was clearly off-limits, necessitating a change in hunting grounds. He made a circuitous route to the left, navigating along the base of the mountain to reach the orchard. The left side was notoriously difficult to traverse, overrun with wild grasses and thorns, leaving one uncertain of the presence of snakes with every step. Hence, he hastily set a trap there before cautiously approaching the mountain's base. Although his pace was slow, he eventually reached the foot of the mountain after about 10 minutes. The distinction between the mountain and its base was evident. The uneven terrain allowed slants of light to filter through. This light, illuminating the otherwise shadowy forest, radiated a pure, almost sacred quality. The beams encircled the mountain base like chalk lines on a classroom desk, dividing the 2 realms beneath and above. Looking upwards, the view of the mountain was obscured, not due to a lack of vision, but rather the overwhelming density of trees blocking his sight. Walking in that beam of light, he savored the warmth of early autumn as he continued onward, maintaining vigilance towards any movements above. Fortunately, nothing alarming occurred. Upon arriving at the orchard, he began to set traps. The fruit trees stood bare, leaves scattered across the ground, leaving only frail branches behind. After arranging the traps, he climbed the tree to survey the surroundings, seeking a new location for trap placement. This site need not boast an abundance of fruit trees, but must be frequented by small animals to ensure harvests every half hour to hour. Such locations typically bear distinctive markers, food and water sources. Water is essential for all life. Creatures require it in various forms, some drinking blood or dew from leaves, while others consume moisture-rich plants. Simply put, without water, survival is impossible. This explains why streams, rivers, lakes, and ponds are often scenes of carnage. Even a small puddle can witness the shedding of blood. Within a few dozen meters, there appeared to be no additional water sources. The nearby creek meandered through the territories of the saber-toothed tiger and the black bear, yet remained unexplored. However, the absence of immediate water does not imply a lack of gathering spots for small animals. Food is also a critical component. The concept may seem intricate, yet it is fundamentally straightforward. We all understand the food chain, right? Lions and tigers feast on what? Pigs, cattle, sheep, and horses, anything they can consume. What do pigs, cattle, sheep, and horses eat? Pigs are omnivorous, while cattle, sheep, and horses graze on grass. For a simpler analogy, who consumes vegetables? Rabbits, moles, and similar creatures. And who preys on rabbits? Larger animals. Thus, can it be inferred that areas abundant in wild grasses yield a higher population of small animals? Now, he could apply this knowledge. He was aware that the region he had traversed earlier was rife with wild grasses, likely teeming with snakes. It was also the most promising area for capturing prey, as the dozen or so fruit trees proved less effective. Given that the civets had learned the dangers of witnessing their companions being hunted, unfortunately, they lacked the insight to discern the true peril. How could they be ensnared by a seemingly lifeless barrel? Perhaps they viewed it as a new creature. One should not find this amusing. In their perception, it might indeed appear so. He recalled receiving information from an unknown source that described how an underdeveloped tribe mistook horse riders for divine beings, half men, half horses. This highlights the significance of perception. Yet, Wang Yang had yet to locate a suitable spot when he was abruptly alerted by the sound of hurried footsteps descending from the mountain behind him. Something was charging down. Chapter 37. Distribution of power. It is certain that there are animals on the mountain, yet Wang Yang has always been uncertain about which creatures inhabit this realm. Listening to the thunderous sound of galloping footsteps, he recalled the area of white bones within the forest, gripping his wooden spear and bone spike tightly, remaining motionless among the trees. Gradually, the sounds grew closer. The footsteps were light and nimble, indicating that they were not from any large beasts. After a while, a wolf appeared, its back adorned with gray fur that gradually faded to white. Soon, 2, 3, and then 7 wolves emerged. The lead wolf bore a prominent diagonal scar on its head. Could this be the very wolf he had encountered before? Wang Yang muttered under his breath, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. No wonder he had crossed paths with it multiple times. It was, after all, his neighbor. However, this neighbor was far from friendly, and the pile of bones at the foot of the mountain was likely a testament to its predatory nature. Yet, one thing puzzled Wang Yang. Despite having inflicted a heavy blow to them last time, how had they so swiftly acquired new members? Observing the 2 weaker specimens, he wondered if they were perhaps newborns. His knowledge of the social structure of wolves was scant, having long forgotten the intricacies of the animal kingdom. Regardless of their intentions, he resolved to let them be, as long as they did not interfere with him. Upon descending, the wolves immediately spotted Wang Yang, with 2 swiftly retreating behind other trees, concealing themselves effectively. Wang Yang could only discern an inconsistency in their numbers, unable to pinpoint their exact hiding places. Meanwhile, the remaining wolves approached, glaring at him defiantly. The lead wolf sniffed the ground, baring its sharp white teeth and emitting a low, rumbling growl. Wang Yang noted its interest in the spot where he had previously buried a wooden barrel, undoubtedly lured by the lingering scent of blood. Indeed, the lead wolf turned and let out a long, furious howl directed at Wang Yang. He regarded this provocation with disdain, thinking to himself, "What good is your barking? Can a few howls bring me to my end?" As the saying goes, a real man should act rather than shout. His thoughts mirrored his actions. As he refused to allow these wolves to waste his time, every passing hour could mean more prey. He suddenly recognized the truth in the adage that time is money. Descending slightly down the tree, the wolves closed in around him. He halted at a distance of about 3 meters, a position that the wolf pack would struggle to reach. Even if they managed to leap up, he was confident that a thrust of his spear would seal their fate. Naturally, this position was designed to attract the wolves. And indeed, one wolf eagerly leaped into the air. Wang Yang had been anticipating this moment as the wolf ascended. He raised his 2-meter-long spear and thrust it downwards with great force. The spear descended rapidly, targeting the wolf's chest, the most vulnerable and least protected area. However, the wolf reacted quickly, twisting its head in an attempt to bite the wooden pole. Unfortunately for it, its movement was too low, causing its hardened forehead to collide with the spear's tip. A pity it was not another part of its body that met such a fate. Chapter 38. Ascending the mountain, the howling wolf, pierced with anguish, emitted a piteous cry, blood oozing from the gaping wound on its forehead. Though the injury was minor and would not prove fatal, it was sufficient to draw forth a considerable amount of blood. One wolf approached, extending its tongue to tend to the wounded one, cleaning the wound with gentle care. The other wolves continued to growl menacingly at Wang Yang. Unfazed, Wang Yang merely scoffed, acknowledging that today, despite being outnumbered, he would allow their arrogance to flourish. In the days to come, he would lead a 1,000,000-strong army to trample them all. Having witnessed the misfortune of one wolf, the others were wary and chose to remain vigilant beneath the tree. With nothing else to occupy his time, Wang Yang picked up stones and hurled them at the head wolf, seeking to provoke it into climbing the tree. The head wolf, struck by the stones, bared its teeth and growled in response, before turning and departing with a calm demeanor. The other 4 wolves, casting a resentful glare at Wang Yang, followed their leader in retreat. Humph, employing the same ruse again. Who does not recognize that 2 others await my descent? Wang Yang felt a twinge of frustration. He had seen through their ploy and would not fall for it, yet he was still compelled to bide his time. Sometimes, an opponent's ignorance could indeed be a nuisance. To hasten the revelation of his intentions to the concealed wolves, he shouted and threw stones in every direction, attempting to lure them out. Do not hide. Come forth. I require time to gather provisions, as do you. Why squander the hours? Surely, you do not wish to repeat the mistakes of the past when the cold winds swept south? Let us each take a step back and converse amicably. Wang Yang, abandoning his vocal exercises, leaped lightly from the tree. Come forth, you little cubs. Let us engage in a battle to the death. Clenching the stone spear tightly in his hands, he cast a fierce gaze around, cautiously advancing a few steps. Suddenly, a flash of white appeared 20 meters to his left, followed by another on his right, unmistakably the 2 ambushing wolves. In an instant, they charged at him with the swiftness of lightning, as if gliding through the air. Wang Yang had awaited this moment with bated breath. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, and his face flushed with an exuberant vigor. With a tightening of his arms, his muscles bulged, and explosive strength radiated from him like the scent of sweat, prompting the wolves to accelerate their charge. He was equally prepared, gripping his stone spear, pivoting on one foot and sweeping outward with a forceful motion. In that fleeting moment, he embodied the essence of a martial arts master, his long hair flowing wildly. And for the first time, he emanated an aura befitting a destined hero. With a swift turn, he maneuvered up the tree with the speed of the wind, tossing his head back with a cold smile. Come out now, little ones. The 2 wolves snarled beneath the tree, their anger palpable as they gazed up at his mocking visage, longing to rend him to pieces. Having successfully lured them out, Wang Yang nonchalantly produced a fruit and began to savor it. For creatures that thrived on ambush, remaining hidden for extended periods, the optimal strategy was to coax them into revealing themselves, after which they typically would retreat quickly. This tactic had proven effective time and again. True to form, not long after, Wang Yang observed the 2 wolves depart. He had not relinquished his claim over the area, although wolves lurked nearby. As long as he avoided encirclement, he could ascend the tree swiftly and remain safe. After all, in the depths of the mountains, one could be bitten by serpents, akin to a certain general who, upon drinking goddess milk, choked on a strand of wool. Nothing was devoid of risk. He arrived at the location where he had previously set traps and discovered the wooden barrel toppled, with half a fruit remaining and fresh blood and fur scattered on the ground. It was evident that a small creature had been ensnared, but due to his delay, he could not retrieve his prey in time, allowing others to benefit from his misfortune. This scenario was reminiscent of a popular game about farming and stealing crops. Indeed, art draws from life, yet transcends it. Today was not particularly fortuitous for Wang Yang. He clicked his tongue, feeling little disappointment. For his previous streak of good luck had been excessive, rendering an unfortunate occurrence today rather normal. He chose not to provoke the irate saber-toothed tiger, opting instead to take a detour towards the left of the fruit trees. The barrel remained vacant of any catches. Wang Yang was not impatient. He gazed at the adjacent mountain, feeling a stirring restlessness in his otherwise tranquil heart. Though the mountain was not imposing, its secrets remained concealed. Previously, fear of the unknown had deterred him from ascending, believing that caution was the key to survival. However, the situation had shifted since the wolves had descended from the mountain. It was evident that at least the base of the mountain belonged to them, though the entirety of the mountain's territory could very well be theirs. This conclusion was drawn from the demise of the tiger. Conversely, signs from the bone-laden forest indicated that the wolf pack was active only at the mountain's foot. Otherwise, with the abundance of sustenance on the mountain, there would be no need for them to venture down. The contradiction between these two perspectives posed a challenge. The mountain differed from the level forest. The uneven terrain allowed sunlight to filter through, resulting in a profusion of underbrush, obscuring the ground beneath. Furthermore, with thick layers of decayed leaves covering the earth, one could never be certain of what lay beneath their feet. It must be said that such paths deeply displeased Wang Yang. Once bitten by a snake, one would be wary of ropes for a decade, a cautionary tale not to be taken lightly. Though he would not be excessively paranoid, he would remain vigilant and anxious. Wang Yang proceeded at a deliberate pace, attempting to navigate the areas with less grass, frequently glancing upwards to ensure no ambush awaited him from the trees. The mountain was decidedly noisier than the tranquil forest. Birds chirped from the branches, and rustling sounds emanated from the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, he could spot several snakes, most of which slithered along the branches, seeking nests to prey on eggs or young birds. On the ground, numerous mongooses scurried about. These gray, sharp-nosed creatures, fond of feasting on snakes, were a common sight in the forest. Yet, the mongooses were not solely focused on the snakes in the trees. Many of them plunged into the grass, hunting insects, while others dug holes in search of mice. Wang Yang observed these creatures, swallowing hard. For it was no wonder the wolves thrived so rapidly. Having hunted in their territory for days without retreating, he realized he would have done the same. Chapter 39. The inability to walk 5 steps. There were mongooses, large rats, and perhaps even wildcats. The variety of small creatures suitable for the barrel trap was abundant, rendering it a veritable treasure trove. Without further contemplation, Wang Yang halted on a slightly elevated platform, meticulously set the trap, and then gradually departed. Following the path, he arrived at the orchard and successfully captured a squirrel. He merely ascended a tree and secured the squirrel with a leather strip, ensuring it remained out of reach of wolves, who could not climb. As for the possibility of other tree-climbing animals absconding with it, he could only leave that to fate. The current circumstances were markedly different from the previous days when few animals posed any threat to him. Now, the situation had changed. Carrying the bloodied corpse of the squirrel was akin to loudly exclaiming during a game of hide and seek, "I am right here." Such conspicuousness was far from ideal. Nevertheless, Wang Yang had no intention of relinquishing his catch. He resolved to explore the area to the left of the fruit trees to assess his fortune. He departed hastily, maintaining a cautious demeanor while quickening his pace, and within 10 minutes, he reached that section. Once there, he slowed his steps and carefully surveyed his surroundings. The barrel trap was indeed in place, and to his surprise, a snake was slowly slithering closer, flicking its tongue. The snake was approximately 1 meter long, adorned with vibrant colors and a skin covered in diamond-shaped gray and black scales, blending seamlessly with the dry leaves below. A moment's inattention could easily lead to its unnoticed presence. Its head was distinctly triangular, resembling the tip of an arrow, with a rounded body that abruptly transitioned in shape. This snake bore a striking resemblance to the one that had bitten Wang Yang previously, but it was certainly not the same. That one was non-venomous. This one, however, was unmistakably a 5-step snake. The 5-step snake is known by various names. The more formal title is the viper, while other monikers include checkerboard snake and robed snake, all of which aptly describe its characteristics. Its beautifully patterned skin serves as an exquisite camouflage. If it remained motionless amongst the dead leaves, any passerby would be in for a rude awakening. The abundance of names reflects not only its widespread distribution and adaptability, but also its formidable lethality. A humorous anecdote aptly illustrates its venomous nature. A couple, while clandestinely meeting in the hills, encountered a 5-step snake that bit the woman. The man, terrified, exclaimed that he had heard that if bitten, One could not walk 5 steps without succumbing to death. With the hospital too far away and facing a seemingly inevitable demise, he swiftly devised a plan. He captured the snake, held its head down, and allowed it to bite the woman multiple times. Only then did he wipe the sweat from his brow and laugh heartily, declaring, "Now you can make it to the hospital." Though a jest, it underscores the snake's potent venom. The snake slithered around the barrel trap with languid grace, while the small animals within trembled and emitted fearful chirps, occasionally dragging the barrel. Wang Yang cast a glance, his brow furrowing. He could not allow the venomous snake to bite his prey, for once the venom spread, he would be too apprehensive to consume it. He remembered well that certain snake's bites rendered the animals unfit for consumption. Stepping forward, he made a few low sounds to attract the 5-step snake's attention and then hurled a stone towards it. Chapter 40. Stone can sink ships. Stone can break snakes. A stone gently fell to the ground near the 5-step snake, bouncing twice with a dull thud. The creature felt the vibrations emanating from the earth and slowly turned its triangular head, its cold gaze settling upon Wang Yang. With a hiss, it slightly parted its jaws, emitting a warning sound from its vividly red mouth. Its head raised, and its body coiled in preparation. Wang Yang paid no heed to its warning, cautiously approaching with a long wooden spear, halting at a distance of 8 meters. This range afforded him a moment to react, while simultaneously exerting pressure on the 5-step snake, establishing a relatively safe zone. Observing Wang Yang's advance rather than retreat, the snake hissed sharply, raising its head abruptly and thrashing its tail against the ground, intensifying its warnings. In response to this overt intimidation, Wang Yang narrowed his eyes, revealing no fear. Instead, he took a step forward, cautiously moving closer. He pondered whether his actions might provoke the snake's ire, yet he reasoned that snakes were said to fear humans. Perhaps a show of boldness would compel it to relent. Of course, in later times, snakes indeed feared humans due to the latter's formidable destructive capabilities. However, in this era, the primitive man had yet to develop such overwhelming power, rendering the snake's fear of humans uncertain. With a careless misstep, one could easily become a cautionary tale in textbooks. Wang Yang, however, had no intention of becoming such a lesson. It was not that he desired to, but rather that no one would record it. Moreover, one could not simply relinquish a hard-won catch without some display of resistance. "You wish to claim my prey? Show some skill." Wang Yang silently encouraged himself, advancing into the 6-meter zone and brandishing his spear. The 5-step snake remained motionless, merely hissing in a low growl, its gaze indifferent to the wooden spear. Yet, in a sudden flash, the snake lunged its head toward Wang Yang with astonishing speed, startling him into retreat as he swung his spear wildly. Once he regained his composure, he noticed the snake remained in place. Lowering his gaze, he examined his body for wounds, feeling no pain from a bite, and realized the snake had merely tested him. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Wang Yang cautiously approached again, calling out to the snake while retrieving a stone from his belt. He dared not draw too close, wary of a venomous spray, and considering the snake's swift potential for attack, he opted for ranged assault. Remaining at 7 meters, he held the spear in his left hand and the stone in his right, flicking his wrist to send the stone flying toward the snake's head. The stone struck with a resounding crack. The 5-step snake, unwilling to abandon its position, erupted in a furious hiss, slithering a meter closer to Wang Yang. Without hesitation, he retreated 2 meters and hurled another stone. The snake, with its poor vision, failed to evade this blow. Its thermal sensing system could not detect the cold stone in time. By the time it registered the object, evasion was nearly impossible. Seeing the effectiveness of this tactic, Wang Yang seized the opportunity, continuing to hurl stones in rapid succession, pelting the 5-step snake with relentless ferocity. Enraged, the snake sprang forward, coiling beneath the trees, seemingly dazed by the barrage as it adjusted its position. With little time to contemplate the recent danger, Wang Yang discarded his spear and seized a large stone, roughly the size of a watermelon. The potential for devastation was evident. He charged within 5 meters of the snake and brought the stone crashing down. With a resounding thud, the stone smashed into the snake's midsection, transforming it into a gruesome pulp. The creature writhed, blood, gastric fluids, and undigested remains spilling forth in a repulsive display. Yet, astonishingly, the 5-step snake pressed on, unfazed by the grievous injury it had sustained. Chapter 41. The first snow of the year. What does it mean to possess tenacity in life? When one's body is almost divided into 2 parts yet remains indifferent, That is true resilience. The five-step snake coiled its body and suddenly lunged at Wang Yang. Its speed in that instant was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Wang Yang retreated several paces, opting not to confront it directly. Although he was not as astute as Sherlock Holmes, he could deduce that the snake would not survive much longer, and its current speed must be considerably diminished. With a simple trick, he could easily dispatch it. The five-step snake was evidently hindered, its body still pressed down, limiting its ability to leap. At the moment it tugged on the stone, it lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. Wang Yang took 2 more steps back, disregarding it entirely. Just as he contemplated an opportunity to eliminate it, the snake slowly turned away and began to slither into the distance. No longer seeking food, Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback. This cold-blooded creature seemed too composed. Having endured a setback, it was preparing to retreat. Oblivious to the fact that it had been gravely wounded and death was merely a matter of time. Had it been a wild boar, it would surely have thought, even in death, I shall strip you of your skin. Nevertheless, Wang Yang had no inclination to pursue it in triumph. He was rather pleased that the five-step snake had chosen to retreat wisely. Ah, how amusing. Such a small creature hardly warrants a meal. Well, a little is better than none. Optimism is paramount. After swiftly dispatching his prey, preparing it, and setting traps, Wang Yang hastened up the mountain to assess the situation there. Previously, the sight of numerous small animals scattered across the mountainside had fostered his hopes for this area, especially as those creatures had likely never encountered traps and would inadvertently fall prey to them. Wang Yang's senses heightened, and he quickly leaped aside, resting against the mountainside to observe. Beneath the shrouded branches, he spotted a gray mongoose standing upright, its tiny paws voraciously gnawing on something. That object was mottled black and appeared to be a piece of foliage. After watching for a while, he discerned that the writhing form was none other than a snake, a five-step snake. To be precise, its belly crushed flat. Wang Yang sighed, acknowledging the brutal reality of nature. Once one is incapacitated, death swiftly follows. Regardless of the species, animals do not adhere to notions of fairness or gentlemanly conduct, opting instead to prey upon the weak, the ill, and the vulnerable. They seize opportunities to exploit the defenseless. As one who had once been among the weak, Wang Yang felt a profound resonance with this truth. Thus, to alter the fate of the defenseless, to showcase the might of the strong, and to spare the unfortunate from being devoured, Wang Yang resolved to eliminate this mongoose. He quietly circled behind it, lifted his wooden spear, and struck like a bolt from the blue. However, the mongoose, with its keen senses, evaded him in an instant and swiftly fled. On the whole, small animals possess slightly greater agility than humans, so his failure was not entirely unexpected. With a sigh, Wang Yang resigned himself to the path leading to his traps. Before long, he arrived at the carefully set traps. He observed his surroundings cautiously. The mountainside seemed relatively tranquil, prompting him to rush forward and extract his bone spikes to strike. Thud, thud, thud. The spikes pierced flesh, producing faint sounds as blood stained them red. Droplets falling to the ground. After numerous kills, one becomes somewhat desensitized. The first time he witnessed a rabbit's skin being flayed, he had closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the creature, bloodied and hopping helplessly on the ground. It was in agony, each touch to the earth causing it pain, its cries reminiscent of an infant's whimper, leaving one unable to discern whether it expressed mere suffering or implored for a swift end. Wang Yang granted it that swift end. It was his first deliberate act of killing. Now, he found it hard to summon feelings of remorse. Having secured this catch, he made his way beneath the fruit trees, fortunate that no animals had managed to reach the branches to steal the prey. In the ensuing 10 days, he lived a monotonous routine, setting traps, collecting prey, and dealing with occasional unforeseen circumstances, cursing those who got there ahead of him. Such occurrences were too numerous to recount. Naturally, small animals continued to meet their fate. No matter how adorable or lovely they appeared, he would first deliver a couple of swift strikes before considering anything else, ensuring his belly was full before contemplating other matters. This approach reduced his trips up the mountain, sparing him from many unnecessary troubles. The pack of wolves did not trouble him again, and everything proceeded smoothly. As for Wang Yang's current provisions, he had amassed a full 15 wooden barrels. His frenzied hunting, yielding a dozen catches daily, had caused his food reserves to swell. Although this only amounted to half a month's worth of sustenance, it provided a semblance of security. Should starvation loom, he could at least delay his fate for a while. Thus, as the relentless passage of time continued, winter arrived. A long-anticipated heavy snowfall descended mercilessly upon the land, with swirling snowflakes plummeting to the ground, creating a chilling silence. The biting wind howled through the wilderness, echoing the passage of time, desolating the frost-laden landscape, its invisible yet sharp edge grazing against tender skin. Clad in a thick tiger skin coat, Wang Yang stood at the entrance of his cave, gazing out at the icy world. His thoughts drifting to the lyrics of a song. The first snow of 2002 arrived later than ever before. There was nothing else, just a pure longing for the comforts of modern society. After indulging in these reflections for a moment, his thoughts returned to the pressing reality before him. His provisions were evidently insufficient for the long haul. He required more food, and this needed to be accomplished during winter. It must be said, though words were absent. A smile spoke volumes. Chapter 42. A solitary winter wonderland. The arrival of winter enveloped the world in a profound stillness, descending upon the land with such swiftness that, overnight, it transformed the earth into a canvas of white. It came with impeccable timing, for many small creatures had prepared their reserves. However, larger animals still grappled for survival amidst the icy expanse. Only those who could forage for sustenance during winter would endure and not face extinction. For millions of years, early humans struggled through the Stone Age, eventually achieving a remarkable metamorphosis, a process so protracted that it is beyond the comprehension of most. Wang Yang, an ordinary individual, could hardly fathom it. As he would put it, "Nonsense, I stand before you." He stood in the frigid wilderness, accompanying the adults in their quest for food. One should not assume that winter allows for a retreat into warm caves, basking by the fire while feasting and engaging in shameless revelry. The destructive force of nature's climate is incalculable. In winters past, they were compelled to venture forth in search of food, facing not only the biting cold but also greater threats from predators. Like the pack of wolves, should they find themselves deprived of prey, they would not hesitate to hunt the early humans. Fortunately, such occurrences were rare, unless an extensive and prolonged cold front descended upon them, driving the wolves to desperation. The last winter excursion had acquainted Wang Yang with the survival techniques of his kind. They sought traces, tracked small animals' burrows, and identified a variety of edible winter plants. Regrettably, they lacked the concept of collaboration. Their imagination was insufficient to grasp the wisdom that unity yields strength. Their imaginative limitations hindered their calculations regarding the burgeoning population and the corresponding need for sustenance. Wang Yang sighed, contemplating that their rapid development had outstripped their understanding of life's pace. To his surprise, he realized he possessed an unintentional role in fostering life's proliferation. With a self-deprecating smile, he ventured into the forest. Gathering food remained a familiar endeavor. Small groups dispersed to search extensively. Wang Yang chose not to join any of them, even when his mother urged him, instead delving deeper into the woods. Ultimately, they hesitated, gazing at his retreating figure before resuming their tasks. Wang Yang sensed their admiration and envy as he forged ahead. It was akin to a novice clad in tattered gear, having grown accustomed to caution, suddenly wielding a formidable weapon. His first instinct was not to charge into battle against the formidable foes that had long tormented him, but rather to ponder whether he might be vanquished first. Though a novice himself, Wang Yang felt as though the soul of a seasoned warrior resided within him. He approached each challenge, the weather, the wolves, the great bears, even the saber-toothed tiger, as a formidable adversary. Fortuitously, having lingered in the village for years, he was well acquainted with the geography of the vicinity. In the heart of the forest, the snow was relatively less oppressive, not sparse enough to reveal the soil beneath, but considerably thinner than the surrounding drifts. While the outer layers boasted a thickness of 7 or 8 centimeters, here it measured only 2 or 3. This was fortunate. With heavier snowfall in the coming days, one might find oneself knee-deep in it. Wang Yang secured his wooden spear and bone spikes with leather straps across his back, his hands clad in the pelts of small creatures. Time had not permitted him to tailor them properly, leaving many gaps for the biting wind to penetrate, chilling him to the core, more refreshing than a sip of soda. In this state, he arrived beneath a fruit tree, where an eerie silence prevailed. The saber-toothed tiger had not made an appearance, leaving the atmosphere desolate. If such a robust creature remained hidden, one could only imagine the plight of smaller animals. Yet, regardless of their suffering, they too had to emerge in search of food. This presented an opportunity for Wang Yang. Instinctively, he set a trap beneath the tree, awaiting a willing participant, then climbed up, rubbing his hands together as he patiently waited. The cold wind howled, causing the great trees to tremble, occasionally dislodging snow that landed upon Wang Yang's head with a soft thud, leaving him momentarily stunned. He endured the wait, conversing with himself. "Oh, my dear hands. You two have grown rather plump of late." He gazed at his frostbitten fingers in silence. Wasn't it said that abundant body hair provided warmth? The quality must be lacking. He muttered absent-mindedly, shrinking his reddened nose as he looked skyward. Without the leaves to obscure his view, he could now see the vast expanse above. Before him stood towering trees, their branches adorned with clusters of snow, resembling fluffy cotton candy, creating a landscape that seemed to cradle the clouds. Above, thick, continuous layers of clouds blanketed the sky. Their descent amidst the swirling snowflakes felt oppressive, as if they might crash down at any moment. In that instant, the distance between heaven and earth felt alarmingly close. Extending his hand, he felt as though he could touch the sky. This sensation was far from pleasant. If a celestial realm truly existed above, he found himself on the lowest tier. Gazing upward at the 8 layers above, confined to observation without the means to ascend, standing in solitude amidst the vastness, he discerned no friendly faces or laughter, only the howling wind and the oppressive white of winter. In that moment, Wang Yang was struck by a profound epiphany, uttering what he believed to be a subtly luxurious and poetic expression. Yet, deep down, he understood that the tedium of waiting had become unbearable. He had been waiting for 2 hours, 2 long hours without a single bite. His attempts at fishing resembled a dismal failure. Resolutely, he decided to alter his strategy, shifting from passive waiting to proactive pursuit. Chapter 43. The tree hollow. He descended from the tree, hoisting a wooden bucket upon his back, and began to trace the tracks of small animals. Tracking is an intricate art. The simplest form involves discerning the owner of a footprint imprinted upon the ground. This requires systematic study, but above all, it is experience that reigns supreme. Nothing surpasses the wisdom gained through practice. Although Wang Yang had not formally learned this skill, his time spent among adults had endowed him with a modicum of discernment. Yet, the current situation was less than promising. The white snow cloaked all traces. The primate's disadvantages in this realm were evident. Its olfactory and auditory senses were underdeveloped, lacking additional capabilities such as the thermal sensing of snakes or the echolocation of bats. Consequently, it was compelled to invest more time in its search, an inefficient method that left much to be desired. Wang Yang remained unperturbed, patiently scouring the surroundings. Drawing upon past experiences, he primarily looked for fallen fruits upon the ground. The absence of such fruits indicated they had either been consumed by small creatures or hidden away. The less fruit present, the greater the likelihood of small animal habitation. Creatures tend to consume food closest to their homes, unlike rabbits, which refrain from grazing near their nests. Naturally, many animals migrate in search of sustenance. Wang Yang prepared for 2 contingencies, planning to bury one bucket in a food-scarce area while placing the other in a region abundant with food. He approached the right side of Fruit Tree 1, an area that belonged to bears, which he had not explored thoroughly and was uncertain about its food supply. He was not particularly afraid of encountering a large bear. The expanse of white snow made it easy to spot, granting him ample time to escape. At that moment, the snowfall ceased, bringing a sense of comfort. As he walked, he spotted a pine tree ahead, beneath which lay 2 uncovered pine cones. This area appeared to harbor food. He dashed to the tree, setting traps in the snow and placing one of the pine cones alongside a piece of fruit within the bucket. The other pine cone was positioned outside the bucket, enticing the small creatures. Once his arrangements were complete, he surveyed the surrounding trees and hesitated momentarily. Many small animals favored hiding in tree hollows, burrowing beneath trees, or concealing themselves in secluded spots. If he were to dig nearby, he might unearth some small creatures. However, there was also the risk of startling them and compromising the traps. After much contemplation, he resolved against searching for them. If they were indeed nearby, they would eventually fall into his traps without his intervention. Conversely, if they were absent, his efforts would be in vain. He turned and departed swiftly. Wang Yang made his way to the left of Fruit Tree 1, an area rich in food resources. Snakes were plentiful, and many were consumed, while those that preyed upon snakes were also abundant. Aside from fruits, everything thrived in this region. He set up a trap before continuing onward. Approaching the fruit grove, he sought signs of small animals, specifically the traces of the civets. Finding a suitable spot beside a large tree, he began to dig, reaching a depth of 30 to 40 centimeters without encountering any signs of life. He then sought another location to excavate. After digging at over a dozen sites with little success, he stumbled upon a type of edible plant. This particular plant resembled the smooth-skinned tree he had seen previously, its trunk oozing with sap, and its roots bore fruits the size of apples. The fruit was white, with a coarse skin, once peeled. It revealed a white flesh reminiscent of a radish. A bite yielded a crunch akin to that of a watermelon, lacking any distinctive flavor, leaving a slightly astringent aftertaste upon swallowing, certainly not delectable. Wang Yang dug up several of these fruits, filling his container before departing. In modern times, he had never favored fruits and wondered if such produce could still be found for sale today, suspecting that even if it existed, it would likely remain unconsumed due to its unpalatable taste. Perhaps these fruits were poisonous? He doubted it. He could not be that unfortunate. With a skeptical mindset, he observed for over half an hour without experiencing any adverse reactions, gradually easing his concerns. He wandered nearby, digging here and there, hoping to uncover more surprises. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him, as little was discovered. The traps in the left area yielded no results. The small animals seemed reluctant to emerge, perhaps having grown wary of the traps and no longer easily deceived. With the wooden bucket still on his back, he ventured into the right area, where he spotted a toppled bucket from a distance, lying askew. Oh no, it must have been overturned by that large black bear. Wang Yang lamented, feeling disheartened. He had scarcely caught a small animal in the trap, only to have it claimed by another creature. However, as he approached, he gasped softly. How curious, a small pit lay beside the bucket. The pit was neither too large nor too small, roughly the size of a palm. And there were no large animal tracks nearby. Yet, a distinct trail of tiny paw prints was clearly visible. The prints were diminutive, with a row of 5 toes in the back and 4 in the front. The rear prints were noticeably deeper, suggesting the hind paws were used for locomotion, while the front paws resembled hands of a creature. Upon closer inspection, he noted the absence of pine cones. It was evident that a squirrel had been the culprit. After the bucket had ensnared the little creature, it had managed to dig a small hole in the soft snow around the edge, poked its head out, and flipped the bucket over. Wang Yang felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement, realizing that his own actions in setting the trap in the snow had inadvertently granted the squirrel an opportunity. Failure breeds progress. One learns from setbacks. In the future, I shall clear the snow before setting traps, he mused. Despite the setback, Wang Yang was delighted. The squirrel had left behind tracks, allowing him to pursue its trail. The footprints led upward, toward the position of Fruit Tree 1, specifically in the upper right direction. There lay a mountain cliff, distinct from the left side. The left mountain sloped gradually downwards when facing the forest, while the right side bore a cliff. Having never encountered this cliff before, Wang Yang noted that the squirrel's prints did not lead toward it. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of the winter season to explore it thoroughly. He continued onward, traversing approximately 60 meters, until the squirrel's tracks abruptly ceased before a tree. This tree was unlike the others. Despite its bare branches, its trunk and limbs appeared remarkably clean. This particular tree was evidently dead, with a dull gray bark and cracks marring its surface. At a height of 3 meters, there existed a gaping hole the size of a basketball, revealing a dark cavity within. Wang Yang was taken aback. It dawned on him that this was precisely where the animals resided. He had been searching in vain among living trees, while they had chosen the dead ones, leading him to fruitlessly scour the surroundings. Chapter 44. Fine traditions. He concealed himself behind a nearby tree, maintaining a cautious distance while peering out to observe. He meticulously examined the characteristics of the withered wood, which would aid him in locating new prey in the future. Subsequently, he scrutinized the number of squirrels from afar. Squirrels are social creatures, often living in family units that can comprise several individuals. It was possible that only one was present. Before long, a small squirrel emerged. Its fur a rich brown, adorned with 2 tufted ears and small, beady black eyes that darted about with curiosity. Could it have caught a whiff of his scent? Just how keen is a squirrel's sense of smell? Surely winter diminishes the spread of odors? With the significant reduction in available food, one must exercise caution. After a 10-minute interval, Wang Yang dared to poke his head out once more. The tree hollow showed no sign of the little squirrel, and there were no traces of its presence nearby. He was hesitant to charge forward to capture it, fearing it might have alternative escape routes. He huddled closer, calculating that he had been out for over 4 hours. The sky had darkened, and the temperature had plummeted. The adults had fared reasonably well, capturing 2 chipmunks and 1 long-eared owl. Chipmunks are slightly larger than mice, sporting a distinctive pattern of black and gray stripes on their backs, and are quite commonly seen. As for the long-eared owl, It is a species classified as a second-level protected animal in the country. Generally, one would expect such an obscure name to refer to a rare species, especially one that is nationally protected. However, in truth, it is simply an owl. Reflecting on his first encounter with an owl at the Temple of Heaven in Beijing, he recalled being overwhelmed by the abundance of birds and hesitant to identify any. He had inquired of a well-dressed young man with glasses, who, engrossed in conversation with a woman, cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yang before nonchalantly proclaiming, "Long-eared owl." At the time, he had not given it much thought. The young man's confident tone had led him to believe he was referring to some newly discovered creature. He had felt embarrassed, wishing to hide, as though he had been the one at fault. Later, Wang Yang had summoned a few friends, fueled by indignation, to the Temple of Heaven, hoping to confront that pretentious young man about why the flowers were so vibrant, only to find he had vanished without a trace. It seemed tragic that such young women would be attracted to that insufferable fellow. The adults had managed to catch several small animals today because, at the onset of winter, many creatures were still relatively active. Early winter could be considered tolerable. However, as it progressed, the population would diminish significantly due to prolonged hunting by larger predators. Nevertheless, these small animals were not the primary source of sustenance. Fruits and nuts were the true means of filling one's belly. They had brought ample provisions, enough for everyone to feast for a day. Wang Yang produced the newly discovered fruits, which elicited curiosity among the group, yet none dared to reach out for them. Instinctively, they regarded unfamiliar items with suspicion, a trait shared with most animals, almost evolved into an instinct. Even if they desired to partake, Wang Yang would not allow them to indulge just yet. Although he had sampled a couple, he remained uncertain of the fruit's safety. He resolved to consume more himself and wait a while longer to observe any adverse effects. He did not fear succumbing to poison, should it happen. He would consider it a contribution to the greater good, perhaps earning him a reincarnation in a fantastical realm. Surely nothing could be worse than his current predicament. What? You suggest he might be reborn as a crocodile? That creature ultimately thrived, did it not? The day passed in quietude, or rather, it was not entirely quiet, especially not during the night. In the late hours, Wang Yang was roused by the sound of thunder. His first thought was that a heavy rainstorm was upon them. He hurried outside, only to discover that it was merely thunder with no rain. He was astonished. Having grown up in the South, he had rarely witnessed snow. And after moving north for university, he had not encountered a snowy day accompanied by thunder until now. Unlike others huddled together in fear, Wang Yang felt a thrill of excitement. He marveled at the wonders of knowledge, which illuminated and emboldened him. The next day, he ventured deeper into the forest, adhering to the routine of hastily setting traps on the left before moving to the right. He did not rush to lay traps. Instead, he cautiously surveyed the area, noting the absence of bears before proceeding upward to the upper right region. This time, he stopped at a distance, clearing a patch of ground to set a trap, then swiftly retreated. He could not linger nearby. The squirrels were timid and must not discover his presence, nor could he afford to be spotted by a bear. Time was of the essence. Determined, he decided to gather more of the fruits from yesterday, as he had yet to experience any ill effects. Approaching a fruit tree along the path, he recalled having harvested several trees previously, estimating he could find another 30 or so fruits, sufficient for a meal. As he dug into the earth, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, covering the roots with soil afterward to ensure future harvests. With urgency, he rushed to the right and, indeed, one small squirrel had fallen into his trap. To ensure discretion, he covered the squirrel's remains with clean snow. After a few minutes, once it had cooled and the scent had diminished, he took it with him. However, merely completing this task was insufficient, should he set another trap in the same vicinity. The other squirrels would certainly shy away upon sensing blood and the scent of their companion. Employing a guerrilla tactic, he moved 40 meters away to establish a new trap. Adhering to the honorable principle of fire one shot, change the cannon. He proceeded to the left, where the situation appeared grim. Thus far, there had been no sign of activity. Chapter 45. Focused on digging for 30 years, Wang Yang found himself enveloped in confusion. The area to his left had always been a bustling hub of small creatures. During the harsh winter, he had procured ample sustenance from this very spot. So why now did it lie silent? With a sigh, he reminded himself not to abandon this location prematurely. It had only been a few days, after all. He refrained from disturbing the trap and proceeded to the bone forest. Here, the skeletal remains were cloaked in a layer of snow, with only the sharp tips protruding, rendering them less menacing, yet the chilling aura remained undiminished, discouraging any nearby wildlife. Wang Yang rubbed his hands together and drew forth his stone knife to commence digging. He intended to aerate the wooden barrel, preventing it from decaying too rapidly due to the heat generated from being sealed. However, upon excavation, he soon realized his concerns were unfounded. The ground was frozen solid, and the barrel lay shallow enough to still be significantly affected by the ambient temperature. Regardless, he exerted considerable effort to unearth the barrel, subsequently filling it with the gathered nuts before covering it back with soil. After about half an hour, it was time to check on the trap's yield. A piercing wolf howl shattered the surrounding stillness. Instinctively, Wang Yang turned his gaze to the left, but saw no sign of wolves. Listening intently, he discerned the sound of wolf paws stirring the snow. Quickly, he ascended a tree and peered down cautiously. The wolf pack had not yet appeared, although a distant shrill cry indicated that some creature had been captured. Moments later, the wolves arrived, their fur stained with fresh blood. They paused beneath the tree, casting a glance at Wang Yang before lowering their heads to sniff at the crimson-stained snow, remnants of a squirrel. Wang Yang frowned, worried they might dig into the earth and discover his barrel. Fortunately, they exhibited little intelligence, glaring at him a few times before hastily departing. Relieved, Wang Yang made his exit, muttering to himself that he needed to be more cautious. Those wolves seemed to frequently descend from the mountains during winter. He first checked the right side, finding no squirrels, then moved to the left, encountering the same disappointing outcome. The hunting process proved to be exceedingly monotonous, requiring nothing but patience. Determined not to squander time, he began to dig fervently on the left side, hoping to unearth some fruit. Most of his digging took place beneath the trees, turning over areas where plants had previously thrived, as these were typically the most promising spots for food. Suddenly, a clump of soil shifted and collapsed. Wang Yang's spirits lifted as he halted his excavation. The hole was approximately 30 centimeters wide and less than 10 centimeters from the surface, likely the exit of a small animal's burrow, leading into a dark abyss below. He quickly began to dig down the tunnel, and after several dozen centimeters, he thrust his wooden spear into the depths. The spear penetrated deeply until it struck a wall, suggesting he had reached the bottom of the burrow. He continued to excavate, and after 20 minutes, the entrance had widened considerably, revealing a turn in the tunnel illuminated by sunlight, indicating the passage extended even deeper. A few roots were visible on the walls, hinting that the small creatures had realized they could dig no further and had changed direction. Wang Yang resumed digging, and after another half hour, he finally reached the bend. Armed with his wooden spear, he thrust it forcefully inward. Suddenly, he felt a tugging sensation. Success. Withdrawing the spear, he struck again and again, each thrust meeting flesh. Accompanied by increasingly frantic cries from within the burrow, there was a nest of small creatures. Drawing forth his bone spur, Wang Yang prepared himself. As anticipated, a head resembling that of a pig emerged, adorned with 3 white stripes, closely resembling that of a wild boar. A dog badger. Wang Yang recognized it. Dog badgers are omnivorous scavengers, known for their nocturnal habits. They can grow up to 60 or 70 centimeters, with the largest he had ever encountered measuring a staggering 90 centimeters, a veritable miniature wild boar. They are quite active in the forest, adept at burrowing, and commence hibernation in winter. It appeared he had not only disrupted their slumber but inadvertently brought them calamity. With keen anticipation, Wang Yang plunged the bone spur downwards. The sharp point met no resistance, piercing the dog badger's skull. However, its companions were intent on escaping, pushing it forward in a frantic bid for freedom. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang withdrew the spur and struck several more times, dispatching them swiftly. His wooden spear continued to thrust inward, aiming to capture the entire nest. He understood that dog badgers are social creatures. Destroying a single nest could equate to days of toil. With 2 dog badgers slain, the remaining ones, hearing their companions' desperate cries, lost all courage to emerge, frantically digging to create a new escape route. Wang Yang recognized this and began to dig furiously, enlarging the entrance. It was a race against time. Whoever could dig faster would prevail. The stone knife flew through the air, soil scattering in all directions. While he cast aside the frozen earth, the frigid air threatened to numb him. Each clump of dirt flung aside, accompanied by splashes of icy snow striking his face and neck, sending shivers through his body. He felt his strength waning. And yet he pressed on, his eyes burning red with the singular focus of the hunt. In merely 5 minutes, the intense exertion caused cramping in his right hand, muscles aching and tingling. He had pushed the entrance an additional 20 centimeters. Yet, at that moment, several meters away, a dog badger suddenly broke through the snow. Spotting Wang Yang, and leaping away in terror. He scrambled out of the hole, rushing after it, but another dog badger escaped as well. By the time Wang Yang reached the spot, the burrow was deserted. Cursing in frustration, he hurled his stone knife to the ground, overwhelmed with disappointment. Despite exerting every ounce of strength and digging faster than ever before, he realized he was no match for seasoned diggers, honed by 30 years of practice. Shaking off the snow, he felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the snow, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, he resolved to dig once more, for there were still 2 wounded dog badgers trapped within that needed to be retrieved. Chapter 46. The squirrels' hoard. The scent of blood attracted some carnivorous creatures, including a coyote. The coyote, belonging to the canid family, measures approximately 70 centimeters in length and possesses a lean physique. Its coat is a striking yellow, adorned with dark spots on its limbs, and its ears resemble the wings of a butterfly, forming a diamond shape. Weighing as little as its status suggests, it is a timid creature that prefers to roam at night and tends to be solitary, rendering it even more vulnerable. Upon encountering it, Wang Yang's initial reaction was not to threaten or drive it away, but rather to widen his eyes in astonishment. As this creature is typically found on the plains and in desolate areas, rarely seen in the jungle. Moreover, it preys on termites, rather than being a formidable predator. The coyote eyed Wang Yang from a distance, occasionally licking its lips in anticipation. When Wang Yang attempted to approach it, the coyote fled. He could only lament that while its name sounded fierce, it lacked the imposing presence of a wolf. He discarded the 4 deceased badgers into the snow, burying them beneath the frost, and then crouched down to peer into the badger's burrow. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what treasures might lie within such a lair. As he reached into the hole, his fingers brushed against a round, icy object. Pulling it out, he was delighted to discover it was a piece of fruit. He reached back in, feeling around again. After a while, he found no additional fruit, but instead encountered a frozen dragonfly. He was uncertain whether it was indeed a dragonfly, considering the evolutionary changes over millions of years. This creature had fly-like eyes, a long green body, 2 pairs of wings, and a tail that was blackened, its body rigid, indicating it had been dead for quite some time. Surely it was not poisonous? Wang Yang mused, contemplating whether he should consume it. The flavor was not what he anticipated. But the key question was its toxicity. Given the current scarcity of food, anything edible was a boon. As the saying goes, even a mosquito's leg is meat. In modern times, such a creature would likely be considered a delicacy, often too precious to eat. After some contemplation, he decided against it. Consuming it felt more repugnant than eating raw meat. He tucked away the fruit and proceeded to the area on his right, where he had set traps. Fortuitously, yet another squirrel had become ensnared, unable to escape. Wang Yang swiftly approached and dispatched it with ease before resetting the trap. Subsequently, he ventured into the bone forest, prying open a wooden barrel to deposit the squirrel along with the 4 badgers inside. The 16th barrel was now full. Observing the considerable volume of food he had amassed, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within Wang Yang, though it would not last long in terms of sustenance. The sight alone brought him comfort, a feeling akin to the first time one deposits their paycheck in a bank, marveling at the figures displayed on their phone screen. The following day unfolded as usual. He returned to the bone forest with nuts to store, then set traps, digging holes throughout. Overall, luck was not on his side. He uncovered little, and even the squirrels seemed to have evaded the traps, likely spooked by the disappearance of their companions, rendering them wary of approaching anything new. Wang Yang remained undeterred, diligently attending to his tasks. Days passed. 3rd, 4th, 5th. Time slipped by amidst the monotony of a mechanical existence. Adults engaged in their daily routines. He with his, and the beasts with theirs, with no sign of change. Wang Yang grew increasingly disheartened, realizing that hunting here resembled attending classes or working a job, same time. Same place, same faces. It felt more akin to employment. Hunting skills, much like professional abilities, determined one's yield. If one faltered, others would take their place. The cost of failure was life, while the price of unemployment was merely idleness at home. The essence of both circumstances not vastly different. Wang Yang found little interest in this realization. By contemporary societal standards, he was merely a well-connected individual who had taken a few shortcuts. On the 6th day, fortune smiled upon him once more. The profound bond between man and tiger needed no further articulation. They epitomized the sentiment. With your companionship through countless nights, even the coldest moments feel warm, and no thirst is unbearable as long as I can take you down, even at the cost of igniting my own demise. After exchanging some banter, man and tiger parted ways. On the seventh day, another squirrel met its fate at the muzzle of Wang Yang's weapon, filling him with joy. Counting his catch, he realized that 4 squirrels had fallen into his trap. Few remained in the tree hollow. Rather than recklessly charging towards the tree hollow, he opted to remain hidden, ensuring none would escape. The 8th, 9th, and 10th days passed without a single squirrel sighting. Wang Yang resolved that he had invested enough time in pursuit of squirrels and needed to conclude this chapter to seek new sources of sustenance. Thus, on this day, he ventured to the upper right area, lingering 30 meters from the tree hollow. He climbed a large tree to observe from a distance. An hour passed without a single squirrel appearing. 2 hours passed, still no sighting. 3 hours in total, and yet the squirrels remained elusive. Every half hour, he shifted his vantage point, scrutinizing the surroundings of the tree hollow, but to no avail. Descending from the tree, he chose a position directly in front of the hollow and crept closer. The crunch of snow beneath his feet was masked by the howling wind, and the swirling snowflakes provided perfect cover for his approach. As he neared within 15 meters, he propelled himself forward, nearly closing the distance in 2 breaths. Armed with a bone spur and wooden spear, he recklessly thrust into the hollow. The sounds of fruit and pine cones being pierced echoed through the air. Yet there were no cries, no struggles, only an eerie calm. No squirrels were present. Wang Yang jabbed a few more times to confirm the absence of squirrels before cautiously extending his head into the hollow. The interior was irregularly shaped. The upper section was narrow, sealing off at about 10 centimeters, while the lower section opened into a nearly 50-centimeter diameter cavity. The air was thick with the scent of squirrels, dimly lit. However, even in the scant light, Wang Yang discerned a significant cache of fruit and pine cones stored at the bottom of the hollow. Roughly estimating, it appeared sufficient to fill an entire wooden barrel. What a windfall! Wang Yang was exhilarated. This trove of provisions rivaled his entire winter's bounty, a substantial haul indeed. Chapter 47. Moving to the right, his bags were limited, containing only a few small animal skins, insufficient to hold such a bounty of food. Reluctantly, he used the skins as makeshift cloths to seal the wooden barrel before he began to fill it abundantly. He abandoned the idea of transporting the food in several trips to the bone forest, as it proved too exhausting and time-consuming, involving both digging and burying, which was not cost-effective. Thus, he opted to utilize the wooden barrel temporarily, forgoing any traps, knowing that today's harvest far surpassed previous days. Once everything was completed, the sun had risen high in the sky, marking the hottest part of the day. Yet, even at its peak, the temperature remained well below zero. Leaving his stiff hands and feet unchanged, he decided to wait another day, hoping that any remaining squirrels, finding their nests devoid of food, might fall for his ruse. If no squirrels appeared, consuming a day would not be a significant loss. Wang Yang's strategy underwent a fundamental transformation. He no longer flailed about like a headless fly digging randomly. Instead, having tasted the sweetness of the small animal stores, he focused his attention on tree hollows. He began searching for dead trees, using them as strategic entry points. Throughout that day, he primarily scoured the left side of the area. In the subsequent days, he continued his search in the upper left and upper right sections, and indeed discovered another dead tree. Within the hollow of this tree resided as many as 5 plump groundhogs. These creatures were fond of burrowing, often excavating extensive tunnels in the soil during summer, indulging in gluttony, and growing delightfully rotund. In winter, they particularly favored hibernating in hollowed trees, relying on the fat they accumulated during summer. Typically, groundhogs would store enough fat to sustain them for up to 7 months, enabling them to endure even prolonged winters. Unfortunately, some less fortunate individuals failed to amass sufficient reserves and suffered during the cold season. The 5 groundhogs, still in the early winter phase, had only slightly depleted their fat, appearing round and glistening. Just one glance could invoke salivation. Regrettably, they generally did not store food within their hibernation hollows, yet for them, their own bodies served as a form of storage. Wang Yang did not spare them. He dispatched all 5 and filled another wooden barrel to the brim. Having relished this success, he soon expanded his targets. Not just dead trees, but any tree with a small hole drew his attention. Remarkably, even living trees could harbor hollows. The interiors of these trees were often hollowed out by some type of boring insect, with only small openings on the surface, yet vast emptiness within. Wang Yang made numerous successful captures, including great tits and snakes. It is noteworthy that many hibernating creatures moved sluggishly during winter, only exhibiting increased activity when significantly provoked. Especially for cold-blooded animals like snakes, they lay utterly still in the frigid air, resembling icicles, as long as one did not foolishly attempt to warm them. No danger would ensue. Consequently, Wang Yang captured many snakes, and his fear of them gradually diminished. Several days later, the 18th barrel was filled. Despite his joy, a tinge of worry emerged. He was elated that acquiring food in winter was not exceedingly difficult. By searching for tree hollows, he had thoroughly explored all known areas except for the right side, where bears roamed. To continue finding food in this manner, he needed to venture into broader territories, a task that was nearly impossible for one person. Even with his unparalleled intellect, he still lagged behind wild animals in physical capabilities. He did not believe he could achieve much alone. Furthermore, the outside world was fraught with uncertainties. He constantly feared encountering a leopard in the trees, which would leave him helpless. He needed to devise a better plan, for the food supply in this region remained plentiful. Otherwise, how could it sustain so many large animals? Nonetheless, he had to explore the right side despite the presence of bears, ensuring they were denied any opportunity. To this end, Wang Yang devised a series of contingency plans, ultimately concluding a rather unconventional strategy: climbing secluded small trees. These small trees were not the modern, frail saplings of a meter high, but rather robust trees reaching 3 to 4 meters in height during the Paleolithic era. Once atop a small tree, armed with a spear, he could defend himself against a bear. Furthermore, locating a secluded small tree would prevent a bear from leaping down from an adjacent large tree. As long as he maintained this combat style, the risk would be minimized. Without hesitation, Wang Yang armed himself with his bone spikes and spear, infiltrating the right side of the forest. The number of small trees was plentiful. Among 10 trees, 3 or 4 were small. Yet finding a secluded one among 20 was rare. He advanced cautiously and, after traveling 40 meters, discovered a small tree that fit his criteria perfectly, within a 10-meter radius. It was the only one of its kind. Although branches from larger trees loomed overhead, they were too slender to support a bear's weight. Wang Yang marked the location of the small tree and continued his exploration. After venturing an additional 20 meters, he stumbled upon another such small tree. He halted, unwilling to proceed further, as he had now reached the vicinity where he previously encountered a bear, close to the edge of the central area. Searching nearby for food, he quickly discovered a tree hollow. Here, he set a trap and concealed himself, wary of leaving, fearing that small animals caught in the trap might be snatched by the bear. Strangely, a day passed without any creature entering or exiting the tree hollow. On the following day, he returned, carefully hiding and watching. To his dismay, another day passed without any sign of life. After 4 hours had elapsed on the third day, Wang Yang resolved to cease waiting. Lingering any longer risked wasting yet another day. Since no creatures had appeared, he decided to investigate the hollow himself. Preparing himself, he propelled forward with sudden force, darting past without hesitation, brandishing his wooden spear and bone spikes in a flurry of thrusts. A sound reminiscent of piercing thorns echoed. Yet no cries of animals ensued. Wang Yang quickly halted his movements and peered inside. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Chapter 48. The bear's presence in the hollow of a tree. A pile of pine cones lay nestled, surrounded by fragments of fruit flesh. The tree hollow was chillingly cold, devoid of any small creatures. Wang Yang was taken aback. With so many pine cones, this should belong to some nest, yet there were no animals residing here. He picked up a pine cone, shook off the remnants, and began to peel it. The pine cone, a brown fruit, bore tough, layered scales that resembled a lotus bud or perhaps a miniature pineapple. Once the outer layers were removed, a hard kernel the size of half a finger was revealed. Biting through this shell unveiled the fruit within. Wang Yang took a bite, finding it slightly bitter but certainly not spoiled. Creatures fond of nuts would have no reason to abandon such food. Observing the stockpiling behavior of these animals, he surmised they were likely squirrels. Yet, it struck him as odd. If squirrels inhabited this area, they could not have vanished for 3 days. Furrowing his brow, Wang Yang suddenly considered the possibility that a black bear had dispatched them. This was entirely plausible. Black bears were remarkably agile and cunning, and if they desired to catch squirrels, they certainly could. Dismissing further thoughts, Wang Yang hastily gathered the pine cones. As he continued on, he unknowingly ventured deeper into the woods, traversing dozens of meters toward the heart of the forest, where the likelihood of encountering a black bear loomed ever larger. He proceeded with caution, carefully scrutinizing his surroundings. In this central region, the trees stood tall and dense, their formidable trunks would require considerable time to fell. The interlocking branches tore the sky above into countless fragments, with sunlight filtering through the shattered gaps, cold and devoid of warmth. Despite reaching this point, he had yet to discover the existence of another tree hollow, nor did he hear any sign of bears. The silence was profound. Exhaling a breath of vapor, he rubbed his hands together and pressed onward. After a journey devoid of both fortune and danger, he arrived at the last unexplored area, where a cliff loomed on his right. This cliff was markedly different from the expansive terrain on the left. Its surface was rugged and uneven, resembling the wrinkled visage of an elderly person. Each protruding ledge was dusted with white snow, akin to the white beard of an old man. In some steep sections of the cliff, resilient weeds thrived, undeterred by the winter's chill. Wang Yang observed the weeds, noting their tenacity, and made a mental note. Climbing plants often entwined with grand trees and descended from cliffs. Given that this cliff supported weeds, it was conceivable that, come spring, some climbing plants might emerge. He silently cataloged this information and shifted his gaze to the surroundings. Here, the trees were significantly sparser, though their height remained impressive, with the tallest reaching 10 meters and the shortest still standing at 3. One tree, in particular, captured Wang Yang's attention. Standing over 4 meters tall, it was entirely devoid of leaves, its branches sagging under the weight of snow and ice. It appeared on the verge of becoming a willow. However, what drew Wang Yang's interest was his immediate recognition of it as a dead tree, a grand dead tree. The ones he had encountered previously were mostly those that had succumbed to competition and perished early, standing no taller than 3 meters. Yet this tree, remarkably, reached 4 meters, an unprecedented height. Moreover, a 1-meter-wide entrance gaped a meter above the tree, leading into a hollow that must be at least 2 meters wide. One could only speculate how many small creatures might inhabit it. Wang Yang's heart raced with anticipation. This time, he was poised to reap an abundant harvest. He set traps in the vicinity, then concealed himself nearby. He waited for a day. The next day, he waited again. On the 3rd day, he continued his vigil. By the 4th day, Wang Yang felt disheartened. Could it be yet another abandoned tree hollow? Why had he not witnessed any signs of animal activity? Determined not to waste more time as he had previously, he emerged from behind the tree, standing 20 meters away in the snow. Gripping a wooden spear in one hand and a bone spike in the other, he lightly jumped to warm himself, shaking his head before launching himself into action. Just as he prepared to spring forward, a massive black shadow emerged from the tree hollow. The shadow appeared suddenly, moving with astonishing speed, swiftly blocking the entrance of the hollow with its imposing form. It was entirely black, stout and rounded, exuding a delightful clumsiness. Upon noticing Wang Yang, the bear seemed equally taken aback, its gaze fixed in surprise. The cold wind whipped fiercely around them, shaking the very ground. As their eyes met in a moment of electrifying tension, Wang Yang's eyes sparked with intensity, his brow furrowed in determination, and he let out a cold snort. The black bear, panting heavily, felt its expression twist in confusion, contemplating a young gorilla. In that instant, the air crackled with the anticipation of battle, tension surging to a boiling point as man and bear stood face to face, an inevitable clash on the horizon. Wang Yang's long hair fluttered in the wind as he recalled scenes from novels where 2 swordsmen crossed paths, the protagonist effortlessly dispatching the opponent, casually remarking afterward, "I have never regarded you as a threat, for I always knew I would surpass you." The black bear, stretching its paw, effortlessly swatted away a stone, preparing to roar triumphantly, only to find the little gorilla had turned to flee. With a furious roar, it charged after him. The bear's speed was remarkable, far surpassing Wang Yang's, who had no time to glance back. Reaching the small tree he had kept in mind, he dashed up its trunk in a matter of strides. The bear's roar echoed ominously close behind him. Wang Yang quickly ascended 4 meters, nearing the top of the small tree, where numerous branches provided him with an advantage due to his smaller frame, while the bear would face obstacles in its ascent. Indeed, the black bear was already attempting to climb the tree, albeit at a sluggish pace, having to navigate the entangled branches above. Chapter 49. The child Wang Yang could not possibly allow it to ascend. Brandishing a wooden spear, he aimed directly at its bear-like eyes. The great black bear halted its climb, skillfully twisting its head to evade the spear. After several unsuccessful thrusts, Wang Yang, growing impatient, targeted its massive paws. The bear quickly withdrew one paw, only for Wang Yang to aim at the other, just as it released the second paw to grasp the tree. Wang Yang had to redirect his efforts yet again, but the bear adeptly avoided him once more. Left, right, left, and still left. Wang Yang decided to employ a cunning tactic, feigning a thrust to the right before suddenly lunging to the left. He anticipated that the bear would be caught off guard, yet it sidestepped effortlessly. With a roar, the bear, clearly agitated, released both its forepaws simultaneously, springing upward with a powerful leap. It soared several feet into the air, closing the distance toward Wang Yang. The bear exerted tremendous force in its leap, sending a gust of rancid wind his way. Its outstretched paws were now perilously close, capable of snatching his calf with the slightest opening. Meanwhile, the bear's other paws descended toward his head with the fury of a balloon bursting. Wang Yang stared in astonishment at the bear's audacious maneuver, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After a brief pause, he could no longer dwell on the potential for culinary delights hurtling toward him, instinctively grasping the wooden spear and thrusting it toward the bear's head. In midair, the bear found itself unable to evade the impending strike aimed at its eyes. It abandoned its offense, opting for a reaction akin to that of a saber-toothed tiger, swiping a paw forward to deflect the blow and use the rebound to escape. However, it failed to evade fully. Its paw struck something soft, rendering it powerless. The wooden spear grazed its tilted head and plunged into its broad shoulder, piercing through the thick hide and into the flesh beneath. The pale flesh was instantly stained crimson with the flowing blood, and in agony, the bear collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, thrashing its paws and roaring. Wang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on how perilous the encounter had been. Fortunately, both parties seemed to value their lives, avoiding a deadly confrontation. Yet, matters were far from resolved. Infuriated by its injury, the bear retreated a few meters before charging at the tree with reckless abandon, as if attempting to topple it. Thud. Thud, thud. The bear's ferocious collision sent tremors through the ground, prompting Wang Yang to cling to the branch anxiously. He had anticipated the bear's assault tactics, including this frenzied rampage, and thus had not chosen a slender tree, believing it would withstand the bear's onslaught. Yet, anticipation does little to assuage the fear of the approaching black tank. Thud, thud. Each impact caused the snow to cascade from the branches, showering both man and beast. Perhaps realizing the futility of its approach, the bear ceased its crashing and performed a terrifying maneuver by clawing at the tree. With patience, it could hollow out a section, rendering the tree vulnerable to collapse with a single blow. This tactic bore a striking resemblance to tree felling. Wang Yang, watching in desperation from above, had not foreseen this method in the bear's repertoire. It was not surprising. Few would expect a black bear to exhibit such meticulous patience. This was a display of technical prowess, a testament to its cunning. Wang Yang, feeling a surge of frustration, lamented the bear's intelligence, surpassing that of many humans. He could not allow the bear to succeed, yet descending to confront it was not an option, leaving him in a state of vexation. He attempted to distract the bear by tossing stones, but the bear, with its tough skin and unwavering composure, simply lowered its head, indifferent to the futile assault. Cursing under his breath, Wang Yang wished for a sizable rock to send crashing down, but he could not carry anything substantial, and small stones proved ineffective against the bear. In a moment of desperation, he took a risk, descending further down the tree with his spear, edging closer to the bear. His movements were not particularly stealthy. Even without looking, the bear could detect the slightest sound, its ears twitching in response. Thus, it remained acutely aware of Wang Yang's actions. Wang Yang had no illusion of defeating the beast. He merely sought to draw its attention away from the tree. He descended to a height of 2.5 meters, a precarious position. The bear stood approximately 1.5 meters tall and could easily leap nearly 2 meters. Wang Yang risked being struck down. Yet the advantage was evident as the bear ceased its clawing and sat still, its ears twitching. Clearly, it hesitated at this height, as it would only attempt an attack should Wang Yang drop lower. Wang Yang, clever as he was, clung to the stone cone, ready to curl into a ball should the bear make its move. Observing the bear's stillness, he decided to take initiative, raising his spear to strike at the bear's head. The sound of the spear slicing through the air reached the bear's ears, prompting it to roll aside and charge at the tree with renewed fury. Wang Yang stood his ground, prepared to engage. After several failed charges, the bear recognized the significance of the spear and waited beneath the tree for Wang Yang to thrust it down so it could seize the weapon. After several attempts to grasp it, the bear startled Wang Yang, who now felt a sense of caution, reluctant to strike again, resulting in a stalemate. Minutes passed, and suddenly, the bear seemed to devise a new strategy, climbing the nearby tree, which stood 8 meters tall. Wang Yang chuckled coldly. He had anticipated this move, choosing a more isolated tree for safety. He believed that danger lurked from below and around him, while the birds above posed no threat in this woodland realm. Pleased with his foresight, he cast a mocking glance at the bear, eager to witness its frustration upon discovering the impossibility of reaching him. The tree towered over 10 meters, with thick branches that did not connect to Wang Yang's tree. The bear climbed to 4 meters, matching Wang Yang's height, pausing to survey the vast expanse between them. Staring for a moment, this very expression, just as Wang Yang was about to laugh, the bear made a perplexing move, climbing higher into the tree. He paused, momentarily speechless. What on earth was this creature thinking? Chapter 50. A fortuitous encounter. Wang Yang was perplexed. If the bear could not capture him, what was the purpose of climbing so high? The great black bear disregarded him entirely, silently ascending its tree. In no time, it reached a height of approximately 10 meters, glanced at Wang Yang, and began to move in his direction. The branch it was climbing measured 3 meters in length and was positioned diagonally above Wang Yang. The tree offered no throwable objects, merely a few branches and leaves. Wang Yang, confused, looked up to see a large shadow bending the small branches, revealing the blinding sunlight behind the foliage. Climbing so high could lead to a fatal fall, he mused. After a few glances, the intensity of the light made his eyes dizzy, compelling him to lower his gaze. He remained uncertain of the bear's intentions. Surely it did not mean to capture him? There were no stones or hard objects on the tree to hurl at him. The only potential projectiles were bird eggs. How could the black bear possibly throw bird eggs at him? Nothing made sense. What was the bear truly up to? Did it intend to treat him like a boulder, leaping down to crush him? Wang Yang scoffed and shook his head, but suddenly, a wave of realization washed over him. He recalled their first encounter when the bear had indeed jumped from a tree, crushing a wild boar to death. "Oh my!" he exclaimed, his expression shifting as he understood the bear's motive for breaking the small branches. It was clearing a path. The branch it stood upon was now devoid of excess foliage, creating a clear space for it to leap and glide down onto the tree where Wang Yang perched. Seeing Wang Yang attempt to flee, the bear leapt directly down from its 10-meter perch, resembling a small mountain and stirring a gust of wind. With a resounding crash, branches splintered beneath its weight, slowing its descent. The branches posed no threat, and with a powerful grip, its claws sank deep into the trunk, leaving behind 10 prominent scratches as it landed firmly on the tree. With a single bound, it launched into a furious pursuit of Wang Yang. By this time, Wang Yang had sprinted 30 meters away, reaching the edge of the bear's territory. Without a second thought, he ascended another tree, contemplating escape. Yet a burning desire to vanquish the bear urged him on. The bear's looming presence presented an excellent opportunity. If he could implant a bone spur in the tree, it would surely inflict a fatal wound. The bear roared in frustration beneath the tree, and Wang Yang quickly drew out a stone chisel, furiously carving into the bark. He realized he needed to finish the notch before the bear could leap up after him, ensuring the bone spur would stand upright. "Don't rush off just yet. Hurl a few more insults my way," Wang Yang shouted in desperation, tossing stones at the bear's head to provoke it into continuing its tirade. Yet the bear seemed to have adopted a stoic silence, unresponsive to his taunts, merely returning his gaze with a smug indifference. "Come on, curse me, I beg you." Wang Yang found himself at a loss for words. He never imagined he would be reduced to seeking insults from a bear, let alone that it would refuse to engage. Without a second thought, he hurled several more stones. What is happening? Is it truly so hard to find an opportunity? Would you really abandon me? He speculated that some bears may also hibernate, and on such a cold day, hiding away would be the wisest choice. Determined not to let the black bear retreat, Wang Yang calculated the number of small trees along his path and spotted one within the territory of a saber-toothed tiger ahead, an opportunity to seize. He swiftly descended the tree, hands on his hips, provocatively beckoning the bear with a finger. "If you're male, don't run off. Come here for a one-on-one." The bear turned its head, surprised to see Wang Yang had descended, now merely 20 meters away. Its eyes glinted with curiosity as it took a few steps forward, concealing itself behind a large tree. Suddenly, it charged out from the other side, racing directly towards Wang Yang. Why do modern animals favor ambush tactics? Are they trying to showcase their intellect? Wang Yang muttered, abandoning his earlier bravado and sprinting away, faster than a mad dog in pursuit. Of course, this pursuit was far more ferocious than any dog. He ran at full speed, the trees before him rapidly enlarging, whizzing past him in a blur, the cycle repeating endlessly. The black bear behind him resembled a swirling storm, its limbs propelling it forward. Having watched nature documentaries narrated by the venerable Zhao Zhangxiang, he recalled how bears could outpace Olympic athletes. He knew that no matter how fast he ran, he could not escape indefinitely. It was only a matter of time before he would be caught. Indeed, the bear was now a mere 10 meters behind him, closing the gap with each passing moment. Yet Wang Yang was not careless. He had calculated the bear's maximum speed. And even if it were 4 times that of his own, it would not catch him before he could ascend a tree. He dashed into the territory of the saber-toothed tiger, swiftly climbing a large tree. He heard a resounding thud as the branches trembled violently, nearly causing him to drop his stone chisel. He quickly scaled the tree, wiped his brow, and continued his work on a branch. The bear below growled in frustration, attempting to climb up, but Wang Yang brandished his wooden spear to force it back down. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of neighboring trees, infuriating the bear, which then decided to perform another high leap towards a larger tree 8 meters away. It climbed rightward, while Wang Yang chose a branch to the left, rendering his previous notch useless. In a fit of rage, he cursed under his breath and hurriedly moved to the left, digging another notch. As he worked, he tossed a couple of stones at the black bear, chiding it. This kid is utterly clueless. Not cooperating? You deserve to remain a mere side character. The bear ascended the tree rapidly, but its calculating abilities appeared lacking. It would climb a meter, glance around, and assess if it could leap to the adjacent branch before climbing a few more meters. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Yang quickly carved a small 5-centimeter hole. He then positioned the bone spur in the center, filling the surrounding space with small stones to secure it. Though it might topple with a mere nudge, it would suffice to injure the bear. As the bear prepared to leap down, it would be unable to alter its course midair, and given its reputation as a black bear, its poor eyesight would likely leave it unaware of Wang Yang's cunning trap. At that moment, the bear had cleared the branches and was ready to jump down towards Wang Yang. Wang Yang smirked, thinking, "Child, don't blame me for being treacherous. Blame your mother for not giving you glasses." He gracefully leaped down from the tree, intending to make a swift escape when he suddenly heard a low growl from behind. Its eyes gleaming and expression sinister, the bear seemed thrilled at the prospect of finally having an opportunity to eliminate him. Wang Yang perceived the bear's malicious intent and contemplated whether to ascend the tree again. Glancing up at the massive bear preparing to leap down, he envisioned its weight crashing onto him, creating a human-shaped crater in the ground, only to be met by the saber-toothed tiger, ready to spit in his face. "No, I cannot climb the tree. I must stay grounded." He composed himself and nodded to the saber-toothed tiger, remarking, "A fortuitous encounter is indeed better than a mere meeting." Chapter 51. The Old Man's Youthful Fury. Faced with a predicament where the heavens offered no escape and the earth provided no refuge, Wang Yang could only rely on his own luck. If he approached the tree before him, it was likely that a great black bear would come crashing down. In other words, he had to flee at least 8 meters away to find safety beneath the tree. However, the saber-toothed tiger was less than 15 meters from him, more than capable of catching him and overpowering him. Confronted with the grim fate of being crushed into pulp or, after being overwhelmed, letting out a desperate cry, Wang Yang contemplated ending his own life with a swift stroke. Yet he possessed no sharp blade. Even prodding himself with this wooden spear would likely bring unbearable pain. In this dismal plight, who would sing a song of sorrow with me, as the river of anguish flows? Strangely, Wang Yang found himself devoid of the furious curses he had previously unleashed. He merely sought a way to evade disaster. But the saber-toothed tiger, having long desired his demise, would not let this opportunity slip away. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged forward. As the yellow beast surged toward him, Wang Yang was left speechless. Despite all his pleas, the creature remained ungrateful, quickly forgetting the countless joyous moments they had shared. Those sleepless nights spent gazing at each other, now vanished. Those moments of moonlit fury, gone forever? Did it think itself a gust of wind, rain, or mist? Was it attempting to play the intellectual or feign profundity, lamenting the passage of time? In a moment of panic, Wang Yang felt a surge of grievances rising within him. Seeing the inevitable approach of doom, he disregarded all considerations and swiftly ascended the tree. The saber-toothed tiger arrived beneath him and roared with frustration, its fury palpable as it realized that every lethal strike had been thwarted thus far. Complaints aside, Wang Yang dared not let his guard down. He refrained from climbing too high, settling between 3 and 4 meters, pressing himself tightly against the trunk to minimize exposure to attacks from above and below. His thoughts were clear. Should the great black bear truly come crashing down, it would land upon the branches above him. If those bone spikes inflicted harm, the bear might lose its balance and tumble down. In such a scenario, he could watch the ensuing chaos from a safe distance, gaining a moment to breathe. Of course, he was uncertain whether the bear's fall would endanger him. Meanwhile, the bear had come to a realization. It hesitated for a moment, pondering whether to engage in a fight within the tiger's territory. But then it understood. Whether it jumped down or remained in the tree, the saber-toothed tiger would not ascend. This meant it could eliminate the small creature without risking its own life. Such an enticing opportunity could not be overlooked. With a furious roar, it leapt down. To Wang Yang's eyes, the bear's descent was nothing short of majestic, radiating an air of authority, as if it were ready to perform a grand spectacle. If the sky could thunder at that moment, followed by the bear's declaration, "I make my dazzling entrance," it would surely astonish the world and terrify Wang Yang himself. The black whirlwind, Li Kuei, was now plummeting freely, crashing through the branches above with a thunderous sound. Skillfully, it thrust its paws into the trunk, using brute strength to slow its descent, then extended its legs, preparing for a precise landing. Yet its vision had cleared enough to reveal a bone spike beneath it. The white spike gleamed ominously in the snowy expanse, reflecting the sun's rays like glistening diamonds. Sensing danger, the bear instinctively pulled back its paw. But the speed of its descent was too great, and it could not react in time. With a sickening sound, the spike pierced its calf. Wang Yang watched in horror as a dark mass rapidly expanded before him, almost engulfing the entire sky. Then came a pained roar, followed by a thud as a massive shadow fell perilously close to him, within mere centimeters. He could even hear its heartbeat. It was done. Wang Yang trembled internally, drenched in cold sweat, feeling a chill at his waist with the wind's caress. He sensed a brush against his left hand but had no time to check for injuries. He lowered his gaze to the ground. There, amidst the white carpet of snow, lay a deep pit, with the black bear sprawled within, blood seeping from its hind leg. The metallic scent of blood overwhelming. The bone spike had not penetrated deeply, only about 2 centimeters. It seemed the bear had merely grazed it. It was somewhat fortunate. Had the spike been upright upon landing, it would have surely impaled it. The bear howled in agony, even without the injury to its leg. The sheer force of falling from several meters would warrant a prolonged wail. With a fierce cry, it clutched the spike with its front paws and pulled with all its might. Another anguished roar erupted. Yet rather than crumple to the ground, the bear, as if jolted by electricity, sprang up, lowering its body and glaring menacingly at the saber-toothed tiger. One must admit, the saber-toothed tiger was quite cunning. Upon witnessing the bear's fall, it rushed forward, eager to capitalize on the opportunity to inflict further harm. Had the bear not reacted quickly, it would have surely faced fatal wounds to its throat. The tiger, observing the bear's recovery, kept a safe distance of 5 meters, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It had no intention of adhering to a noble code of waiting for its opponent to recover. An injured foe was always the best target. As they both roared and prowled, each was a ruler in its own right, weighing several hundred pounds. The saber-toothed tiger was slightly heavier, around 700 to 800 pounds, whereas the black bear weighed 500 to 600. Although the tiger had the advantage in weight, its speed paled in comparison to the bear's, which was now even faster due to its injury. Experts and Wang Yang alike were well aware that the tiger's combat prowess was limited. It typically relied on brute strength, waiting for its opponent to tire before delivering a lethal blow. As their gazes locked, Wang Yang began contemplating his own predicament. He intended to climb higher to observe the clash of these two titans, but as he moved, a searing pain shot through his left arm. Upon assessing the situation, he realized, to his dismay, that it was dislocated. Chapter 52. The inevitability of death. He turned his head and glanced at the left shoulder, discovering a slight deformation at the junction of the bones. His arm was slightly inward, and waves of pain surged from the injury. Wang Yang inhaled sharply, quickly climbing onto the branch and slumping against the trunk, his body limp. He felt at a loss, certain that he had dislocated his shoulder from the impact with the black bear. Fortunately, it was merely a dislocation and not a fracture. He was uncertain whether to feel grateful, as being brushed by such a heavy creature had not resulted in more grievous harm. The most troublesome aspect was that he was temporarily incapacitated. Losing the use of one arm equated to a significant reduction in his offensive capabilities. Wang Yang could not afford to descend from the tree at this moment. He directed his gaze downwards, observing the unfolding situation. Beneath the tree, the formidable black bear stared intently at its opponent, which weighed even more than itself, refusing to yield an inch. It could not retreat, nor show any signs of weakness. The saber-toothed tiger maintained a calm demeanor, slightly parting its jaws as it gazed hungrily at the bloodstains on the black bear's legs, drooling in anticipation. After a prolonged moment of watching, it finally reacted, letting out a roar and charging forward. With a powerful leap, it kicked up snow behind it, soaring into the air. Its claws extended as it aimed to pin the black bear to the ground. The black bear, likely having encountered saber-toothed tigers in its youth, was well aware of their attack patterns. It rolled to the left, narrowly evading the attack. The saber-toothed tiger lunged again, fully aware that the black bear's left leg was injured, limiting its mobility. A fierce assault would exacerbate the wound, causing blood to gush forth, weakening the bear in no time. The black bear rolled again, evading the blow, warm blood gushing out and splattering onto the ground, swiftly freezing into blood ice. The saber-toothed tiger launched another ferocious attack, but the black bear could only dodge once more. Eventually, observing Wang Yang's remarkable evasiveness, the bear contemplated giving up. However, provoked by Wang Yang's taunts, it decided to make another attempt, only to be thwarted by the saber-toothed tiger. In its current state of despair, the bear's wounds were healing quickly due to the cold weather, yet the violent movements caused them to reopen, blood streaming forth. After dodging another strike, it puffed out clouds of white breath, clearly feeling fatigued. Perhaps realizing that this approach was futile, or perhaps incensed by the saber-toothed tiger, it chose to initiate an attack in its next move. This time, the saber-toothed tiger lunged forward again, but the bear did not evade. Instead, it swung a paw directly at the tiger's head. The strength of a full-grown black bear's paw was undeniable, capable of crushing Wang Yang with ease. However, the issue lay in the bear's sluggish speed. It was akin to preparing a powerful strike that took too long to execute, ultimately losing its effectiveness in a real confrontation where speed often trumps strength. The bear's choice to swipe was a clear indication of its current helplessness. Indeed, the saber-toothed tiger's paw landed first, not dodging but retaliating vigorously with its own strike. The damage inflicted by the large feline's paw was far greater than that of the bear's, as it possessed both weight and speed. Upon contact, its sharp claws could tear into the bear's flesh, creating more grievous wounds. Before the black bear's paw could reach it, the saber-toothed tiger had already delivered a powerful blow. The impact resonated like a heavy punch striking a sandbag, the sound echoing as the black bear's head was turned to the side, its face marred by deep gashes, dark fur falling to the ground. In contrast to the saber-toothed tiger's fierce attack, the black bear's strike appeared somewhat feeble. After delivering its blow, the saber-toothed tiger swiftly leaped aside, while the bear's paw struck its thigh, causing minimal damage but inadvertently aiding the tiger's escape. With both creatures having exchanged blows, they began to circle each other. The saber-toothed tiger appeared remarkably composed, moving with deliberate steps. The black bear, however, was in dire straits, blood streaming down its face. Gasping for breath, suddenly, the bear lunged forward, but the saber-toothed tiger recoiled, intending to evade the bear's frenzied assault and exhaust its energy. Yet, unbeknownst to the tiger, the bear's attack was a feint. Upon landing, it quickly turned and charged towards the tree where Wang Yang was perched, seemingly intent on climbing. This maneuver was advantageous for the bear. Engaging the saber-toothed tiger was unwise, and it sought refuge. However, for Wang Yang, this posed a significant problem. If the bear ascended, where could he take refuge? He did not wish for the black bear to climb the tree, nor did he desire its victory, as its ability to ascend, while the saber-toothed tiger could not withspell disaster. With his left arm incapacitated, he secured himself around the branch with his legs, grasping a wooden spear with his right hand. Should the black bear dare to climb higher than 3 meters, he would thrust his spear downward. The saber-toothed tiger, however, denied the bear that opportunity, accelerating for 2 steps before leaping. Its length combined with a sudden burst of energy allowing it to easily reach the same height as the bear. With its claws gripping the bear's shoulders, it bit down on its thick neck. The black bear felt a rush of wind behind it and instinctively turned to swat at the saber-toothed tiger. Alas, the tiger had already latched onto its body, sinking its teeth into the bear's neck. The bear, overwhelmed by pain, faltered, its limbs going weak as it fell to the ground with a thud, inadvertently landing atop the saber-toothed tiger. The tiger's eyes glinted green, nearly losing consciousness. Unable to suppress its grip, the black bear, recognizing its own sluggishness, dared not rise, well aware that should it attempt to get back on its feet, The saber-toothed tiger would have ample opportunity to deliver numerous blows. Instead, it turned its head to bite at the tiger's neck. Trapped beneath the weight of the bear, the saber-toothed tiger could not evade and had to retaliate, opening its mouth wide to bite at the bear's mouth. In an instant, blood splattered at the intersection of their jaws, causing Wang Yang, perched in the tree, to wipe the sweat from his brow. The exchange was gruesomely visceral. Uncertain of who had bitten through whose lip, the saber-toothed tiger managed to shift beneath the heavy black bear, delivering a cunning kick to its injured thigh. The bear let out a pained cry, having no time to contemplate its options before lunging again at the saber-toothed tiger. Now, both creatures lay on the ground. The saber-toothed tiger's paws aggressively striking the bear, inflicting deep gashes, while its other paw pressed firmly against the bear's head, pushing back as it retreated. With its other forepaw firmly pressing down on the bear's head, the saber-toothed tiger lunged forward, sinking its fangs into the bear's throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the black bear's neck. Only at this point did the saber-toothed tiger release its grip, leaping back to observe. The black bear cried out in despair, pressing its paw against its neck to staunch the flow of blood, but the crimson tide could not be halted. It stood, hopelessly lunging at the saber-toothed tiger. The tiger dodged, and the bear, weakened, collapsed to the ground, its eyes devoid of life as it stared into the fading world. Its chest heaving madly before gradually stabilizing, succumbing to weakness and silence. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger raised its head and howled to the heavens. Roar! The deep, resonant sound pierced through the trees, echoing across the expanse of the earth and sky. Chapter 53. A bountiful harvest. The saber-toothed tiger's ability to slay a black bear did not astonish Wang Yang. After all, a mature tiger would possess certain advantages in a confrontation with a black bear, particularly when the latter is injured. Moreover, the saber-toothed tiger was not merely a tiger. It was larger and heavier, and although it lacked in speed and agility, it found it easier to overpower a relatively sluggish beast like the black bear. The tiger bore some wounds from the skirmish, its lips seemingly torn, resembling a striking application of lipstick. Occasionally, it would extend its tongue to lick its lips, tending to its injury. After a moment, it cast a glance at Wang Yang before silently seizing the several hundred pounds of black bear and dragging it away. Wang Yang's eyes brightened. Could it possibly know how to set bones? Such a notion seemed far-fetched. How could a Paleolithic hominid possess knowledge of bone setting? In reality, they did not possess this skill, nor could they differentiate between fractures and dislocations. Wang Yang felt a wave of disappointment. It appeared he would have to rely on himself. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he had no medical training. Regardless, he took solace in the notion that learning on the job was his forte. He had observed similar scenarios on television, where a dislocated arm could be effectively manipulated back into place. He understood the principle, to realign the misaligned bones. Thus, he promptly requested the saber-toothed tiger to stabilize his arm. To make it memorable, he affectionately dubbed the creature bone specialist. This was not a jest, but rather a flicker of hope that it could hold his arm steady, akin to an orthopedic surgeon. Grasping the bone specialist's paw, he tightened his grip, signaling it to hold firm. He then summoned all his strength and abruptly retreated. A sharp crack echoed, indistinguishable as the sound of bones grinding against each other or tendons colliding. Wang Yang felt a piercing pain, his complexion turning as pale as snow. He inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress his cries, fearful that releasing his breath would render him as deflated as a punctured balloon. Sweat poured from his brow, and his expression twisted in agony. Gripping his arm, he thrust it forward once more. Another resounding crack reverberated, and Wang Yang could no longer contain himself, collapsing into the snow, gasping for breath. Had he succeeded? He dared not ascertain. The bone specialist remained perplexed, staring at Wang Yang with bewildered eyes, unable to fathom why he would willingly endure such torment. Wasn't it better to allow a broken arm to heal properly rather than exacerbate the injury? A sense of unease washed over the creature. Uncertain if it had nearly released its grip, Wang Yang was oblivious to the creature's thoughts, just as the bone specialist was unaware of his intentions. It lifted Wang Yang and carried him into the cave. Leaning against the warmth of the bonfire, Wang Yang felt a significant relief in his left arm. A flicker of fortune igniting within him. Unexpectedly, he had managed to realign the bone. He gazed out at the world blanketed in swirling snow, yearning to venture out for a hunt, but he knew he must exercise caution. As the saying goes, injuries to muscles and bones require ample time for recovery. Yet suddenly, a surge of determination coursed through him. He seized his wooden spear and various other implements, heedlessly rushing out of the cave. He must locate the black bear's den. This thought burgeoned within him like a virus, consuming his mind. The urgent need for sustenance could not be postponed by mere minor injuries. The sensation of hunger is peculiar, capable of driving individuals to madness and irrationality. Scholars have postulated that extreme hunger can lead to hallucinations, making one believe they scent delectable food. If two individuals from a civilized society were confined to a room, it would not be long before one resorted to killing and consuming the other. This is not hyperbole. Humanity's propensity for self-destruction often begins with the primal instinct for food. Wang Yang felt fortunate that his tribe had not yet descended into such depths. Although they had endured days of gnawing on tree bark and roots, they had not resorted to cannibalism. He would not permit such a fate to befall them. He could not guarantee he would not descend into madness. Retracing his steps, he swiftly approached the vicinity of the black bear's hollow, meticulously surveying the surroundings and finding no sign of other animals nearby. This was undoubtedly good news. His greatest fear was that other creatures might have sensed the demise of the black bear and raided its lair. The saber-toothed tiger, it seemed, lacked the intellect for such reasoning. From various studies and explorations, it was clear that a black bear's den typically yielded little reward. Nevertheless, Wang Yang was unwilling to overlook any opportunity. He slowed his pace, stealthily drawing near the great hollowed tree. Though black bears are solitary creatures, adult bears generally live alone. Yet in such distant epochs, anything was possible. The tree hollow was a horizontal opening facing upward. Thus Wang Yang wielded his wooden spear in his right hand, while holding a hollowed wooden board in his left. Suddenly, he surged forward, swiftly covering the entrance with the board and then thrusting the spear deep within. A series of enraged roars erupted from within, and Wang Yang's expression shifted. There was indeed a bear inside. Retreating was no longer an option. With the board blocking the entrance, it served as a shield, allowing him to use his spear for offense. He was in a prime position and could not afford to miss this chance. He raised his spear and struck down forcefully, then lifted it again for another thrust. Inside the hollow, the bear's furious growls and cries resonated, accompanied by the sound of heavy blows against the wooden board. Though his left arm had just been realigned, the impact nearly caused him to lose his grip on the board. Regardless of the pain, he gritted his teeth and persevered. With each relentless strike, he pressed deeper into the hollow, and the bear's responses grew increasingly frantic. Finally, after a dozen strikes, Wang Yang could endure no longer and was forcibly thrown back. A 200-pound cub emerged from the hollow, its abdomen riddled with wounds, blood pouring forth. As soon as it stumbled out, it collapsed onto the ground. Moments later, another bear emerged, bearing wounds identical to the first, collapsing lifelessly upon exit. Then yet another bear appeared. This one had only 2 injuries, one on its hind leg and another on its front leg. Upon seeing Wang Yang, its initial reaction was to lunge toward him in a desperate attempt to fight back. Its speed was painfully slow, limping as it approached Wang Yang, unable to mount an effective attack. In contrast, Wang Yang thrust his spear forward, piercing its chest. The battle concluded. Chapter 54. A glimpse lasting 100 days. Blood gushed from the chest of the young bear, which gazed down at its wound. Feeling the intense pain and the ebbing of life, lost in a whirlpool of emotions, Wang Yang observed with equal intensity. At the end of the wooden spear, there seemed to be a pulsating tremor. He felt a connection, as if the spear had formed a bridge to touch the very heart of his adversary. A subtle fluctuation flickered in his eyes. The act of taking life from large creatures differed profoundly from that of smaller ones. The emotions of the former were starkly evident and easily infectious, reminiscent of human sentiments. In that moment, he sensed the young bear's agony and despair, a fleeting shadow of sympathy flickering across his face. Yet, this expression vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by an unsettling calm. With a swift kick, he withdrew the spear, plunging it deep once more. Again, he extracted it, delivering yet another thrust. Blood blossomed like flowers, cascading to the ground as Wang Yang wiped his blood-splattered face. Having slain all 3 young bears, he exhaled heavily, fatigue seeping into his limbs, particularly his left arm, which throbbed with sharp pain. Despite their diminutive title, these cubs had feasted abundantly during autumn, each weighing between 1 to 200 pounds, significantly heavier than Wang Yang, capable of providing a bountiful sustenance for the entire group for half a month. Time was of the essence. He set about the grim task of clearing the battlefield. Thus, he resolved to conceal the evidence on site. He discarded the cubs into a hollow tree, stripping them of their fur and scattering it around the entrance. Then, he covered the opening with clean, white snow and a wooden plank, effectively sealing off the scent of blood. The scattered bear fur would deter other lurking predators, warning them that they had encroached upon the territory of the black bear and should not linger. Though this method was far from ideal, it was all he could manage. To further divert attention, he filled a wooden barrel with the bloodied snow and poured it into the domain of the saber-toothed tiger, leaving any ensuing turmoil for it to bear. Wang Yang surmised without doubt that his actions had once again astonished them. He had been tirelessly crafting wooden barrels, exhausting the trees at the canyon's entrance. Each completed barrel drew the attention of his companions, who eagerly sought his approval, often inquiring whether to drill holes in the bottom. Wang Yang speculated that they derived great pleasure from praise, and to nurture their enthusiasm, he would enthusiastically pat their shoulders and nod affirmatively. After a night of rest, he returned to the hollow tree of the black bear the following morning. The heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground in a thick layer of white, chilling him to the bone with each step. The hollow remained untouched, the white snow still abundant within, and upon digging a little, he discovered the wooden plank still intact. This signified that no other creatures had approached, a revelation that filled him with delight, confirming his judgment and sparing him the arduous task of relocating the carcasses. However, the saber-toothed tiger had been on a relentless rampage since the previous night, its furious roars echoing through the forest, indicating that its lair had become a popular attraction for numerous visitors. Seated above the hollow, Wang Yang began to leisurely calculate. The previous day's bounty, coupled with their existing reserves, could sustain them for over a month. With a few more forays into the nests of smaller creatures, they would likely endure until spring. The thought lifted his spirits. He looked forward to the coming season, confident that the group would venture deeper into the forest. Bread, shelter, and vehicles would all be within reach. He felt an unprecedented sense of ease, marveling at the beauty of winter, cloaked in a shimmering white blanket. He pondered what scene might have inspired Chairman Mao to ode to the plum blossom, snow. Time slipped by swiftly, and before long, winter was drawing to a close. Aside from guarding the remains, Wang Yang spent his days exploring, searching for anything of value. Upon returning to the cave, he would guide Zhang San in training, engage in light-hearted banter with the bone craftsman, roast by the comforting fire, and enjoy warm meals, occasionally indulging in the whimsical act of building snowmen. Such contentment stemmed from his assurance of their situation. Meanwhile, the adults faced dire circumstances. They had begun to realize the insufficiency of their food supplies, their expressions grave as they witnessed the dwindling provisions. By now, only enough food remained for a single day, and once consumed, they would be left to fate. To reinforce their understanding of the food scarcity, Wang Yang chose not to reveal their reserves, immersing himself in the world of weapon crafting. With the arrival of spring, these weapons would prove invaluable. Indeed, the primary tools were wooden spears and various bone implements. He meticulously sharpened every spear and roasted them over the fire for added durability. No bone capable of being fashioned into a spike was overlooked, as he diligently ground them on a stone platform. This endeavor was not solitary. He enlisted all his companions, promising 2 chestnuts as a reward for diligent work. Days passed, and at last, hunger struck. Despite the adults' relentless search for food, it remained insufficient to counteract their energy expenditures, leading many to suffer from hunger. Wang Yang maintained his composure, silently refining his weapons. Eventually, the day arrived when not a morsel of food remained. Not only were they bereft of provisions, but having gone days without sustenance, the group teetered on the brink of despair, resorting to digging up roots and stripping bark in a desperate attempt to survive. Some adults had even prepared to confront the saber-toothed tiger and the wolf pack. Wang Yang believed that as long as the saber-toothed tiger remained in place, their numbers and spears could overpower it. However, the potential loss of clan members was entirely unnecessary. Chapter 55. The Loss of a Tooth as Winter Draws to a Close. A sense of urgency envelopes the creatures of the wild, all yearning for the arrival of spring. This sentiment resonates deeply among many animals. At this juncture, the supplies have dwindled, the necessary sustenance has been consumed, and the hunting has nearly reached its end. Regardless of size, be it the grand or the diminutive, the quest for food has become increasingly arduous. Wang Yang longs to enter a state of hibernation, yet the human body differs significantly from that of animals. For instance, if a primitive human were to consume copious amounts of food like a black bear, accumulating fat to survive the winter by metabolizing it, they would soon perish. The reason lies in the fact that the breakdown of fat produces toxins, which can accumulate over time and transform into lethal substances. In contrast, black bears possess a unique ability to convert these toxins into harmless compounds for absorption. This fundamental distinction dictates their divergent survival strategies. Of course, there are also cold-blooded creatures like snakes, whose existence is markedly different. Consequently, primitive humans must find nourishment even in winter. Wang Yang, feeling somewhat at ease, equipped himself and approached the bone forest. The reasoning was simple. He recognized his own limitations. As winter wanes, the scarcity of food compels many animals to broaden their hunting territories, with wolf packs being the most evident example. Wolves display exceptional hunting prowess, a strong sense of teamwork, cunning tactics, acute senses, and fierce combat skills. These are their innate advantages. Their most formidable asset is their pack behavior. When they charge, it resembles a tempest sweeping through ruins, leaving chaos in its wake. Naturally, they value their lives and prefer not to engage with formidable predators. However, desperation can incite even the most docile creatures to act with ferocity. When famished, they can wreak havoc. If food becomes insufficient, overwhelming a solitary saber-toothed tiger is not an insurmountable task. The odds of survival are closely tied to numbers. This explains why the once mighty lion retreats in the presence of a pack of wild dogs. There exist both powerful and fearful social groups. Whether it be herds of zebras or wildebeests, they demonstrate a peaceful demeanor. They travel in numbers, wielding strength, yet when faced with large predators, they can be easily driven away, allowing other animals to seize the opportunity to capture isolated individuals. From Wang Yang's and modern perspectives, they might appear foolish. With such a multitude, even without sharp claws, a collective charge could easily trample a predator. Wang Yang's mindset mirrors this, as their lowly status in nature has instilled a sense of caution, causing them to overlook a crucial point. With a bit more logical reasoning, they could deduce that sacrificing a few lives to eliminate nearby solitary beasts would grant them dominion over the territory, thus enriching their resources. Wang Yang is not overly concerned, confident that they will undoubtedly expand their territory after this winter. He feels exhilarated at the prospect of not needing to play both father and mother, allowing him time to focus on broader horizons. Accompanied by the adults, he ventured into the depths of the forest. They exchanged soft sounds, gazing intently at Wang Yang. Their desire to delve deeper grew stronger, and if food remained elusive, a confrontation with the wolf pack seemed inevitable. There was no doubt about this, evidenced by the gaunt faces, flushed eyes, and taut muscles they bore. Exhaling heavy breaths into the cold, Wang Yang took the lead, crossing the boundary. They followed closely behind. Sensing their intent, Wang Yang turned, emitting a few soft calls. "Don't follow me, it's unnecessary." Yet, they remained oblivious, trailing after him. In exasperation, he gestured for them to turn back, pointing towards the cave. After several attempts, they finally grasped his intention and halted, silently watching him depart. Upon reaching the bone forest, he commenced digging. After prolonged freezing, the ground had become exceptionally hard, making the labor quite taxing. After 3 hours of toil, he managed to excavate merely 30 centimeters, barely breaking the surface. Opening a wooden barrel, he found the fruits and meat had solidified into ice blocks. The considerable weight on his shoulders hampered his agility. Encountering a wolf pack would spell disaster. Thus, he filled numerous pockets with half a barrel's worth, swiftly burying it and retracing his steps. He was determined not to delay, lest his kin charge into the jaws of the wolves. The children leaned against the bonfire, their spirits low and silence reigning, for they too had endured hunger for an extended period. Zhang San, emulating Wang Yang, refrained from eating, choosing instead to share his food with others. As Wang Yang entered, he found them distributing roots and bark. Wang Yang, pouting, eagerly accepted a piece of bark, opening her mouth wide as if to eat a pancake, only to furrow her brow upon taking a bite. Zhang San took a stone and smashed the bark into tiny fragments, popping them into his mouth, and similarly frowned. The adults anxiously gnawed on a thick root, tearing off pieces as if it were sugarcane, their expressions mirroring the children's distress. Wang Yang observed their plight, his brow furrowing. "Don't eat that." "Oh no." Yet, Wang Yang clung to her piece stubbornly, gazing at him with reproach, as if to say, "Brother, this is mine. You can't take it just because you are still hungry." In disbelief, Wang Yang hastily emptied the contents of his pockets. The frozen fruits thudded against the ground, producing a crisp sound, drawing the hungry gazes of all around. They stared at the long unseen fruits and meat, momentarily frozen in place, their jaws ceasing their movements, completely immobilized. An unprecedented flame ignited in their eyes, as if a vast inferno surged across the plains. Seeing them transfixed, Wang Yang stomped his foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Eat. Why are you just standing there? It's not like you can quench your thirst by merely gazing at them." Wang Yang sighed again, realizing that the fruits were as hard as stones. Consuming them could lead to the loss of several teeth. Yet their sole focus lay on the food, oblivious to the potential consequences. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded, as a cacophony of crunching sounds erupted, accompanied by waves of anguished cries. While they frantically pressed their hands to their jaws, in a fit of desperation, Zhang Xin clutched a fruit, intent on devouring it, but with bark still in his mouth. He hastily attempted to swallow it down. Wang Yang, alarmed, rushed over and delivered a swift blow to his back. Utilizing the mysterious internal strength he had cultivated over the years to expel the toxins from within. To his relief, Zhang Xin coughed up a piece of bark. "Oh no! Don't rush," Wang Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed with urgency as he continuously pried roots from their mouths, trying to prevent them from losing their teeth. All while fruit was tumbling to the ground. Forget it. Chapter 56. An idea worth $1,000,000 gold. After several days of hunger, they devoured their food with remarkable speed, consuming 2 meals in one sitting. Leaning against the bonfire, they patted their round bellies, smacking their lips, still yearning for more. After their hearty meal, their spirits noticeably lifted. Smiles returned to their faces as they gathered around Wang Yang, making soft sounds, likely inquiring how he procured the food. Wang Yang, indifferent to their chatter, led them to the cave's entrance and gestured towards the depths of the forest. Their eyes gleamed with fervor as they gazed into the distance. Yet, the blissful moments were fleeting. By the following morning, with their stomachs once again empty, they ventured forth in search of sustenance. This time, they were more proactive in following Wang Yang, but at the border, he halted them once more. Having experienced yesterday's intervention, they quickly grasped Wang Yang's intentions. Halting in place to watch him depart, their expressions remained despondent, having only gathered a meager amount of food. Wang Yang unfastened his pockets and spilled the contents onto the ground. As they beheld the bounty of fruits and meats, they stood in shocked disbelief, unable to comprehend how Wang Yang had managed to find such an abundance for 2 consecutive days. After a moment of stunned silence, they rushed forward, eager to partake. Wang Yang picked a fruit, roasted it over the fire to melt the frost on its surface before consuming it, then continued roasting to warm the interior. Everyone relished the feast, their satisfaction palpable. Wang Yang, in a playful mood, took a piece of tree bark to tease his sister, extending it toward her. She glanced at the bark, blinked, and swatted it away, opting instead to bite into a fruit. "Not eating that now? Just yesterday you complained about competing for food. How quickly things change." Seeing Wang Yang mumble to himself, she was puzzled, so she looked at Zhang Xin, who often trailed behind Wang Yang. Wang Yang, sensing his frustration, firmly pressed them both to the ground. His demeanor solemn and sacred as he proclaimed, "You have known no hardship since birth and are unaware of the struggles endured by our ancestors. Consider Chairman Mao's generation, who traversed snow-covered mountains and grasslands, facing countless adversities. Did they not overcome them all? We must learn from our forebears' fearless spirit and the audacity of the long march." When the time comes, Zhang San and Wang Ying exchanged glances, bewildered by Wang Yang's fervor that day. After a lengthy monologue, Wang Yang himself lost track of his own discourse. Nonetheless, he felt blessed to have an audience, as sharing his thoughts was a significant relief from his solitude. On the 3rd day, the desire to accompany Wang Yang deeper into the forest intensified among the group, their eagerness palpable. They were not foolish. This area had been depleted of resources, and there was little hope of finding more food. Wang Yang, seeing their enthusiasm, felt genuine joy, as long as they remained motivated. He had no doubt they would eventually venture inside. However, he continued to restrict their entry, allowing their curiosity and anticipation to build until spring. The situation of fruitless searching had worsened. By today, they had found nothing. Upon entering the cave, they were met with a sea of expectant eyes. Wang Yang would not disappoint them. He revealed the food he had gathered. Cheers erupted as smiles adorned their faces while they feasted. The following month unfolded in orderly fashion. Each evening, they gathered by the bonfire, awaiting Wang Yang's return and the moment he would unveil the food. Wang Yang, like a bride arriving fashionably late, never once let them down. His remarkable contributions elevated him to a vital role within the tribe. Simultaneously, the adults were stirred by an intense desire to explore uncharted territories. Each day, they accompanied Wang Yang to the borders, attempting to enter. Wang Yang sensed their fervor growing stronger, the flames of desire in their eyes intensifying. This development had previously caused him concern. He feared that before spring arrived, he might be unable to restrain them, leading them to discover the barrenness of the area, which would severely dampen their spirits. Fortunately, they seemed to increasingly comprehend their own aspirations and were willing to heed his counsel. The momentum was promising. Yet, he knew he could not be an unlimited source of sustenance. Contemplating this, he realized that while it was crucial to gain their trust, he could not abandon his sense of urgency. In the face of a financial crisis, everyone must strive to advance. Thus, this time, he decided to return empty-handed. A departure from his previous routine. The shock and disappointment among the crowd were unimaginable, their cheers abruptly silenced. At the cave's entrance, expressions of disbelief adorned their faces, resembling statues frozen in time. "We don't expect you to bring back so much, but at least show us something? Not even a single fruit." Desperation filled the air as they surrounded him, their eyes brimming with confusion. With a smile, Wang Yang nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. Missing a meal is not a catastrophe. If you are truly hungry, there are still tree bark and roots." He spent the entire night amidst their puzzled murmurs, sensing their desire to express something profound, yet unable to articulate it. Wang Yang viewed this as a positive sign, indicating their yearning for communication. If they continued to vocalize their thoughts, they would eventually develop a language of their own. However, he mused, it might take tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years. He pondered whether, if spoken language proved difficult, he might teach them to write instead, regretting that they likely had no concept of written words, making instruction impossible. Yet, he thought, what if he introduced drawing? Surely they could understand that. An idea sparked in his mind, his eyes narrowing with determination. This endeavor must be prioritized and prepared for. If they grasped the concept of drawing, it could unlock the door to communication, facilitating their development significantly. Chapter 57. Your arm is frightfully delicate for the primitive beings. Their sense of logic may be somewhat underdeveloped, yet their capacity for imagery remains intact. All actions hinge upon the observation of their surroundings, and the eyes serve the fundamental purpose of sight. Only upon seeing can one form an image to relay to the brain. It may be posited that most animals possess an awareness of imagery, which elucidates the existence of scarecrows. When placed in fields, these figures deceive some animals into believing a human is present, causing them to hesitate in approaching. If animals can comprehend imagery, it follows that the primitive beings must as well. After hastily finishing his meal, he took a bone spur and ventured into the valley, seeking a smooth patch of snow. There, he smoothed the snow and began to draw. He sketched a round head, a body, arms, legs, and feet. Upon completion, he scrutinized his work. The lines were straight, the expression rigid, and it appeared rather lifeless. Nevertheless, it sufficed to convey the semblance of a human. He dashed back to the cave, uttering a few incoherent calls, and then rushed outside. The others, perplexed, followed him without a word. Was that it? No reflections on the sight. Wang Yang paused, furrowing his brow in confusion. Logically, one should not remain so tranquil upon encountering a human-like image. At the very least, exclamations of astonishment should have ensued. Was his drawing truly that poor? He felt a pang of frustration, recognizing that his artistic skills were indeed lacking. After all, he was not preparing for an art academy, and had little leisure to devote to drawing. Despite his discontent, he diligently added a nose, eyes, a mouth, and ears to the figure, finishing with a touch of body hair. He called the others outside once again. Did they possess a three-dimensional concept of imagery, yet lack an abstract understanding? Wang Yang pondered this notion. It was not implausible. After all, drawings are abstract art, intangible and requiring mental transformation into three dimensions, whereas sculptures are inherently three-dimensional and tangible. With this realization, he deemed it necessary to experiment with three-dimensional forms. He crafted an apple from the snow, adorning it with 2 leaves and a small twig. Without a second thought, Wang Yang snatched the fruit away, unwilling to spare the snow creation a glance. Unyielding, he presented another apple to Zhang San, who promptly took it. Determined to try again, he offered one to the bone expert, who likewise accepted the fruit. Bewildered, he wondered why they showed no curiosity towards the snow apple. Did they regard snow merely as snow, even if shaped into a human figure? With a sigh, he recognized that he had overestimated the artistic sensibilities of the primitives. In their eyes, even a snow sculpture of a flower would elicit no response. This led to a deeper contemplation of practical value, essentially, significance. To them, a snow fruit held no meaning, nor did drawing in the snow. They might exhibit curiosity at first, questioning its nature and edibility, but ultimately dismissing it as inconsequential. It was akin to showing a cartoon to a tiger, entirely out of context. Yet Wang Yang remained undeterred. He could not believe that a modern individual like himself could not find a way to pique their interest. He imagined presenting a snow mouse to a cat. The cat would likely ignore it, but a toy mouse would undoubtedly provoke a more instinctual reaction. After several encounters, the cat might eventually grasp the concept of its falseness. Thus, he resolved to explore this avenue. The following day, after completing his daily tasks of gathering and consuming food, he set about creating a dummy. The simplest three-dimensional model could be fashioned from snow, an endeavor both time-efficient and labor-saving, with the material's malleability allowing for any shape. He began by inserting 2 short branches into the ground, then piled snow upon them, molding the legs and feet. Soon, he placed additional branches at the knee to connect the thighs and calves. Before long, he had crafted a snowman. Yet, this alone was insufficient. He refrained from working through the night, for the cold was too biting. The next day, after satisfying his hunger, he immersed himself in further sculpting. With a bone spur, he drew eyes on the head, applying black earth to the pupils. He then painted a mouth, smearing red snow upon the lips for a semblance of realism. To enhance the effect, he plucked the coarse brown fur from a wild boar's hide and affixed it to the snowman's body, head, and limbs. Remarkably, from a distance, it resembled a living person. As dusk approached, shrouding the scene in shadows, he called the others outside once more. Upon seeing the figure, they turned, their calls echoing in wonder. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, an arm was torn off. The adults stood in shock, utterly bewildered. Chapter 58. A resounding laughter. He held the severed arm in his grasp, a chill emanating from the coarse hair that adorned it, as he gently squeezed, causing it to sink into his hand. Observing the white snowflakes forming upon his fingers, he turned the arm over, discovering that the severed end was also blanketed in snow. Devoid of any trace of blood, in a state of shock and dread, he cried out to the crowd. The onlookers, initially believing he had torn off another person's arm, hurried towards him. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was not a real arm, but rather one crafted from snow. They turned their gaze towards the snowman, fixating on its gaping void and face, only to discover it was not a living being, but a mere imitation. Their astonishment and panic were palpable, as they had never encountered such an anomaly, leaving them bewildered by this novel phenomenon. Almost instinctively, they placed their hands upon the stone tips and bone spurs. This was precisely the effect Wang Yang sought. He navigated through the crowd, nonchalantly positioning himself beside the snowman, before turning to the assembly and delivering a forceful kick to the snowman. With a resounding crash, the snowman toppled, scattering white snow in all directions. The crowd stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before finally reacting and gathering around to observe. Curiously, they reached out to touch and caress the snowman's hair, exclaiming in astonishment, "Indeed, it was wild boar hair. This was no living figure." Wang Yang smiled as he drew a figure beside the snowman, gesturing between the drawing, the snowman, and then to them. The figure depicted in the drawing represented them, just as the snowman did. Regardless of their comprehension, Wang Yang patiently elaborated, repeatedly pointing and indicating, as their bewildered eyes focused on the figure in the drawing. To facilitate their understanding, he collected the hair from the snowman and adorned the figure in the drawing with it. They offered no further response, merely standing there, observing Wang Yang and the illustration. As dusk fell, they sat within the cave, appearing somewhat lost in thought, the crackling of the dry wood in the fire sending sparks dancing into their pupils. The following day, Wang Yang arose early, beckoning the crowd outside the cave, where he meticulously crafted another snowman, identical to the one from the previous day. He also drew a figure alongside it, and tirelessly gestured between the drawing, the snowman, and the onlookers. Yet, their expressions remained vacant and dazed, as if they could not grasp the purpose of his actions. Wang Yang did not expect immediate understanding. He was merely instilling the concept of transitioning from the tangible to the abstract, conveying that what he drew was not just lines, but a representation of a person. When they eventually grasped this concept, they would only need to envision a figure, and it would evoke thoughts of the snowman, and consequently, of themselves. For the next several days, he persistently repeated this monotonous process, constructing identical snowmen, sketching the same figures, and pointing to the same individuals. Then, one day, as he exited the cave, he discovered a 4-year-old child diligently building a snowman on the ground. The snowman was not very tall, as the child was too short, and it lacked finesse. There were no eyes drawn, and the fingers and toes were not distinctly separated. Nevertheless, the child remembered to adorn the snowman with wild boar hair. Nearby, he was engaged in drawing. Wang Yang quietly approached, careful not to disturb him. The child's drawing was rudimentary, the head resembling a polygon, the lines distorted. Yet, he poured his heart into it, his eyes wide with focus, long eyelashes dusted with snowflakes, small hands reddened from the cold, but refusing to retreat, stubbornly holding a twig. He sketched an arm and a small hand, this time accurately detailing the fingers, which were nearly as large as the arm itself. He then illustrated legs and feet, with the toes similarly oversized. His grasp of proportions was undeniably poor, especially when compared to a modern 4-year-old, yet Wang Yang watched with a tightening in his chest, an indescribable wave of emotion washing over him. Once the child completed his drawing, he stepped back a couple of paces and bumped into Wang Yang. Staring blankly at Wang Yang, he pointed at the figure on the paper, then at the snowman, and finally at himself. In that moment, Wang Yang felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He scooped the child into his arms, laughing joyously. How many years have passed? The heavens have finally allowed me to witness a glimmer of hope for survival. He could scarcely contain his emotions, the pent-up frustration of years unfurling at last. It was akin to witnessing a protagonist, long subjected to torment, finally erupting. Since his arrival in the Paleolithic era, his thoughts had revolved, beyond mere survival, around the aspiration to elevate their cognition to a level where communication was possible. Despite numerous attempts over the years, he had seen no fruit. Now, at last, a breakthrough had been achieved. He was elated. A life devoid of communication and the ability to express thoughts was akin to a living death, a tormenting existence. One might as well be alone even in the presence of others. He feared that should he fail to witness even a hint of civilization, he might succumb to madness in the coming decades. Fortunately, though few in number, some children exhibited remarkable potential. His laughter drew a crowd. As the onlookers rushed from the cave, their excitement akin to being struck by a million joys, tentatively emitting sounds of wonder. He continued to laugh heartily, setting the child down. Come, child, showcase your creation to them. The child, oblivious to Wang Yang's murmurs, stood frozen in place. Wang Yang, growing impatient, urged, point. Indicate the snowman. Point to yourself. Do you not understand that the figure in the drawing represents a person? Wang Yang quickly gestured. The child seemed to grasp Wang Yang's intent, pointing at the figure in the drawing, then at the snowman, and finally at himself. Yes, yes. The figure in the drawing equated to the snowman, which in turn represented them. Wang Yang was overjoyed. The crowd gazed at the child in astonishment, puzzled by the unfolding events, bewildered at how he had begun to emulate Wang Yang. However, what filled him with even greater joy was the following day when he discovered Wang Yang had started building her own snowman. She replicated the child's actions, prompting Wang Yang to lift her in ecstatic embrace, showering her with kisses. Truly, my sister, you are brilliant. Wang Yang, witnessing Wang Yang's delight, broke into a wide grin. Giggling, Wang Yang felt a slight dissatisfaction with Zhang San. Although the child admired him, this time the response was lackluster, ranking third in enthusiasm, an inexplicable disparity. Nevertheless, the important thing was that they were beginning to comprehend the meaning behind the drawings. In the days that followed, similar occurrences unfolded, leaving Wang Yang uncertain whether it was the result of collective influence or a genuine understanding of abstract concepts. In any case, it was a positive development. The adults were slower to imitate, having lived long lives, their perceptive abilities dulled. The children, however, were like blank slates, their understanding of the world still inchoate. Yet their capacity to absorb new ideas was remarkable. Thus, winter passed, and the new spring approached, filling Wang Yang with aspirations for the future. If a journalist were to interview him at this moment, asking, "What are your expectations for the future?" A belated note, "Today is the 24th. With friends in the south celebrating the Little New Year yesterday, the 23rd, while those in the north did the same. A late wish for everyone to enjoy the Little New Year." Chapter 59. A brand new journey after the bitter cold, the warm spring arrives. With the rising temperatures, the white snow that blankets the earth melts quietly, transforming into spring water that nourishes the land, marking a significant first step in the awakening of all living things. Following this, a long-awaited spring rain descends. Spring rain is as precious as oil, a rare gift that cannot be sought. Gazing at the gentle drizzle outside, Wang Yang feels an overwhelming sense of relief. The exterior world remains stark and barren, devoid of new leaves on the trees and fresh shoots on the ground. However, in just a few days, a dramatic transformation is expected. The earth will be adorned with knee-high wild grass, tree branches will be filled with lively chirps, geese will return from the south, and life will awaken in an orderly fashion. Yet, such a wondrous spectacle can only be appreciated by the divine. For the beasts of the wild, the arrival of spring signifies the commencement of a new cycle of survival competition, fraught with peril, where the eternal preoccupation is to be well-fed and hydrated. Naturally, many animals will enter their mating season, procreating and creating new life. Yet, these matters hold little significance for Wang Yang. Sitting by the campfire, he tightened the seams of his fur coat, feeling the biting chill. He often thought that the early spring rains felt colder than the blizzards of winter. The cold of winter, in a way, was manageable, the air was dry. And by bundling up, warmth could still be found. But spring's chill was merciless. The rain brought an oppressive dampness that penetrated to the bone. He added a log to the fire, drawing closer. Beside him sat the child who had built the first snowman that day. Wang Yang had named him Li Si, a name chosen for its simplicity. Li Si was still quite young, not yet 4, but remarkably perceptive. With some guidance, he might prove to be a valuable ally in the future. At that moment, Li Si was engrossed in drawing little figures, meticulously crafting each stroke. Seeing the child's enthusiasm, Wang Yang felt it would be unwise to dampen his spirits, so he took the boy's hand and drew a proportionate figure alongside him, encouraging him to replicate it. After warming up for a while, he felt somewhat more comfortable and stood up. Wang Yang was still playing with her friends, joyfully tinkering with stones and bones. His parents cuddled by the fire, whispering sweet nothings, seemingly unembarrassed. Meanwhile, other adults were busy crafting wooden spears and refining tools from bones and stones in preparation for future endeavors. The archaeologist stood at the cave entrance, staring blankly at the spring rain outside, lost in thought, aware that the rain showed no signs of abating. Those in the know understood he was pondering whether the rain would cease, while others might mistakenly believe he awaited the arrival of a distant maiden. After a while, observing the gloomy sky and the relentless downpour, he turned away in discontent, his gaze immediately settling on Wang Yang's arm. He approached, still puzzled, and grasped Wang Yang's hand, studying it intently. "Enough already," Wang Yang chuckled. "You've been watching for most of winter. Surely you've seen enough by now?" Nearby, Zhang San was tirelessly chiseling away at a large log he had chopped a couple of days prior, steadfastly crafting a wooden barrel. Wang Yang found it impossible to deter the boy's unwavering dedication to this task. He contemplated suggesting a shift to crafting wooden spears instead, but felt at a loss for words. The child was resolute in his choice, and it was unclear what motivated him. The wooden spears were piled beside the barrels, and through the collective effort of Wang Yang and his young companions, the number of spears had surged to 37, far exceeding their actual needs. Given the current combat capability of the 20 adults, only 20 spears were necessary, yet it was better to be overprepared than underprepared. And no one would complain about having extra. The days of waiting were quite leisurely. When hunger struck, they roasted meat. When fatigue set in, they listened to the rain and drifted into slumber, occasionally amusing themselves with playful banter. They would share grievances that others could not comprehend, simple yet not tedious. Wang Yang discovered that truly immersing himself in these moments was quite pleasurable. There was no urban clamor, no pressure from studies or work, nor the expectations of parents, or competition among peers. Harmony and tranquility reigned supreme in this place. Yet at times, Wang Yang found it difficult to discern whether he yearned more for urban life or for survival in the wilderness. The melancholy of the artistic soul had returned. He shook his head, casting aside the tangled emotions and settling into a peaceful state of mind. After several days, the weather finally improved, revealing a brilliant sunny day. Just as their food supply began to dwindle, it was time to replenish their resources. After a winter of rest, the tribe was invigorated, each member glowing with vitality. They equipped themselves with their preferred tools, including stone knives, bone implements, and various other items. Regardless of what they intended to use, Wang Yang distributed a wooden spear to each person, insisting they hold it in one hand. He had considered that if they were willing to venture deep into the forest, The wooden spears would offer greater offensive capability than their favored weapons. His approach was not met with resistance. They had already tasted the advantages of wielding long weapons during prior hunts, and thus accepted the idea with ease. Wang Yang himself was prepared, traveling light without traps or barrels. His equipment comprised only a stone cone, bone implements, and wooden spears, all chosen for the sake of simplicity in hunting. Then, he set off alongside the 20 adults. In the entire tribe, only one adult remained behind, not to watch over the children, but to fish by the stream. Wang Yang felt no concern for their lack of defense. There were few threatening beasts nearby, as most preferred to avoid encroaching upon the territories of other animals. Of course, Wang Yang intended to traverse the territories of other creatures, planning to lead the adults to claim the area once inhabited by black bears. His resolve was firm. He would not be deterred. Emerging from the canyon, they approached the forest, and not far along, several tribesmen split off to seek food. The remaining 12 followed him to the border. Chapter 60. The battle for territory. Deep within the forest, the trees had burgeoned into a lush expanse, with numerous saplings fervently growing, seizing the opportunity to bask in the sunlight before the larger trees could cast their shadows. The vibrant scene was a source of joy for Wang Yang, who turned to behold the eager anticipation reflected in the eyes of his companions regarding the mysterious world ahead. With exhilaration coursing through him, he pointed forward and bellowed in spirited enthusiasm, prompting the others to join in a cacophony of excited cries. In that moment, Wang Yang felt akin to a mighty Tarzan, confidently striding into the depths of the forest. This time, the group followed without hesitation. As they ventured further, the forest came alive, teeming with vitality and the rustle of small creatures darting about. The animals peeked out cautiously, sensing the new predators among them, and a palpable wave of panic surged through them as they scampered away. The group was electrified by the sight of so many new and vibrant creatures, their hearts racing with the urge to capture them. However, the unfamiliar surroundings instilled a sense of caution and anxiety, prompting them to glance at Wang Yang. Noticing his indifference to the animals, they stifled their impulses. Why did Wang Yang ignore the small creatures? What was the reason? The answer was evident. He was there to claim territory, and with territory secured, he had no fear of the creatures. His spirit soared. For as long as the black bear's territory remained unclaimed, it would undoubtedly belong to his group. Moreover, he longed for an encounter with the saber-toothed tiger, eager to confront the beast that had repeatedly disrupted his plans. Its persistent attempts to eliminate him posed a significant threat, especially since its territory lay on the path to the black bear's domain. Soon enough, they arrived at the base of a fruit tree, their journey unhindered as the beasts retreated in deference to their presence. This exemplified the power of unity. Upon reaching the tree, Wang Yang picked up a stone chisel and marked the direction of the bear on the trunk. He then gathered everyone around, displaying the makeshift map to clarify their surroundings. As he explained, he detailed the abundance of snakes and bushes to the left, the presence of a wolf pack and bones ahead, and emphasized that the right side was their territory, while the saber-toothed tiger's domain lay adjacent. The expressions of his companions reflected confusion. The abstract concepts were challenging for them to grasp, particularly the notions of direction. Wang Yang did not expect them to comprehend everything immediately. After all, patience is a virtue. He believed that through daily exposure to these abstract illustrations, their understanding would deepen over time. With great anticipation, Wang Yang climbed the tree to survey the area, determined to confront the saber-toothed tiger. The thrill of the challenge coursed through him. However, his boldness instilled a sense of trepidation in his companions, who instinctively huddled together. Glancing around nervously, Wang Yang descended and joined them, gripping his wooden spear tightly as he focused on the forest ahead. Suddenly, a heavy thudding sound echoed from a distance, followed by the swift movement of a yellow figure that darted behind a tree 20 meters away, its presence concealed yet palpable. The sight of the creature's sizable form filled the group with alarm, prompting an urge to climb the trees for safety. Yet, Wang Yang's calm demeanor reassured them. If he was unperturbed, perhaps the creature posed no significant threat. Internally, Wang Yang was anything but calm. His palms were slick with sweat. Though he had faced the saber-toothed tiger on several occasions and had emerged unscathed, those encounters had left him with little choice but to flee. Now, bolstered by the numbers of his companions, he felt emboldened enough to confront the creature. "Come forth, child. Your intellect places you at a disadvantage," he called with fierce intensity. The saber-toothed tiger cautiously emerged from behind the tree, momentarily startled by the sight of the small gorilla accompanied by its companions. Its fierce demeanor faltered, revealing a hint of confusion. After a low growl, it stepped forward, halting 15 meters away. Wang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Realizing that his palms were even wetter, he decided to forego further attempts to dry them, instead gesturing to his companions while simultaneously nudging his spear forward. Do not fear. When it charges, each of you will thrust your spear at it and then swiftly ascend the trees. It will be severely wounded, if not mortally so, he hastily explained, not caring whether they understood. This territory was a crucial passage to the right side, akin to a strategic gateway, and securing it was paramount. Embracing the possibility of sacrifice, Wang Yang led the charge, growling defiantly. The saber-toothed tiger, provoked, advanced a step, roaring in response. Wang Yang glanced back at his companions, noting their trepidation, and urgently pulled one of the adults closer, then another, until they formed a unified front. With renewed resolve, they all stepped forward together. The saber-toothed tiger crouched low, poised to leap. Wang Yang, fully focused, prepared to strike as it soared through the air. However, the tiger did not pounce. It merely held its position, gathering strength. A gentle breeze rustled the grass, and time felt suspended as the two sides remained locked in a tense standoff for 5 long minutes, every second stretching infinitely. In a moment of inspiration, Wang Yang resolved to take a more audacious approach. Chapter 61. A bounty of resources. Suddenly, without any warning, he crouched down, his empty hands pressing against the ground as a fierce roar escaped his lips. This simple gesture startled the saber-toothed tiger, causing it to swiftly dodge to the side. A flicker of delight crossed Wang Yang's eyes. Indeed, the saber-toothed tiger felt intimidated by the number of people surrounding him. The crouching position was a common tactic among many animals, employed to gather strength either for fleeing or for an attack. In the current scenario, it was evident that the saber-toothed tiger did not perceive his action as a retreat, but rather as a prelude to aggression. Had it been truly composed and prepared for confrontation, it would not have recoiled in fear, but would have chosen to bide its time for a decisive strike. However, its fear was palpable, revealing its lack of confidence. With a chuckle, Wang Yang felt a surge of joy. He had learned this tactic during his childhood. When visiting a classmate's house, he was often barked at by dogs, and he would mimic this animal behavior to frighten them off. To his surprise, this tactic proved effective once more. With the saber-toothed tiger displaying signs of trepidation, the situation became manageable. Large animals seldom engage in a hasty, passive confrontation. They remain remarkably composed in the face of formidable adversaries, understanding the wisdom of preserving their strength for future endeavors. The saber-toothed tiger, in particular, was aware of its precarious position in this world, frequently encountering situations where it struggled to hunt and at times being driven away by even more powerful creatures. Its existence resembled that of a modern-day drifter, perpetually displaced and enduring hardships, making the search for a resource-rich territory a daunting task. Thus, even when faced with a grave threat, it would only display symbolic defiance in hopes of deterring its opponent. Wang Yang mused that had he not maintained his composure, providing a sense of reassurance to his companions, they might have genuinely retreated in fear. Yet, now that he understood the saber-toothed tiger's mindset, retreat was not an option. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the saber-toothed tiger. It swiftly dodged to the side, slightly baring its teeth but refraining from growling. Instead, observing Wang Yang and his group in silence, Wang Yang called out, not wishing to escalate a conflict with the saber-toothed tiger. Although they were numerous, their coordination was minimal. Should a skirmish arise, chaos would ensue, leading to significant losses even if they managed to kill the creature. Nevertheless, if a confrontation were to erupt, Wang Yang would not falter. This path must be cleared to ensure their safety. He held no trust in the saber-toothed tiger. Indeed, in the natural world, apart from his companions, trust was a rare commodity. After a tense standoff, the saber-toothed tiger gradually retreated, maintaining a safe distance before turning and leaping into the nearby thicket. Still unwilling to depart entirely, Wang Yang, undeterred, approached the fruit tree and drew a line in the soil, marking his territory. He then released his bodily fluids upon the ground and shouted toward the thicket, "From this day forth, this is the boundary. Dare to cross it, and I shall roast you immediately." Wang Yang did not concern himself with whether the saber-toothed tiger comprehended his words. The act of establishing territory was unmistakable. With this done, he exhaled a sigh of relief and led his group to the right. He was not in a rush to hunt. The primary objective of this excursion was to establish their territory and familiarize themselves with the environment. He had only visited this area during winter and was uncertain about its spring appearance or the wildlife that might inhabit it. As they ventured deeper, he found the landscape to be quite similar to other regions. Lush greenery and ancient coniferous forests with thick, sturdy bark and low fiber content, rendering the trees difficult to utilize. The undergrowth was sparse, mostly consisting of thorns and shrubs, which made the paths clear and easy to navigate. As they walked, he marked their scent along the way, with his companions following suit, an effective method for other animals to discern their territory. As they proceeded, they noted a scattering of fruit trees, albeit short and overshadowed by larger trees, depriving them of sunlight. Wang Yang contemplated removing some of the larger branches to allow the fruit trees to flourish. Over time, as they hunted smaller creatures, including those capable of catching birds, the reduction of natural predators would inevitably lead to an increase in the bird population. Gazing up at the nest perched on the branches, Wang Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. These nests were a treasure trove of food, housing fresh eggs. Without needing to utter a word, the adults, unable to contain their excitement, began climbing the trees to raid the nests. Once one person initiated the action, others eagerly followed suit, and soon the whole group was engaged in gathering food. Wang Yang saw no reason to stop them. Resources were abundant, and it was best to let them indulge in their instincts. While they busied themselves collecting eggs, Wang Yang began to assess their resources. Their territory had expanded significantly, encompassing a third of the saber-toothed tiger's range and nearly doubling their previous area. With such an abundance of resources, considering their population growth, they need not worry about food sources for the next 2 years. This time would allow them to recuperate and adapt to their new life. Moreover, 2 years would provide ample opportunity for everyone to become proficient with their wooden spears, fostering a collective synergy in hunting, thus enhancing their efficiency. As he contemplated the future, he recognized the importance of developing various aspects of the tribe, including tools, weapons, and other crucial elements, such as establishing an orchard. The forest, rich with birds and fruit, was indeed bountiful. In no time, they had collected an abundance of bird eggs and even captured some chicks. Their skills in raiding nests were commendable, as it was their livelihood. Upon descending, they were elated, eagerly displaying their harvest to Wang Yang. He smiled, but before he could offer praise, they dashed up other trees, eager to continue their foraging. Very well, go ahead and gather, Wang Yang remarked, somewhat exasperated. The wooden spears were not carried in vain. Chapter 62. The Sordid Saber-Tooth. A remarkably tranquil day passed by. Their harvest was quite bountiful. They had gathered countless bird eggs, equivalent to the food supply for the entire group over 2 days. Others eagerly surrounded them, rummaging through their pockets, their faces alight with joy and excitement. In addition to the bird eggs, they had also collected small creatures from nests on the forest's outskirts, capturing 2 rabbits, 3 moles, and a variety of wild vegetables. Of course, there were also the fish they had caught. In total, the food gathered that day could sustain them abundantly for 3 days, tripling their usual provisions. Indeed, having established their territory made a significant difference. Wang Yang was elated, momentarily forgetting himself. He understood that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the quantity would gradually decrease to a level of double their usual intake. Nonetheless, it marked an auspicious beginning, an experience devoid of casualties, yet yielding a substantial harvest, which could embolden them and lessen their fears of the unknown world. After a delightful meal, they stored the excess food deep within the cave. Wang Yang procured a wooden bucket for categorization. He placed all the bird eggs into one bucket and then took a stone chisel to inscribe 2 somewhat crooked characters on the outside, bird eggs. Below that, he etched a rudimentary drawing of a bird with an oval-shaped egg beneath it to distinguish the contents. He did not merely aim to classify. He sought to instill a concept of categorization among the group. Furthermore, there was a deeper significance. He aspired to promote literacy, wishing to enhance their abstract concepts. This was an excellent opportunity. When others desired bird eggs, they would lift the lid and search, discovering the carved image of the bird and egg along with the inscription bird eggs, thereby forming an impression. Over time, this would create a conditioned response. Upon seeing bird eggs, they would recall the characters and the image. He was confident that if wild dogs could be trained as military dogs, early hominins could certainly evolve into early modern humans. Upon completing this task, he felt a profound sense of reflection. Who would have thought that such a seemingly minor action could be so painstakingly intricate? That night, Curiosity enveloped everyone as they gathered around Wang Yang, wide-eyed. The paleontologist brought over several half-cooked bird eggs, offering them to him while sitting beside him. Others who had not ventured deep into the forest the previous day also encircled him, their expressions somewhat dazed. "What are you all staring at? Do I have flowers growing on my face?" Wang Yang thought, instantly aware of their unspoken question. Where had all those bird eggs come from? It was obvious that he had not pilfered them under the watchful eyes of a zookeeper. Or perhaps, the question should be rephrased. What they truly longed to know was what lay deeper within the forest. Their curiosity was palpable, a yearning to uncover the mysteries of the unknown world. Wang Yang refrained from further ado, drawing a figure in the dirt with a stick, followed by a tree, atop which he illustrated a nest containing both a bird and its eggs. On another side, he depicted a figure climbing the tree, and in a subsequent drawing, he illustrated the bird taking flight as the person reached for the eggs. Understanding the images was a matter of their own insight. Once finished, he cast the stick aside and found a spot to lie down and sleep. The group pondered over the three illustrations, frowning in concentration, aside from the human figures. They recognized nothing. For them, the need to interpret the sequential images and translate them into a coherent narrative was akin to deciphering an ancient script. Not to mention, Wang Yang had yet to impart the tree's form to them. Even those few adults who had first-hand experience in egg-gathering lost interest after a cursory glance. There was little to be done. Perseverance was essential, as even water can wear down stone, but it requires time. The night passed without incident. The following day, Wang Yang once again led them into the forest depths. The 8 who had not entered the previous day hesitated, gripped by fear. Wang Yang took the previous day's group deeper into the woods. Soon, they arrived beneath the fruit tree, where to their astonishment, a saber-tooth was shamelessly positioned at the base, urinating on the great tree. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yang's fury boiled over, and he shouted, "Shameless! To commit such a foul act in broad daylight, do you not consider the wilderness a public space?" He brandished his wooden spear and rushed forward, with the others trailing behind, their hearts racing with trepidation. Wang Yang's anger was justified. He had previously marked the boundary 3 meters behind the great tree, and this creature had not only trespassed, but was also marking its territory, intending to re-establish dominance. This was a blatant provocation. Were Emperor Wu of Han present, he would have drawn his sword, declaring, "Those who offend the Han shall be punished, no matter the distance." Upon reaching the boundary, Wang Yang thrust his spear into the ground and dramatically flicked an imaginary cloak, exuding an aura of a general guarding the frontier, unwavering and formidable. The saber-tooth regarded him for a moment, then reluctantly departed. As the saber-tooth retreated, the group erupted in cheers, surrounding Wang Yang, exhilarated by his bold display. He stood momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond to their admiration. Was this the feeling of being the center of attention? How to articulate the sensation? It was a blend of excitement, pride, and, above all, quite pleasant. He scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. He had not intended to steal the limelight. They would likely not comprehend the gravity of the situation. His anger was genuine. The saber-tooth's actions constituted a grave violation of the forest's etiquette. When one party holds a clear advantage, the other must not act recklessly, especially concerning the territorial disputes over survival resources. In the future, there would be opportunities to eliminate Wang Yang. Now, as the tides of power shifted, the saber-tooth sought to overstep its boundaries, yet it would find itself outmatched. Truth be told, merely scaring it was lenient. Had it encountered a vengeful pack of wolves, it would have met its end. Chapter 63. The Three Little Pigs, Part 1. Having successfully driven away the saber-toothed tiger, Wang Yang led the group towards the right. Their primary task for the day remained the same, searching for bird nests, disregarding the small creatures that occasionally scurried about. The fervor was akin to discovering a loophole in an ATM, a frenzied spree of wealth accumulation. Wang Yang made no effort to deter the small animals, allowing them a few days of comfort. Once they felt reassured that the threat of the black bear had dissipated, they would venture out boldly, at which point they would be captured. The day passed quietly, devoid of any surprises, and Wang Yang himself engaged in nest searching, yielding substantial rewards. As he observed the startled female birds taking flight, he often pondered the possibility of capturing a few, to let them rest safely in the cave while they laid their eggs. Eggs would hatch into birds, and those birds would lay more eggs, an endless cycle ensuring a steady food supply. Yet, he was acutely aware that even if he managed to catch a few female birds, the prevailing atmosphere of fear would likely prevent them from nesting. Alas, reality often proved harsh. The following day, Wang Yang set forth once more with the demolition team. This time, the spirits of the group were noticeably elevated. Those tribesmen who had initially refrained from joining displayed a keen interest, quietly trailing Wang Yang as he moved along the outskirts, remaining unnoticed until he turned to face them. Although the resources along the forest periphery paled in comparison to those deeper within, they were not to be squandered. Thus, it was necessary to dispatch a few individuals to gather what they could. However, Wang Yang did not instruct them to halt. From a long-term perspective, this was an opportune moment to alleviate the collective fear that lingered in their hearts. With a flourish of his sleeve, he urged them onward. Along the way, they maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings, their senses heightened. The slightest rustle would prompt them to crouch and assess for potential danger. Wang Yang patiently waited for them. Noting how their demeanor mirrored his own during his initial forays into the forest, marked by palpable tension, before long, they arrived at the base of the fruit trees. Today, the saber-toothed tiger had not encroached, lurking instead within the underbrush, its mouth slightly agape as it observed the approaching group. Upon spotting Wang Yang and his companions, it promptly slinked away, disheartened. Wang Yang had been aware of its presence all along. As a formidable predator, the saber-toothed tiger posed a significant threat to the ape-men, and having encroached upon its territory, he remained cautious of any potential retaliation. He was uncertain whether the creature bore grudges, but its behavior now suggested a degree of understanding. Proceeding further to the upper right, the group discovered an untouched area brimming with bird nests and abundant resources. With remarkable agility, they ascended the trees to begin collecting eggs. Wang Yang positioned himself in a vantage point, keeping watch while observing the movements of nearby small animals. The vicinity teemed with life, including an array of rabbits, moles, wildcats, and more countless in number. Their activity surged with the arrival of spring, heralding a new breeding season, while the hibernating creatures, having awoken from their slumber, were ravenous and gradually resuming their feeding habits. By this day, the number of bird nests had significantly dwindled, and relying solely on egg collection was no longer sufficient to sustain the group's daily needs. Consequently, their attention shifted towards the small animals, which included 3 wild boars. Wang Yang's keen titanium alloy eyes immediately locked onto them. Chapter 64. The 3 Little Wild Boars. Part 2. The trio of wild boars was discovered by Wang Yang and his companions in an elevated position to the right. Based on their location, they likely either wandered from the primeval forest or descended from the mountains. Regardless of their origin, it was of little consequence. The appearance of the wild boars need not be elaborated upon. Their 2 prominent tusks, stark white and protruding, wielded formidable lethality. Each of these juvenile boars weighed over 100 pounds, their size being somewhat diminutive, with fur that was not particularly dark. They were leisurely feasting on a gray rabbit, exuding an air of relaxation and contentment. Upon spotting them, Wang Yang instinctively crouched down, lowering his center of gravity. This instinctive action prompted his companions to halt in their tracks and follow suit. Wang Yang remained still, scanning the surroundings for any other wild boars. This was of utmost importance. The ferocity of a boar herd was astonishing, and in a state of frenzy, even a pack of wolves would retreat. Consequently, wild boars had few natural predators within the forest. Interestingly, wild boars do have adversaries. Tigers, leopards, wolves, and bears are all adept at hunting them. However, wild boars could never fathom that when gathered together, they could easily overpower a solitary tiger. Yet, when faced with such predators, chaos would ensue, causing some boars to stray and subsequently fall victim. Wang Yang, naturally cautious, did not underestimate the situation. He did not believe the current primitive humans posed any real threat to the boars. To the boars, these humans were akin to gorillas. Would a wild boar fear a gorilla? Certainly not. Much like the wild boar Wang Yang had previously encountered, which had nearly disregarded him entirely. This was understandable, as the primitive humans' use of tools was exceedingly rudimentary, while humanity itself had risen through the mastery of tools. Their lack of advancement rendered the wild boar's potential threat to the primitive humans unimaginable. 3 individuals wielding crude stone implements could not hope to take down an adult wild boar without risking their own lives. Wang Yang's apprehensions were unavoidable. After meticulously observing the vicinity, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, aside from the 3 young boars, no other boars were present. This favorable condition sparked within him the notion of orchestrating a hunt. What remained to be refined was coordination and experience. Without hesitation, he began to approach stealthily. The three little boars were blissfully engrossed in their meal, their lack of experience and danger rendering them complacent. He waved his hand, but they remained oblivious. He waved again. It still received no response. Growing increasingly frustrated, he wondered why they were so dull-witted, failing to disperse for a coordinated attack. It seemed they had yet to grasp the concept of collective hunting. In their survival experience, evading a wild boar was simply not an option. Resolving to take initiative, he circled around to confront them directly, effectively pinning the boars between himself and his companions. As he approached, one of the young boars sensed something amiss. Lifting its head to glance back, upon being noticed, Wang Yang swiftly raised his spear and charged forward. The startled boar emitted a warning sound and instinctively bolted ahead. The other two followed suit, albeit with a slight delay, and Wang Yang found himself unable to close the distance, having only sprinted a mere 7 meters. However, this was inconsequential, as he had not intended to pursue them alone. His intention was to drive the 3 young boars towards his companions. The boars, swift as arrows, covered considerable ground in mere seconds, arriving within 5 or 6 meters of their audience. The group, momentarily stunned by the unfolding events, momentarily forgot their intent to attack. Wang Yang, observing from behind, shouted, urging them not to stand idly by. Don't just stand there. Stab them with your spears. Startled into action by the advancing boars, the group finally reacted. As the boars charged forward, several individuals instinctively dove aside, creating an opening. Wang Yang felt a surge of irritation. Why not just stab the boars with a spear? Just one spear. Fortunately, one individual standing nearby, unencumbered by the need to evade, had time to think. As the boars surged through the makeshift passage, he thrust his spear forcefully into one of the boar's thighs. The spearhead, although sharp, met the astonishingly tough hide of the boar. While it penetrated, the damage was more a result of the force behind the thrust than the spear's sharpness. Nonetheless, this resulted in considerable destruction. In an instant, the injured boar's leg, upon making contact with the ground, erupted in a spray of blood, the immense pain causing it to lose its balance and crash to the earth. The other 2 boars, disregarding their fallen companion, fled in haste. The wounded boar attempted to rise, but each effort resulted in further collapse. Meanwhile, the group remained in a state of bewilderment, paralyzed into inaction. Wang Yang, perplexed by their hesitation, pursued the injured boar, delivering a thrust to its other hind leg, followed by a decisive strike to its head. Blood gushed forth, warm liquid splattering across his face, marking the conclusion of the hunt. As the group gathered around the fallen boar, they gazed in awe at the lifeless creature and the crimson blood adorning the spear, astonished by the weapon's destructive potential. One individual picked up a spear to test its efficacy against the boar's body. Under tremendous force, the spear easily penetrated the hide. Others followed suit, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and elation. At last, their arduous task bore fruit. Their efforts were not in vain. Observing the exuberance on their faces, Wang Yang understood that they had grasped the advantages of the spear. In the future, they would likely become more proactive in such hunts. With a few more demonstrations, they would quickly learn the art of the hunt. For now, it was time to focus on developing other skills. Chapter 65. Unconscious Prestige upon returning to the cave. The group was exhilarated as they dragged in the small wild boar. Weighing over 100 pounds, it represented a substantial bounty, equivalent to 2 days' worth of sustenance. The others were equally thrilled. Capturing a wild boar was a rare achievement. They surrounded the boar, engaged in animated discussions, while the adults who participated in the hunt gestured with their wooden spears and murmured excitedly, occasionally prodding the boar as if to illustrate their points. The younger ones were bewildered, unable to visualize the scene unfolding before them, yet it mattered not. They would comprehend once they witnessed it firsthand. In the subsequent days, Wang Yang led his fellow tribesmen on several more hunting expeditions. Their lack of coordination necessitated Wang Yang to repeatedly demonstrate the technique, circling around to drive the prey toward them so they could launch their attacks. Gradually, they began to grasp Wang Yang's intentions and started to imitate his actions. Initially, a few individuals employed this strategy when capturing smaller creatures, with one person driving while the others waited for the opportune moment to strike. Wang Yang observed that when it came to acquiring food, they could learn swiftly, perhaps because the desire to succeed in such vital matters ignited their enthusiasm. After all, survival was paramount, leaving no room for disinterest. It was no wonder they lacked enthusiasm for learning to paint. After all, even the most exquisite artwork could not satiate their hunger. To ensure their survival skills were sufficient, Wang Yang needed to empower them to utilize this method without his direct involvement. This time, their target was a solitary deer. Everyone understood the deer's habits. It grazed on grass and was exceedingly cautious, fleeing at the slightest rustle. Typically, deer moved in groups, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Despite their numbers, they possessed little offensive capability. When threatened by predators, they would prioritize escape, often leaving weaker companions behind to face peril. This particular deer, inexplicably alone, wandered through the treacherous forest. It was well known that a deer's advantage lay in its speed. However, within the confines of dense woods, its swiftness was hampered, and visibility was severely restricted, thus amplifying the likelihood of capture. In an open prairie, while predators could unleash their full speed, the deer's endurance could allow it to evade those less adept at long-distance running. Upon spotting the deer, Wang Yang swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree to avoid detection. The others followed suit, peering at the deer while keeping their eyes fixed on Wang Yang. He realized they awaited his cue to drive the deer forward, mirroring his actions. Yet, Wang Yang remained motionless, gesturing to the nearest adult, signaling him to take the lead in the pursuit. He chose this individual because of his prior experience in driving smaller animals, which had proven successful. Wang Yang intended for him to assume the leadership role within the group. After all, if he were to lead every expedition, he would have no energy left for other endeavors. It was essential for him to have assistance. The designated driver, however, appeared perplexed, staring blankly at Wang Yang, awaiting further instructions. Wang Yang felt no urgency. Even if his inaction led to the deer's escape, he would not lament the loss. Youth must grow, and fledglings must learn to soar independently. Transient gains or losses were inconsequential. Thus, he simply waved at the driver, making no further movements. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, the others began to exhibit signs of confusion, particularly the driver, who was increasingly baffled by Wang Yang's prolonged silence. Why was Wang Yang not taking action? If he delayed any longer, the deer would surely flee. Yet, the deer did not run. It merely consumed the grass until it had eaten its fill, then ambled to another tree to graze, clearly delighted by the bountiful forest. Another 10 minutes passed, and the deer, seemingly having overindulged, reluctantly departed. At this moment, despite their growing impatience, the group remained still, awaiting Wang Yang's command. He was astonished, realizing that he had gradually assumed a leadership role among his people. He had not fully grasped their unwavering reliance on him. It seemed that even his stillness held significance. Contemplating this, he surmised that their behavior might stem not from discipline, but from an overdependence on his guidance. Uncertain of the underlying cause, he decided to undertake a bold experiment, to distance himself from the forest and refrain from participating in any hunting activities. He believed that humanity could thrive independently at the pinnacle of existence, and his role merely accelerated their progress. Thus, the following day, as the group assembled their gear, Wang Yang opted not to accompany them. They resembled hunters poised to pursue a deer, quietly awaiting his presence before embarking. Wang Yang, however, seized the bones expert's arm, urging him to inspect it repeatedly. "My arm is broken. You all should go without me," he attempted to convey. Naturally, the others were oblivious to his words and continued to watch him, eager for his participation. Wang Yang felt exasperated by the expert's insistence and by the group's hesitance to depart. "Truly, my arm is broken. You must go without me. Must I injure myself further for you to believe me?" The group gazed at him with wide eyes, filled with confusion. They observed the expert examining Wang Yang's arm, stepping forward one by one to do the same, offering professional commentary. Well, Wang Yang spread his hands in exasperation, ushering them out of the cave while gesturing toward the fruits, the meat, and their wooden spears, implying, "Use your wooden spears to catch the prey." The driver's eyes lit up as he grasped his spear. Wang Yang's heart soared. At last, they comprehended his intent. He felt exhilarated, moved, and then suddenly perplexed. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, watching as the driver entered the cave, spearing a piece of meat and roasting it over the fire, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he presented it to Wang Yang. Chapter 66. Comprehensive Development. Wang Yang found himself in a perplexing situation. He had instructed them to use wooden spears to procure food, not to roast it with them. Fortunately, this peculiar circumstance did not persist for long. As the others noticed his reluctance to venture out, they took it upon themselves to seek sustenance. Watching them gradually fade into the distance, Wang Yang felt a surge of anticipation, akin to a teacher witnessing their long-educated students finally stepping beyond the confines of their school. Regaining his composure, Wang Yang began to prepare for other matters. It is well understood that, under limited conditions, the simplest way to ensure a bountiful future food supply is through cultivation. Given the collective combat prowess of the group, as long as no catastrophic events occurred, they could thrive in this place for many years, and agriculture would inevitably flourish. The most straightforward endeavor among these was the planting of fruit trees. No fertilization or tilling was required, merely a patch of vacant land. Wang Yang had already identified such a space. He approached a clearing near the mouth of the valley, where a small stream flowed beside a patch of land that had been partially cleared, leaving a series of stumps behind. In the center of this clearing, Zhang Xin was laboriously wielding a stone knife, perspiration dripping from his brow. Wang Yang called out to him, and upon recognizing his voice, Zhang Xin hurried over. Eager for direction, Wang Yang gestured to the surrounding stumps, pointed to the stone knife, and then crouched down to begin digging. He intended to uproot the stumps to prevent them from competing for nutrients with the fruit trees. Zhang Xin, understanding his intent, swiftly joined the effort, fervently digging into the earth. Thus, the day passed as they managed to extract the roots of 3 trees. The pace was not swift, as they were still young and their capabilities were limited. Without the capture of any large prey, Wang Yang remained unperturbed, as large game was scarce and difficult to secure. Previously, he could act in tandem with his own actions, but now it was uncertain who could drive away the small animals. Failure was a natural outcome. Disheartened by the lack of food, one of the drivers sat beside Wang Yang, mumbling a few words of frustration and gesturing toward his own arm. Wang Yang nodded gravely. Indeed, his arm was broken and would likely not heal properly. After their meal, Wang Yang joined Li Si, who was engrossed in his drawing, his artistic talent blossoming with each stroke. At that moment, Wang Yang resolved to instill a new abstract concept of animals within the group. He drew a rabbit in the dirt and called the others over to observe. They looked on in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Undeterred, Wang Yang was determined that one day he would cultivate their ability to abstractly recognize animals from images. He took off his rabbit fur gloves and pointed to them, then mimicked a rabbit's movements, hopping around. Drawing from their previous experience with the snowman, Li Si quickly grasped the concept, pointing at the gloves and then at the drawing. Before imitating the rabbit's hops, Wang Yang regarded him with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, unsure if he truly comprehended. He repeated the demonstration multiple times, and soon the others began to mimic his actions. Consequently, a throng of individuals encircled Wang Yang, leaping about as if they were performing a ritualistic offering. In the following days, Wang Yang continued to refrain from hunting, allowing the adults to develop their cooperation at their own pace. The clearing measured approximately 30 meters in length and 20 meters in width, a modest yet suitable area for cultivation. Wang Yang planted seeds every 4 meters, totaling 21 seeds. Each seed was chosen with care, to ensure a diversity that would later allow them to discern which trees bore fruit most quickly and matured the soonest, thus facilitating a robust cultivation strategy, a small experimental orchard. These trees would begin to blossom and bear fruit within 2 to 5 years, continuing to yield for many years before succumbing to various causes. Wang Yang's stance on such projects was unequivocal: invest wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, the others grappled with their roles, consistently casting hopeful glances at Wang Yang, anticipating his participation in hunting. Wang Yang, however, remained patient. Naturally, he would not squander any time. By night, he continued to nurture their abstract abilities. For instance, after introducing them to the rabbit, the following day he prompted them to identify the drawn rabbit once more. They successfully recognized it as a rabbit glove. When they eventually captured a real rabbit, he would juxtapose the rabbit glove with the actual animal for comparison. It became evident that Wang Yang's concerns were justified. Many struggled to differentiate between the drawing of a rabbit and the rabbit skin itself. They instinctively pointed to the glove, drawing a flawed analogy akin to a parrot mimicking human speech, not out of genuine understanding, but rather for the reward of food. A less favorable analogy might liken it to a dog retrieving a ball, not out of intelligence, but driven by the desire for a bone. Many merely imitated others without grasping the underlying significance. Wang Yang realized he could not afford to wait for them to understand each new concept thoroughly. Much like constructing a snowman with a semblance of authenticity, time was not on his side. He resolved to maximize comprehension in the short term, knowing that if understanding eluded them, he would need to cultivate their abilities gradually. Only 7 individuals recognized that Wang Yang was referring to a real rabbit, for children and 3 adults. Fortunately, the driver was among them, indicating potential. Each day, Wang Yang would engage in drawing the small creatures they had captured, prompting them to identify them. Without exception, they required Wang Yang to repeat the action several times before comprehension dawned. This was akin to students who, though capable of solving problems presented in class, struggled to apply their knowledge to new scenarios. Such rote learners were common among the young, and Wang Yang found no surprise in this. He taught with patience, repeating lessons daily, introducing new animal concepts while reinforcing previous ones. Progress was slow, yet steadfast. Wang Yang observed with satisfaction, knowing that soon some would be able to comprehend his drawings, and communication would transcend mere fantasy. Chapter 67. For paintings, fortunately, the abundance of food in spring ensured that no one would perish from hunger for the time being. However, it was evident that anxiety gripped the group as they anxiously awaited daily glimpses of Wang Yang, only relaxing when he waved them off. Just as a dormant volcano will inevitably erupt, they spent an entire month cultivating a tacit understanding akin to a vast network, ultimately capturing their first prey. On that fateful day, the sky was overcast, shrouded in gloom as if a thief had stolen the wallet of another. Wang Yang toiled outside the cave, chopping wood, when the ominous weather instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, lifting the fallen leaves and enveloping the area in a swirling tempest, blinding him with dust. A chill coursed through him as his nostrils flared. There was an ominous aura. His eyes widened, his expression grave, as he stood tall, exuding an aura of righteous energy that radiated outward. Fixing his gaze upon the heavens, he discerned a flickering cold light amidst the dark clouds. Such an unusual phenomenon could not be overlooked. With decisive resolve, he calculated. Rain was imminent. At that moment, the adults rushed from the forest, frantically gesticulating like nervous beings, prompting Wang Yang to question their sanity, contemplating whether they needed psychiatric intervention. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he noticed the adults dragging a lifeless creature behind them. Its fierce visage and sharp fangs unmistakable. It was a wild boar. "You have finally succeeded in the hunt," Wang Yang exclaimed, hastening towards them. The chasers approached, animatedly attempting to convey their excitement, but their lack of expressive ability left Wang Yang bewildered. Upon returning to the cave, the group feasted on wild boar meat and fresh fruit, savoring the rich flavors and the subtle fragrance of the fruits, reveling in their bounty. Outside the cave, the mountains were drenched in the sudden downpour, the patter of rain creating a soothing symphony. The colors at the foot of the mountain appeared darker, while the mid-slope was somewhat lighter, and the summit stood ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial realm. The entire scene was a harmonious tapestry of vivid colors, resembling an ink-wash landscape painting, imbued with a lofty spirit that inspired a yearning to soar into the heavens. While the imagery remained splendid, the forest continued to unfold scenes of pursuit and slaughter. A wolf pack encircled a frightened elk, their eyes glinting with ferocity, sharp teeth reflecting the crimson of their tongues. Claws sinking into the muddy earth, muscles coiled in tension. The elk, filled with trepidation, scanned its surroundings, desperately seeking an escape, yet remained motionless, perhaps realizing that no struggle would avail it. At last, under the cold gaze of the lead wolf, the sound of death descended upon it. Down the mountain, a group of wild boars grazed on tender vegetation, while a saber-toothed tiger lurked silently in the underbrush, observing intently. Finally, it spotted a particularly weak boar and let out a thunderous roar, charging towards it. The boar heard, startled, instinctively fled, but the weakened boar was too slow to escape. Soon pinned beneath the tiger's massive form, its paw pressing down on the boar's head, teeth piercing its throat. With one swift strike, the tiger recoiled, avoiding injury from the boar's desperate thrashing. It subtly grinned, silently trailing the wobbling boar, which bled profusely, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Suddenly, the tiger stumbled, collapsing into the pool of blood, unable to rise again. The pungent scent of blood ignited a frenzy within the tiger, which let out a roar to the heavens, then turned its head in a particular direction. Its gaze seemed to penetrate all obstacles, catching sight of the cave flickering with firelight, the joyous cheers of the adults. And in a corner, a smiling figure. Wang Yang felt a surge of contentment as he smiled softly, savoring the roasted delicacies, relishing the long-awaited peace. The adult's ability to cooperate and capture the wild boar relieved him of worry. He no longer had to fret over their hunting endeavors, and they need no longer rely solely on him. At most, a few lives might be sacrificed to address shortcomings, but he could lead them effectively. Outside the cave, the rain gradually diminished, swift in its arrival and departure, much like the fleeting joy of the group, which soon faded into memory. They began to drift into slumber, leaning against one another. The cave remained silent in the deep night after the rain. Gazing at the dark sky outside, Wang Yang felt no inclination to sleep. Though he wore a smile during the others' revelry, his joy surpassed theirs. Li Si had already succumbed to sleep, the sand beneath him adorned with his drawings of trees, people, rabbits, and other creatures. Wang Yang smiled gently, stretching his arms and picking up a twig, just as ancient artists used soft brushes on rice paper. He employed a branch as a pin, drawing upon the sand. With utmost concentration, he swiftly created 4 illustrations. The first depicted a wild boar grazing beneath several trees, observed from a distance by a group of people. The second captured the moment a person had circled to the front of the boar. The third illustrated the person driving the boar into a state of panic. The fourth showed the boar cornered by the crowd, ultimately slain. Wang Yang surveyed his 4 creations with satisfaction before covering himself with fur and drifting into slumber. The following morning, he awoke to a cacophony. Rubbing his eyes, he saw the adults surrounding Li Si, murmuring incessantly. His sleepiness evaporated in an instant. What had transpired? Make way. What is wrong with the child? He asked, maneuvering through the throng. Li Si sat on the ground, a look of bewilderment on his face, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Wang Yang crouched beside him, examining his body for injuries or ailments, but found nothing amiss. What on earth is happening? He pondered, scratching his head, when a chaser tapped his shoulder, pointing to the 4 drawings in the sand. Ah, it's my artwork, Wang Yang realized, chuckling at his own handiwork, feeling a sense of pride in having created something of such merit. Yet, suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over him, initially faint but gradually intensifying. He sensed something was amiss. But what could it be? Abruptly, he lifted his head, gripping the chaser's arm in excitement, pointing to the drawings on the ground. Can you comprehend the art? Do you all understand the meaning behind my creations? Chapter 68. The rise in times past. Wang Yang had dabbled in various artistic endeavors, be it towering skyscrapers or bustling thoroughfares, all rather trivial creations. Yet, regardless of his subject matter, the onlookers would merely glance at his works before departing in quiet indifference, for they lacked the comprehension to appreciate them. However, the current scene was markedly different. Instead of walking away, the crowd was murmuring with curiosity, questioning the significance of the artwork. Had they truly grasped its meaning? If they had, Wang Yang would be overjoyed, for he understood the importance of cultivating their abstract thinking. Was it to alleviate the loneliness that plagued his nights? To escape the solitude of creating masterpieces meant solely for self-admiration? Or perhaps to whimsically sketch playful images to tease the female apes? None of these. His intention was communication. A community thrives when its members are empowered. The strength of one cannot compensate for the weakness of others. It is akin to the principle that 10 chopsticks cannot be easily broken when bound together. If they could interpret his drawings, Wang Yang would be able to convey his thoughts, allowing them to intuitively grasp his ideas without the need for convoluted explanations. This would enable everyone to express their thoughts more harmoniously, thereby enhancing their collaborative hunting efficiency. Furthermore, certain hunting techniques could be depicted on the walls, clarifying what was feasible and what was not, as well as indicating areas of danger and safety. This would significantly reduce the mortality rate of children venturing into the forest for the first time and decrease the likelihood of missing prey. Such multifaceted benefits were not to be overlooked. Yet, he harbored modest expectations, conducting these activities only when others were free. If unsuccessful, it would merely serve as a form of entertainment. However, should it succeed, the advantages would be abundant. His heart raced with excitement as he grasped the arm of the onlooker, pointing at the artwork and repeatedly asking, "Do you understand? Do you truly comprehend?" Witnessing Wang Yang's fervor, others gathered around, joining him in pointing at the drawings and exclaiming. Wang Yang thought they might believe this was their first encounter with such art, thus sharing in the excitement. He then picked up a twig and began to recreate those 4 drawings, ensuring they understood that he was the artist behind them. As the crowd observed his meticulous strokes, colorful images formed in their minds, and they watched Wang Yang with palpable enthusiasm. They subsequently led him to the remnants of yesterday's hunt, pointing at the carcass and then at him. Wang Yang furrowed his brow, realizing they were implying he had not been the one to kill the wild boar. Indeed, he had not, as he had not been with them the previous day. At this point, a thought struck him. As he began to understand their implication, they were questioning how he could depict the scene of their hunt if he had not been present. To validate this notion, Wang Yang guided them to the boar, positioning himself aside, pointing at them, and then at the drawing on the ground. They erupted in excitement, vocalizing their thoughts. Wang Yang mused that he was correct. Their reactions stemmed not from merely comprehending the artwork, but from recognizing their own memories. The transformation of memories into visual form was a novel experience for them, hence their exhilaration. Their intrigue was compounded by the mystery of how he could render their memories despite his absence. Perhaps it was this blend of curiosity and novelty that fueled their enthusiasm. Wang Yang muttered to himself, realizing they had seemingly forgotten his numerous participations in their hunts. He had never contested this, acknowledging that the position of the apes in the forest was rather low, which might account for this oversight. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that their memories were not as deficient as he had initially believed. While they may have erred in childhood, such mistakes became increasingly rare as they matured. Just as animals, regardless of their intelligence, hone their claws, even if those claws are already capable of easily tearing apart prey. Tools like stone chisels and axes, akin to their claws, are essential for survival, deeply ingrained in their existence. Yet, a question arose. Why assert that the apes' memories were not so poor rather than entirely devoid of merit? The reason lay in their memories being predominantly focused on terrain, animals, locating dens, and hunting, while other details faded quickly. Otherwise, Wang Yang would not require them to repeatedly identify animals they had previously recognized. To ascertain whether the images in their minds were rooted in memory or capable of independent formation, Wang Yang sketched 4 new illustrations on the ground. These 2 depicted hunting scenes, but this time, the ill-fated wild boar was replaced by a saber-toothed tiger. He then called the group to observe their expressions. As anticipated, they exhibited no reaction to these new images, for they had never hunted saber-toothed tigers, and thus, no corresponding imagery existed in their memories. Although progress was not instantaneous, Wang Yang felt a surge of happiness. He had discovered a breakthrough, understanding how to nurture their abstract thinking, which marked a significant advancement. The subsequent task was to enhance their memory capabilities. With this thought, he did not delay their hunting time, urging them out of the cave to pursue their quarry. Days later, they successfully captured another prey, displaying improved coordination. The time spent together also made them realize that not as many individuals were required to hunt a single animal, leading them to form 2 groups of 5, each stationed in different locations to wait. Aside from the scholar preoccupied with fishing, a few individuals ventured to the forest's edge to gather wild fruits and hunt smaller animals. Wang Yang then produced the barrel trap, demonstrating its mechanism to them. The tribe's daily food yield had nearly doubled, and the abundance of resources further fueled Wang Yang's ambition to cultivate an orchard. Each day was spent felling trees, tilling the earth, uprooting roots, and sowing seeds, fostering a thriving life. Little did he anticipate that, just days later, an even greater surprise awaited him. Chapter 69. The Butcher of Pigs. The unexpected surprise arrived with astonishing swiftness, leaving Wang Yang momentarily stunned, hardly able to believe his own eyes. The scene unfolded on that particular evening after he had spent the day felling trees, alongside his companions, transporting the timber into the ravine for future use as firewood. However, the sheer volume of trees was overwhelming. If he continued at this pace, he would be unable to clear a significant area before being buried beneath the timber. The dilemma of how to manage this surplus would weigh heavily on his mind. After pondering for quite some time, he could not devise a particularly clever solution, and the thought of leaving the trees to languish in place felt like a waste. They must serve a purpose. Among the fallen trees lay a mature wild boar, and beside it, a sheep. Intrigued, Wang Yang approached the jet-black sheep. It was well known that in such rugged terrain, sheep were a rare sight, as they lacked the means to defend themselves in the forest, often falling prey to predators. While he had encountered gray and white sheep before, this black one was a first for him. Its coat was remarkably thick, denser than that of an ordinary sheep, adorned with a profusion of fur atop its head, while the rest of its body bore only sparse, short hair. It had reached adulthood, its size comparable to that of a deer, albeit somewhat plumper, categorizing it as a relatively large ovine creature. Despite the generally larger stature of animals in this era, its survival to adulthood was indeed a marvel. Wang Yang ran his fingers through its coarse fur, discovering that, if bristled, it could resemble a hedgehog's quills, potentially inflicting surprising damage upon any would-be assailants. How extraordinary! Wang Yang mused, marveling at the sheep's remarkable evolutionary adaptation. It likely relied on its dark coloration to navigate the night, using its spiny coat as a deterrent against threats. Yet, this adaptation was somewhat impractical, for it could not withstand long-range attacks. Once humans wielded spears and bows, its defenses would prove futile. Moreover, its short hair rendered it vulnerable to larger predators, who could easily disregard the prickly barrier when hunger called. The scarcity of food during the Ice Age may have hastened its extinction. Scholars in the 1960s had speculated on the existence of such a sheep, but their theories ultimately faded into obscurity due to a lack of evidence. Wang Yang was astonished to discover that this sheep indeed existed. Though he had forgotten its scientific name, he whimsically dubbed it the hedgehog sheep. Plucking a strand of its short, 3-centimeter-long hair, he examined it, noting its flexibility under pressure. Far from the rigidity of a hedgehog's quills, and thus unsuitable for use as a needle, he felt a twinge of regret. Had it possessed practical applications, it could have been transformed into something useful. Yet, if this was the surprise, Wang Yang might as well have collided with a tree in despair. The true marvel lay in the wild boar, which he observed had its foot ensnared in a mass of thorny plants, each about a centimeter thick, intertwined in a vibrant tangle. It seemed the boar had attempted to escape, but in its moment of flight, its hind foot had caught in the thorns, leading to its downfall, and by the time it regained its footing, it had already been overtaken by the others. Thus, it seemed fortune smiled upon the adults that day. With a smile, he turned to prepare a fire for cooking, when suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he froze in place. Shock coursed through him, igniting his blood like hot oil, and he spun around, lunging toward the wild boar, grasping its hind leg, fixated on the entangled plants. Within mere moments, his eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy. "Vine plants," he murmured, glancing at his companions. "Vine plants," he repeated dreamily, then sprang to his feet, laughing joyfully. I have finally discovered the vine plants." His companions, bewildered by his ecstatic outburst, could not comprehend his elation, yet seeing his joy, they too began to chuckle along with him. The term vine plants, often overlooked by the average person, held extraordinary value in Wang Yang's eyes. Little did they know how long he had yearned for this moment. Was it not his initial quest upon entering the depths of the forest? Wang Yang reminisced about the perils he had faced for this very discovery, battling lynxes and saber-toothed tigers over several nights, risking his life. Now, it had fortuitously presented itself before him, and he could not help but shed tears of joy. He had envisioned finding long, robust vine plants for immediate use. While the current specimen was fine but slender, its fibers were abundant and remarkably resilient, ideal for crafting rope. And what could rope accomplish? Beyond facilitating daily life, it could be used to create various traps and, most importantly, could lead to the crafting of simple longbows, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. In encounters with wolf packs, they could avoid the high risks of close-quarters combat, opting instead for a barrage of arrows to resolve conflicts with ease. Of course, crafting bowstrings from such materials posed a challenge, yet Wang Yang possessed ample time and patience to experiment, embracing the mindset that failure was merely a stepping stone to success. "Where did you catch the wild boar? Take me there, he urged, pointing at the boar as he inquired of his companions. Yet, they were utterly confused, interpreting his gesture as a signal to prepare the boar for dinner, brandishing their stone knives to gut it. Witnessing their actions, Wang Yang felt a surge of frustration. Even his artistic skills could not convey his intended message. As he surveyed the sky, dusk was settling in, and night was fast approaching, compelling him to suppress his eagerness and postpone his search until the following day. A night passed in silence. After an anxious wait, the first rays of sunlight, accompanied by a warm breeze, gently kissed the earth. Wang Yang swiftly rolled over, sprang to his feet, and roused the adults, equipping themselves for an expedition deep into the forest. His companions, bewildered by his fervor, struggled to comprehend his intentions. A concerned archaeologist approached, grasping Wang Yang's injured arm for inspection. "My arm is merely a scratch. Let us set forth," he declared, waving his hand grandly, leading the bemused group on a quest to uncover the truth behind the wild boar's demise and to apprehend the butcher responsible. Chapter 70. Hope on the Road. A group of individuals set forth with great enthusiasm, led by Wang Yang, whose spirits were exceedingly high as they traversed swiftly. It was the mid-spring season, and the forest teemed with abundant resources. Wild beasts, wary of fierce confrontations, seldom ventured into the territories of others, rendering their own domain relatively safe. Apart from being cautious of certain venomous creatures, they could advance boldly. Before long, they arrived beneath the fruit trees. The saber-toothed tiger had resigned itself to its fate and no longer harbored vengeance against this area. Without any delay, they entered the adjacent right zone. Upon reaching this place, the group instinctively softened their footsteps, proceeding slowly to avoid startling potential prey. Although Wang Yang was eager to locate rope, he refrained from disrupting the atmosphere. Lowering his center of gravity in tandem with the others, their gazes swept the surroundings, remaining vigilant for any signs of movement. Wang Yang's attention was drawn to the bushes and grass, searching for vines. After a considerable time, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. Just then, a slight rustling emerged from a thicket, revealing a small white rabbit peeking out. Without a moment's hesitation, the group surged forward, swiftly capturing it and tossing it into a bag. Despite the rabbit's speed, it stood little chance against the agility of modern humans. Even the primitive man's nimbleness was commendable, resulting in minimal pressure. Having secured the rabbit, they distanced themselves from the area, not out of fear of attracting larger predators, but rather to avoid alerting other animals to the scent of blood, which would deter them from approaching. They relocated to the far right cliffside, where a small sunlit patch lay at the base. There, a tree python basked in the sun, its substantial form nearly 4 meters long, its pale black scales glimmering in the sunlight. Unfazed by the presence of Wang Yang and his companions, it continued to sunbathe peacefully. Wang Yang found it peculiar that such creatures, like pythons, could be encountered in the forest, as they typically require warm environments to thrive. Few pythons could survive temperatures dropping to 0 degrees, let alone endure the frigid depths of winter. This was not the first time Wang Yang had pondered such anomalies. Even the serpents to the left of the fruit trees varied in species, yet they vanished during winter while remaining visible in the other 3 seasons. How did they endure the cold? Were snakes in this era particularly frost-resistant? He was aware of only 3 animals renowned for their cold resilience: polar bears, penguins, and women, a mere jest. Yet, upon reflection, the history of snakes transcended time. They had survived countless ice ages, indicating a remarkable adaptability. Observing that the python was merely sunning itself, Wang Yang chose to disregard it, knowing its modest appetite would not threaten the survival of his tribe. Moreover, pythons typically do not attack humans, leading Wang Yang to harbor no intentions of harming it. In fact, he contemplated that should his tribe face an unforeseen shortage of food, the python could serve as a primary target. The group proceeded to the upper right area, the most bountiful in terms of food resources. This region bordered the primal forest and approached the base of the mountains, frequented by animals descending from the heights or traversing the forest. Thus, the group often lay in ambush here. Typically, they would split into 2 teams for hunting, but today, they silently followed Wang Yang's lead. Before long, they encountered a small muntjac. The group quickly concealed themselves behind a large tree, observing the creature, which had reached adulthood and bore a coat resembling that of an ordinary deer, fuzzy and yellowish, with 2 small antlers sprouting from its head, weighing approximately 20 kilograms. It was the smallest species within the muntjac family, akin to a diminutive deer. Its size was modest, slightly taller than a pug, an evolutionary marvel in its own right. In the ages to come, it might even shrink further. This evolutionary adaptation stemmed from survival pressures. In forested and mountainous terrains, large, docile animals, due to their conspicuousness, easily fell prey to predators. Smaller creatures, conversely, faced reduced detection chances. Additionally, their diminutive size necessitated less sustenance, making starvation less likely, a principle suited to the survival patterns of the Ice Age. However, this also meant they faced increased competition. Even a large rat would hesitate to target a sizable deer, yet Wang Yang could not be certain of a rat's interest in a muntjac. Capturing a muntjac was not as straightforward as seizing a rabbit. Its swift agility posed a significant challenge. Thus, the group adjusted their tactics, employing a straightforward driving strategy. Concealed behind the massive tree trunk, Wang Yang remained hidden from the muntjac, turning his head to observe the others as they executed their hunting maneuvers. It became evident that his presence had inadvertently caused them to falter. He glanced at the driver, who hesitated, his limbs trembling slightly, occasionally peeking at the muntjac before anxiously looking back at Wang Yang. The internal struggle was palpable as he deliberated whether to initiate the drive or await Wang Yang's command. Wang Yang gestured for him to maneuver behind the muntjac and drive it forward. Although the driver did not comprehend the complexity of the signals, his urgency mounted. After a considerable wait, unable to contain his impatience, he stealthily crept behind the muntjac, successfully driving it toward the others. The ensuing events could be deemed inconsequential. After a series of agile dodges, the muntjac ultimately fell victim to the group's ambush. With two small creatures in their possession, Wang Yang summoned the others. Sketching a wild boar in the dirt, he pointed at it, indicating his desire to be led to that location. The group appeared bewildered, struggling to grasp his intentions. Wang Yang, realizing the need for clarity, dipped his fingers in the blood of the muntjac, applying it to the drawing of the wild boar. He then crouched down, sniffing the ground and wandering about until he arrived at the location of the muntjac's carcass. His actions mirrored those of a wolf seeking food, clearly signifying the hunt for the site of the muntjac's demise. He then pointed again at the wild boar. Having located the site of the muntjac's death, Wang Yang now sought the whereabouts of the wild boar. Whether or not they understood his meaning, the group began to trek toward the nearest boundary of the primal forest. It was here that Wang Yang finally spotted the vine plants capable of ensnaring a wild boar. Chapter 71. With rope, sunlight, and wolves. There existed a delicate vine flower. Its stem approximately 1 centimeter in thickness, entwined around a fallen, withered log. The branches bore leaves resembling tridents, with an outer green hue that gradually faded to gray towards the center. At the apex of the leaves bloomed clusters of small purple flowers, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Wang Yang, not particularly knowledgeable about flora, speculated that it might belong to the category of Lespedisia rather than violet. However, the specific identity of the flower was of little consequence. What mattered was its utility to him. Wang Yang tugged at the vine's branches, and as he exerted force, the stem was gradually raised without snapping, its bluish-gray bark soft yet resilient. Intrigued, he stood upright and continued to pull. The friction between the plant and the bark produced a rustling sound, and despite his considerable effort, it did not budge an inch. Wang Yang's eyes sparkled. This was precisely the effect he desired. He released the vine and surveyed the surroundings, discovering an abundance of vines spreading towards the primeval forest, with some even climbing the hills. From a distance, the ground appeared to be a sea of purple, making it challenging to discern the branches, resembling a wildflower meadow. Such untamed terrains were usually avoided by Wang Yang. The obscured pathways made it difficult to detect lurking venomous snakes. As he scanned the vicinity, he noticed a patch of blood not far away, accompanied by tufts of wild boar hair, indicating that a wild boar had met its fate there. He then summoned the others, sketching a wild boar beside the bloodstains, crouching down to sniff, and gesturing towards it, signaling that he had discovered their hunting ground. If modern humans were present, they would undoubtedly connect Wang Yang's earlier actions to his current message. Yet, for the relatively less logical thinking of the primitive beings, making such connections proved challenging, as evidenced by their blank expressions. Wang Yang had grown accustomed to their lack of reaction and felt no frustration. He merely urged them to maintain their interpretive skills regarding the drawing, awaiting the day when a moment of clarity would dawn upon one of them. They could recognize the blood as that of a wild boar and understand that Wang Yang was illustrating a wild boar, perhaps even deducing that this location had once been a site for capturing wild boars. However, they would not correlate this with previous isolated events. Wang Yang encouraged them to hunt independently, insisting that they need not concern themselves with him. While crafting ropes held significant importance, nothing outweighed the necessity of food. Survival was paramount. He employed his signature gesture to prompt them. Each time he pushed someone away, it signified a desire for them to depart. Having been pushed countless times, they had come to grasp the meaning of the gesture and even began to emulate it when wishing for someone else to leave. In this subtle manner, a representative action was born. As the others departed, Wang Yang retrieved his stone knife and meticulously began to harvest. His speed was remarkable, even with a dull blade. At times, he would exert force to uproot the plants, as their roots were not deeply anchored, allowing him to pull them from the ground with relative ease. When exhaustion rendered him unable to continue pulling, he would resort to his stone knife for harvesting. Before long, a day had passed. By evening, he had uprooted no fewer than 200 plants, effectively clearing 1/3 of the vegetation in his territory, a testament to his diligence. Reflecting on the day, he found it astonishing. Fortunately, the day had been remarkably tranquil, with no large beasts approaching. Apart from exchanging glances with 2 small snakes and throwing a couple of stones to frighten them away, nothing else of significance occurred. His primary concern remained the unknown threats from the mountain and the primeval forest, as wolves and saber-toothed cats posed no danger from the trees. However, not long after, a wolf's howl pierced the air, resonating powerfully. With this initial call, a chorus of howls followed. Wang Yang and the others halted, laying down the plants, seizing their spears. and lowering their stances. The cacophony of wailing was not distant. It originated from their territory, the very spot where they had captured a small white rabbit earlier that morning. If you were not mistaken, the wolf pack had been attracted by the scent of blood. Wang Yang glanced up at the distant sunset, contemplating the wolves' erratic behavior. Howling before nightfall, disturbing the residents' peace. He felt compelled to present a complaint to the committee chairperson. Wang Yang was quite displeased, yet he found himself powerless against the wolves' actions. In this land, they were undeniably the rulers, traversing freely and disregarding the territories of other creatures. Even armed with his spear, engaging in a battle with them would come at a great cost. Thus, he had no desire to provoke the wolves, but they chose to approach him instead. They swiftly closed in on the group, halting 20 meters away. The lead wolf, still haughty and expressionless, bore a large scar on its face that spoke of ferocity. Exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger, they formed a defensive line, blocking the group's path. Wang Yang felt a slight shock, in all his knowledge. While wolf packs were indeed brazen, they had never displayed such arrogance as to confront a group of similar size in battle. If that were not the case, why obstruct their path? Was that rabbit a friend to seek vengeance for? No. The tale of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit did not unfold in such a manner. The group felt a twinge of fear upon encountering the wolves. They had experienced hunting but had yet to face combat, and the lingering shadows of their past encounters with wolves still haunted them. Wang Yang, however, was undaunted. With 10 men at his side against 7 wolves, he was confident they could prevail. The lead wolf stepped forward, pausing before the others, its gaze sweeping across the gathered group before fixing intently on Wang Yang. Animals possess a sensitivity that often surpasses human understanding, particularly a leader within a collective. It immediately recognized Wang Yang as the chief. A hint of surprise flickered across its countenance as it lightly dug into the earth, showing disdain for the human's vigilant yet unyielding gaze, the muscles of its face twitching slightly, the scar on its face shifting ominously. Wang Yang, too, wrinkled his nose, baring his teeth in a fierce snarl, his throat rumbling as he let out a low growl. The eyes of man and wolf met in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thickening with palpable tension, as the blood-red sun cast its warm glow over the scene, illuminating the figures of both humans and wolves. Their fur appeared to shimmer as if engulfed in flames. Chapter 72. The ambition of the wolf cub spring yearns to unveil its allure. Yet the present scene exudes the chilling essence of autumn. A crimson glow envelopes the sky, captivating the gaze of all, staining their world in hues of blood. Wang Yang tightened his grip on the spear, his eyes brimming with danger and caution. After a prolonged standoff, the lead wolf unexpectedly made a move. It urinated on the ground, a most vulgar act that did not overshadow the keen gleam in its eyes. It marked its territory, asserting dominance in another's realm with a brazen defiance akin to the audacious antics of a lesser beast. Wang Yang paused, realization dawning upon him they had come to seize territory. As a wolf leader adept at swiftly assembling a pack and thriving in their environment, it possessed unique qualities. This was presumably the alpha's first venture into this territory. Discovering that the domain belonging to the black bears had been usurped by others, the potent scent permeating the forest undoubtedly belonged to the band of ape men. An unsettling thought struck him. When had the ape men grown so formidable? They had even slain black bears. Wang Yang was aware of their numbers, making him acutely sensitive and vigilant. He resolved to suppress the ape men's influence and reclaim their territory, denying them the opportunity to grow stronger. However, upon grasping the alpha's intentions, a flame of anger ignited within him. It was commonly understood that marking territory on another's domain was a grave taboo. The saber-toothed tiger had acted stealthily, nearly driving Wang Yang to desperation. The alpha's brazen display was nothing short of an affront. Wang Yang fumed, realizing the alpha still regarded its pack as the ineffectual fighters they had been years ago, easily intimidated into relinquishing food and territory. This was evident in the alpha's composed demeanor, exuding a condescending superiority. Though enraged, Wang Yang refrained from initiating conflict. The alpha's actions evidently invigorated the pack, their howls echoing in wild excitement. The adults, confronted by the raucous wolves, looked to Wang Yang in panic. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Wang Yang stepped forward, unbuckled his trousers, and imitated the alpha's act of marking territory. A gentle spring breeze swept through, and suddenly the atmosphere fell silent. All eyes turned to him, and he sensed their anticipation, their deep-seated hopes. He understood that as the alpha, he must quell the enemy's momentum. Yet frustration consumed him as he idly scratched at the ground, allowing the diminutive monkeys to act as they pleased. The wolves' exuberance waned, replaced by a fervor among the onlookers. They beheld Wang Yang with excitement, unaware that their group could exude such grandeur in the face of wolves. They cheered and brandished their wooden spears, their spirits soaring. Wang Yang, now dressed, felt beads of nervous sweat on his brow, aware of the precariousness of his actions, fearing he might provoke the alpha into a bloodbath. To his surprise, the alpha merely dug into the earth, not daring to make a sound. Wang Yang felt a surge of relief. It seemed the animals were more cautious than he had anticipated, unlikely to ignite conflict easily. The crowd and the wolves shouted at each other, reminiscent of rival gangs awaiting their leader's command to engage in battle. As time passed, the sun dipped lower, casting shadows as dusk approached. The wolves showed no signs of retreat, and a sense of unease washed over Wang Yang. Once night fell, visibility would vanish, granting the wolves an overwhelming advantage to annihilate them effortlessly. Suddenly, it became clear why the alpha hesitated, waiting for the cover of darkness. In that moment, fury consumed Wang Yang. He had underestimated the alpha's intelligence, or perhaps the tense atmosphere had clouded his judgment. Was this not a real-life rendition of the tale of the wolves and the butcher? In the story, the butcher hid behind a haystack, while one wolf feigned sleep in front of him, and another dug a tunnel behind the stack to launch a surprise attack. They could easily have pounced together, but chose to maximize their advantage, taking their time. Was this pack of wolves not simply biding their time? Wang Yang regarded the alpha with a mix of admiration and exasperation. He contemplated climbing a tree, believing that if they could endure a few days, the wolves would realize that they were not easy prey and retreat. Behind him stood 6 trees within close proximity, while more lay 20 meters away. To ascend the trees under the wolves' watchful eyes, they would need to turn and flee simultaneously, with each person scaling a tree without a moment's pause. However, this was clearly impossible. The group was too energized to comprehend the necessity of a coordinated escape. Furthermore, the nearby trees were insufficient, only 6, making it unlikely that they could ascend without delay. Any hesitation would allow the wolves to close in swiftly, ending the skirmish in an instant. If evasion was futile, then what of confrontation? The crowd's fear of the wolves was temporarily overshadowed by excitement, presenting a prime opportunity for battle. Yet, victory would come at a steep price, leaving them battered and weary, unlike the alpha, who had demonstrated its might by rebuilding its forces in just a year. Fighting was not a prudent choice. Wang Yang had no desire to engage in battle. The longer they lingered, the stronger their small collective would become, especially now that they had discovered vines, which opened up a world of possibilities. He gestured for the group to follow and took the lead, circling around the wolves. The alpha, witnessing Wang Yang's movement, opened its mouth, contemplating its next move. It remained still, merely observing the retreating group. Wang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief. Chapter 73, The Sorrowful Past of the Rope Within the Confines of the Cave. Wang Yang meticulously arranged the plants before settling into contemplation regarding the process of rope making. These plants were not natural vines, unsuitable for direct use. Even natural vines, once severed from their roots, would not endure for long, posing challenges for sustained utilization. Thus, a thorough examination was imperative. The first step, devoid of any contention, involved extracting the fibers. This task was not particularly arduous. By locating a smooth stone, he could crush the plants to yield the fibers. Fortunately, a stone platform lay deep within the cave, where Wang Yang placed the plants to be ground. As time elapsed, green sap stained the stone surface, revealing strands of green fibers within the flattened branches, each approximately the length of a finger. Wang Yang suspected he might have broken some during the process, for the thickness was uneven, some areas thick, others thin. Recalling his previous experiments, he remembered how his teacher had extracted fibers that were pale white with a hint of yellow, tangled together, making them difficult to observe closely. In contrast, the current fibers, though still mixed with plant flesh, were easier to distinguish. He separated the pulp from the fibers and set them aside, then proceeded to extract fibers from a new plant. He spent the first half of the night engaged in this repetitive endeavor, but due to the limitations of human strength, he managed to extract only a small portion. The following morning, he re-entered the forest with the adults. This time, he was not in haste to gather plants, but rather focused on observing the movements of the wolf pack. The wolves remained curiously silent, not encroaching upon their territory. Wang Yang, wary of complacency, followed the group for several consecutive days, astonished by the wolves' unexpected quietude. They simply would not venture closer. It seemed they had acknowledged the status of his small group. Uncertain of the alpha wolf's intentions, Wang Yang felt a tumult of emotions. If the wolves approached, gradually yielding, it would be a relief. However, he feared the unsettling scenario of their sudden absence after a desire to eliminate them. Setting aside his inner turmoil, Wang Yang accelerated the pace of fiber extraction, often working late into the night. The others, oblivious to his undertakings, offered no assistance, and he found it impossible to explain the concept of fiber extraction to them, opting instead to work independently. The next morning, he meticulously arranged the fibers on stones within the canyon, attempting to keep a small section pressed down to allow for drying. The task of chopping trees and digging up roots was left to his companions. Without his supervision, they would play for a while, chop for a while, managing to fell 3 or 4 trees in a single day. Wang Yang held no complaints. The fact that they were able to chop at all was sufficient. The progress of cultivating the orchard was slow, as Wang Yang devoted himself wholeheartedly to the task of rope making. A month passed, and he finally completed the extraction of all fibers. He had harvested every plant in the vicinity, yet refrained from those on the mountains and in the primeval forest. Not out of unwillingness, but from a concern that depleting them entirely would leave none for the following year. The quantity of fibers amassed was substantial, owing to the high fiber content of these plants. The canyon was filled with delicate strands of pale fibers, and Wang Yang began to weave the ropes. The process of rope making proved to be significantly simpler. Wang Yang took a bundle of intertwined strands and gently rubbed them in his palm until they formed a slender rope, akin to the thickness of a pencil lead. He then attached a small amount of fiber to both ends, continuing to twist to increase its length. This method resembled the technique of rolling bark. Any bark that could be shaped was rich in fibers. Thus, as he continued to twist, the first slender rope emerged, approximately 3 to 5 millimeters in diameter and 5 meters long. When pulled, the intertwined fibers would eventually tear apart at a weak point, resembling cotton. Wang Yang reinforced the torn area with additional fibers and persisted in twisting. Of course, this initial rope was not yet functional, being too thin to withstand significant force. At this juncture, he knew he must not rush. Attempting to twist thicker strands directly would yield an equally feeble result. No rope could be crafted in such a manner. He took more fibers and twisted another rope of the same length and thickness. Time slipped away, and another day passed without him stepping outside. He twisted fibers to the brink of obsession, his eyes reddened and fixed upon the cotton-like strands, fervently twisting away. He was convinced that being a homebody was justifiable. A tech enthusiast was indeed the true recluse. Beside him lay 20 ropes, each several millimeters thick and 5 meters long. The others watched in astonishment, taken aback by his frenzied demeanor. Wang Yang approached, offering him fruit, urging him to eat, while the archaeologist brought him water, casting a stern glance at his injured arm. Immersed in his work, Wang Yang managed to complete another rope, finally feeling the fatigue settle in. He stretched, and every bone in his body creaked in response. The overwhelming sense of exhaustion compelled him to exclaim, "Quick, hand me a high-calcium supplement." Medicinal remedies were absent, but meat was plentiful. He ravenously devoured 300 bites of roasted meat, followed by several plates of rice and fruit, and concluded with a bottle of slightly sweet mountain spring water, which revitalized him completely. Gazing at the abundance of fibers still remaining on the ground, he felt an irresistible urge to continue twisting. He quickly suppressed this instinct and redirected his focus to the 21 completed ropes, determined to craft a truly robust rope that night. He gathered the formed ropes and arranged 3 of them vertically on the ground. To clarify, he was essentially braiding them together. The method of braiding was familiar to most, and it was precisely this technique that Wang Yang employed. However, as a young boy, he was not adept at braiding, and he considered asking his female classmates for assistance. Yet, they were merely spectators, and one classmate, perhaps out of spite, insisted he take on the task. Thus, under her guidance, he awkwardly attempted to braid her hair. Over time, her braids often loosened, requiring his help, and he grumbled in dissatisfaction. Reflecting on those moments now filled him with bittersweet nostalgia. Without further ado, he successfully braided the first rope, then took up 3 more to braid together, ultimately creating a sturdy rope of 2 fingers width. In the flickering firelight, Wang Yang's excited yet melancholic gaze revealed the stirrings of an artistic soul within him. Chapter 74. The Realm of Felines with the first rope in hand. Wang Yang could hardly contain his excitement. Early the next morning, he led the bone scholar to a large tree at the mouth of the canyon to test the rope's resilience. After considerable effort, He managed to get the scholar up into the tree and tossed the rope upwards. After catching it, the scholar exerted himself to jump down. As he leapt, the rope wrapped around a branch and swiftly slid down. Wang Yang gripped the rope tightly, feeling an immense force pulling him upward, the sky descending rapidly. No longer a distant realm. Preparing himself mentally, he planned to release the rope just before reaching the tree, aiming to grasp the branch to avoid colliding with it. Just as he extended his hand to seize the branch, the scholar landed, and the force from the rope caused Wang Yang considerable discomfort, prompting him to loosen his grip. With a thud, Wang Yang, in a cheerful mood, had an intimate encounter with the ground. Rubbing his back as he stood, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "The rope is quite sturdy." Indeed, the rope was robust. Though it was coarsely fashioned without finesse, it was made from multiple strands twisted together, ensuring its durability. Wang Yang hastened to produce more ropes, dedicating himself entirely to this task, neglecting the forest and disregarding Zhang San's training. Occasionally, when fatigue set in, he would step outside to supervise the progress of the orchard's cultivation. Days turned into weeks, and summer arrived. Wang Yang basked in the sun in the canyon, diligently working on his ropes. By today, he had successfully crafted 5 ropes. The momentum was promising, yet a pressing issue arose. He had run out of fibers. Following the main group, he reached the outermost boundary, where the vast expanse of the primordial forest lay before him. A few steps to the right led to the base of the mountain, where one could ascend. 2 paths, 2 circumstances, and thus 2 choices presented themselves. Wang Yang mused that life is akin to an examination, constantly presenting multiple choice questions, only to be graded by others. Without further contemplation, he chose the path to the mountain's base. The reasoning was clear. Was it not just 2 years prior that a tiger had perished? At that time, wolves were to the left, wild boars in front, and the tiger to the right. The wolves claimed the left, while the wild boars emerged from the primordial forest, leaving the tiger as the sole inhabitant of the mountain. It is often said that when the tiger is absent, the monkeys reign supreme. Wang Yang had arrived. Equipped with bone-spiked wooden spears and a variety of gear, he paused at the foot of the mountain. The vegetation here was dense, so he set about gathering resources. A day passed cautiously and quietly, with no unforeseen incidents. In the following days, Wang Yang remained active in this area until he had harvested all the plants at the mountain's base, finally looking up towards the mountain above. To Wang Yang, the world atop the mountain bore little distinction from the primordial forest. Both were unfamiliar territories, particularly the ground, overgrown with weeds, devoid of clear paths. However, it was significantly better than the primordial forest, as there were no waist-high plants obstructing his view, making it relatively easier to forge a path. Soon, he commenced his harvesting, and another few days passed in peaceful labor. He ascended higher, and before long, he found himself at the mountain's waist. On this day, as he ventured upwards a bit further, engrossed in his work of cutting plants, a sudden drop of liquid fell onto his nose, cold, sticky, and somewhat foul. Upon touching it, he discovered it was blood. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, and he rolled to the side, seizing a wooden spear in one hand and a stone tip in the other, readying himself for any eventuality. He then cautiously lifted his head to survey his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. However, upon looking up, he was astonished to see a small goat hanging from a branch approximately 4 to 5 meters above the ground. A horrific wound at its neck, with several flies buzzing around it. It had been dead for some time, its back and neck gnawed to shreds, its limbs hanging limply in a gruesome display. Realizing the goat posed no immediate threat, Wang Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stared at the goat in bewilderment. It appeared unremarkable, retaining its natural form. Yet the bizarre aspect was how it came to be suspended so high in the tree. Such a leap seemed impossible. It must have been hoisted up. Wang Yang candidly acknowledged that if he were to attempt lifting a 100 or 200-pound animal into a tree, it would require a significant expenditure of time. The only creatures capable of such a feat, aside from those on the ground, would likely include large birds of prey from the sky. He climbed a few steps onto the branch, shooing away the flies, ready to hoist the goat down. However, upon lowering his head, he was startled to see a large feline lurking beneath the tree. Its coat bore striking yellow and black patterns, and its tail, neither too long nor too short, swayed irritably from side to side. Its tawny eyes, cold and calculating, fixed upon him, occasionally glancing behind itself. Wang Yang's hair stood on end as he realized the gravity of the situation. A leopard. No, this was not merely a leopard. It was too large for that. How large, one might wonder. Among the four great felines, tigers, lions, jaguars, and leopards, leopards are the smallest. Yet, the creature before him was immense. Positioned between the size of a tiger and a lion, a fearsome beast measuring over 2 meters in length and potentially weighing 600 pounds. Clearly, this was no ordinary leopard. Yet, its resemblance to a leopard was uncanny, adorned with the same spotted coat, a blend of yellow and black. Were it not for the absence of black circles and the lack of spots within the markings, Wang Yang might have mistaken it for a jaguar. It opened its mouth, stretching wide to reveal its formidable canines. These fangs, reminiscent of saber-toothed tigers, were considerably shorter but still effective for delivering a fatal bite to an adversary. Wang Yang, momentarily perplexed, struggled to identify the species. Could it be a variant of the saber-toothed tiger? A short saber variant, perhaps? Understanding the purpose of distinguishing species primarily revolves around cataloging their behavior and characteristics, with the paramount concern being whether it could climb trees. The creature demonstrated its capabilities as it leapt into the air, its elongated body soaring gracefully, exhibiting a terrifying agility as it launched itself towards Wang Yang, not intending to climb the tree, but rather propelling itself like a rocket. Wang Yang, taken aback by the audacious leap, instinctively thrust his wooden spear downward. The creature, not close enough to the trunk to leverage its weight against it for evasion, seemed destined for injury. Yet, to his astonishment, its sharp claws suddenly extended, swiftly grasping the spear. In that instant, it lost its balance, its body plummeting downwards, forcing Wang Yang to feel the tremendous force transmitted through the spear, leaving him equally unsteady as he fell. Chapter 75. The extinct beast. Wang Yang felt his entire being plummet, his balance wavering as he beheld the creature resembling a leopard. Its menacing maw agape. He could vividly imagine the grim fate that awaited him upon hitting the ground, likely to be dispatched in mere moments. In this perilous moment, he decisively relinquished one hand from the wooden spear, wrapping his arm around a branch. Utilizing the momentum of his spin, he maneuvered his body, curling tightly around the limb. Throughout this motion, he maintained his grip on the spear. Uncertain if the beast would pursue him into the trees, he was reluctant to part with his sole weapon. The creature, not firmly gripping the spear, seemed to deem the chance of dislodging an ape or monkey from the tree minimal. Thus, it relinquished its hold, only to rebound upon making contact with the ground. Wang Yang quickly discerned the absence of resistance on the spear, surmising that the beast had indeed loosened its grasp. He hastily regained his footing on the branch, plunging the spear once more towards the creature. This time, he ensured that he was well anchored, one hand firmly clutching the fissure in the branch. The beast, employing the same tactic, swatted the spear aside with a powerful paw, its claws gripping tightly onto the branch beneath Wang Yang. It emitted a displeased growl, a deep, strange sound that resonated lower than that of a lion. Akin to a decrepit cello, harsh to the ears. Wang Yang had no time to appreciate the cacophony. In his eyes, such a feline predator was almost unfathomable. Possessing such immense size while maintaining formidable explosive power, capable of leaping 2 meters from a standstill, an inconceivable feat of course, this was within an era of larger animals, and his perception of 2 meters differed vastly from theirs. Furthermore, this creature was relatively proportionate among large felines, resembling a marathon runner with its elongated, lean physique, in stark contrast to the bulkier saber-toothed tiger. With a powerful leap, it displayed remarkable explosiveness. Currently, this creature, momentarily hindered, merely managed to grasp the branch, struggling to ascend. Wang Yang could not allow it to succeed, thrusting the spear towards its head. The beast promptly released its grip, descending to the ground, opting to ascend the tree in a few swift strides. Its speed rivaled that of a leopard, fluid and unimpeded, reaching 3 meters in the blink of an eye. Wang Yang thought grimly, should it reach the tree trunk, it could strike down at him. The creature recoiled slightly, shifting downward a few inches before launching upward again. Wang Yang, undeterred, continued to thrust at the tree trunk. It climbed a few more steps, and before Wang Yang could jab downward, it leapt decisively at him. Wang Yang, anticipating its incredible leap, had already braced himself. Seeing it bound towards him, he thrust the spear towards its vulnerable abdomen. Without doubt, the creature was quick, slapping the tree trunk and executing a somersault to land deftly on the ground. Wang Yang was left speechless. How could animals in this era possess such skills? As if they had been trained? Despite the formidable opponent, Wang Yang steadied his emotions, recalling the name that fit this creature from his memories, the terror cat. Extinct in modern times, it had vanished long ago, existing between 5 million and 1.4 million years ago, unlike the saber-toothed tiger, which perished more recently, around 10,000 to 15,000 years ago. The reasons for extinction are shrouded in mystery, while saber-toothed tigers are believed to have succumbed to climatic changes. The terror cat's name bore the word cat due to its feline-like habits. It could climb trees, swim, and preferred nocturnal ambushes, embodying an enlarged cat. Yet, such an omnipotent beast had also met its demise. It is hard to fathom that it possessed capabilities akin to a leopard, exhibited cat-like behavior and vigilance, and bore canines tougher than those of a saber-toothed tiger, yet still faced extinction. Its sole weakness may have been its relatively slower speed. A saying in the martial arts world goes, "In all things, speed cannot be broken," and this holds true in the forest as well. No matter how extraordinary one's skills may be, if one cannot land a hit, what use are they? In other words, the terror cat, ambushing its prey at night, was compelled by necessity. It was neither as swift as a leopard in climbing nor as agile as a cat in the water, lacked the brute strength of a saber-toothed tiger, and had explosive power inferior to that of lions and tigers. To put it kindly, it was merely adept at a variety of skills. To be less kind, it was a jack of all trades, master of none. Its attempt to evolve into an all-round predator failed to recognize that expertise lies in specialization, a tragic irony, coupled with its size. It managed to survive the interglacial periods, but perished utterly during the ice ages. However, this was not the time for zoological discussions. For early humans, such a jack of all trades was, in fact, a formidable adversary. Experts have speculated that the terror cat was a primary predator of the southern ape man. Wang Yang had encountered a mortal enemy. Taking a deep breath, he concluded from the fleeting information in his mind that this creature had come to devour him. The deceased goat was likely a victim it had dragged up into the trees. He never anticipated he would find himself in such dire straits. Should it have been a leopard, the situation might have been different. Leopards, being less grotesque in size, would likely reconsider before attacking a human. Perhaps, by discarding the goat, he could satiate its hunger and encourage it to leave. Yet, the creature before him was determined to feast upon him, leaving him with no choice but to devise a plan. Realizing that the terror cat found him more troublesome than a monkey or ape, it altered its approach, scaling another tree with the intention of leaping across. This tactic had previously been employed by bears, and Wang Yang had devised a strategy to counter it, nearly vanquishing the foe single-handedly. He aimed to replicate his former method, intending to carve a hollow in the branch and position a bone spur within, so that when it leapt over, it would be impaled through and through. Yet reality dictated that the terror cat did not need to leap from a great height. It could effortlessly cover several meters from a similar elevation. Wang Yang lacked the time to hollow out the branch. Resolutely, he approached the branch where the terror cat perched. With no means of evasion left, he prepared for battle. He planned to strike as the terror cat leaped midair, utilizing the spear's length to deliver a blow when it would have no surface to rebound from, ensuring he would not be swatted aside by its claws. The terror cat ascended the tree, drawing nearer to Wang Yang. Its weight sagged the branch, preventing it from reaching the end. Instead, it halted 4 meters away, crouched, and suddenly leapt towards him. Accompanied by its roar, it soared through the air. Wang Yang's eyes gleamed with resolve. He elevated the spear, aiming for its unguarded thigh, where its claws could not reach. With ease, the spear pierced its thigh, blood gushing forth. Wang Yang pressed down with force, driving it downwards just as it was about to land on the adjacent branch, causing it to crash heavily from several meters above onto the ground. It scrambled to its feet, stumbling a few paces, but its injured leg rendered it unable to exert force. After a few failed attempts to climb the tree, it slid back down, casting a resentful glare at Wang Yang. It tried multiple times before finally retreating in anger. Furthermore, it had not descended from the mountains to threaten the ape men for many years, and he deemed it unnecessary to eradicate it. Chapter 76. The wild boar. As the protagonist of fairy tales, having gathered a plethora of plants, Wang Yang should have continued crafting ropes. However, he had a different notion. Seizing the opportunity while the saber-toothed cat was injured and hindered, he decided to collect more over the next few days. With determination, he dashed into the mountains, sweeping through the underbrush, gathering everything he could find. For the sake of future growth, he refrained from uprooting the plants entirely, instead opting to sever them midway. He recalled that many shrubs could survive if their roots remained intact. Although trees would struggle, he was uncertain which category these plants belonged to. So he left them as they were, not causing any harm. As he gathered, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, and indeed, the saber-toothed cat reappeared, albeit limping and feeble. After more than a month of toil, when he finally completed his 20th rope, summer had arrived, marking the mid-July period. The weather had gradually turned hot. Despite the forest being filled with trees and a refreshing breeze, it felt stifling, as if trapped in a constricted space, with a grayish gloom overhead that made breathing difficult. Undeterred by the oppressive heat, Wang Yang retrieved 15 of the ropes, laying them out in a grid formation on the ground, resembling a tic-tac-toe board. Each intersection, representing the height of the squares, was evenly divided into 5 centimeters, with the length matching. Knots tied at each intersecting point formed a rudimentary net. He then fashioned circles at the ends of each rope, threading another rope through these circles, thus completing a functional net. With a simple tug on the rope, it would transform into a trap, reminiscent of those seen in dramatic series, ready to ensnare its unsuspecting prey. Eager to demonstrate this ingenious trap to the others, he rose early the next morning, rousing the group. Upon seeing him return after a long absence, they were filled with excitement, clamoring to venture into the forest. Without hesitation, Wang Yang led the way, bringing the net along as they entered the woods to the right. He laid the net flat on the ground, placing an array of fruits, plants, and fresh meat upon it. Ascending a sturdy branch, he secured the net with a rope and joined the others in hiding several meters away, prepared for the ambush. The rope extended nearly 20 meters, and Wang Yang positioned himself at the forefront, instructing 5 strong adults to grasp the rope tightly as they awaited their quarry. Though the adults were puzzled, they understood the danger of the area and remained silent, alertly scanning their surroundings. The forest was eerily quiet, devoid of sound. The oppressive atmosphere of the primordial woods had permeated the edges. The ground was less cluttered with thorns, replaced instead by low shrubs and wildflowers, their dense leaves and blossoms providing ample cover for both predator and prey. Every creature could easily find an ideal hiding spot, yet the same foliage complicated the hunt. For animals with keen senses, the damp air of the ancient forest obscured scents, the pervasive aroma of decay mingling with the thick canopy, dulling their olfactory acuity. Most critically, this environment could produce toxic miasma, with ancient wisdom warning that inhaling it could prove fatal to a significant portion of those who dared breathe it. Wang Yang remained cautious about entering the primordial forest, not only due to its perilous nature, but also because of the treacherous miasma. Fortunately, he detected no signs of its formation in the vicinity. The forest was silent, occasionally disturbed by small creatures that approached the food with caution, reluctant to draw near. It is said that the bold perish from excess, while the timid starve. Some audacious creatures darted in to snatch a morsel. Yet Wang Yang sought larger prey and remained concealed. At that moment, the adults were restless, watching as pieces of roasted meat and sweet fruit scurried about. Suddenly, a rustle in a nearby thicket revealed 2 large wild boars and a smaller one. They appeared to be on patrol, drooling as they surveyed the area. Spotting the delectable fruits and plants, along with the fresh meat at the base of the great tree, their eyes widened in anticipation. The largest boar cautiously surveyed its surroundings. Sensing something amiss, its round snout twitching as it hesitated to approach. The other 2 boars, equally cautious, scanned their environment intently. Meanwhile, the pursuers could hardly contain their eagerness to flank the boars, but Wang Yang restrained one with a firm hand. With narrowed eyes, he silently urged the wild boars to take the bait, thinking, "Come, fall for the allure of greed. Let your blood tell the first tale of warning for those who follow." The wild boars were astute, their intelligence not as foolish as legends suggest. Yet their emotional awareness was lacking, making them prone to impulsive behavior. Though they might act recklessly when injured, they would not neglect the instinctual caution required for survival. Chapter 77. The Iroquois method of fire making, especially upon catching the scent of other animals. As the old adage goes, drink today, for tomorrow we may fall and drink the waters of despair. It seems that the 3 wild boars also subscribed to this philosophy, intending to indulge without concern for the morrow. In truth, the previous statements were mere trifles. The genuine reason for the boars' audacity lay in the fact that the primitive humans of this era posed little threat to them. Thus, when the largest of the boars took its initial step forward, it proudly became the protagonist of a new tale. The trio of boars scampered towards a feast of balanced nourishment, surveying their surroundings before eagerly beginning their meal. Wang Yang refrained from immediately pulling in the net. The combined weight of the 3 boars was merely 600 or 700 pounds, not particularly burdensome. If the others had joined him in that moment, They could have lifted the boars effortlessly. However, it was clear that the others could not grasp his intentions and would not assist him, leaving the boars on the ground. Once they charged forward, it would be impossible to restrain them. Thus, he waited. Before long, the boars had consumed their fill. One of the smaller ones and another wandered off in search of additional food. The largest boar remained, seemingly delighted and content, emitting satisfied grunts. Wang Yang smirked, placing his foot upon a nearby log and yanking back forcefully. "Spit out what you've eaten." The net sprang into action, ensnaring the boar, its openings snugly clasping its lower leg and constricting its thigh as it was drawn upward. The boar, initially oblivious, glanced down in curiosity, but upon realizing it was being lifted off the ground, it began to thrash and emit a cacophony of cries. The struggle of the trapped beast was formidable. Wang Yang felt the unyielding force pulling at his arms, as though they might separate from his body. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he shouted, "Pull together." The adults, still in awe of witnessing the boar ensnared, responded instinctively to his command, pulling on the ropes. The combined strength of the group hoisted the boar over a meter into the air. Without hesitation, Wang Yang released the rope and charged toward the boar. The others, now recognizing the opportunity to slay the beast, rushed forward as well. Upon reaching the boar, they brandished their bone spears and quickly dispatched it. The remaining two boars, hearing the cries of their companion, turned and fled. As blood flowed freely, Wang Yang signaled for the group to lower the carcass. They gathered around the fallen boar in ecstatic celebration, tugging at the net in amazement. Their eyes turned towards Wang Yang, raising their wooden spears in triumph. "Stop the noise. We might attract wolves." Wang Yang chuckled, but his admonition fell on deaf ears as they continued to cheer exuberantly. In the past, hunting boars had been fraught with danger, often resulting in grievous injuries. Now, they had discovered a remarkable method, allowing them to expand their culinary repertoire. With the invention of rope traps, they could significantly reduce the risks of direct confrontations with their prey, thereby decreasing the likelihood of injury or death while greatly enhancing their hunting success rate. Once the net was pulled, escape was impossible. The method would undoubtedly spread. In the following days, Wang Yang took them into the field daily, demonstrating the process repetitively. He even tested the traps himself, allowing them to hoist him up. The group learned swiftly, mastering the technique with little effort. Now, they could operate in two teams, one with wooden spears employing herding tactics, and the other utilizing rope traps. The latter group often secured their quarry more reliably. The creation of another net was indeed necessary. However, Wang Yang postponed this plan. Gathering plants would encroach upon another's territory, and the saber-toothed cats would certainly object. Wang Yang had experienced their wrath firsthand during his last ascent into the hills. Moreover, the abundance of food was overwhelming. They were accumulating supplies faster than they could manage. Fruits and meat spoiled quickly, aside from those that were dried, which were often at risk of rotting. Wang Yang felt resigned. As productivity increased, he sensed a shortage of manpower. Indeed, the population was inadequate for the current growth. The adults were busy hunting while the young ones slowly cleared land for orchards, progress lagging. Tasks such as gathering plants, extracting fibers, and crafting ropes fell solely upon him, leaving him overwhelmed. He lacked the time to explore other ventures, such as the accumulating timber in the valley, which surely demanded some innovative utilization. Constructing shelters was impractical, and creating wooden contraptions was out of the question. Developing a catapult seemed futile in the densely wooded environment. However, the idea of crafting bows and arrows was worth considering. Now that they could capture wild boars, the sinews from the animals could be repurposed to reinforce bow limbs. As for bowstrings, materials with high elasticity were unsuitable. At present, the priority remained in crafting additional nets to ensure ample sustenance. Wasting some was of little concern. If the meat spoiled, it could always be offered to the saber-toothed cats. Ultimately, the crux of the issue was the insufficient population. Despite the adults' efforts to procreate during their leisure, the pace was dismally slow. After much contemplation, Wang Yang resolved to enhance the existing fire-making tools. It was well known that animals feared fire, and wielding a fire stick could impose considerable intimidation. Thus, devising a portable tool capable of igniting flames swiftly became paramount. Previously hindered by the absence of rope, their development was now poised for vibrant expansion. For instance, fire-making had once relied solely on manual friction, an arduous task yielding only a few sparks. Now, countless methods existed. One could emulate the Li people's technique of fire by drilling wood, by taking a bent twig or stick, binding both ends with rope to form a small bow-like device, and wrapping the fire-making stick with rope. The friction generated by pulling back and forth would create a rapid rotation. How to describe this apparatus? It resembled the sound of a two-stringed instrument being played. Wang Yang yearned to try his hand at it, though he lamented the absence of a pair of dark glasses. He ultimately decided to employ the Iroquois fire-making method. This technique's efficiency was renowned, a true classic of the Stone Age, and its construction was relatively straightforward. He drilled a hole in the tip of the fire stick, threading 2 ropes through and knotting them to spiral down the stick. Next, he crafted a small wooden piece with 3 holes, left, center, and right, allowing the stick to pass through the center hole while the 2 ropes threaded through the remaining holes were secured with knots. This created a semi-finished product, which was already functional. By pressing down on the wooden piece with 3 holes, the tension on the ropes would extend downward, causing the wrapped stick to spin rapidly. Driven by inertia, the rope that had been wound to the right would now twist to the left, causing the wooden piece to rise automatically. The person tending the fire merely needed to continue pressing down effortlessly to ignite the flames. Wang Yang recalled a childhood toy that would emit a whirring sound when the rope was pulled, a principle based on this very mechanism. Of course, it was termed a semi-finished product as it lacked an accelerator. Without one, the force of inertia would be significantly diminished, making it challenging to achieve the desired ease of pressing. The accelerator was simple, a circular wooden block, 1 centimeter thick. After a day's labor, he finally fashioned a tool of commendable quality. The young ones gathered excitedly around the adults, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, as they envisioned the savory roasted meat that awaited them. The companions, filled with curiosity, gingerly approached to retrieve the net, only to be sternly pushed aside by the guardian. They cradled the net carefully, fearful that the children might damage it. Wang Yang found the guardian's avaricious behavior amusing, erupting into hearty laughter, his spirits lifted. With the prey in hand, it was time to prepare for the fire. Armed with a stone knife, he struggled to sever the wild boar's hide while the crowd made way for him. He endeavored to remove the skin intact, followed by the painstaking process of preparing the fire. The task of igniting the fire required the cooperation of 2, and it was typically his parents who undertook this duty. This occasion proved no different, as they retrieved their fire-starting tools, ready to commence. Holding the newly crafted tool, Wang Yang squatted to the side, calling out a few times to draw the attention of the onlookers. As they gathered around, they marveled at the innovative fire-starting device, intrigued by Wang Yang's latest creation. Simultaneously, he and his parents began the fire-making process, determined to demonstrate that the new tool could be operated solo, with heightened efficiency. He pressed down, the stick rotating under the tension of the rope, which in turn lifted the wooden plank. Wang Yang continued to press down, rotate, and elevate the stick. The swift sound of friction filled the air as the wooden rod spun faster and faster, relentless in its motion. Meanwhile, his parents, alternating every few minutes, ensured continuous friction was maintained. After 10 minutes, a wisp of smoke began to rise from Wang Yang's fire-starting tool, drawing wide-eyed gazes from the crowd, who watched in awe. The smoke thickened, and the rotation accelerated, prompting his parents to halt their efforts, staring in disbelief at the tool. A tiny spark flickered from the groove and landed on the dry leaves, quickly followed by a cascade of more sparks. Wang Yang's mother swiftly covered the pile with a bundle of dry grass, and before long, a flame erupted, casting a glow on the astonished faces around them. Remarkably, the time taken had been reduced by at least half. Wang Yang stood up, immensely satisfied. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, eager to take their turn. Several children tumbled amidst the throng, still determined to wriggle through the adults' legs. Yet, the most fervent among them was the guardian, who forcefully cleared a path and leaped forward to seize the tool, refusing to relinquish it despite the tugging of many hands. Wang Yang chuckled silently, recognizing the guardian's true nature as a miser. Chapter 78. Animals do not define nature. The group had grown quite familiar with fire, and thus they were immensely curious about the new fire-starting tools, eager to try them out for themselves. Wang Yang paid them no mind, allowing each person to take their turn using the tools. After successfully igniting fire alone, they could not contain their ecstatic shouts of joy. By the time everyone had had their turn, it was already midnight, and they gathered around Wang Yang, solemnly presenting the fire-starting tools to him. The atmosphere turned quite serious, with many pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. Wang Yang had become accustomed to such moments. Whenever he created something new, they would appear elated and would gaze at their hands in disbelief afterward. At these times, he would earnestly clarify, I am not an alien. I simply possess new tools. Naturally, he felt it necessary for them to understand how to create fire with these tools, so over the next few days, he collected plants once more. The rope required for crafting the Iroquois-style fire-starting tool did not need to be particularly thick, far less than what would be consumed for a net, thus posing no real risk. After gathering some materials, he entrusted the crafting process to Zhang San, whom Wang Yang appreciated for his lack of questions. Unlike modern children, who might inquire incessantly about the reasoning behind each action, the curiosity of this era seemed a luxury. They rarely considered exploring the unknown and preferred to avoid it. As for the things they had already mastered, such as the Iroquois-style fire-starting tool, they understood that merely following the instructions would enhance efficiency, indifferent to the underlying principles of physics. In Wang Yang's view, producing multiple fire-starting tools was an inevitable trend. Ideally, each person would be equipped with one, for fire could instill fear in other animals. Thus, a new task was added to Zhang San's daily life, who was now extracted from the laborers cultivating the orchard, which would undoubtedly slow progress there. Upon inspecting the orchard, Wang Yang found that his companions had cleared only 50 square meters of land, totaling less than 100 square meters overall, a rather minuscule area akin to a single room. This was unavoidable as the most capable labor force had gone hunting, and he felt quite gratified with their current achievements. To the right of the cleared land, the seeds planted earlier had sprouted, growing into saplings several decimeters tall, their tender branches adorned with verdant foliage. In a few years, they would mature into grand trees. Time waits for no one, and development must not stagnate. Wang Yang carried a fire-starting tool with him as he ascended the mountain, with two objectives in mind: to collect more plants and to assess the deterrent power of fire. Upon reaching the mountainside, he promptly ignited a fire, placing 2 dry twigs amidst the burning leaves to create a torch. He then cautiously surveyed his surroundings, the torch crackling as he stood a few meters away from a large tree, a safe distance allowing for a swift escape from potential danger. The area was eerily quiet, a stillness that signaled the approach of the fearsome cat. Soon, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, Wang Yang's focus sharpened. He had tangled with the fearsome cat multiple times and was well acquainted with its habits. It approached with an almost ghostly silence, its steps so light that the only sound was the faint rustle of grass beneath its body. Without careful listening, one might mistake it for the wind. Recalling a previous encounter with a saber-toothed tiger during a prolonged battle, he remembered how an animal had silently crept to within 10 meters, its eyes gleaming in the darkness. The sound drew nearer, and Wang Yang discerned it was coming from the right. He turned to observe, spotting the fearsome cat's piercing eyes fixed intently upon him as it sought cover behind the trees, curving closer. Realizing it had been spotted, the creature let out a furious roar and charged forth. Wang Yang tightened his grip on the flickering torch, remaining motionless. The fearsome cat was not fast, but relative speed was deceptive. In mere moments, it had closed the distance to within 10 meters, undeterred by the torch's flames. Surprised, Wang Yang recalled that animals were said to fear fire. Even a single torch could make wolves tread cautiously. He had brought 2. So why did the fearsome cat remain unafraid? He could not afford to be careless, feigning a throw of the torch by tucking in his abdomen and swinging his arm. If the cat continued its reckless advance, he would discard the torch and climb the tree. Upon seeing this movement, the fearsome cat instinctively rolled to the side to evade, only to find Wang Yang had not thrown the torch, which infuriated it further. Yet, it merely roared in frustration, hesitating as it approached cautiously, taking 3 steps back for every one forward. Wang Yang noted its fear and felt relieved. As long as it was afraid, there remained room for maneuvering. He feigned another throw, causing the fearsome cat to jump back, baring its teeth and growling. Encouraged by its reactions, Wang Yang continued to mimic the throwing motion, forcing the cat to evade desperately, afraid to draw too close to the flames. After several more attempts, the fearsome cat, increasingly enraged, finally lunged at him. Wang Yang's eyelids flickered as he deftly tossed the torch, striking the beast squarely. The flames ignited its fur, sending up a plume of black smoke. In pain, the fearsome cat rolled on the ground, and seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang, torch in one hand and wooden spear in the other, charged at it. He waved the torch wildly before him, raising the spear high, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. The fearsome cat, now scorched and fearful, quickly fled to a distance of several dozen meters, watching Wang Yang from afar. Wang Yang refrained from pursuing it to the death. He picked up the torch from the ground, reignited it, and let out a fierce roar toward the retreating beast. Before long, it vanished from his sight. Wang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. It had been a perilous encounter. Had the fearsome cat braved the flames and charged, his fate would have been dire. Fortunately, animals are still animals, and despite their formidable nature, they remain bound by their instincts. Once the fearsome cat had retreated, Wang Yang did not allow himself to relax entirely. He continued to observe the surroundings until he was certain it was gone before beginning to collect plants. When he realized he was not intruding upon its hunting grounds, the fearsome cat gradually ignored him. Wang Yang understood that as long as he did not provoke a direct conflict over resources, he could safely gather the plants he needed. Should a conflict arise, he might have no choice but to eliminate it. This situation persisted until the onset of autumn, by which time Wang Yang had harvested all the plants below the mountainside. He refrained from venturing higher up the mountain, instead turning his attention to the primeval forest. Previously, Wang Yang had speculated that the area of the forest closest to his territory was frequented by wild boars, presumably their domain. He began to gather plants in this vicinity. This state of affairs continued until the arrival of winter, at which point he ceased his activities. Chapter 79. Annual Summary as Winter Descended. Wang Yang donned an array of opulent coats made from various animal skins: pig, tiger, wolf, and sheep, strolling through the silvery world blanketed in snow, gazing into the distance. Embodying the essence of a solitary wolf. With a howl, he expressed his discontent, realizing that despite his remarkable mimicry of a wolf's call, he remained unable to articulate human speech. Frustrated, he kicked at the snowflakes, which danced lightly into the air before settling softly back to the ground. At the valley's mouth lay a pristine expanse of snow, a thick layer enveloping the earth, giving it a sense of elevation, as if the world had shrunk beneath it. Fragile little fruit trees swayed gently in the cold wind, attempting to shake off the bothersome snowflakes that playfully clung to them. The small orchard, now encompassing 100 square meters, was brimming with fruit trees of varying heights, some nearly reaching Wang Yang's stature, while others barely grazed his waist, appearing like tender saplings just emerging from the soil under the weight of the snow. Wang Yang approached to brush off the accumulated snow, envisioning a future where pear blossoms would flourish abundantly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he chuckled. He recalled his earliest aspiration upon entering the world, simply to avoid being cruelly devoured by beasts. Gradually, this desire transformed into a longing for a modest plot of land where he and his partner could sit together on a hilltop, joyfully singing. Nothing is more beautiful than the rosy glow of sunset. Now, he possessed land, an orchard, and the means to thrive, significantly reducing the chances of being consumed by predators and greatly enhancing the prospects for a peaceful old age. It seemed he had accomplished his goals without exerting much effort. For all his previous busyness and relentless thoughts about development, he had unknowingly fulfilled dreams that once seemed unattainable. Indeed, the old adage, "Heaven rewards diligence," rang true. Yet, there lingered another profound saying: a man's heart is insatiable, like a snake swallowing an elephant. Humans are perpetually discontent. Wang Yang was no exception. As a seasoned revolutionary, he harbored a passionate spirit, either loving fiercely or not at all. He resolved to develop comprehensively in the 5 areas of virtue: intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor during his time at the Institute of Primitive Ecology and History, aspiring to emerge into society with a flourish, ready to make a resounding impact. Why such chaotic descriptions? One might argue that he currently had only land and sustenance. He hadn't even completed a dwelling. So how could he muster the confidence to approach the fairer sex? Moreover, in revolution, weaponry is paramount. His current armament resembled that of a bygone era, ineffective against foes equipped with airplanes and artillery. His defenses were still inadequate. Traps, after all, are covert means of protection. Should a pack of wolves suddenly decide to confront him, what could he use for defense? Or should a new faction invade unexpectedly, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. He envisioned the future with clarity. As the productivity of his tribe increased and mortality rates declined, their numbers would swell. An increase in population signified greater resource demands, inevitably leading to territorial expansion. This gradual emergence of conflicting interests would one day erupt. Thus, the early establishment of diverse weaponry was imperative. However, there was no immediate haste. Given the current circumstances, he surmised that significant conflicts were unlikely in the next year or two. There was no need to rashly confront the wolves on the left mountain. He could instead traverse the right side towards the primordial forest. After all, one must choose the right persimmons to squeeze. regardless of how chaotic the future might become. It could not dampen Wang Yang's current exhilaration. The cave remained unchanged, with adults and children gathered around the bonfire, exchanging idle banter while roasting meat and enjoying fruits. Even though mealtime had yet to arrive, the greedy little ones were already indulging, their faces smeared with grease. Wang Yang did not deter their feasting. For this year's food storage was abundant, so plentiful that even a prolonged cold front would leave them with a surplus. He could hardly resist the urge to take some meat to visit the saber-toothed tiger, as it had been far too long since they had exchanged heated words. Stirring a longing within him, by the bonfire, several mothers from the tribe tended to their newborns, while their fathers, well, this aspect remained rather muddled, and Wang Yang was uncertain of their identities. Nonetheless, children had been born, though a few more could have joined them had it not been for unforeseen complications, such as difficult births. Lacking medical knowledge, Wang Yang could only helplessly declare, "I cannot assist with deliveries." Deep within the cave, Zhang San was diligently testing the 12th fire-starting tool he had crafted, pressing the wooden strip repeatedly. His focus had shifted from constructing wooden barrels to this endeavor. Each morning, he worked alongside Wang Yang, fashioning the materials for the fire-starting tool. Wang Yang guided him on the dimensions, and after several corrections, he finally mastered the technique. Eagerly, he conducted a trial to see if it would function. Ah, what a clever fellow he was. Wang Yang couldn't help but smile. In the mornings, he hurriedly prepared ropes, which he would hand over to Zhang San in the afternoons for crafting. This was a task well within their capabilities. Though the separation of the plant fibers remained a challenge they could not yet overcome. It was not due to carelessness or improper technique, but rather a lack of understanding. They simply did not grasp the concept of fiber, believing it to be merely the flesh of the plant. Meanwhile, the gatherers sat firmly upon their nets, ensuring no one could take them away. They had amassed 3 nets, typically utilizing 2 while reserving 1 as a backup. Observing the tribe's flourishing state, where no one went hungry or cold, and smiles adorned every face, Wang Yang felt a swell of happiness. At that moment, Li Si was drawing nearby, his artwork evolving into something more intricate. No longer were his depictions limited to the same figures and scenes. Instead, he illustrated the current environment, capturing numerous individuals and a collection of peculiar flames. Wang Yang sketched a representation of fire for him to emulate, and Li Si eagerly imitated it. The gatherer, clutching one of the nets, approached, and, noticing Li Si's artistic endeavor, seemed contemplative before picking up a brush to create his own drawing on the ground. Chapter 80. My friends and I were stunned. The actions of the driver captured Wang Yang's attention. Perhaps due to his profound boredom, he was inspired to draw. He created a remarkably simple illustration, a few trees, with a crooked animal in the foreground, identifiable by its tusks as a wild boar. At the forefront of the drawing, a pair of hands was depicted pulling a rope. This exceedingly simplistic sketch, a pair of hands, a pig, and a few trees, was scrutinized by Wang Yang, who observed that the drawing was quite poor. Until now, he, like the other adults, had never considered drawing, let alone attempted it. Having only been dragged by Wang Yang to view other people's artwork, Wang Yang surmised that this illustration was a manifestation of the driver's memory, presented from a first-person perspective. The other onlookers, intrigued by the driver's artistic endeavor, gathered around. Several adults who had previously participated in hunts quickly recognized the scene. Suddenly, the adults erupted into excited exclamations, pointing at the hands in the drawing, eager to express something, yet they were at a loss for words, standing there in confusion. The driver, taken aback by their outburst, set down the twig he had been using as a pencil and stood, furrowing his brow. Wang Yang looked up at them, puzzled. After all, it was merely a drawing. Li Si drew every day without inciting such a reaction. Did they believe the driver's art surpassed Li Si's? Rubbing his eyes, he examined the drawing once more, this time meticulously scrutinizing every line. After a moment, he solemnly nodded, still unable to discern any significance. The adult shouts persisted, and his companions were equally bewildered, uncertain of what was happening. Were they perhaps competing for mates again? Amidst this cloud of confusion, Wang Yang felt a hand grasping his arm. Turning to look, he saw the osteologist squatting nearby, staring blankly at the drawing. Wang Yang was speechless. They had watched for years, yet it seemed never enough. However, this time, the osteologist was not fixated on his arm, but rather on a twig that Wang Yang had inadvertently pressed down. The osteologist picked it up and began to draw. He depicted a scene that had left a profound impression on him. A broken arm, Others, noticing him drawing, glanced over but quickly lost interest, returning to their animated discussion about the driver's artwork. Wang Yang patted the osteologist on the shoulder, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned back to the chattering adults. It was evident that their astonishment was not directed at others' drawing, but rather at the content of the drawings resonating with them. Finally, another adult picked up a twig and began to create his own artwork, illustrating a scene nearly identical to the driver's. Again, a few trees, a wild boar, and hands holding a rope. The only difference was that in front of those hands stood a person also tugging on the rope. With this new illustration, the excitement escalated. Yet another adult, unable to contain the wild beast of solitude within, took up the twig to draw a scene of trees, a wild boar, and a pair of hands pulling a rope, but this time, with two individuals in the foreground. Soon, more adults joined in the drawing frenzy, recreating the same scene, varying only in the number of figures depicted. Wang Yang understood. These were all their memories, the images they had witnessed, each represented from their individual perspectives. Consequently, they believed that others were misrepresenting the scene, driven by a fervent desire to share their interpretations. Before long, the ground was covered in drawings, each person standing proudly before their creation, pointing to their work, urging others to come and see, insisting that their depiction was the correct one. Yet, they were preoccupied with their own illustrations, oblivious to the rest. Or perhaps they simply could not attend to others, as each individual played a specific role during the hunt, especially in scenarios requiring coordination. Thus, the scenes they encountered were nearly identical. Previously, when Wang Yang had hunted alongside them, they had centered their actions around their own initiatives, gradually leading them to believe this was the most effective method. However, they did not comprehend why this approach was successful. Instead, they resorted to imitation, replicating their previous roles in hopes of capturing prey. They were akin to children who rigidly memorized that 1 × 1 = 1, without understanding the underlying principle. When faced with a different multiplication, they would be utterly perplexed. They understood that hunting could succeed, but did not grasp the reasons behind this success, leading them to cling tightly to their roles. For instance, when the driver took over after Wang Yang released his hold, the others followed his lead. When it came time to deploy the net, he always stood at the forefront. Only when he cast the net could everyone else pull it. Their positions were invariably aligned with previous placements, leaving them bewildered when confronted with the drawings of others depicting the hunting scenes. Wang Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. They were communicating for the first time through drawings, engaging in meaningful exchange. This revelation came swiftly and unexpectedly, catching Wang Yang completely off guard. He had initially presumed that the primitive people would have little interest in art, and that forcing them to engage would yield limited results, requiring considerable time before he could find an opportune moment to inspire them. Yet, unexpectedly, the breakthrough occurred with such clarity. At that moment, the driver, seemingly inspired, tossed the net forward, grasped the rope, and glanced between the front and his own drawing, lost in thought. Clearly, he was reconstructing the scene in his mind. In an age where imagination was a luxury, Wang Yang recognized that cultivating their abstract thinking was crucial, as it would facilitate their understanding of art, greatly aiding communication. The driver's actions undoubtedly inspired Wang Yang, who hurriedly approached, placing the rope into the hands of the adults, pushing them one by one behind the driver, aligning them as they would during a hunt. He pointed to their drawings. They gazed upon their creations, still bewildered, but when they turned to see the hands before them, that familiar silhouette, they froze. Instantly, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into silence. They blinked, glancing forward, then back at their drawings, standing speechless. Countless emotions flickered in their eyes, sparkling like lightning. Wang Yang stood aside, cradling Wang Ying's small head, captivated by this extraordinary scene. He could imagine the tumultuous thoughts swirling in the adults' minds, as the oppressive clouds of confusion were pierced by golden rays of understanding, revealing a new world to behold. For reasons unknown, Wang Yang felt a slight moisture at the corner of his eyes, fortunate to witness a monumental moment in human evolution, prompting him to exclaim, "My friends and I were utterly astonished." Chapter 81. A disturbing image. They stood there, staring blankly into the void before them. After a moment, the leader of the group relinquished his foremost position to the one behind him, taking his place in second. He gazed at the scene before him, scrutinizing the drawings on the ground, and began to imagine. To his surprise, he discovered that his own vision aligned with the images depicted. As he moved to the third position, he found it equally accurate. The same held true for the fourth and fifth positions. He glimpsed their world and the thoughts residing within that space, witnessing something entirely different, leaving him momentarily stunned. The others, too, were shifting positions. Experiencing visions akin to those of the leader, their minds stirred with tumultuous thoughts. They stood quietly in place, savoring the distinct flavors of perception. The images once confined to their minds were personal memories, all viewed from a first-person perspective. They had never realized that some experiences could be conjured even without direct involvement. It was akin to savoring a robust tea. The more one indulged, the richer the flavor became, inciting an insatiable thirst for more. Wang Yang, standing aside, accepted the roasted meat offered by Wang Yang and relished several bites, finding the taste exceptional and deciding to indulge further. His companions, unfamiliar with the forest and devoid of hunting experience, remained oblivious to the adults' activities, noticing their dazed expressions and retreating into their own playful distractions. Only the child Li Si approached to observe their drawings, pondering thoughtfully alongside them. Suddenly, an adult exclaimed with excitement, pointing at the array of images on the ground. Utterly exhilarated, his call roused the others, who began to gaze in awe at the sketches. In that moment, the chaotic drawings seemed to come alive, indelibly etched into their minds, impossible to dispel. The legendary Penglai Island drifted into their consciousness, finally manifesting. Joyful smiles adorned their faces as they pointed at the images, glancing around, eager to communicate with one another. After a flurry of noise, they all gathered around Li Si, captivated by his artwork. What had once seemed mundane now sparked their interest, leaving them desperate to see more of the extraordinary. Their emotions surged to near madness. Having witnessed Li Si's solitary creation, they quickly smoothed the sand, urging him to produce a second piece. They resembled eager readers, yearning for the author to craft the next installment. Wang Yang empathized with their fervor, realizing their desperate thirst for knowledge. They wished to comprehend everything within a single day. The vibrant world unfolded like a profound tapestry, narrating tales as they found themselves enveloped in a rose-hued realm, their eyes glazed with wonder. Each new image elicited exuberant gasps of delight. They were so engrossed that they neglected to accept the roasted meat Wang Yang had offered, consumed by their fascination. Before long, Li Si found himself devoid of new ideas. He had exhausted all his accumulated thoughts in a brief span and was at a loss for what to depict next. The adults urged him on, and trembling, he clutched a twig, utterly uncertain of what to create. His experiences were limited to felling 2 trees during the day, eating, and the shared sight of everyone sleeping together at night. Yet these scenes were repetitive. He could only draw them once more. The adults pressed him again. With trepidation, he hastily sketched a few strokes, but abruptly halted, bursting into tears. Recognizing his distress, the adults turned their gaze towards the hardy Wang Yang, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The intensity of their stares momentarily stifled Wang Yang's smile, prompting him to chuckle awkwardly as he approached. Acknowledging their eagerness, he decided to offer a fresh perspective. He stepped forward, under their watchful eyes, and crafted a new image. It was once again a scene of hunting wild boars, but this time viewed from an aerial perspective. The crowd stood in astonishment, questioning the nature of this depiction. They stared for a long time, still unable to grasp it fully, as the concept of viewing from the sky was foreign to them, and they could not comprehend the notion of a divine perspective. They wondered who this figure in the sky might be. If they were part of the hunt, was it a birdman? Seeing their confusion, Wang Yang led them outside and climbed to the highest branch, inviting them one by one to ascend. After observing from above, they experienced a moment of clarity. It all began to make sense. He illustrated beaches, snow-capped mountains, and other terrains and animals, though they struggled to comprehend things they had never encountered. Wang Yang even depicted a hunting strategy, where 5 individuals spread out to encircle their prey before charging together. They had never witnessed such a tactic. But due to Wang Yang's vivid illustrations, they grasped it, albeit dimly. At that moment, they resembled a wild beast, long confined, suddenly liberated from its cage, imagination bursting forth uncontrollably. The curiosity that had once led to the demise of a cat now fully occupied their minds. Wang Yang, exhausted from the daily demand of creating numerous drawings, felt the weight of fatigue. While he had plenty of time, he could not allow himself to treat this as mere homework. Yet, he found joy in communicating simple concepts through his art. For example, when hungry, he would draw a roasted meat. When thirsty, he illustrated a drinking scene. When experiencing discomfort, he depicted a pained expression. They, too, began to express their thoughts. During courtship, they would sketch unabashedly suggestive images. Wang Yang illustrated the painful lessons of the past, depicting the changing seasons of the forest and how a lack of resources led to starvation in winter. He then illustrated the expansion of their territory in the following year, demonstrating how they still had food during winter. These illustrations were not easily created. He spent considerable time crafting numerous images. The group gazed at his work but failed to fully comprehend it. They struggled to connect with the concept of time spans, only able to relate to brief, immediate events, such as hunting. Naturally, he did not devote all his time to this. As he had previously mentioned, potential conflicts loomed in the future, making weaponry crucial. He contemplated the creation of bows and arrows. Bows and arrows, powerful weapons of the cold weapon era, bestowed humanity with the ability to engage from a distance, significantly enhancing combat efficacy. Primitive bows had existed in the Neolithic Age, 30,000 years ago, proving immensely beneficial. Now, he pondered the possibility of crafting bows that surpassed their primitive counterparts. Chapter 82. The first attempt at crafting a bow and arrow. It is widely acknowledged that the destructive power of a fine bow and arrow is beyond imagination. In this era, the ability to forge a bow and arrow equates to mastering firearms in the age of cold weapons, rendering one virtually invincible. It could elevate the survival status of early humans to the apex of the food chain, an endeavor that Wang Yang could not afford to overlook. The history of the bow and arrow spans at least 30,000 years. Artifacts of such weapons have been unearthed from that time, albeit in a rudimentary form characterized by low velocity, short range, and minimal penetration. Nevertheless, these primitive tools significantly altered the survival conditions of humankind. From that point on, human development spiraled into a relentless momentum, leading to the emergence of tribes, the birth of civilization, and subsequently unleashing a tremendous wave of advancement that swept across the globe. This progress was also facilitated by the near completion of human evolution during that epoch. However, stable development is inextricably linked to a secure existence, free from the fear of wild beasts, and the assurance of adequate sustenance and warmth paved the way for subsequent achievements. The bow and arrow played an integral role in this transformation, endowing humanity with the capacity for direct and large-scale confrontations with formidable beasts. Wang Yang aspired to undertake this endeavor. Although his knowledge of bow making was limited, he possessed a rudimentary understanding. Bows can generally be categorized into two primary types, the simple bow and the composite bow. In essence, a simple bow is crafted from a single material, while a composite bow is constructed from multiple materials. The simple bow, though utilized by humans 30,000 years ago, lacked power, speed, and range. Conversely, the composite bow boasts tremendous strength, swift velocity, and extended reach, having been refined during periods of human conflict. One might ponder whether the inventors of such mechanisms labored tirelessly merely for the purpose of hunting. The capabilities of a composite bow render it dominantly superior on land. Wang Yang did not intend to rush into the creation of a composite bow, as he had yet to engage in the practical aspects of its construction. His knowledge remained largely theoretical. Moreover, even in ancient times, a composite bow was a costly endeavor. The materials required were numerous, and the crafting process could span approximately 2 years. 2 years may seem neither particularly long nor short, yet for Wang Yang, who possessed multiple spans of 2 years, he recalled a poignant adage: how many 2-year periods does one truly have in life? He resolutely decided against investing 2 years into the uncertain creation of a bow and arrow. Furthermore, with his current tools, comprised of stone knives and axes, the aspiration to forge a composite bow seemed like a distant dream. He resolved to first attempt the simpler task of crafting a simple bow, as it would require less time and pose fewer challenges, aligning more closely with the practicalities of his situation. In summary, the advent of the composite bow primarily served to address human conflicts, rendering its application in hunting somewhat extravagant. Consider the fact that targeting an object several dozen or even hundreds of meters away poses significant visibility challenges, not to mention the issue of whether ample space exists for such a shot. With determination, Wang Yang wasted no time. On this day, he ventured forth with an array of stone tools, knives, axes, and chisels, before a substantial pile of timber. This collection of logs, long contemplated for use, had remained untouched until now. With winter upon him and a lull in activities, he seized the opportunity to conduct his experiment. Thus began the painstaking process of chiseling. He aimed to carve a crescent-shaped prototype with a slight curvature, eschewing the immediate formation of a pronounced bow shape. It is essential to clarify a common misconception. Many believe that the power of a bow lies within the string, wherein greater elasticity translates to increased arrow potency. In truth, the bow's strength is inherent to its structure. As often depicted on screen, when the bowstring is drawn, the bow itself expands, revealing the secret to its power. A string, no matter how elastic, can only exert so much force. However, a wooden bow, when bent and released, possesses immense latent energy. A simple analogy illustrates this. The sting of a ruler striking the palm is quite painful. Furthermore, increased string elasticity results in a more pronounced rebound, leading to visible scars on the hand of the archer after numerous shots, akin to a teacher wielding a ruler. A significant issue arises with excessive string elasticity. Upon release, the arrow may spiral erratically, compromising accuracy. Therefore, the selection of string material should minimize elasticity, as reduced flexibility diminishes interference with the arrow's trajectory. The small curvature of the bow Wang Yang crafted provided ample tensile space, enabling sufficient force to penetrate the hides of animals. He commenced the meticulous task of chiseling a rectangular piece of wood. This process proved to be exceedingly lengthy and tedious, far more labor-intensive than creating a spear, as symmetry was paramount and required patient comparison. A single misstep could result in irreparable damage. Additionally, the delicate nature of the task placed considerable strain on his stone tools. Using a stone chisel, he risked shattering the tip, leading to a somewhat thankless endeavor. By the time the crescent prototype was complete, 2 months had elapsed. During this period, Wang Yang not only fashioned the crescent but also polished it to a degree of smoothness. It now stood approximately 1 meter tall and half a finger's width wide. However, this marked merely the initial stage of bow construction. The bow remained rigid and needed to be softened to attain the desired pliability for slight bending. The next step involved soaking it in water. The purpose of this immersion was to soften the wood, as pliable materials are less prone to breakage and exhibit greater resilience. The most effective method would involve boiling the wood in warm water, yet lacking pottery for boiling. Wang Yang resorted to melting snow to submerge the bow. This stage required patience and observation. Challenges persisted. Prolonged soaking could lead to the wood disintegrating, while insufficient soaking could result in cracking upon drying. Thus, every 3 days, Wang Yang would test the wood's flexibility. He would apply pressure to the front of the curve, followed by the back, as this method held merit. Those acquainted with physics understand that when a bow is bent, the surface experiences compression, consequently transferring pressure to the inner layers. If the inner layers endure consistent pressure from one direction, they become susceptible to breaking. However, if the inner layers are first subjected to counterpressure, they attain a state of equilibrium, making them less prone to fracture when the bow is drawn in the intended direction. Thus, the curvature would not be utilized for shooting. Rather, he would draw the bow from the opposite side. For further insights, one may refer to an episode of exploration and discovery titled Long-Distance Strikes, which delves into ancient bows and crossbows. Chapter 83. Who says having a bow conquers the world? Having nearly completed the bow's body, it was time to focus on the bowstring. As previously mentioned, the bowstring must not be made of elastic materials, as this would adversely affect the trajectory of the arrows. Thus, there was no need for rare materials. A rope crafted from plant fibers would suffice. Wang Yang drilled holes at both ends of the bow, then summoned an expert in bone craftsmanship to hold one end while he pressed the bow against the ground, bending it into a small crescent shape. He then threaded the prepared thin string through and tied it off, resulting in the completion of a simple bow. The bow he fashioned fell under the category of recurved bows, which require the string to be drawn in the opposite direction. In contrast, the straight-limb bow demands increasingly greater force with each inch drawn. The recurved bow represents a superior version, offering a more uniform draw weight. Wang Yang crafted this bow primarily for his own convenience. With the bow in hand, it was essential to create arrows. The choice of materials for the arrow shaft, tip, and fletching was of utmost importance. Wang Yang, lacking expertise, refrained from elaborating on this aspect. He managed to fashion a few wooden arrows, simply cylindrical shafts with sharpened tips. Approaching the mouth of a cave, he prepared to shoot one. By this time, the snow had ceased falling, the cold wind had diminished, and the ground was blanketed in white, making it easy to track the arrow's path. The onlookers, having watched him toil for so long, gathered beside him in anticipation. Wang Yang took a deep breath, nocked an arrow, and with a powerful pull and a backward step, the bowstring bent, aimed skyward at a 45-degree angle. With a swift release, the arrow was sent soaring. At the moment of release, the arrow ascended rapidly into the sky, swiftly reaching a distance of 20 meters. Caught by the wind, it soared higher before drifting to the right. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, for those who had never witnessed archery. It was difficult to fathom how a mere wooden stick and string could propel an object into the air. Yet, their surprise remained just that. No deeper reflections followed. Wang Yang wiped his face, feeling little disappointment at the comical outcome, instead finding joy in having crafted his first bow. Despite its limited power, this was to be expected. Judging by its recent performance, the bow's strength was commendable. The shortcomings lay with the arrows and his own technique. The arrows were too light, easily swayed off course by the gentle breeze, and their wooden construction lacked substantial force. It was likely that, given the current configuration, the effective lethal range would extend no further than 20 meters, just the right distance for the intricate forest surroundings. However, considering the material of the wooden arrows and the bow's performance, they would suffice for hunting rabbits, but would be inadequate against thicker-skinned wild boars. As the crowd observed his shooting, curiosity piqued, and they too wished to experiment with this novel contraption, treating it as a toy. Wang Yang handed the bow to them, standing by to watch. The herder was the first to try. He took the string and pulled, astonished by the considerable effort required to draw the bow. After several attempts, he managed to knock an arrow. Wang Yang instructed him to use 2 fingers to grip the arrow and draw back. He managed to fully draw the bow, but, eager to exert more force, Wang Yang quickly cautioned him to temper his enthusiasm. Pulling too hard could snap the bowstring. This was no light matter. 2 months of labor would be wasted in an instant. Drawing the bow was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in maintaining the full draw while aiming at the target, which required the same effort, an issue inherent to nearly all recurved bows. Once he adjusted his strength, he released the arrow. It shot directly upward, only to veer off course with a gust of wind. Others took turns trying their hand. The arrow's impact was indeed lackluster. Not a single one lodged in a tree. They all fell to the ground. Wang Yang watched closely, anxious that they might damage his creation. As the day wore on, the enthusiasm of the crowd began to wane, and they no longer clamored for more, save for a few children who still wished to play. Wang Yang relinquished the bow to the herder for safekeeping, contemplating whether to mass-produce bows and arrows. After much deliberation, he ultimately dismissed the idea. Crafting a single competent bow required an extensive amount of time and energy, leaving him nearly exhausted. Enlisting their help for the intricate subsequent processes would likely prove burdensome for them. Additionally, the issue of insufficient power loomed large. A mere 20-meter effective range that could not penetrate the hide of a wild boar was hardly advantageous. Even with a multitude of bows, questions of accuracy and training remained to be addressed. After pondering for a considerable while, Wang Yang concluded that caution was imperative regarding the bow. One should not act rashly out of momentary enthusiasm, lest it hinder future progress.